Shi Yu'an opened her eyes. Her vision was filled with delicate gauze curtains and intricate carvings exuding a quiet, graceful, and antique charm. She closed her eyes and snapped them open again, but the sight remained unchanged. She thought she must still be dreaming, turning over to go back to sleep. However, the sound of an argument nearby made it impossible to drift off again. Shi Yu'an recalled her previous moments. She had been grading students' homework, then staying up late to prepare lessons. And then, she died of sudden cardiac arrest. She had transmigrated into a book. These words suddenly popped into her mind. Then the deeds of her original body and the plot of the book flooded her brain in a rush. Shi Yu'an, the third miss of the general's manor, 19 years of age. She was a spoiled, uneducated, and vice-ridden. Good for nothing. Due to her family's boundless doting, she developed a domineering and fierce personality, known to all as the capital's #1 wicked woman. Just how much did the Shi family spoil her? They would give her whatever she wanted, even trying to pluck the stars from the sky for her. But this good-for-nothing didn't want stars, as she had set her sights on the Prince of Jinshao Jingyue. A good-for-nothing wanting to marry the brilliant, handsome Prince of Jinshao Jingyue, known as the Jade-Faced Gentleman. It made the entire capital want to take up clubs and break up this pair of lovebirds. But Shi Yu'an was not afraid of being beaten. Unlike other sheltered maidens, she had plenty of strength and tactics. She ran off to corner the Prince of Jin. When the prince went out, she blocked his manor's gate. When he left the city, she blocked the city gates. When he went to the latrine, she didn't even spare the latrine door. Your Highness, do you need toilet paper? No. The prince gritted his teeth. You don't need toilet paper, but do you need a wife? I don't need that either. I adore you, just marry me. Marriage is not a trifling matter. I am discussing it with you very seriously. Then if you don't agree, I won't open the door. The Prince of Jin was speechless. Who confesses their love at the door of a latrine? Naturally, she was ruthlessly rejected by the dark-faced prince. Shi Yu'an's relentless pestering infuriated the usually gentle Prince of Jin, causing him to lose his composure in public multiple times. He angrily rebuked her for having no shame, telling her to read the sage's books, correct her morals, and stop harming others. Shi Yu'an became the laughingstock of the city, took a massive blow to her pride, and went on a hunger strike for half a day. Consequently, General Shi, unable to bear seeing his daughter suffer, squatted at the palace gates every day begging the emperor to grant the marriage. Madame Shi, meanwhile, threw massive amounts of silver around, paying the commoners to praise the love story between Shi Yu'an and the Prince of Jin, a heaven-ordained romance that began at the latrine door. The affair caused such an uproar that even the Empress Dowager in the palace heard of it. Thus, even after fleeing to another province, the Prince of Jinshao Jingyue was forced into an engagement with Shi Yu'an. Xiao Jingyue was naturally unwilling. He wrote a letter of stern refusal, declaring he would never marry a woman devoid of talent and virtue. Furthermore, dissatisfied with the Shi family's actions, he had a cartload of books delivered to them with gongs and drums playing, blatantly mocking the entire family as uneducated fools. The Shi family was a clan of martial artists. Not a single scholar could be found among them. Being mocked so openly made them somewhat ashamed, and they considered giving up. However, Shi Yu'an's thought process was different from others. To prove she wasn't a good-for-nothing, she demanded her family send her to an academy. You'd think she wanted to study hard and impress the Prince of Jin. Not at all. She wasn't going to be a student, but a teacher. She figured that being a student was nothing special, but becoming a teacher would surely prove her brilliance. It was a unique idea, but what respectable academy would let a good-for-nothing become a teacher? And so the Shi family went to great lengths to send Shi Yu'an to the highly unorthodox Qingchuan Academy. Qingchuan Academy might sound normal. In reality, it was an academy despised by everyone. It had few teachers and sparse students, all of whom were notorious abandoned young masters from wealthy families. Regular academies wouldn't take them, their families couldn't control them, and not wanting them to cause trouble elsewhere, they were locked in this academy, only allowed home once a month. But even among scoundrels there was a hierarchy. For instance, the brawlers looked down on the gamblers looked down on the womanizers, and the womanizers despised good-for-nothings the most. So how could they accept the good-for-nothing as their teacher? Especially since Shi Yu'an was a high-profile one who not only paraded as the Prince of Jin's fiancée, but also threatened to teach these scoundrels a lesson upon arrival. Thus, on her very first day at the academy, Shi Yu'an was pranked by the students. Bugs in her tea, mice in her book bag, water buckets on the beams. All sorts of tricks were played, leaving her in a completely disheveled state. How could Shi Yu'an swallow such an insult? She had someone bring a sack of snakes, intending to take revenge. As a result, she was bitten by a snake herself and died instantly from the poison. This was quite unexpected. But the matter didn't end there. The academy sent Shi Yu'an's body back to the Shi family. Upon seeing his precious daughter dead, General Shi instantly flew into a rage. However, the academy believed Shi Yu'an brought it upon herself. After all, she released the venomous snakes herself, and it was a blessing the students weren't bitten. Thus their attitude was rather poor. In his extreme fury, General Shi lost control of his strength and killed a frail scholar who had come to mediate with a single punch. This act enraged the students, and a massive brawl broke out between the two sides. Madame Shi was pushed into a weapon rack and pierced through the chest by a spear that hadn't been put away, dying on the spot. With General Shi's explosive temper and the scoundrel's impulsive stupidity, the situation spiraled completely out of control. Right now was the exact moment the original owner had just been bitten by the snake, and upon examination was found to have stopped breathing. Everyone was discussing whether to send Shi Yu'an back to the Shi family. Send her back for what? She's already dead, just bury her. The speaker was Pei Yan, the eldest young master of the Pei Duke's manor. Young Master Pei was untamed, arrogant, and flamboyant. He despised literature and only loved martial arts. As the #1 tyrant of Qingchuan Academy, none of the students dared to defy him. Young Master Pei is right. A chorus of agreement echoed. If we send her back, the Shi family will definitely blame her death on us. Shi Yu'an wasn't a good person anyway. We only played a prank, but she released venomous snakes to kill us. Exactly, she wanted our lives, but unluckily got bitten herself. This is called reaping what you sow. You can't blame us. Let's bury her in the bamboo forest on the back mountain. No one goes there, it will go completely unnoticed. I'll go dig the hole. I'll keep watch. I'll set up the banquet. Huh. Everyone looked in confusion at a chubby pale student. Don't we have a banquet after a burial? The crowd had a sudden realization. Makes sense. Only Shi Yu'an was so anxious she wanted to resurrect on the spot. Since she had transmigrated, she couldn't just let herself be buried alive. Everyone dies eventually, and death isn't scary, but she was terrified of the dark. No. Someone finally spoke up to stop these outlaws. The one who spoke was Luo Xingzhou, the legitimate grandson of Grand Tutor Luo. He was noble, elegant, and a graceful youth. Although he had just arrived at Qingchuan Academy, he was the only person in the entire academy unafraid of Pei Yan. Luo Xingzhou, what's your objection now? Pei Yan walked up to him, glaring with hostility. I believe Miss Shi's remains should be sent back to the Shi family. Pei Yan merely scoffed dismissively. Although Miss Shi brought this upon herself, she is paid with her life. It is only human nature for General Shi to be furious. I will personally go to the Shi manor to explain the situation. Let me bear General Shi's wrath. Luo Xingzhou's righteous demeanor earned him looks of admiration from the other students. Luo Xingzhou. He truly is a gentleman, stepping up when trouble arises. But you cannot withstand General Shi's wrath. If you go, you will lose your life. That's right, Luo Xingzhou was the unfortunate scapegoat who had been killed by General Shi's single punch. He was Grand Tutor Luo's only legitimate grandson, handsome and gentle. Most importantly, he was the sole true scholar at Qingchuan Academy. Moreover, he was calm, helpful, and extremely fair in his dealings, so even these scoundrels were willing to show him some respect. As a result, his death directly ignited everyone's fury. General Shi does have a bit of a temper. Luo Xingzhou, thinking a student had spoken, looked around, but met no one's eyes before continuing. But I believe he wouldn't be completely unreasonable. His beloved daughter is dead, who would still reason? Just look at Shi Yu'an. Her impulsive and fiery temper was inherited from General Shi. Seeing his beloved daughter dead, and witnessing his wife's tragic end, he will completely lose his mind. Going there now is just throwing your life away. That old man doesn't listen to reason. Pei Yan cursed. Luo Xingzhou, if you want to rush to your death, fine, but don't drag us down with you. Exactly, young Master Luo. Young Master Pei is right this time. The Shi family is notoriously protective, and old man Shi dotes on that good-for-nothing. I bet he won't let this go easily. Although they didn't know what it had to do with General Shi's wife dying tragically, they had all deeply experienced the Shi family's explosive tempers. Why do you think that good-for-nothing hasn't been beaten to death despite being so high-profile? Isn't it because the Shi family is domineeringly protective? If anyone dares touch her, old man Shi would literally flatten them. Now that she's dead, he'll definitely demand a life for a life. Say no more. It is precisely because I know General Shi loves his daughter like his own life that we must explain the matter to him as soon as possible and give him an answer. Furthermore, Miss Shi has passed away. Oh, we should send her home. Luo Xingzhou's expression was compassionate, his tone firm. Everyone fell silent, feeling a trace of guilt and shame. Only Shi Yu'an was so moved, she wanted to cry. Luo Xingzhou, let me say thank you for being here. You truly are a kind, wonderful person. Stop pretending, Luo Xingzhou. Put away that hypocritical face of yours. This is Qingchuan Academy. Here you don't need to put on a show for others like you used to. Pei Yan asked Luo Xingzhou bluntly. Spit it out, what exactly are you trying to do? Everyone was somewhat surprised, but they saw Luo Xingzhou merely chuckle softly, not refuting Pei Yan's words. General Shi dotes on his daughter. He will surely demand to see her alive or see her corpse. Even if we bury Miss Shi, we won't be able to hide it for long. When the Shi family comes up the mountain looking for her, none of us will be able to escape involvement. Hide it for as long as we can then. Otherwise, what do you suggest? Pei Yan was too lazy to overthink it. Rather than being suspected later, it's better we take the initiative. Legally speaking, Miss Shi is dead. If we all testify for each other, we can prove her death was her own doing. Logically speaking, Miss Shi's reputation is in ruins. As long as we keep our story straight and expose her terrible behavior, we will be the ones in the right. By law and reason, this matter cannot be pinned on us. Pei Yan looked at him in surprise. Will the Shi family believe that? A careless smile appeared on Luo Xingzhou's handsome, gentle face, yet his tone was frighteningly cold. As long as the authorities believe it and the commoners believe it, what does it matter if the Shi family believes it or not? So from the very beginning, your goal was to wash your own hands clean. Why pretend to be such a saint? Pei Yan mocked. Isn't it good to wash everyone's hands clean? Young Master Pei wouldn't want to bring a load of trouble upon himself, either would he. Luo Xingzhou's deep narrow eyes swept over everyone present. Shi Yu'an's death has absolutely nothing to do with us. You all just need to remember this one point. Say what needs to be said, and as for what shouldn't be said, keep your mouth shut. It was everyone's first time seeing Luo Xingzhou like this. Feeling a chill run down their spines, they nodded repeatedly. Young Master Luo had always treated others with polite refinement, but they unanimously felt that compared to the violent young Master Pei, he seemed a bit more terrifying. There's no need to be nervous. This is the truth anyway, isn't it? Luo Xingzhou restored his gentle demeanor. Right, this is the truth. Although it was only a partial truth, the fact that they had pranked Shi Yu'an first could absolutely never be spoken of. Pranking was usually fine, but now that she was dead, such actions would be magnified, and they would all be implicated. As offspring of powerful nobles, their usual fooling around didn't matter. But if they were involved in a murder case that affected their elders' political reputations, their families would definitely skin them alive. Therefore, in this matter, they had to maintain absolute innocence, so as not to bear any responsibility. Pei Yan understood this in his heart as well. However, he had always looked down on scheming people like Luo Xingzhou. Thus he scoffed disdainfully, and said, "Suit yourself." Only Shi Yu'an was left speechless. I thought Luo Xingzhou was a lotus rising unstained from the mud, but it turns out everyone here is a villain. Shi Yu'an's reputation is in ruins, but you guys are no better. Luo Xingzhou's eyes flickered. A great saint rising unstained from the mud. There were none here. But who was speaking? As he searched around, he heard the voice ring out again. These are the descendants of the Qing Kingdom's powerful nobles and officials. The rulers have raised such offspring, no wonder the Qing Kingdom is doomed to perish. Everyone's eyes widened. Even the cynical Pei Yan and the composed Luo Xingzhou changed their expressions. Who was it? Who dared to utter such treasonous words? Sending Shi Yu'an down the mountain is the source of the tragedy. Should I tell them about it? The crowd was stunned again. What did source of the tragedy mean? They exchanged bewildered glances, only then realizing that the speaker was not among them. A heavy silence fell, and cold sweat broke out from their tension. Soon the voice spoke again. If Luo Xingzhou goes to the Shi residence, old Master Shi will land a punch on him. Luo Xingzhou may be stunningly handsome now, but that single punch will leave his face grotesquely disfigured. Broken nose, ruptured eyeballs, cerebral concussion, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. His death will be too gruesome to behold. Everyone turned to Luo Xingzhou. He would be beaten to death, and die without a trace of human form. Hearing such a detailed account of his own demise, even Luo Xingzhou felt a chill creeping up from his feet. At the same time, indignation surged through the crowd. Truly the Shi family were beyond reason. But wait, who exactly was speaking? Pei Yan looked at Luo Xingzhou. Luo Xingzhou was still standing here, unharmed. He would surely be beaten at the Shi residence, but beaten to death? Well, perhaps not necessarily. And with himself present, how could he allow Luo Xingzhou to be beaten to death? Most shared the same thought, but why was the speaker so certain that Luo Xingzhou would meet his end? Who was playing tricks? Someone was about to demand an answer when the person beside him covered his mouth. Luo Xingzhou shook his head at the crowd, signaling them to stay silent. After General Shi beats Luo Xingzhou to death, the major noble families will use that as a pretext to demand the emperor punish the Shi family. After all, they have long resented the Shi family, who rose from humble origins. The emperor will order the Shi family to be punished. General Shi will rush to the palace to plead for mercy that very night, but he won't be granted an audience. When he returns home, he will witness the horrific slaughter of over 40 members of the Shi family. The entire Shi family will be massacred, blood flowing like a river staining the blue stone slabs at the gate. The vivid image made the students shiver involuntarily. General Shi was an orphan since childhood, so he cherishes his family above all. He fights tooth and nail on the battlefield only to build a future for his family. Without them, he has no place in this world. Thus, he will descend into madness driven solely by vengeance for his family. He will flee to an enemy kingdom and rebel. Afterwards, he will defeat the Qing army, conquer cities one after another, march all the way to the capital, and breach the imperial city of Qing. And thus the Qing kingdom will fall. What? None of them had expected things to take such a turn. They were utterly dumbfounded. Just because Shi Yu'an was bitten to death by a snake, the great Qing kingdom would be destroyed. You brainless profligates would never imagine that within a few years your Qing kingdom will be no more. At this, even Luo Xingzhou could no longer maintain his composed demeanor. The usually idle and frivolous students now wore grim expressions. The fall of the kingdom. How could the kingdom fall? Who would dare to speak such nonsense? Shi Yu'an, unaware of the storm her thoughts had stirred up, continued to sort out the plot in the book. Do not be fooled by the vast territory and abundant resources of the Qing kingdom. Its national strength has long since declined. General Shi may be impulsive and quick-tempered, but he is brave, fierce, and unmatched in battle, able to fight 100 foes alone. He is a renowned general, coveted even by enemy nations. Apart from him, the Qing kingdom now has few capable generals. The showy nobles placed in the army are no match for General Shi. Someone wanted to retort, But when the words came to their lips, they realized they could not name a single young general of any renown. The once glorious military veterans had either grown old, retired to their hometowns, or vanished without a trace. Yet the borders of the Qing kingdom were stable now, and there had been no major campaigns. Apart from General Shi, the other generals had all been stripped of power by the noble families. The fortunate ones were forced into early retirement. The unlucky ones were sent off to some remote corner of the world. Now most of the people in the military camps are the pampered offspring of the powerful who have never experienced real combat. They only know how to talk on paper, joining the army merely to gild their resumes for future promotions and wealth. When war breaks out, they are utterly useless, only capable of empty bluster. The others were stunned, and they all looked to Luo Xingzhou, the only one among them with some understanding of court affairs. Luo Xingzhou nodded almost imperceptibly. According to his knowledge, it was indeed so. His Majesty favored civil officials, and most military officers were scholar generals. Whether they truly possessed any real skill was debatable. But surely that would not lead to the destruction of the kingdom. Once General Shi sides with the barbarians and trains their troops, in 7 years the barbarians will breach the capital of Qing, capture the imperial family, and slaughter the people. A true river of blood, a hell on earth. Everyone gasped. The barbarians were indeed a formidable enemy of Qing, but in recent years hadn't they sought to establish friendly relations? They had sent envoys to pay tribute, and even expressed interest in a marriage alliance. How could they attack the Qing kingdom? Besides, no matter how powerful the barbarians were, the disparity in resources and population between them and Qing was enormous. How could they possibly destroy Qing? But there are other reasons for the fall of the Qing kingdom. There. Exactly. Everyone held their breath and listened intently. They wanted to see just how far this person could spin such nonsense, and what reasons could possibly cause the entire great Qing kingdom to collapse completely. The root cause of the Qing kingdom's downfall is actually these profligates. The crowd was shocked. We destroyed the Qing kingdom. No, how could mere ruffians like us topple a kingdom? The students of Qingchuan Academy are merely a microcosm of the young nobles across the Qing kingdom. In truth, the entire younger generation of Qing's nobility and officials have grown accustomed to extravagance and debauchery. When foreign invaders come, they will be utterly helpless. These parasites, profligates, idiots. If the future of the Qing kingdom is in the hands of such people, how could it not fall? The profligates, isn't that an exaggeration? All they did was eat, drink, have fun, entertain themselves with cockfights and dog races. A bit too extravagant, a bit too idle, a bit too negligent of their duties. At worst, they were worthless, and their mischief was confined to their own families. They hadn't harmed anyone else. The wealth of their families was enough to let them live a life of luxury for generations. How could they possibly bring down the Qing kingdom? Do these profligates truly think they can live a life of ease forever? Where does your money come from? Where does your luxurious lifestyle come from? What have you ever done for the common people while you squander the nation's wealth on pleasure? It is said that what is taken from the people should be used for the people. You useless creatures who live off the people's support, what contribution have you ever made to the state? Some fell silent, while others grew angry at being scolded. But the voice continued, more importantly, you are still young now. As you grow older, you will only become worse. Qingchuan Academy is the root of all evil. Every single one of these students will come to a bad end. Someone could no longer restrain themselves and wanted to find the speaker, but Luo Xingzhou stopped them with a look. He signaled everyone to remain quiet and continue listening. Now you indulge in pleasure, but when the Qing kingdom falls, its people will become slaves of the enemy. You, the children of the nobility, will not fare well either. In fact, you will suffer even more. Some will be tortured to death, others captured and subjected to inhuman torment. You delicate-skinned ones will have it even worse. Those barbarians have no preference for gender. Pei Yan instantly bristled. Who the hell is playing tricks and spouting nonsense? I'll beat you to death. Pei Yan. Luo Xingzhou grabbed Pei Yan's wrist in urgency. Pei Yan glared at him, but saw that his gaze was more serious than ever. If it had been anyone else trying to stop him, Pei Yan would have already thrown a punch. But remembering that Luo Xingzhou could be killed with a single blow, he hesitated to act rashly. Luo Xingzhou had already identified the source of the voice. He stepped forward and pulled aside the curtain that concealed Shi Yu'an. There sat Shi Yu'an on the edge of the bed, her face still a little pale, appearing quieter and gentler than usual. The other students also understood and followed behind Luo Xingzhou, glaring at Shi Yu'an. Shi Yu'an forced a weak smile. Hello, classmates. I just woke up. Oh dear, my head is so dizzy. I think I need to go home and rest immediately. Please find a carriage to send me back quickly. I need to get out of here fast, or these ruffians might do something terrible. To prevent fights among students, Qingchuan Academy forbade anyone from bringing servants. Those who served them were hired by the academy. Now all of them had been sent away by Luo Xingzhou. Shi Yu'an had to do her best to appear friendly. Though she put on a good facade, her inner thoughts completely betrayed her. You bunch of brainless profligates, what are you staring at? Shocked that I didn't die, aren't you? You wanted to bury me alive. Dream on. Ha ha ha. Luo Xingzhou was now truly certain that he had heard Shi Yu'an's inner voice. Pei Yan was also certain that the person he wanted to punch was Shi Yu'an. Everyone else was also certain. Shi Yu'an had risen from the dead. Amidst the cacophony of screams, Luo Xingzhou remained as steady as Mount Tai. Everyone is overjoyed to see the master awake. Young Master Pei, please take them outside to clear their heads. Why should I? Luo Xingzhou looked at Pei Yan and said solemnly, Pei Yan, I'm counting on you. Though somewhat impatient, Pei Yan still shooed everyone out. If anyone dares to make another sound, I'll beat their brains out. Everyone fell silent instantly, then began discussing in hushed, excited voices. Wasn't she bitten to death by a snake? And it was a silver-ringed snake. Didn't Minhan say she was completely dead, that even the greatest immortals couldn't save her? Minhan came from a family of physicians. Though he was a medical failure abandoned by his family, he was the only student with any medical skill. Everyone looked at Minhan with suspicion. What are you looking at me for? Minhan said irritably. No matter how poor my medical skills are, I wouldn't mistake whether someone is dead or alive. Besides, it's absolutely true that she was bitten by a venomous snake. You all saw it with your own eyes. Could it be some kind of sorcery? Could she be possessed by some demon or evil spirit? A tall, thin student trembled all over with fear. Should we fetch a Taoist priest? Or a Buddhist monk? Or a shaman? Let's invite all kinds of deities to try. Maybe we should go back and get reinforcements, someone suggested. Pei Yan sneered. And what would you say when you go back? Do you think anyone would believe you? The crowd fell silent. Officially they were here to study, but in reality they were confined here by their families to prevent them from causing trouble outside. Even if they ran back, they would only be seen as making excuses. Moreover, this matter was too bizarre. They couldn't exactly say that Shi Yu'an had come back from the dead, and that they had heard her inner thoughts predicting the downfall of the Qing kingdom, could they? And who knew if everyone could hear her thoughts? Pei Yan shrugged carelessly. Whether she's a ghost or a demon, one sword strike will take care of her. Young Master Pei, can you even kill a demon? Pei Yan thought seriously for a moment, then said, then get me a peachwood sword. Inside the room, Luo Xingzhou, who was talking with Shi Yu'an, had no idea that Pei Yan was already plotting with the others on a great plan to kill Shi Yu'an. You go get a peachwood sword. And you get some black dog blood, rooster blood, protective talismans, and what else? A tall, thin student quickly raised his hand. I have them. I have them all. He pulled out all sorts of things from his person in one go. There's also cinnabar talisman paper, a demon-revealing mirror, and a protective charm blessed at Hugua Temple. Everyone stared at his items in shock. Shin Fuguei, you really are afraid of ghosts. Everyone divide these items among yourselves. Pei Yan assigned tasks. The rest of you grab your weapons. If she's a demon, reduce her to ashes. If she's a ghost, scatter her soul. What if she's human? If she's human. Pei Yan thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly realized and smacked Shin Fuguei on the head. If she's human, why even think about it? Are you afraid of living people too? That's true. Shin Fuguei covered himself with yellow talismans and shrank away to a corner. In the room, only Shi Yu'an and Luo Xingzhou remained. When Shi Yu'an saw Luo Xingzhou, a character encyclopedia automatically appeared in her mind, flipping to the page about Luo Xingzhou. Just as she had known before, his fate was to be punched to death by old man Shi, dying young. Master Shi, are you feeling better? Luo Xingzhou asked. Shi Yu'an smiled and nodded. Much better. How could I not be better when the core has been swapped? I'm not the original Shi Yu'an anymore. Luo Xingzhou lowered his eyes, suppressing his shock. Not the original Shi Yu'an. Could it be a borrowed corpse for resurrection? The original owner was really something. She set up some snakes, but was fooled into having a venomous snake mixed in on purpose. Now she's dead from a bite. The person who hid the venomous snake is truly wicked. Whether the snake killed someone else or Shi Yu'an was doomed either way. That person's intentions are despicable. It's just a pity that after Shi Yu'an's death, the Shi family was wiped out and no one ever investigated the snake incident. I wonder who the person who harmed Shi Yu'an really is. Fooled. Luo Xingzhou was taken aback. So the original Shi Yu'an wasn't that bad after all. But now I've inexplicably become Shi Yu'an. If I go home, I might be killed by someone, and it's easy to slip up in front of the Shi family. How about staying at this Qingchuan Academy for now? Maybe I'll go back someday. Luo Xingzhou understood. It wasn't this ghost that harmed the original Shi Yu'an, and this ghost was very weak, afraid of humans, so it probably had no ability to harm anyone. But the Qing kingdom will fall in a few years. Won't I suffer greatly then? Luo Xingzhou's heart jolted again. This ghost kept insisting that the Qing kingdom would fall. What was the real story? How did she know? It seemed necessary to keep her here and investigate further. Master, you must be tired today. Why not let me take you to the dormitory to rest? When the dean returns, you can visit him then. Shi Yu'an, who wanted a way out, naturally agreed immediately. She asked, where will I stay? There shouldn't be separate dormitories for men and women here, right? Could he be planning to make me stay with the men and then ruin my reputation to drive me down the mountain? Luo Xingzhou was stunned. He had forgotten they hadn't arranged accommodation for Shi Yu'an yet. Everyone originally hated Shi Yu'an and wanted to drive her away as quickly as possible. Even if they didn't succeed, they wouldn't make her comfortable. But now he needed to keep her steady. Could he be planning to make me stay with the men and then ruin my reputation to drive me down the mountain? Luo Xingzhou was stunned. He had forgotten they hadn't arranged accommodation for Shi Yu'an yet. When they arrived at the Shaoguang court lodging, Luo Xingzhou took his leave at the door, but not forgetting to remind her, Master has been injured. Rest well tomorrow. The day after please come to teach the students. Teach. Luo Xingzhou probed, are you up to it, Master? Teach. Isn't that just teaching? I was a young teacher who led 2 excellent graduating classes. Teaching these idle rich kids is a piece of cake. But would these students want Shi Yu'an to teach them? Shi Yu'an looked at Luo Xingzhou with suspicion. Luo Xingzhou's heart tightened, but he calmly explained, because Master Shi came to the academy, the other masters have gone on strike, so. Even a master of prodigals was still a proper master. He had some self-respect and disdain to associate with good-for-nothings. So I'm the only master left in the academy. Luo Xingzhou smiled and nodded. At present, yes. Then what about the dean? The dean went down the mountain to purchase supplies and will return in a few days. Purchasing. I bet he went to buy wine. The book said the dean of Qingchuan Academy is a drunkard who is never sober. Luo Xingzhou was no longer surprised by her extensive knowledge. He continued, if you have any matters, Master, you can tell me. I will do my best to fulfill your requests. You're just a student. Can you make decisions on everything? Shi Yu'an asked. The dean is busy and Master Qingzhou is not at the academy, so I handle daily trivial matters. For major matters I write to inform Master Qingzhou. Shi Yu'an nodded in understanding. Luo Xingzhou is the student council president. The dean doesn't manage affairs. Master Qingzhou is the real decision maker. Although Luo Xingzhou is capable, he's full of schemes and stands with those prodigals. When something really happens, I'll have to find this Master Qingzhou. A complex look flashed in Luo Xingzhou's eyes. It seems Shi Yu'an didn't know Master Qingzhou's true identity. If you have any matters, Master, you can also write directly to Master Qingzhou to discuss. The academy has a designated liaison. Letters can reach him in less than a day. After settling, Shi Yu'an and Luo Xingzhou took his leave. Shi Yu'an entered the Shaoguang Academy. The courtyard was not large, but it was refreshingly elegant and refined. The interior was well appointed. One side held a bookshelf filled with volumes, while the other displayed a collection of rare treasures. On the central desk were laid out brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Simple and unadorned, exactly to Shi Yu'an's liking. She casually flipped through a book on the shelf, finding it to be a travelogue. The calligraphy was flowing, the annotations meticulous, and it provided detailed accounts of the customs and landscapes of various regions, which she found most intriguing. When she reached the end, she discovered the signature was none other than Mr. Qingzhou, whom Luo Xingzhou had just mentioned. It seemed Mr. Qingzhou was an interesting person. Perhaps she could even make a friend. Flipping through a few more books, she found Mr. Qingzhou's signature on all of them. Only then did Shi Yu'an realize that this place must have been Mr. Qingzhou's original residence. Feeling somewhat apologetic for occupying someone else's dwelling, Shi Yu'an was just mulling over how to explain the situation when a voice suddenly resounded in her mind. Mission initiated. Please assume the role of academy tutor and strive to become a tutor recognized by the students. A character compendium is granted to help the host understand all individuals encountered during the mission. Keep it secret from everyone. Violation of the rules will result in the risk of being erased. Shi Yu'an instantly sat up in shock. So I died in my original world, and if I'm erased again, I'll be truly dead. The voice did not answer. It seemed to issue tasks unilaterally. No, living in disgrace is better than dying. Wasn't it just being a teacher? Wasn't it just being a teacher to a group of willful brats? Wasn't it just that in a past life, she had been so angered she had a heart attack, and this life, she continued to teach? With that thought, Shi Yu'an, tears in her eyes, picked up a brush and began to write a letter containing her self-introduction, educational philosophy, and future teaching plans for the students. Since she was to stay on as a teacher, it was absolutely necessary to demonstrate her diligence and determination to educate. Optimizing her resume and making plans were essential. After finishing the letter, Shi Yu'an immediately had it delivered. Meanwhile, Luo Xingzhou and Pei Yan gathered with the others. I've already settled her in the Shaoguang Academy. Everyone be careful not to alert her. Bide your time patiently, and at the first opportunity, get her to spill what she knows. Kill her, Luo Xingzhou and Pei Yan said in unison. Pei Yan then produced a whole array of items: a cleaver, an axe, a peachwood sword, and a pile of exorcism tools. There was no help for it. The academy forbade weapons, and these were all scrounged up from various places. Luo Xingzhou rubbed his temples in headache, full of helplessness. After spending a good half hour, Luo Xingzhou managed to temporarily dissuade Pei Yan from the idea of killing Shi Yu'an. He also advised everyone to keep the matter of the voice hearing a secret for now, as it was too bizarre, and they should wait for the dean to return to handle it. To that end, he even concealed the fact that this Shi Yu'an was not the same as the original, fearing that otherwise they would immediately go to exorcise her. Everyone agreed not to act rashly for the time being, but acknowledging this incompetent fool as their tutor was absolutely out of the question. Letting her stay here even one more day is an insult to me. Wait until the dean returns. We must find a way to drive her away. I don't care about being looked down upon. I simply refuse to be a student of an ignoramus. Luo Xingzhou did not intend to force them. After all, he himself did not believe this Shi Yu'an could be a competent tutor. He would see how long she could hold out in the academy. For now, the urgent matter was to clarify the mystery of Shi Yu'an's voice and the fall of the Qing kingdom she had mentioned. The matter was of great importance, so Luo Xingzhou immediately took up his brush to write a letter. He detailed the incidents and provided a basic introduction of the current Shi Yu'an, then handed it to the Academy's secret messenger. With the utmost speed, make sure to deliver it personally to Mr. Xingzhou. Yes. The messenger accepted the letter and vanished swiftly. Both letters reached Mr. Xingzhou's hands the next day. He was tall and slender like a bamboo, dressed in a green robe with ink-black hair, cascading like a waterfall. Seated at his desk, he spread the 2 letters before him. Luo Xingzhou began with daily greetings, then mentioned that Shi Yu'an had arrived to take up her post, and then brought up the matter of her resurrection and all the students being able to hear her thoughts. Though the matter was incredible, Luo Xingzhou was not a man given to baseless claims. Young as he was steady-minded and exceptionally intelligent, so it must be true. Continuing to read the letter, said Shi Yu'an seemed to possess the ability to foresee the future, even mentioning that the combat power of the Qing kingdom was insufficient and that the kingdom would soon face destruction. The last page of the letter contained Luo Xingzhou's assessment of Shi Yu'an. The content had been quite ordinary up to that point, but combined with Shi Yu'an's own letter, it became rather interesting. Shi Yu'an claimed to be well-read, not exactly a genius, but at least knowledgeable in astronomy, geography, poetry, arithmetic, and even craftsmanship. But Luo Xingzhou had only one sentence: ill-mannered, utterly ignorant, a complete dunce. Regarding her character, Shi Yu'an said she loved education, cared for the world, and aimed to be a kind and virtuous tutor. Luo Xingzhou's evaluation: rude in speech and conduct, sly and deceitful, quick to retaliate. In the end, Shi Yu'an wrote, "The students are lovely, we get along well, they respect the teacher, and I love them dearly." Luo Xingzhou said, "At odds like fire and water, constant turmoil, sooner or later there will be a final showdown." A light, joyful laugh rang out, startling the guards outside the door. A guard entered to report, "Your Highness, a letter has arrived from the residence." This letter was different from the previous ones. The envelope read, "Not for Mr. Xingzhou's personal attention, but for His Royal Highness the Prince of Jin's personal attention." Yet the sender was the same, Shi Yu'an. His nominal fiancée. Xiao Jingyue's brow twitched. Could it be that she knew he was Mr. Xingzhou of the Qingchuan Academy? No, if she did, she would not have written separate letters. Xiao Jingyue unfolded the letter and felt a surge of anger. The letter Shi Yu'an had written to Mr. Xingzhou, though untruthful in content, was polite in tone, even carrying a hint of flattery. But the content of this letter made the usually composed Xiao Jingyue clench his teeth in fury. "Your Highness's talent flows like an endless river, vast and ceaseless. Of the world's 10 talents, you alone possess 9.5. I am shallow and ignorant, barely knowing a few characters. The cart of books you sent will likely be a wasted effort. A man of your brilliance should seek a peerless, talented woman as your companion. I am unworthy of you. It would be better to dissolve our engagement and let each go their separate ways." Though the letter seemed to praise him, the tone was clearly a sarcastic jab at his arrogance. It was her retaliation for the humiliation of his sending her a cart of books. He had just been thinking that despite her ignorance and dishonesty, she at least had a decent attitude. Now it was clear that a leopard cannot change its spots. Xiao Jingyue was so incensed that he immediately wrote back, "If you know you are shallow, why not read more books? I previously gave you a carriage of classics, hoping you would read and cultivate yourself. But upon reflection, I realize I was inconsiderate. Miss Shi probably cannot understand them, can she?" This letter was very short. Xiao Jingyue sent it by carrier pigeon, and it arrived much earlier than Mr. Xingzhou's reply. Shi Yu'an read it and laughed in anger. She had originally thought that the engagement with the Prince of Jin was forcibly obtained by her predecessor, and she herself did not want it, so she simply proposed to dissolve it. After all, the Prince of Jin was also dissatisfied with the engagement and should be happy to oblige. As for the sarcasm, that was just incidental. Who could blame the Prince of Jin for sending books to mock her predecessor, making her also subject to ridicule in the future? But she had not expected that the legendary gentlemanly Prince of Jin could be so caustic. So she immediately replied, "So what if I read little? So what if I don't understand? Does your Highness's residence have a lot of rice to spare?" The Prince of Jin replied, "My residence indeed has several hundred pickles of grain in storage, enough to feed all the household." "Why do you ask?" Shi Yu'an replied, "Am I eating your rice? What business is it of yours whether I read or not?" After reading the letter, the Prince of Jin in a fury handed the carrier pigeon to his guard. "Stew it for me." Early the next morning, Luo Xingzhou arrived punctually to invite Shi Yu'an for breakfast. The Qingchuan Academy had few students, but most were from wealthy or influential families, so there were plenty of servants to attend to them. Yet because they were not valued by their families, these servants also treated them with some disdain. Apart from providing basic necessities like food and clothing, their main duty was supervision, ensuring they caused no trouble and did not leave the academy without permission. When Shi Yu'an entered the dining hall, breakfast was promptly served. It was a bowl of congee and a plate of pickled vegetables. The congee was as clear as water, and the pickled vegetables had a strange, unpleasant taste. She glanced around and saw that the other students were eating the same fare. Damn, this kitchen steward has no conscience. Each student pays 20 taels of silver monthly for meals, and this is what they're fed. The students were stunned. Was 20 taels really that much? They couldn't even get a decent meal at a good restaurant for that amount. Shi Yu'an grew more irritated with every bite and finally threw down her chopsticks. Day after day of eating this swill that even dogs wouldn't touch, it wouldn't cost even 1 tael a month per person. The rest of the money must have gone straight into that steward Chin's pockets. Less than 1 tael of silver. Then where had their money gone? The students suddenly became furious. They had thought their families were teaching them a lesson by cutting back on their food, but it turned out someone had been embezzling. Luo Xingzhou was somewhat aware of the situation, but he knew the principle that water too clear has no fish. Allowing servants to take a little advantage was tolerable. Yet he never expected them to be so audacious as to embezzle such a large amount. Pei Yan, on the other hand, immediately started shouting, "Steward, get out here. Feeding us this garbage every day? Are you courting deaths?" He had lost his temper over this before, but back then Steward Qian had stood before him looking honest and humble, appearing deeply troubled. "Young Master Pei, it's not that I don't want to do better, but we simply don't have enough silver," he had pleaded. Pei Yan demanded, "Can the Duke's mansion not afford even that small amount?" His Grace the Duke said that you were sent up the mountain to be punished, not to enjoy yourself, so. Pei Yan believed that was exactly what his cold-hearted father would say, and since the embarrassment of having no proper food was too humiliating, he had no face to pursue the matter further. If he hadn't overheard Shi Yu'an's thoughts, he would never have known that the money was sufficient. That bunch had actually dared to deceive him. Now that Pei Yan was furious, Steward Qian knew he couldn't easily fool him anymore, so he dragged a cook out to take the blame. "It's all this fellow's fault. I took pity on him and gave him a job, but he had dirty hands. He dared to substitute inferior goods and cheat the young masters of their food." "I did not." The young cook refused to admit it, stubbornly holding his neck straight. Steward Qian grabbed a rolling pin and beat him on the back blow after blow, but the cook refused to kneel and confess. "You won't admit your mistake? Then I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death to appease young Master Pei." Steward Qian struck with lethal force, shocking the onlookers. "Young Master Pei, perhaps you should let it go. If he gets beaten to death." Other servants, unable to bear the sight, pleaded for mercy. Pei Yan retorted, "It's not like I told them to beat him. What's it to me if he dies?" Pei Yan was displeased. He had only wanted to ask for an explanation, but the steward had started beating someone right away, making it look as if he were the bully. He hadn't ordered anyone to beat him. Steward Qian declared loudly, "Since young Master Pei is dissatisfied, Zhang Ren, you'll pay with your worthless life today." "Wait, are you saying that young Master Pei wants the cook's life?" Luo Xingzhou suddenly interjected. Pei Yan glared at him. "Luo Xingzhou, what nonsense are you spouting? Why would I want his life?" Steward Qian quickly explained, "It's not young Master Pei's fault. This cook offended young Master Pei, he deserves to die." Luo Xingzhou asked coldly, "Then it's your own decision to punish this cook. How you punish him is your affair, but why invoke young Master Pei's name?" Shi Yu'an watched the scene unfold and muttered to herself, "Luo Xingzhou is clever. He pinpointed the problem in one sentence. That Pei Yan is as dumb as a block. All he can do is rage, not talk." Pei Yan was about to curse when he heard Shi Yu'an's thoughts again. If this man is beaten to death, Pei Yan will be saddled with the charge of killing a servant, and his reputation will be ruined. But then again, Pei Yan never had much of a reputation anyway. Pei Yan was both angry and embarrassed. He snorted and sat down to sulk. Did he need their help? What did it matter if his reputation was ruined? He didn't care anyway. But then Shi Yu'an's next thought shocked him. Pei Yan is too impulsive. No wonder his venomous stepmother has been driving a wedge between him and his father, eventually leading to him being driven out by his own father, dying alone on the battlefield with no one to collect his body. Everyone stared at Pei Yan in astonishment. He would die. He would die in battle. He wouldn't be beaten to death by someone pushed to the limit by his arrogance. Even Luo Xingzhou shot him a surprised glance, uncertain whether it was the matter of his family or his future death on the battlefield that had caught his attention. Pei Yan, however, lowered his head, hiding the gloom in his eyes. He and his father indeed had a terrible relationship. They were already at an irreconcilable point. But what did his stepmother have to do with it? Whenever his father punished him, his stepmother would always speak up for him, and she had never skimped on his allowance. Moreover, she was gentle and kind with a heart of compassion, always forgiving any mistake he made, and even covering for him in front of his father. She was completely different from the wicked stepmothers he had heard about in other families, so he had always thought she was a decent person. Why did Shi Yu'an say she was as venomous as a snake? "Young Master Luo, I'm only doing this to give young Master Pei an explanation." Steward Qian put on a humble, honest face, but his eyes gleamed with cunning. "It's not necessarily this cook's fault. You must have accounting records. Show me the ledger," Luo Xingzhou demanded. Steward Qian, completely unruffled, handed over a ledger. Luo Xingzhou flipped through it. He had never managed accounts before, and it seemed to show no problems. A hand reached over and took the ledger from him. "Let me see. Sigh, you ignorant, good-for-nothing rich brats, you really don't understand these tricks. Watch your teacher handle it." Luo Xingzhou felt a bit embarrassed while the other students looked indignant. Calling herself teacher, did this fool think she was qualified? And could she even read a ledger? No, could she even read? Shi Yu'an casually glanced at the ledger, then slammed it onto the table with a loud bang, startling everyone. "Falsifying accounts to fool people. How dare you? Guards, take this man and the ledger to the yamen. Let the authorities investigate." Everyone was shocked. Steward Qian was stunned for a moment before shouting, "Injustice! Master, we have not falsified any accounts. You cannot make such accusations." "I'm making false accusations. Where did you buy eggs? 1 tael of silver each. And rice 10 taels a caddy. Do you think I'm as easy to fool as these brainless students?" The students. It was the steward who embezzled the money, so why were they the ones being scolded? Fortunately, these traditional characters aren't too hard to recognize. I can guess most of them. And I've managed to put on enough authority to bluff my way through. The students were shocked, yet also unsurprised. She really couldn't read all the characters. Fortunately for Shi Yu'an, her guess was correct. When Steward Qian saw that she was not like the young masters who knew nothing, he realized she was not someone to be trifled with. His eyes darting around as he racked his brains for a way out, he heard Shi Yu'an speak again. "Each profession has its own expertise, so I won't overstep my bounds. Whoever has a family member who can handle this, send him to the appropriate yamen. With connections, things will go smoothly. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. These spoiled young masters still have some pull. Let me borrow their authority to scare the daylights out of these insolent servants." Luo Xingzhou, having heard her thoughts, lifted his hand to conceal a smile and replied seriously, "Master, sure, my uncle happens to be in charge of the nearby yamen. Why not send him there and let my uncle investigate thoroughly?" At this, Manager Qian was thrown into a panic. He had dared to deceive these students because they were naive about the world, but he knew well that commoners should not contend with officials. Thus, with a thud, he fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly, "Young master, spare me. I was momentarily blinded by greed and lost my senses. That's why I committed such wrongs." Momentarily blinded. I think your audacity knows no bounds. You simply bullied these students because they are young and inexperienced, their parents indifferent, and their masters negligent. So you held them in contempt and grew brazenly avaricious. The assembled scholars felt a pang of bitterness upon hearing this. Indeed, they were neglected, which emboldened even servants to trample on them. "Listen to me, all of you. These students are my students. If their parents won't care for them, I will. From now on, I will shoulder the responsibility of a master. As long as I remain at Xingchuan Academy, I will never allow any student to be bullied." Shi Yu'an's voice rang out with resolute strength. No one had ever seen a woman speak so boldly without restraint, yet her voice and tone unexpectedly filled them with a sense of reassurance and reliability. Moreover, as a woman, she dared to step forward to defend them, using her frail frame to withstand the ordeal of these people. It was rather moving. "I've probably put on a good enough show, but these words only work on the students. Just a few sentences won't be enough to handle these insolent servants. To deal with them, I need to latch onto a powerful backer. Whether I succeed or not, I'll bluff them for now. Think about it. No matter how little these students are valued, they are still children of officials. Their parents hold power and influence, or at least wealth. They could crush you with a flick of their fingers. I am no different from their parents in my devotion to these children. If you embezzlers, the disrespectful, the hypocrites. If their parents find out, you'll be in for a world of trouble." Manager Qian and the others instantly changed color. But the students felt a twinge of guilt. Their families probably weren't that protective of them. Still, Shi Yu'an had at least gotten one thing right. They might be unloved at home, but that didn't mean they were lambs to the slaughter. Their families still cared about face. Among them were the young master of the Duke's mansion, the legitimate son of the Grand Tutor, and scions of marquisates and ministries, mostly children of powerful aristocratic families. Their families could exile them to this infamous Xingchuan Academy, but they would never allow outsiders to bully them. That would be a slap to their parents' faces. Shi Yu'an swept a cold gaze over the crowd. "Now I'll give you a chance to confess everything. If you conceal even a sliver, I'll send word to the students' families immediately, and then you'll know the consequences." Manager Qian, trembling with fear, begged for mercy and poured out the details of the embezzled silver, no longer daring to scheme. Shi Yu'an then said to the students, "From now on, each of you will write a letter home every week recounting everything that happens in the academy in meticulous detail, at least 800 characters. When you're done, I'll have someone deliver them to your families." The students all protested loudly. They had poor relations with their families. Why the hell should they write letters home? Another group was even more distressed. What was a letter home? How to write one? 800 characters. That would be the death of them. Pei Yan led the opposition. A letter home. Even a dog wouldn't write one. "You must write, or I'll personally go tell your parents about your behavior. Then I'll be the one to decide what kind of image you have." Pei Yan let out a sarcastic laugh, and the others remained indifferent. "Tattle. Do you think we care? You don't think I'll actually tattle, do you?" Shi Yu'an revealed a sinister smile. Everyone looked at her with a sense of foreboding. Shi Yu'an smiled and said, "Far from tattling, I'll tell your families that you've been exceptionally diligent, hardworking, and dedicated here at the academy. For instance, Pei Yan, I'll tell your family that you're always ready to help others and protect the weak. That you rise before dawn every day to wipe all the tables. That during morning runs you carry the students who can't keep up across the finish line. That you'd rather go hungry yourself to give your meal to a classmate. It's you and only you." Shi Yu'an pointed at Pei Yan with a face full of sincerity and emotion. Self-sacrificing, classmate-loving Pei Yan. Pei Yan was instantly disgusted. "Enough. Do you think I'm that stupid? The academy tables are cleaned by servants. Nobody runs in the morning here. As for meals, everyone eats the same. I'm not giving away a damn thing. I say you did so you did. If you didn't you can still do it. Shi Yu'an threatened with a smile. Who would believe your lies? Tell it enough times, and someone will. Pei Yan's face darkened. Shi Yu'an was destroying his authority. Even at Qingchuan Academy, he wanted to be the undisputed tyrant, caring for classmates. He would never do that. And the rest of you, let me think what to fabricate. I got it. The ones who like fighting. I'll say they've already apologized to their opponents. The cricket fighters, they've reformed. The womanizers, they're pining after the pretty widow down the mountain. What gives you the right to do that? Several students protested vehemently. Amid the noise that nearly lifted the roof, they heard Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts. Don't you understand what it means to borrow power from a tiger? Having you write letters home is to intimidate these servants. They aren't afraid of you, but they are afraid of your parents. So that was it. The students fell silent. They really hadn't thought that far. If I don't use your family's power to intimidate these servants, they'll only get worse. Next thing you know, they'll be stealing and selling things. There was one youngest student, named Shi Yu'an, who bumped into a thief in the middle of the night, got scared so badly his illness flared up and died. Little Shi Yu'an, who had been sitting quietly in the corner listening to Shi Yu'an, was now pale and trembling. He would be scared to death. The refined-looking student next to Shi Yu'an's face changed. He quickly grasped Shi Yu'an's hand and whispered in his ear, "Don't be afraid. I will never let that happen." Luo Xingzhou acted swiftly. He actually brought in people from the yamen, and soon they had thoroughly investigated Manager Qian and the others. The money had been embezzled by Manager Qian and the academy's head steward. The other cooks were not directly involved. The yamen personnel took the offenders away while the rest stayed to await orders. Master Shi, how would you like to arrange these people? Luo Xingzhou asked. Shi Yu'an was puzzled. Me arrange them. Luo Xingzhou smiled and nodded. Because you are now the only master here. Then we need to recruit more masters. Pei Yan taunted. I heard that the moment they learned you were coming, all the masters stormed off, refusing to work with you. With you around, the entire capital probably can't find a single master willing to come to Qingchuan Academy. You keep calling me a wastrel, but you're just a good-for-nothing yourself. He expected Shi Yu'an to be ashamed, but instead she was inwardly ecstatic. No boss, no superior, no scheming colleagues. This is freaking awesome. But being alone means too much work. Doing several jobs for one salary, that's not a good deal. Pei Yan was speechless. Does she have no shame? It was clearly because of her that the other masters left. Luo Xingzhou stepped in to mediate. Master Shi, the student council will ask the dean to select some reliable people. You can arrange them as you see fit. He specifically added, then you will be the most senior master at the academy. Shi Yu'an looked at Luo Xingzhou with gratitude. Little Luo, you're such a good person, but good people don't live long. You die too young. Luo Xingzhou gave an awkward smile. He had almost forgotten about that. But since Shi Yu'an hadn't died, General Shi probably wouldn't beat him to death, right? Shi Yu'an looked at the cook who had been beaten earlier. His unyielding demeanor impressed her, so she asked, what's your name? Zhang Chengren. Shi Yu'an searched through the character archives and found him indeed. Oh, this is a remarkable figure. Luo Xingzhou and the others who were about to leave pretended to stay and eat their thin porridge. Zhang Chengren comes from a family of cooks for generations. Despite his disability, he worked hard to perfect his culinary skills. After the Qing kingdom fell, he was captured by enemy generals to cook for them because of his skill. But he harbored great righteousness, poisoning the enemy generals' meals, killing several of them. For that he was hacked to death by swords, his corpse left exposed in the wilderness, devoured by wild dogs. Luo Xingzhou scrutinized Zhang Chengren seriously. This seemingly ordinary cook displayed such righteousness that it was rather admirable. But Shi Yu'an said he was disabled in body but firm in spirit. Was it just because of this beating? It seemed that even if this incident hadn't erupted, Manager Qian would have forced him to take the blame in the future. This man is honest and dutiful, a man of righteousness. Keeping him is better than keeping those treacherous and cunning ones. The others also looked at Zhang Chengren with shining eyes. The future is still far off, but Shi Yu'an said, he cooks well. Let me think, what reasonable excuse can I find to make him the head chef? Shi Yu'an felt a bit troubled. But before he could speak, Luo Xingzhou said, the kitchen cannot be without a head chef now. Why not pick one with good skills among these cooks to take charge? Hearing this, Shi Yu'an was thinking of how to subtly recommend Zhang Chengren when Pei Yan made a suggestion. Have these cooks each make some food, and whoever has the best skill becomes the head chef. Oh, this fool Pei Yan actually has some ideas. No wonder he managed to rise from a soldier to a young general all by himself. Pei Yan's eyes lit up. Could he really go to the battlefield and slay enemies in the future, and become a general? He didn't even dare to think about it now. However, being a general is useless. If provoked by an enemy, he loses his composure, and in turn he bungles military intelligence and loses his life. Pei Yan felt deflated, his mood instantly plummeting from the mountaintop to the bottom of the valley. Just as his father said, he had no ability and a body full of bad habits. He would never amount to anything. Luo Xingzhou had the cooks compete. Since it was morning, they were asked to make a simple dish, noodles. While waiting, Luo Xingzhou deliberately steered the conversation toward Pei Yan's family. Speaking of which, the Pei residence has always been managed in perfect order by Lady Pei. How about you write a letter home, Pei Yan, and ask her to send 2 reliable people to the academy? Pei Yan glanced at him, but said nothing. Oh no, that lady Pei doesn't want to send people to Pei Yan. She wants to send him straight to heaven. Shi Yu'an indeed began to mock inwardly. Speaking of which, it's also Pei Yan and his father's fault. The father and son are of the same temperament, never speaking out about matters. Pei Yan, a proud and stubborn youth who clearly longs for his father's approval, yet deliberately causes trouble to attract his father's attention. He causes disturbances today, provokes trouble tomorrow with constant big and small problems. When he was younger, it was even more extreme. He deliberately took cold baths to make himself sick with fever, then pitifully begged for comfort. Unfortunately, the more he stirred up trouble, the more the Duke thought him immature. Even when he had a high fever, the Duke only thought he was faking illness and didn't even glance at him. He fought a duel covered in injuries to win a precious dagger just to give to his father, but the Duke scolded him for fooling around. He wounded someone who slandered his late mother, yet the Duke thought he was bullying the weak and punished him to kneel in the ancestral hall. Whenever something happened, as long as someone complained, the Duke would conclude it was his fault without even asking. TSK. What a pitiful child. Everyone secretly looked at Pei Yan, never expecting that the little tyrant Master Pei was actually a pitiful soul. Luo Xingzhou also looked over, but only withdrew his gaze after Pei Yan shot him a glare. Pei Yan disliked being pitied and had long been accustomed to being ignored. The things he did when he was young, thinking back, were truly foolish. And Shi Yu'an too. Why didn't she quickly explain how he was framed instead of mumbling about these stale, old matters? He was no longer that foolish Pei Yan who wholeheartedly sought his father's favor. He was now Pei Yan, cold-blooded, ruthless, disregarding all family ties, and walking alone. Duke Pei as well. He didn't cherish his son while he was present, yet when his son left he risked danger to save him. Even knowing it might be a trap, he jumped in without hesitation, ultimately ending up with a corpse not intact. Pei Yan suddenly stood up. Realizing everyone was looking at him, he stammered, "The noodles aren't done yet. First give me a bowl of porridge." He really is a fool. He can even stomach that porridge. Speaking of which, Pei Yan is indeed not smart, always going against his father, yet he doesn't know that among all children the Duke values him the most. Pei Yan was stunned. Impossible. Ever since his father had a son with his stepmother, he, the eldest son, had long lost his position in the family. If he truly valued him most, how could he have been so cold all along? How could he never care about his feelings? He absolutely didn't believe that cold, selfish man valued him. The Duke had every intention of passing on the heir title to Pei Yan, which was why he was especially strict with him. The Pei family had served as officials for generations, and the title had been passed down for 3 generations. Its lasting prosperity was due to strict family precepts, and especially the future head of the family was held to the highest standards. He placed the hope of the Duke's mansion on Pei Yan, yet discovered that Pei Yan only knew how to act fiercely and recklessly, was impulsive and hot-tempered, and easily caused trouble. He was deeply disappointed. Yet even so, the Duke never thought of giving up on Pei Yan. He even bore the pressure from the clan elders refusing to petition for the younger son to be appointed heir. Pei Yan was shocked inwardly. His father wanted to pass the heir title to him, but others all said that the reason he hadn't petitioned for the title was that he was waiting for the second brother to grow up. And if he truly favored him, why had he never told him? Father and son are father and son after all. They care for each other, and reconciliation is only a matter of time. But the problem was that between the Pei father and son, there was a venomous stepmother. This stepmother appeared kind and gentle in front of Pei Yan, completely obedient to him, while also gaining Duke Pei's trust, creating many misunderstandings between the father and son. She had always maintained a facade of kindness and magnanimity, a White Lotus persona, while portraying Pei Yan as a profligate who caused trouble daily, all in order to give her own son a chance to inherit the title. Poor Pei Yan didn't know that his stepmother's kindness was to spoil him into ruin. Spoil into ruin. Although Pei Yan didn't know the term White Lotus persona, he could roughly guess its meaning. But he truly hadn't noticed such scheming from his stepmother. This stepmother was also patient, secretly plotting for so many years, appearing to contend for nothing, yet she had done 2 things sufficient to destroy Pei Yan. First, she spoiled him into ruin, making Pei Yan impulsive and hot-tempered, acting without regard for consequences, so that his reputation as a profligate spread far and wide. Second, after taking over the management of the Duke's household, she would use large sums of money to pave the way for her own son. This was also why Duke Pei's 3 petitions for Pei Yan to be appointed heir were all rejected. 3 petitions. Pei Yan almost lost control of his expression. So his father had indeed petitioned for him, but it failed because of his bad reputation. These 2 matters had now produced good results. Pei Yan's reputation was ruined, while her son had become a companion to the prince and caught the emperor's eye. And she would soon take the next step. Another step. Pei Yan already found his stepmother's scheming terrifying. He hadn't expected she still wouldn't let him go. Shi Yu'an looked at Pei Yan with sympathy. Pei Yan instantly read the meaning in her eyes and wished he could give her a good scolding. She's the fool. Her whole family are fools. Pei Yan is such an utter fool. His wicked stepmother is plotting to take his and his sister's lives, yet he still believes they are a loving mother and filial son. He's been sold and is still counting the money. Sister. Pei Yan's thoughts turned to his own full-blooded sister Pei Zhu, and his heart instantly tightened. Could it be that the stepmother was going to make a move against her? But Pei Zhu was the sole daughter of the duke's mansion, obedient and filial, and posed no threat to the second son. Why would the stepmother scheme against her? Speaking of which, the duchess's scheming against Pei Zhu was all because of Pei Yan. Because of me. Pei Yan was shocked. The wicked stepmother had already begun seeking a son-in-law for Pei Yan's blood sister Pei Zhu. Thanks to the persona she had cultivated over the years, the duke trusted her completely and had entrusted all matters of Pei Zhu's marriage to her. The wicked stepmother selected a refined gentleman for Pei Zhu, a man of decent family background and talent with whom the duke was also well pleased. But they did not know that the man chosen by the stepmother was outwardly a gentleman as pure as the wind and moon, yet in private, he was a beast in human clothing, taking pleasure in tormenting women. Within half a year of marrying him, Pei Zhu was tortured to death. Pei Yan suddenly smashed the bowl of porridge beside him. Shi Yu'an looked over and Luo Xingzhou immediately said, "This porridge is truly unpalatable. Pei Yan, if you cannot eat it, then don't." Shi Yu'an rolled her eyes. Truly ignorant of the hardships of the world. If it's hard to swallow, just smash the bowl. When the Qing kingdom is conquered, you'll have to eat chaff and swallow weeds. And you still have the heart to think about food. Your sister is about to be married off to a scumbag. Her marriage is a trap set for you, designed to provoke you into some grave mistake. That stepmother of yours is utterly inhuman. Deliberately, she told that scumbag to do as he pleased, that the duke's mansion would not pursue the matter. Otherwise, with the duke's backing, Pei Zhu would not have suffered so cruelly. Shi Yu'an thought of the poor girl's tragic fate and could not help but sigh inwardly. Pei Zhu was tortured beyond recognition by that beast named Zheng Cheng, yet her condition was concealed by the stepmother. It was only later, when Pei Zhu was abused to death during her pregnancy, that he deliberately let Pei Yan know the truth of her death. Pei Yan clenched his teeth, his hands trembling with rage. Pei Yan and Pei Zhu were not very close, but still she was his own sister. Upon learning of this, he naturally went to settle accounts with that scumbag. Alas, it must be said that Pei Yan was too impulsive. Instead of going to the authorities or his father, he ran off on his own to beat the man and ended up beating him to death. And now, without the stepmother even lifting a finger, he had essentially sealed his own doom. Pei Yan lowered his head, suppressing his fury. This was indeed something he was capable of doing. And right now he wanted to do exactly that. Not only did he want to kill the scumbag who had caused his sister's death, but also the venomous stepmother. For the sake of scheming against him, she had destroyed Pei Zhu, who had always regarded her as a mother. This was worse than a beast. The duke intended to use his own title to plead with the emperor for a chance to spare Pei Yan's life, but how could the stepmother agree? She had plotted for so long just for that very title. So while the duke was at court begging for mercy, she deceived Pei Yan, telling him that the duke was going to sever ties with him and demand his life. Then, feigning sympathy, she handed him forged household registration and travel permits, urging him to flee for his life. When the duke returned, she told him that Pei Yan had fled in fear of punishment. What a venomous scheme. Pei Yan could not help but slam his fist onto the table. Shi Yu'an looked over suspiciously, only to see Luo Xingzhou also slap the table and say, "This porridge is far too awful. Let's not eat it." The other students also joined in cursing the dreadful porridge, then declared that they would never allow such porridge in the dining hall again, threatening to smash the place if it reappeared. Shi Yu'an shook her head helplessly. Indeed, ancient students were no different from modern ones. Everyone goes through a rebellious phase in adolescence. Just as she was about to listen further, the cooks brought out the bowls of noodles. Each person had made 12 bowls of noodles, and it was left to Shi Yu'an and the students to choose freely. Although the students already knew the outcome and had intended to casually taste and then vote for Zhang Qingren, they were all stunned when they actually tasted Zhang Qingren's noodles. How could a simple bowl of shredded pork noodles be so delicious? The overwhelming fragrance awakened the palate, the clear broth had a rich flavor, and the noodles were springy and smooth. One bite was irresistible. Those who had taken a single bite wanted another, but others snatched their chopsticks away. "Hey, I haven't even tasted it yet." "You're drooling all over. Step away, or how can I eat?" "What's there to fight over? It's just a bowl of noodles." "Holy crap, this is incredible. Whoever tries to take mine will be my sworn enemy. Fine then, today we sever our father-son relationship." "Get lost." Shi Yu'an was also very surprised. She knew it would be good, but not this good. Truly a culinary skill coveted even by enemy generals. Zhang Qingren, the god of cookery. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Qingren earned his place as the head cook through his own ability. In the small bamboo grove, everyone gathered around Pei Yan. Luo Xingzhou was the first to ask, "What do you think?" "What else can I think?" Pei Yan punched a tree trunk. "I'm going down the mountain right now to kill that poisonous woman." "No." Luo Xingzhou stopped him. "You have no evidence that she harmed you. Acting rashly will only anger the duke. Who cares about that old man?" Pei Yan was about to curse, but then remembered that his father would even die to save him, and he found himself unable to continue. "In any case, scheming against me. I'll make her pay." "There's no rush," Luo Xingzhou pointed out the key issue. "The urgent matter is to stop Miss Pei Zhu from marrying." Pei Yan stood up. "I'll go down the mountain right now." Luo Xingzhou blocked him. "If you rush home now and claim that your sister's future husband is a scumbag, who will believe you? If they don't believe me, I'll just cripple that bastard and turn him into a eunuch." Then see how he marries Pei Zhu. Wouldn't that play right into your stepmother's trap? Pei Yan's mind was filled with rage, leaving no room for rational thought. I don't care about any trap. I don't care what happens to me. I just want that dog dead. Luo Xingzhou's patience wore thin. He taunted, aren't you acting just like Master Shi said? Impulsive and brainless. She's no master. Pei Yan raised his fist at him. Don't stop me, or I'll hit whoever gets in my way. Accustomed to doing as he pleased, Pei Yan could not listen to Luo Xingzhou's advice. He pushed him aside and rushed off. In the classroom, Shi Yu'an was preparing lessons. She had looked over their previous curriculum, and she had to admit that the coursework of this era was far more extensive than she had imagined. It was mainly centered on Confucian classics and the 6 arts, including mathematics, music, horseback riding, and archery, and even extended to law, astronomy, geography. But that was under normal circumstances. A school like Qingchuan Academy, which was far from normal, was not so structured. Usually the teachers taught whatever they knew. Most of the time, they merely kept the students from running off, and had them read essays and practice calligraphy. Yet even with such simple assignments, these students were hardly cooperative. The homework they turned in was utterly appalling. Some wrote 10 characters with 8 errors, others drew a tortoise on the teacher's face, some composed doggerel, insulting the academy director, and most simply submitted blank pages out of laziness. Earlier, she had worried that the students of Qingchuan Academy were of different ages, and that some might fall behind, making unified teaching difficult. Now there was no need to worry. Everyone would start from first grade. First, they would work on character recognition and calligraphy, which would also help her get familiar with the material. Then mathematics must not be neglected. Although she had not taught math in her previous life, having experienced advanced education, she had no problem teaching the ancients. As for the rest, musical rhythm, she was tone deaf. Painting, she was an abstract artist. Horseback riding and archery, she wanted to learn too. Well, she would have to recruit new teachers. While Shi Yu'an was deep in thought, she saw a dark shadow flicker outside the window. Then the window was pushed open and a figure leaped in. The person who entered was Pei Yan. There were guards at the academy gate. Students had to seek the master's permission to leave, so Pei Yan came to find Shi Yu'an. You want to take leave and ask me to write a permission slip? Shi Yu'an asked. What reason? Family matters, Pei Yan replied casually. Denied. That excuse is too vague. Shi Yu'an refused ruthlessly. I'm sick, Pei Yan said without changing his expression. Shi Yu'an looked him over. You don't look it. My father is dying. Pei Yan gritted his teeth. Shi Yu'an sneered. You are indeed a filial son to your father, but lying is not a good virtue. Pei Yan grew anxious. Why do you care? Anyway, I'm going down the mountain. Seeing Pei Yan's urgent look, Shi Yu'an felt a bit puzzled. It seemed that Pei Zhu's betrothal was approaching in these few days. Was Pei Yan in such a hurry to go back to attend the betrothal banquet? That didn't make sense. Pei Yan and Pei Zhu weren't close. Would he really return early for her? Shi Yu'an cleared her throat and deliberately said, Is there some happy event in your family these days? Is that why you want to take leave? Marriage is a big matter. If that's the reason, I can make an exception. No, Pei Yan said bluntly. There won't be any happy event because I'm going back to kill the scumbag who wants to marry my sister. Shi Yu'an was speechless. Why wouldn't this man take the out she offered? Instead, he smashed the staircase. If you say that, how can I dare give you the leave slip? What if something happens and they come after me? As a master, I'd be held responsible. And how does Pei Yan know the man marrying his sister is a scumbag? Classmate Pei Yan, you're a student. How can you talk about killing? That's not good. Pei Yan glanced coldly and said, Someone told me that the man engaged to my sister is a scumbag. Anyway, this is my family affair. It's none of your business. If I kill someone, it has nothing to do with you. Oh, which kind soul, told Pei Yan. What a good deed. Pei Yan is so anxious for his sister. He does have some brotherly qualities. But he can't be so impulsive. Thinking this, Shi Yu'an advised. Pei Yan, have you considered that right now only you know the man who wants to marry your sister is a scumbag? If you go back and chop him down, how will you explain it to outsiders? Pei Yan's eyes were full of hostility. Explain? Screw that. A scumbag like that deserves to be cut down. I'm sending him to reincarnation right now. What are you saying? Mind your manners. After saying this, Shi Yu'an realized that this was not a student from her later life, but an ancient noble who could strike at any moment. She had no choice but to continue earnestly persuading. Young man, don't be impulsive when things happen. Calm down and think. There are always more solutions than difficulties. As your master, I can't just watch you do something foolish. Foolish. If you kill someone, you'll be the wrongdoer. Your sister will never be able to marry into a good family. This Pei Yan, he's all brawn and no brain. No wonder he was schemed by Lady Pei until he lost even his underwear. Shut up. I don't need your meddling. Pei Yan had been a bit wavering, but after hearing Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts, he became furious and turned to leave. Pei Yan. Shi Yu'an chased to the door, but saw that he had already run far away. Just then Luo Xingzhou entered. Shi Yu'an asked, Why didn't you stop him? Pei Yan has practiced martial arts since childhood. If he wants to leave, no one can stop him, Luo Xingzhou explained. Then why are you here? Shi Yu'an asked. What to do? This matter could have been solved in a better way. If he really kills that scumbag, wouldn't it just play into the wicked stepmother's hands? I have to find a way to stop him. Luo Xingzhou lowered his eyes and replied. This student came to report that Pei Yan plans to climb over the wall to leave the academy tonight. I hope the master will stop him. Huh. Shi Yu'an was shocked. Even the master can't do that. I didn't expect Luo Xingzhou to tattle. Looks like this master's lackey, the class monitor role, is definitely yours. Luo Xingzhou couldn't help but clench his back teeth before speaking calmly. Pei Yan has an urgent family matter. He could have gone down the mountain without asking the master for leave, but he came to you specifically. Perhaps he also wanted to seek a good method from the master. Really? I don't believe it. Shi Yu'an thought. Is that so? Then I'm honored, Shi Yu'an said aloud. To impart knowledge, teach skills, and resolve doubts is also the master's duty, Luo Xingzhou said with a smile on his lips, but a serious expression as he bowed to Shi Yu'an. I beg the master to generously instruct and help Pei Yan resolve this crisis. Will you listen to me? Luo Xingzhou nodded seriously. This student will certainly heed the master's words, but perhaps not the words you speak aloud. But I have no one under my command. Pei Yan has practiced martial arts since childhood. He's so stubborn and has a terrible temper. If I go to stop him myself, I'll get beaten up. Luo Xingzhou immediately added, You are the master. The academy guards are at your disposal. They are all professionally trained and numerous. Even Pei Yan can't fight four hands with two fists. Shi Yu'an felt a bit relieved and rubbed her hands as she asked, What about the cost of dispatching the guards? And we might need to prepare some tools, and such, the funds. If I have no money, who will truly listen to me? I won't work at my own expense. Rest assured, master. All expenses incurred by the master in the academy, whether for teaching students or for your own use, are covered by the academy. As for your monthly stipend, it's usually 10 taels per month. When the headmaster returns, it can be renegotiated. The treatment is not bad, but can Luo Xingzhou, a student, really make it count? Shi Yu'an harbored doubts. Luo Xingzhou immediately presented the headmaster's decree. Holding the headmaster's decree is equivalent to the headmaster himself. You can order all the academy attendants, command the guards, discipline students, and withdraw money within reasonable limits. Before the headmaster left, he entrusted this to me. Now that the master has arrived, I hand it over to you. Can I also order you to work? Naturally, the student is your student, so I should obey the master's teachings. Luo Xingzhou, you are truly too well behaved. Although a bit sly, respecting the teacher is etched in your bones. What a good boy. Good boy. Luo Xingzhou felt his ears grow hot. He was just following the master's instructions to see how Shi Yu'an would handle Pei Yan's problem. Shi Yu'an was moved. She even saw a shadow of her former students in him, and suddenly felt a bit nostalgic. Classmate Luo, from now on you are this master's right-hand man, the class monitor of our rogue class. As long as you do well, I'll give you high marks in the semester end evaluation, no full marks. Luo Xingzhou nodded with a red face. I'll leave Pei Yan's matter to you, master. Rest assured, Pei Yan is my student. Even without any benefit, I have no reason to stand by. This is the resolve worthy of an excellent master. I can't ignore it either. With only these few students, if one more leaves, how can I complete my task? Luo Xingzhou thought to himself, if you hadn't added that thought, I might have almost believed you. On the surface, he pretended to be deeply moved. Master is righteous. What does the master plan to do? Shi Yu'an pondered and said, Well, it's not a difficult matter. It just might require your help. Luo Xingzhou's eyes flickered, then he immediately lowered his eyelids and said, Master, sure, go ahead. This student will cooperate fully. That relative you mentioned, who works at the government office. Luo Xingzhou was momentarily stunned before recalling, That's my fifth uncle. Whether it's your first uncle or second uncle, they're all your uncles. Asking him to look into a small matter should work, right? He's family, so of course. Shi Yu'an felt relieved and asked, When is Pei Yan's sister's betrothal? The Naji betrothal ceremony is in 3 days. There will be a banquet at the Duke's mansion inviting those close to the mansion. It should be in time. Hurry and send a letter to your uncle asking him to. Shi Yu'an whispered something in Luo Xingzhou's ear. Luo Xingzhou listened, and a look of shock gradually appeared in his eyes. Luo Xingzhou immediately wrote a letter to inform Prince Jin Xiao Jingyue of the matter. After learning about the cook Zhang Qingye's incident, Xiao Jingyue became convinced that Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts had the ability to foresee the future. Moreover, Shi Yu'an possessed a character compendium knowing everyone's future trajectory. Though this ability was astonishing, if used well it might yield great results. After all, Shi Yu'an had said that the Qing kingdom would soon fall. Over the years, the Qing kingdom had indeed accumulated many malpractices, which was why he had been traveling extensively. As an idle prince, he held no official court position, yet served as the emperor's eyes and ears, traveling under the guise of study to inspect the people's conditions. Naturally, he knew that the current situation of the Qing kingdom was far from optimistic. Upon reading Luo Xingzhou's account of the Pei family, he was quite astonished. He had assumed that the Duke of Pei, who governed his army with strict discipline, would also manage his household with clarity, but he never expected such corruption and filth within. Furthermore, Shi Yu'an said that Pei Yan possessed extraordinary talent and would one day sacrifice himself for the nation, dying young on the battlefield. Even the Duke of Pei would meet a tragic end, and all this tragedy would stem from a mere domestic struggle. This must be prevented. Xiao Jingyue immediately wrote back to Luo Xingzhou, Stop Pei Yan. If that proves impossible, take the direct approach and eliminate his stepmother Su Shi. This matter concerns the generals of the Qing kingdom, and thus the very survival of the nation. Since this Su Shi harbors such venomous intentions and would cause such great trouble in the future, it would be better to kill her outright to eliminate the root of the problem. But before he finished his reply, a letter from Shi Yu'an arrived. It was another thick stack of paper with crooked handwriting and numerous typos, yet the reasoning was fairly clear. First, she mentioned the troubles in the Pei family and Pei Yan's intention to flee, which aligned with what Luo Xingzhou had said, except she attributed the source of the information to Luo Xingzhou and Pei Yan themselves, claiming they had uncovered it on their own. Then came her plan for handling the matter. Unlike Xiao Jingyue's straightforward approach of eliminating Su Shi, Shi Yuan's method was far more roundabout. She hoped to first prevent Pei Yan from making mistakes, reconcile the father and son, and then expose Su Shi's misdeeds to the public, seeking justice for Pei Yan. Xiao Jingyue didn't understand why they had to go through such trouble. Once Su Shi was dead, Pei Yan would eventually become the heir of the duke, and father and son would surely reconcile in time. But the following pages silenced him. They were all about Pei Yan, his past, the grievances he had suffered, and the reasons he had become the person he was now. Then Shi Yu'an elaborated on her plan in detail, all based on Pei Yan's inner feelings, meticulous and thoughtful, every word considering his well-being. Reading this letter, Xiao Jingyue felt his own heart deeply touched. Even a tutor, let alone biological parents, few would consider so much for a child. It seemed that Shi Yu'an, though not well-versed in letters, genuinely wished to be a good tutor. So he set aside his previous reply and wrote a new one to Luo Xingzhou, instructing him to cooperate with Shi Yu'an's actions and to seek help from the Prince Jin's residence if difficulties arose. At the same time, he earnestly replied to Shi Yu'an, engaging in a discussion with her, as he was quite intrigued by her notion of students' mental health. Shi Yu'an also said that students were educated without discrimination, and that the students of Qingchuan Academy were not the good-for-nothings people claimed, but simply lacked suitable educational methods. This view was refreshing to him. Perhaps the turning point that person had mentioned had arrived. Meanwhile, Shi Yu'an also received a reply from Mr. Xingzhou. Seeing that he approved and supported her plan, she was overjoyed and almost viewed him as a kindred spirit. Moreover, he humbly sought her advice, which moved her deeply. I thought ancient people would be very rigid, but surprisingly, an old scholar like Mr. Xingzhou is quite open-minded. When I meet him in the future, I must have a long conversation with him and become a close friend across ages. Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Luo Xingzhou's expression turned complicated. Old scholar friendship across ages. Did Prince Jin know this was how he was perceived by Shi Yu'an? Just as he was pondering, he heard Shi Yu'an mutter inwardly. The difference between people is indeed greater than that between humans and dogs. Mr. Xingzhou is humble and magnanimous, while that Prince Jin is arrogant and petty. Last time I said I didn't eat his rice and told him to mind his own business. He actually sent me a sack of rice, saying, if you want to eat my rice, just say so. I'm not such a stingy person, and also said he was worried I might not survive at the academy, so he gave me rice to keep me from starving. What a dog looking down on a man. Hearing this, Luo Xingzhou could barely suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. He knew Shi Yu'an corresponded with Mr. Xingzhou, but had no idea she was also in contact with Prince Jin. Yet from the tone of their exchange, her relationship with Prince Jin seemed to have soured. He really wanted to know what expression she would have when she learned that Mr. Xingzhou and Prince Jin were the same person. But for now, the most important matter was Pei Yan's affair. Besides the prince's instructions, he was also curious about Shi Yu'an's upcoming arrangements. The Duke of Pei's second wife was nothing to fear. If it were him, he would let Pei Yan do as he wished. A person like Pei Yan, always on the brink of exploding, could be a sharp blade if wielded well. But Shi Yu'an clearly had different ideas. What would she do? Classmate Luo, are you ready? Shi Yu'an asked. Luo Xingzhou nodded. Everything is ready. That night, a figure furtively slipped to the corner of the wall under the dim moonlight, then, with a swift leap, scaled the high wall. Succeeding on the first try, he felt a bit smug and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. No matter how high the wall, it couldn't stop a free heart. As long as he jumped down, he would successfully leave the academy. Freedom was within reach. Just as he was about to leap, a large net suddenly descended from above, enveloping him completely. Before he could resist, the net tightened, hoisting him high into the air. More importantly, as he was caught, a group of people came running with lanterns, illuminating the entire night sky. His captured state was thus clearly visible to all his fellow students. He, the proud Master Pei, the invincible and arrogant Master Pei, was hoisted up in a net before everyone. Like prey caught in a trap, unable to move at the mercy of others. Let me go. Who gave you permission to stop me? If you dare provoke me, I'll make sure you die without a burial. I did. What of it? The guards parted and Shi Yu'an strode out with an imposing air. Pei Yan climbing the wall at midnight, attempting to skip school, violating academy rules. You are hereby issued a demerit. Pei Yan roared. Who the hell made these rules? When were there ever such rules? I made them just now, Shi Yu'an declared with utter confidence. Pei Yan glared at her with murderous intent. What right do you have? Her hair stirred in the night breeze, but her eyes gleamed with sharp determination. Because you are a student and I am the academy's only teacher. My rules are the academy's rules. Let everyone remember within this academy, regardless of your status or your reasons, you must obey the rules. Everyone was taken aback by Shi Yu'an's imposing demeanor, surprised that she would dare to reprimand even Pei Yan. Could she truly be striving to become a conscientious and responsible master? Impressive, isn't it? Submit to the iron-fisted rule of this outstanding teacher, you little brats. Ha 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 ha. The crowd. Well, we were overthinking. Shi Yu'an. Pei Yan ground his teeth in fury, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Call me master. Shi Yu'an lectured the boy who looked like a beast about to go berserk. Why are you so ill-mannered, child? You must learn to respect your teacher. Bah. Shi Yu'an, you actually dared to lay a hand on me, and still expect me to respect you. Once I return to my mansion, I'll make you pay back double. Shi Yu'an's expression shifted slightly. Hey Pei, let's get this straight. I never laid a hand on you. As an outstanding teacher, corporal punishment is unacceptable. In her past life as an excellent teacher, Shi Yu'an naturally knew her limits. As long as I didn't personally strike, it doesn't count as corporal punishment. If anyone asks, the net did it itself. Shi Yu'an, if you have the guts, let me out, and I'll challenge you to a duel. I'm not going to fight a little brat like you. Shi Yu'an turned to the guard and instructed, guard, you've worked hard. Since we can't lay hands on the child, just carry young Master Pei back to his dormitory like this. Pei Yan struggled desperately. Shi Yu'an, what are you trying to do? What else? Just what a teacher should do. Concern myself with every move a student makes, ensure they get ample rest. You must understand your teacher's good intentions. Shi Yu'an spoke with righteous indignation, then turned to instruct the guards, be careful, don't bump into anything, and don't let him escape. There's a midnight snack prepared for everyone in the dining hall. Take turns eating. I won't keep you company. It's late, and I have classes tomorrow. Shi Yu'an, you're asking for death. Shi Yu'an, I'll kill you. Shi Yu'an. The West Courtyard, the academy's dormitory for students, echoed with Pei Yan's curses all night long. Fortunately, Shi Yu'an lived in the Shaoguan courtyard on the east side, so she was unaffected and slept soundly. The other students feared provoking Pei Yan and wanted to help, but were all stopped by Luo Xingzhou. Young Master Luo, aren't you afraid Lord Pei will truly lose his temper? Nothing to fear. Luo Xingzhou smiled calmly. When have you ever seen Pei Yan vent his anger on the innocent? The others were stunned for a moment before they understood. You mean it's Shi Yu'an who's locked up Lord Pei, not us, so Lord Pei will only take it out on Shi Yu'an, right? Luo Xingzhou's expression was unreadable. Xingchuan Academy hasn't been this lively in a long time. Isn't it fun to watch the show? Brilliant. Young Master Luo plans to use Shi Yu'an to keep Lord Pei here, while simultaneously making Shi Yu'an thoroughly offend Lord Pei. When Lord Pei returns home, he'll surely have Shi Yu'an expelled from the academy. Minhan walked past Luo Xingzhou with a medical book and asked Luo Xingzhou, what are you planning? Do you also want Shi Yu'an to leave the academy? Luo Xingzhou didn't deny it. Shi Yu'an would naturally have to leave the academy, but not yet. Pei Yan was locked up for the night. Pei, do you realize your mistake? If you do, write me a self-criticism. Shi Yu'an came to check on Pei Yan early in the morning. As expected of a martial artist after a whole night, he was still lively as a fish thrashing about in the net. It was fortunate that this net was specially borrowed by Luo Xingzhou from the yamen, a net used to catch criminals woven from reinforced rope. Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to hold him. Pei Yan remained silent, just glaring at her with a dark face, his gaze, as if he wanted to cut her into 1,000 pieces. Are you thinking that as long as I dare to release you, you'll find a way to escape? Pei Yan snorted coldly. If you have the guts, lock me up for life. I don't have the guts to lock you up for life, and I wouldn't do such a thing. But without my consent, you will never escape. Pei Yan looked disdainful. You don't believe me? Then let's make a bet. If you can escape within 3 days, I'll let you go home. If not, from now on, you'll have to listen to me here at the academy. What kind of student haven't I seen? A kid like Pei Yan. Piece of cake. It's a bet. Pei Yan agreed angrily. Shi Yu'an, without any worry, had him released. That very night, Pei Yan tried to climb over the wall again. This time he was smarter and chose the opposite wall. The area was lined with trees, more secluded and harder to spot. Moreover, the branches here were lush and dense, so he wouldn't need that damned fishnet. Sure enough, Pei Yan climbed the wall smoothly, and without a moment's hesitation leaped. Clang! Pei Yan fell straight into a pit. Damn it! Which bastard dug a hole here? I dug it. What's the matter? Shi Yu'an crouched at the mouth of the pit, chewing a blade of grass. Pei Yan's handsome face was smeared with mud and grass clippings, and he roared furiously at Shi Yu'an. You did that on purpose. Your teacher simply thought this row was too empty. Out of the idea of making good use of the land and beautifying the environment, I decided to plant a row of fruit trees here, so I had people dig a row of pits in a hurry. Shi Yu'an asked Luo Xingzhou behind her with an innocent expression. Luo, isn't that right? Under Shi Yu'an's threatening gaze, Luo Xingzhou chose to go along with her and coughed lightly, saying the master is right. Shi Yu'an grinned at Pei Yan with a cocky expression. Heaven's wide road you avoid, but a muddy pit you dive right into. Young Master Pei truly does not walk the beaten path. Pei Yan's face flushed with rage. A whole row of pits. Wherever he jumped, he'd fall into one. She had clearly planned it. Of course I planned it. Kid, I know 100 ways to skip school better than you do. Too bad I didn't get to it this time. Next time I'll have them fill it with manure and see if you still dare to jump. Pei Yan couldn't help roaring. Shi Yu'an, you're despicable, shameless, and human. Hey, how can a student curse at his teacher? What kind of teacher are you? If it weren't for your Boom! The pit collapsed, burying Pei Yan. Quick, save him. Shi Yu'an panicked slightly. How could such a small pit collapse on its own? Fortunately, Pei Yan was only pelted with dirt and was soon pulled out. But the moment he emerged covered in dust, he was met with the mocking gazes of his classmates. What are you looking at? Believe me, I'll gouge out your eyes. Pei Yan cursed viciously. Classmates, everyone has their unlucky moments. Don't laugh at others to their faces, Shi Yu'an said. If you must laugh, turn your backs. Everyone suppressed their smiles and turned around, but their shaking shoulders betrayed them. Pei Yan. He felt utterly powerless in life. It's late, go back to sleep. Shi Yu'an yawned and turned to walk back, thinking to herself, now that the pits are dug, what should I plant? Why not organize a practical activity and have the students plant trees themselves, fertilize them with manure? Shi Yu'an grew more pleased with the idea and was already planning it in her mind. I'll just start a nature class, plant trees in spring, pick fruit in summer, harvest rice in autumn. Let these pampered, grain-ignorant noble brats do some farm work and wear them out. The students exchanged glances, all thinking the same thing. Shi Yu'an must go. The next day, since Shi Yu'an hadn't finalized the curriculum, yet she let the students study on their own. Pei Yan was arranged to sit in the seat right in front of her. But Shi Yu'an didn't want to exchange awkward stares with him, so she simply appointed the class monitor, Luo Xingzhou, to take over. Guards were stationed outside at all times. No matter what Pei Yan did, someone accompanied him. So during the day, he couldn't escape. But because he had failed the previous 2 days, that evening Pei Yan feigned a move and made no actual attempt. On the third day, everyone guessed he had given up. Even Luo Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed his watch over Pei Yan. As a result, Pei Yan escaped that evening. Shi Yu'an stared at the open back door, lost in thought. The door isn't broken, and the lock shows no signs of being forced. So Pei Yan must have opened it with a key directly. Luo Xingzhou stepped forward. Master Shi, I'm sorry. It was my negligence that gave Pei Yan the chance to leave through the back door. However, none of us have the key to the back door. I wonder where he got it. You said earlier that only the dean and the guard captain Zhao Daiyou have keys. I've checked. Zhao Daiyou's key is still there, but one from my set is missing. So without a doubt, Pei Yan took the key from my set. Could it be that Pei Yan took it when you weren't paying attention? Shi Yu'an shook her head, scanning the students, and said, the thief is not Pei Yan. It's one of you. How is that possible? Luo Xingzhou frowned at the crowd. The other students immediately retorted, we would never do such a thing. Don't think that just because you hold the title of master, you can arbitrarily accuse people. What proof do you have that we stole the key? Exactly. Without evidence, don't make false accusations. Luo Xingzhou narrowed his eyes. Master Shi, why not let me investigate this matter? I have evidence. Shi Yu'an smiled confidently and said, I wonder if the thief noticed that the ground in front of the cabinet where I keep the keys feels different from the usual floor. She changed her tone and added, that was specially prepared. Anyone who steps on it will leave clear footprints. Instantly, a few students' faces changed. There are so many of us. Even if there are footprints, how would you know which one? Maybe it wasn't a student at all. Maybe young Master Pei ordered a guard to steal the key. Shi Yu'an shook her head again. In this academy, besides you students and me, the rest are servants. Which servant could wear official boots? Luo Xingzhou's face darkened. Whoever did it stepped forward now. Though a few students' faces had changed, none moved. Shi Yu'an said, the matter of theft can be big or small. Taken lightly, it's a violation of academy rules. Taken seriously, it's a flaw in one's character. In any case, it harms one's reputation. Those who didn't do it certainly wouldn't want to be mistaken for a thief, right? She scanned the crowd. Come, those who didn't do it, step forward to prove your innocence. Most people stepped forward. Minhan said expressionlessly, I was reading medical books. It has nothing to do with me. The youngest Qi Ran and the handsome student beside him also stepped forward. Qi Ran raised his small hand high. I vouch for Mingxiu. He didn't steal the key. Shen Mingxiu also said, Qi Ran and I have been together all along. We can testify for each other. We were playing with stones. Stones with 6 faces, each face carved with dots. I was reading a book, though it was a book with only pictures and no words. Others also stated their innocence one by one. I was cultivating immortality. I was chatting with ants. I was studying 100 ways to write a suicide note. While no one was doing anything productive. In the end, only 3 people remained standing. These 3 were the Academy's notorious troublemaker trio. 1 was Zhu Minglang, plump and gluttonous. 1 was Xiaoqing, sullen and taciturn. And the last was Huang Tianlu, who would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Hey, didn't we agree not to rat each other out? We're all classmates. Why aren't you sticking together? Huang Tianlu shouted angrily. We only agreed not to reveal the identity of the key thief, but we never said we'd let ourselves be tainted. This has nothing to do with me. I'm going back to read. With that, Minhan turned and left. Qi Ran is still young. We can't teach a child to lie. Moreover, we've never been the type to cover for each other. Shen Mingxiu also pulled. Qi Ran away. The others adopted an attitude of complete indifference. We're not familiar. No obligation to be united. Hey you. You're violating the code of brotherhood. Huang Tianlu stamped his feet in rage. Zhu Minglang comforted him. Tianlu, don't worry. Xiaoqing and I are still with you. We're good brothers. We'll never give you away. Huang Tianlu. Thank you so much. The truth is only one. The culprit is you. Shi Yu'an pointed at Huang Tianlu, her gaze righteous and imposing. Under such an atmosphere, Huang Tianlu inexplicably felt a sudden urge to kneel down and confess. Inwardly, as expected of me, I just made up a lie and got the truth. What footprints? I never even thought about preventing Pei Yan from stealing the key. All right. Everyone looked at Shi Yu'an in surprise. Huang Tianlu was so angry he nearly jumped, but was held back by Zhu Minglang and Xiao Qing on either side. Don't be impulsive. You can't hit anyone. One was afraid that Huang Tianlu would reveal his true thoughts. The other feared he might attack Shi Yu'an. Both urgently tried to restrain their good brother. As a result, the two collided, and before Huang Tianlu could react, he was shoved out by both of them. With a plop, he knelt down right in front of Shi Yu'an. Shi Yu'an was startled and quickly stepped back 2 paces. This student, it's great that you can recognize your mistake and correct it. Although you've erred, there's no need to bow so deeply. Inwardly, good heavens. Why kneel so suddenly? Do students nowadays reflect on their mistakes so profoundly? Truly shocking. Shocking. Huang Tianlu at this moment wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. He was the second in command of Qingchuan Academy, second only to Pei Yan. Before entering the academy, he had also achieved the feat of fighting 3 times in one day, every fight ending with injuries. His most glorious moment was when he fought a son of a prince, leaving both sides wounded. That rascal went home to tattle, forcing his father to make him kneel and apologize. He endured 20 strokes of the cane and still refused to kneel. Not kneeling was his bottom line, the pride of Huang Tianlu. In the past, he had upheld it. But now, he had actually knelt. He had knelt before Shi Yu'an, that useless fool. How could he ever recruit underlings in Qingchuan Academy again, issue orders and dream of becoming the boss after Pei Yan was expelled? Heavens, was his life over just like that? No, there was still a chance. Most people had left right. Not many had seen him kneel right. Those remaining were mostly quiet people. Luo Xingzhou wouldn't gossip. No one believed Shi Yu'an, and Zhu Minglang and Xiao Qing were his good brothers. Surely they understood him. Not many witnesses, so it wasn't a big deal. He could quickly fabricate an excuse. Just as he was thinking, Qi Ran's curious voice came from behind. Senior brother Huang Tianlu, why are you kneeling? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone instantly snapped back to attention. Even the usually aloof Min Han subtly turned his head. At the critical moment, Zhu Minglang shouted, Tianlu didn't do it on purpose. Huang Tianlu rejoiced inwardly, yes, I didn't kneel on purpose. I just fell. Good brother explained quickly. Tianlu has already deeply realized his mistake, which is why he's apologizing so sincerely to the master. Master, please forgive him. Huang Tianlu rolled his eyes and passed out first. Shi Yu'an was puzzled. Inwardly, these students here have weak tolerance. Such a small mistake isn't a big deal. The master isn't a man-eater. Why did he faint? Quickly, help Huang Tianlu back to rest. When he wakes up, tell him that everyone has seen his sincerity, and I forgive him. He just needs to hand in an 800-character self-criticism. Zhu Minglang and Xiao Qing, who were supporting Huang Tianlu, felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. The total number of characters the 3 of them could write wasn't even 800. Once the spectacle was over, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Luo Xingzhou behind. Master, did you let Pei Yan go on purpose? Not exactly on purpose, but I delayed him for 2 days. Any longer would be unwise since his family is involved. If he doesn't do something, how can he be at ease? I placed a letter in his room last night, urging him to communicate with his family first. I hope after reading it he will try to talk with his father properly. Hatred between father and son doesn't last overnight. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better. Luo Xingzhou's gaze softened. Then didn't you lose the bet with Pei Yan? Losing is fine. Only children care about winning or losing. As a master, how can I bicker with a student? The important thing is I can afford to lose. I said if he won he could go home, and now he's gone home. Luo Xingzhou couldn't help but smile, then heard Shi Yu'an say, at Pei Yan's age, impulsiveness is normal. To be safe, find me a few students with bad tempers and low character to accompany me to the Duke's mansion. Luo Xingzhou replied, Master. All the students here are like that. Shi Yu'an was momentarily speechless, a blunder. She had never taught a class full of delinquents. The next day, the engagement banquet at the Duke's mansion. Pei Yan had originally planned to confront Zheng Cheng as soon as he descended the mountain, but on leaving the academy, he saw Shi Yu'an's letter. He didn't want to read it at first, but somehow his fingers moved to open the paper. No matter what choice you make, first think about why you're doing it. You are going to solve a problem, not vent your anger. Think thrice before acting. This is a battlefield without smoke. Everyone at Qingchuan Academy expects you to return in triumph. Signed, all teachers and students of Qingchuan Academy. Shi Yu'an really was a fool. Her handwriting was mediocre and her words were bizarre. The letter was short, but half of it was cheering him on behalf of the entire academy, saying everyone would support him, accompany him, wait for his return. How corny. Who asked them to wait? He finished reading and tossed the letter away. But fearing someone might see it and embarrass him, he picked it up and hid it in his chest. Now, as soon as he arrived home, before he could even speak, his father began scolding him. His stepmother Su Shi spoke up for him, but he listened carefully and realized every word she said only added fuel to the fire, very precisely stoking his father's anger. In the past, he would have quarreled fiercely with his father and then stormed off to kill Zheng Cheng. But for some reason he remembered the letter in his sleeve and decided not to argue with his family on the first night back. He had also thought a lot over the past 2 days. Shi Yu'an was right. If he acted violently, he would harm Pei Zhu. So he resolved to restrain his temper and first force Zheng Cheng to reveal his true colors. The Zheng family arrived with betrothal gifts and guests came one after another. The hall was packed and lively. Pei Yan searched for Zheng Cheng and hearing he had gone to the back garden followed him. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon Zheng Cheng flirting with a maid from the Duke's mansion. The maid was in Zheng Cheng's arms coquettishly saying, "Young Master Zheng, I haven't seen you in so long. Have you almost forgotten me? You little vixen, I could forget anyone but you. I've been longing for you every night. Come let me get close." "I don't believe you." The maid half refused, half yielded into his arms, pouting. "You're just sweet-talking me. Once you marry my young lady, your heart will be all hers." Only then did Pei Yan recognize that the maid was actually Pei Zhu's personal maid Dongxiang. "How could that be? Your young lady is so boring. She even flinches when I touch her hand. You're much more interesting." Zheng Cheng's face twisted into a lewd grin. "When I marry her, I'll see if she's still so reserved in bed." Before he could finish, a fist flew out and smashed his nose sideways. "Which blind bastard dares to hit me? Do you know who I am?" Pei Yan grabbed him by the collar, lifted him up, and punched him hard again. "It's your grandpa here, and I'm hitting you, you bastard." Zheng Cheng fled in panic, shielding his head. "Zheng Cheng, you're something. Having an affair with the Duke's mansion's maid. And speaking filthy words about my sister. Do you think the Duke's mansion has no one left?" Pei, eldest young master." Zheng Cheng took several blows with no power to fight back, only able to protect his head and threaten. "You can't hit me. I'm your sister's fiancé." "Fiancé, my foot. My sister isn't even married yet, and you're already thinking of tormenting her. I will never let my sister marry a scum like you." The more Pei Yan spoke, the angrier he grew, especially recalling Shi Yu'an's words about Pei Zhu being tortured to death, combined with Zheng Cheng's disgusting face just now. He wished he could tear the bastard to pieces. "Brother, stop," Pei Zhu called out. Though she and Pei Yan were siblings born of the same mother, Pei Yan was often away from the mansion, so they were not close. She had long known about Dongxiang and Zheng Cheng, but Dongxiang was her stepmother's person. On the surface, her stepmother treated her like a real daughter, but only she knew that her marriage was entirely in her stepmother's hands. For years she had swallowed her pride just to be married off and leave the Duke's mansion. She didn't care about Zheng Cheng and Dongxiang, but hearing Zheng Cheng's filthy words about her with her own ears filled her with rage. Yet after the anger came only despair. What could she do? "You're still speaking up for him," Pei Yan said furiously. "If I let a man like that marry you, I might as well beat him to death." "No." Pei Zhu shook her head. "I'm just worried about mother." As she spoke, she saw her stepmother Su Shi approaching with people. "What's going on? Yener, today is Zhuer's important day. You can't cause any more trouble." Su Shi spoke to Pei Yan with a seemingly doting expression, but her words carried clear insinuation. And she clearly intended to gloss over the matter, labeling it as troublemaking. Pei Yan had never noticed before, but now that he knew his stepmother's true face, he sensed something was off. As soon as she said that, everyone's gaze toward him shifted. Clearly Zheng Cheng was the one at fault, yet he was made to look like the troublemaker. Pei Yan felt an overwhelming rage. He wanted to beat up all these liars. But he remembered Shi Yu'an's words, "Don't do useless things. Before you act, think about what you want to achieve." What he wanted was to break off the engagement between Pei Zhu and Zheng Cheng to expose Zheng Cheng's true nature. If he struck first, the blame would fall on him, and he would never be able to explain himself. Suppressing his anger, Pei Yan spoke the words he had rehearsed in his mind. Zheng Cheng was having an affair with this maid named Dongxiang, embracing and cuddling here. I caught them and lost my temper, so I taught him a lesson. As Pei Zhu's fiancé to be hooking up with her maid at the engagement banquet. He clearly has no respect for the Duke's mansion. What do you plan to do? Lady Su was somewhat surprised. She had not expected Pei Yan to be calmer than usual, and to have turned the issue back onto her. If she let the matter slide, her image as a loving mother would be tarnished, and the Duke would surely inquire about it afterward. But if she stood up for Pei Zhu and it somehow jeopardized the marriage alliance between the two families, then her own objectives would be thwarted. When had this impulsive and reckless Pei Yan developed such calculation? Xiang Dongxiang asked, "Dongxiang, is it true what the young master said?" Dongxiang caught her gaze and immediately dropped to her knees with a thud. "Young master, I beg you to stop pressuring this servant." Pei Yan was taken aback. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Yet Dongxiang appeared utterly terrified, her eyes wide with fear as she looked at Pei Yan, tears streaming down her face. "Dongxiang, whatever grievance you have suffered, speak boldly. The Duke's mansion will see justice done for you." Lady Su encouraged her gently. Dongxiang immediately kowtowed before Lady Su. "I beg, madam, to uphold justice for this servant. The young master wanted to molest this servant, but I refused. Fortunately, young master Zheng happened to pass by and rescued me. Otherwise, my reputation would have been ruined." Pei Zhu realized the situation was dire. Before Pei Yan could speak, she interjected. "You are lying." Clearly it was. "Miss." Dongxiang cut Pei Zhu off. "This servant knows you wish to protect the young master, but young master Zheng is your future husband. You cannot smear his reputation merely to shield the young master." "No, that's not true," Pei Zhu hurriedly denied. It is Dongxiang who lies. The one who had an illicit affair with Dongxiang is Zheng Cheng. I have personally witnessed them meeting in secret. Then why did you not speak sooner? And why did you agree to marry Zheng Cheng? Lady Su countered. Pei Zhu was so flustered she did not know how to explain. She wanted to say that she had not agreed of her own volition. It had been arranged by their parents. But her parents had not seemed to force her, they had only asked her to be sensible and obedient. Zhu'er, you and Yen'er are close siblings. I understand your desire to help Yen'er. I am your mother, and naturally, I do not wish for Yen'er to have erred. But everyone here knows what sort of man young Master Zheng is, and what Pei Yan is like in his daily conduct. You cannot deceive people. Zheng Cheng was renowned for his scholarly talent. Before even reaching his 20th year, he had already passed the provincial examination and become a jinshi. Pei Yan, on the other hand, was good for nothing and had been rejected by every prestigious academy. He now merely drifted through his days at Qingchuan Academy. Given such a stark contrast, most people naturally inclined to believe in Zheng Cheng's character over Pei Yan's. Pei Yan could not believe they were so shameless. Enraged, he cursed loudly. You vicious servant. You conspired with Zheng Cheng and now falsely accuse me. Let me tear your mouth apart. Young master, it is all this servant's fault. Do not take out your anger on young Master Zheng. If worst comes to worst, this servant will simply die. As Dongxiang spoke, she drew a dagger and pressed it against her own throat. Her gaze was resolute, as though she were ready to take her own life at any moment. Dongxiang, don't do anything rash. No, madam. It is all Dongxiang's fault for leading the young master astray and dragging young Master Zheng into this. Dongxiang is willing to die to prove her innocence. I only hope the young master will conduct himself properly henceforth. Dongxiang's gesture convinced everyone completely. They began to condemn Pei Yan and Pei Zhu without hesitation. Pei Yan listened to their murmurs, accusing him of bad character, calling Pei Zhu incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. They even brought up his mother, claiming that he and his sister had been poorly raised by their late mother. Pei Yan could bear injustice himself, but he could not tolerate slander against his deceased mother. Zheng Cheng. Pei Yan seized Zheng Cheng and pinned him against a rockery. You would do well to confess yourself. Otherwise I will kill you right now. Zheng Cheng had no intention of confessing. Seeing that everyone was on his side, he deliberately played the part of the magnanimous man. Young Master Pei, we shall all be family in the future. I will not hold your false accusations against me, but turn back while you still can. Do not continue down this wrong path. Then he leaned close to Pei Yan's ear and whispered, I intend to ruin your sister. Young Master Pei, what can you possibly do about it? You. Fury surged through Pei Yan's chest, and his mind began to cloud. Amidst the murmurs around him and that repulsive face before his eyes, he felt his anger reach its breaking point. The beast of rage within him could no longer be restrained. Young Master, do not harm young Master Zheng. If you must kill me instead. Dongxiang suddenly screamed, brandishing her dagger and lunging forward. Pei Yan kicked Dongxiang away and the dagger fell into his hand. Gripping it tightly, a single thought consumed his mind. Kill Zheng Cheng. As long as Zheng Cheng was dead, Pei Zhu would be safe. Kill him. Pei Yan, stop. A woman's voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a graceful woman clad in a moon-white robe radiating an extraordinary bearing striding forward with a group of scholars. Pei Yan, do not act on impulse. Luo Xingzhou also hurried forward, grasping Pei Yan's wrist to halt his movement. His voice was grave. We have come. Hearing their voices, some of the restlessness in Pei Yan's heart dissipated. He allowed Luo Xingzhou to take the dagger from his hand. Yet a restless agitation remained, and the waves of pain in his head made it impossible for him to calm down. What are you doing here? This is my affair. You have no need to interfere. Naturally, we came for you. Not just me, but also Master Shi and all your fellow students. We have all come. Luo Xingzhou ordinarily cared little for the others, but in this moment mentioning them brought him an inexplicable sense of comfort. Pei Yan looked and indeed saw Shi Yu'an at the forefront with nearly all the students of Qingchuan Academy present. Behind them, the Duke's mansion servants had chased in, but given the lofty status of Pei Yan's companions, the servants dared not lay hands on them. Who are you people? How dare you come causing trouble at the Duke's mansion? Lady Su asked, displeased. One may eat carelessly, but one must not speak carelessly. We are hardly here to cause trouble. Shi Yu'an remained utterly composed. He flicked open his folding fan, revealing 4 conspicuous characters written upon it. I am the master. It was sufficient proof of his identity. Shi Yu'an displayed his fan before everyone before introducing himself. Lady Su, I am a master at Qingchuan Academy, and these are Pei Yan's fellow students. Today is a joyous occasion for the Duke's daughter, so naturally Qingchuan Academy came to offer congratulations. I do not recall inviting anyone from Qingchuan Academy. Lady Su's face darkened with anger. The Duke's mansion does not welcome uninvited guests. Someone show them out. Hold. We do have invitation letters. Shi Yu'an looked toward Luo Xingzhou. Come show her your invitation. Luo Xingzhou obediently produced the invitation. Lady Su glanced at it. Indeed, it was a valid invitation from the Duke's mansion, but only one. Only one, Luo Xingzhou replied, his courage barely holding. This very invitation had been borrowed from someone at the last moment. Shi Yu'an, lacking his companion's modesty, retorted directly, what is wrong with a single invitation? Who says one cannot bring family when attending a feast? We merely brought along a few. Several. 20-odd family members. Surely the illustrious Duke's mansion is not so stingy. Lady Su was so furious she nearly spat blood. You? What family are you? We at Qingchuan Academy are as close as family. We are all. Shi Yu'an turned and smiled, gesturing to the students to cue them. Everyone, their faces expressionless, but their minds rebelling loudly, intoned the words Shi Yu'an had forced upon them. A family bound by love and brotherhood. Luo Xingzhou's grip on Pei Yan's wrist tightened involuntarily, merely to restrain his own overwhelming sense of shame. And Pei Yan, his face was already crimson with embarrassment. Inside he was screaming, I want to withdraw from this academy. I want to drop out. Luo Xingzhou suddenly noticed that Pei Yan's breath grew rapid. At first he thought it was merely embarrassment, but then he saw his eyes turning red and his face burning with heat. Pei Yan, what's wrong with you? Luo Xingzhou felt he was not himself. Pei Yan clenched his teeth, unable to utter a sound. Luo Xingzhou shouted to Shi Yu'an, Master Shi, something is wrong with Pei Yan. Shi Yu'an's expression tightened. Could that wicked stepmother have poisoned him? Hearing Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts, the students' faces changed. We must fetch a physician at once. But Su Shi interjected, the affairs of the Duke's mansion are none of your concern. Men, escort the eldest young master back to his room to rest. He cannot go back to the room. Anxious, Shi Yu'an blocked Pei Yan's path. I just saw that Pei Yan seemed off, as if he had been drugged. Who knows if someone is manipulating things behind the scenes. But without evidence I can't say anything. Luo Xingzhou had been observing everyone around, and had already ascertained that aside from the students of Qingchuan Academy, no one else could hear Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts. Madam Duke, you were just siding with Zheng Cheng. Pei Yan has just been falsely accused by you, and now shows symptoms of poisoning. We are not at ease in trusting Pei Yan to you. Su Shi's gaze flickered with guilt. Nonsense. He is the eldest young master of the Duke's mansion. Who would dare harm him? Shi Yu'an sneered. So this is Pei Yan's home. Then why were you all bullying his brother and sister right here in his own home, just now? I think what Luo said makes sense. Since Pei Yan was poisoned, everyone is suspect. He should be examined openly and clearly. With that, Shi Yu'an directly ordered a student, go to the street, and fetch a physician. The Madam Duke probably wouldn't dare to kill Pei Yan outright, but the Duke's mansion has long been under her control. Any physician she finds would be untrustworthy. Master, little Qi Ran suddenly exclaimed loudly, let Min Han try. Min Han is very skilled in medicine. Beside him, Shin Mingxiu tried to cover his mouth, but was too late. Everyone looked at Min Han. He had no choice but to step forward. Min Han. Someone recognized him. Could he be Physician Min's grandson? Which grandson of Physician Min? Which one could it be at Qingchuan Academy? Surely not the genius who inherited Physician Min's true skills at such a young age. Then he must be the second young master of the Min family. The one who didn't study properly, dabbled in medicine, and ended up paralyzing a patient. Hearing the murmurs, Min Han's hands trembled uncontrollably. He lowered his head and did not take another step forward. Perhaps they were right. He was unworthy to be a physician, unqualified to treat anyone. Shi Yu'an looked at Min Han. The moment she matched his name to his face, she saw his life story in the character manual. Holy crap, there's actually a top student hidden among these slackers. A top student among medical students, a prodigy, the future divine physician, is right beside me. All the students looked at Min Han in astonishment, and even Min Han himself was incredulous. Genius. Divine physician. Is it me? The Min family indeed produced a medical genius in this generation, but that was his younger brother, not him. These people can't recognize a gem when they see one. Min Han is no quack, on the contrary, that genius brother of his. Hearing this, Min Han's heart leaped to his throat. But Shi Yu'an stopped thinking about him. Min Han's matter is too complicated. I don't have time to delve into it now. The priority is to solve Pei Yan's trouble. Min Han was still puzzled by Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts when she grabbed him. Quick. Min Han examined Pei Yan. With you here I'm at ease. But no buts. I believe in you, and you must believe in yourself too. You can do it. Shi Yu'an looked at him with eyes full of trust. Min Han's usually indifferent heart felt as if struck by something. No one had ever believed in him like this before. Though he was thrown into the task, Min Han forced himself to ignore others' glances and comments, gathering his focus to treat Pei Yan seriously. Seeing Pei Yan's tense face, he took out silver needles and swiftly pricked several acupoints to let blood. Within a few breaths, Pei Yan returned to normal. Su Shi tried to stop him, but Qi Ran and Shin Mingxiu blocked her together. Madam Duke, this is Qi Ran, the young master of Zhaoshan Marquis Manor. Shin Mingxiu announced Qi Ran's identity before Madam Pei could act. Qi Ran immediately coughed a few times and said, and I'm frail. A touch and I'll die. This was also Shi Yu'an's deliberate instruction. The person blocking her must not be of low status, or she wouldn't be taken seriously. But neither could they be stronger than her to avoid feigned weakness and a staged accident. Thus the person needed to be both noble and fragile. Qi Ran, the only son of Zhaoshan Marquis, was 9 years old. Though the Marquis Manor was not as prestigious as the Duke's mansion, Qi Ran was not only the son of Zhaoshan Marquis, but also had an aunt who was a consort in the palace. He seemed to have entered Qingchuan Academy due to health issues. Previously, whether in other academies or the family's private school, he had been constantly ill. It was only after entering Qingchuan Academy that he miraculously recovered. Thus he had no choice but to stay at Qingchuan Academy. With Qi Ran's powerful background and his frail, delicate body, even imperial family members gave him a wide berth, let alone a mere second wife of the Duke's mansion. No matter how anxious she was, she dared not take a step forward. Minhan checked Pei Yan's pulse, then examined his eyes and tongue. Pei Yan has been poisoned by golden crow herb. The toxin is not strong, but excessive intake makes one irritable and prone to losing control when emotionally agitated. Severe stimulation can even lead to violent, harmful behavior. No wonder my brother was so impulsive just now. It must be this poison controlling his mind. Pei Zhu was furious and pleaded with Minhan. Little physician Min, please save my brother. Minhan nodded. Don't worry. The toxin isn't particularly potent, it hasn't damaged his internal organs. However, he has likely been affected by it for some time. Prolonged exposure will certainly harm his health. He needs regular acupuncture to gradually expel the toxin and recover fully. Was his recent anger caused by recent contact with this poison? Luo Xingzhou asked. Yes. The toxin can be naturally expelled within 6 hours, so Pei Yan must have been poisoned within the last 6 hours. Minhan replied. Impressive, Luo. By having Minhan confirm this publicly, first, everyone knows Pei Yan's outburst was due to poisoning. Second, it reveals that the poisoning occurred recently, meaning he was poisoned in the Duke's mansion. It's almost pointing a finger at the Madam Duke. Pei Yan looked at Su Shi, and sure enough saw her face turn extremely ugly. He then looked at Luo Xingzhou. Previously he despised people with such intricate minds, but now he realized that being meticulous was not necessarily a bad thing. But he didn't understand why Luo Xingzhou was helping him. He knew better than anyone what kind of person Luo Xingzhou was. Outwardly a gentleman, but inwardly no saint. In short, he didn't believe Luo was purely kind-hearted. The poison is still in the eldest young master's body. It needs to be expelled through acupuncture, Minhan said. Alright, find a place to perform the acupuncture. Shi Yu'an greatly admired those skilled in medicine. At this moment Minhan was like a reincarnation of Hua Tuo in her eyes. With him Pei Yan would be fine. Wait. Su Shi moved to stop them, and at that moment the long-delayed Duke of Pei finally arrived. Your Grace. Su Shi struck first, weeping with grievance. They accuse me of poisoning the eldest young master, and blame me for his reckless behavior. You know what kind of person I am, Your Grace. You must stand up for me. Duke Pei, having been on the battlefield in his youth, carried an imposing aura that silenced everyone the moment he appeared. My grievances are nothing compared to. Madame Su, not wanting the Duke to investigate further, quickly shifted the topic to Pei Yan after stating her grievances. They even intended to have second young master Min apply acupuncture to the eldest young master. Have you forgotten? This second young master Min once caused a patient's death. Minhan paused, his silver needle in hand, opening his mouth, but unable to find words to explain. Duke Pei promptly declared, the affairs of the Duke's residence are not to be meddled with by outsiders. Guards summoned the residence physician to attend to the eldest young master. No need. Pei Yan, leaning against Luo Xingzhou, spoke with difficulty. His voice was hoarse and slurred from his earlier frenzy. Luo Xingzhou inclined his ear to listen, then relayed the message. Duke Pei Yan says he wishes to have Minhan treat him. Whether he is cured or not, he will bear the consequences himself. Nonsense. Is medical treatment a game? What can you bear? Duke Pei's face turned cold as he prepared to reprimand. Pei Yan, furious, was about to retort. His hoarse voice rasped. Tell him my life is my own to decide. If I die, he doesn't need to collect my corpse. What did he say? Duke Pei, not having heard clearly, knew it could not be pleasant. Luo Xingzhou held Pei Yan back and calmly conveyed. Pei Yan says he trusts his schoolmate and asked you to trust him this once. Luo Xingzhou. Pei Yan glared at him. I didn't say that. Luo Xingzhou continued. Duke Pei Yan says he knows you are worried about him, but he is clear-headed and asks you to rest assured. Pei Yan fell silent, merely glaring at Luo Xingzhou in indignation. Duke Shi Yu'an also spoke up. Pei Yan is no longer a child. He is intelligent, courageous, and has his own opinions. He is an outstanding student of our academy. As his father, you should trust him. Duke Pei frowned. Who are you? Shi Yu'an opened her folding fan once more, revealing the large characters on it, and introduced herself. I am Shi Yu'an, the newly appointed instructor of Qingchuan Academy. You are an instructor? Duke Pei, being unfamiliar with the younger generation, had not heard of Shi Yu'an's renown, but since she was a teacher. You say Pei Yan is outstanding. Is that true? Absolutely true. Shi Yu'an swore to the heavens, if I utter a single falsehood, may lightning strike me. Pei Yan was stunned. In her eyes, was he truly so excellent? Intelligent meant he had plenty of cunning ideas. Having his own opinions meant he was stubborn as a mule. Courageous meant he was impulsive and reckless, unafraid of death. As for outstanding student, I said it without thinking, but a teacher cannot discourage a student. In a teacher's eyes, every student is outstanding. That's not a lie. Pei Yan felt like vomiting blood. She had discouraged him plenty. And even if she said those words, his father would never believe her. He would probably throw her out immediately. He wouldn't help her. This boy, is he really that good? Duke Pei's stern expression vanished instantly. A faint self-conscious smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He even rubbed his hands together, looking embarrassed. This child causes plenty of trouble at home. I apologize for the inconvenience, instructor. As soon as he finished, everyone present was stunned, jaws dropping in disbelief. Pei Yan widened his eyes in utter incredulity. Had he heard wrong? Shi Yu'an, however, laughed and addressed Duke Pei with familiar ease. Duke Pei Yan does have a bit of youthful spirit. But young people are all like that, aren't they? We've all been through it, oh, we understand. Duke Pei nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Shi Yu'an continued. But Pei Yan also has many virtues. He is exceptionally skilled in martial arts at such a young age, unmatched among his peers. Moreover, he is upright, brave, and loyal, rare and admirable qualities. I wondered why Pei Yan was so outstanding. Now that I see you, I understand it runs in the family. Pei Yan's excellence is a testament to the saying, a mighty eagle breeds no cowardly dove. The more Duke Pei listened, the brighter his eyes became, and the smile at the corners of his mouth became impossible to suppress. I have indeed always been strict with my children in their upbringing. After all, my son cannot disgrace the Pei family name, can he? Shi Yu'an nodded in agreement. Parents' hearts are all the same, everything for their children. If you have time, shall I share more details about Pei Yan's performance at the academy? Duke Pei immediately extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Good. Instructor, please. Behind him, Pei Yan stood dumbfounded. Was this still his stern, rigid, unsmiling father? As a duke, he was actually nodding and bowing to accommodate Shi Yu'an, personally leading the way and letting her walk ahead. In that ingratiating tone, one would think he was some eunuch from the inner palace. Luo Xingzhou was also curious and couldn't help asking Pei Yan, does the duke always behave like this when an instructor praises you? Pei Yan shot him a glare and said nothing. How would he know? He had never been praised by an instructor before. Luo Xingzhou seemed to read his thoughts and gave a faint smile. Pei Yan stared at his father's retreating figure, lost in thought. So was his father truly happy because he was being praised? Just as he was thinking, his father turned back and barked sternly, "What are you standing there for? Since your instructor vouches for him, his medical skills must be decent. Ask him to apply the needles." Pei Yan turned his face away in anger. He knew he was overthinking. His father never had a good expression for him, his own son. Seeing that Duke Pei no longer objected, Luo Xingzhou and Pei Zhu helped Pei Yan into the room, while Min Han took out golden needles to perform acupuncture. Half an hour later, Pei Yan began to sweat profusely and the agitation in his mind subsided. Is that it? Duke Pei was somewhat surprised. He was not an unperceptive man. Watching Min Han's needlework, he noticed that the young man was unhurried, his needles swift and precise, each one placed with confidence. Such practiced skill clearly came from long, hard training, and it earned his respect. Min Han replied modestly, "The poison has been expelled this time. 2 more sessions of acupuncture will fully eliminate the toxin, and there will be no further issues." "Thank you," Duke Pei and Pei Yan said in unison. Then both fell into an awkward silence. Duke Pei, if I may speak bluntly, Jinwu grass is not common and should not have been ingested accidentally. Moreover, from my observation of Pei Yan's condition, this is not the first time he has taken this herb. However, the herb's effects suggest that before each episode of emotional turmoil, something must have agitated his mind. Does the Duke recall anything of the sort? Duke Pei pondered, but Pei Zhu spoke up first. Dr. Min is right. This has happened many times. Every time father would punish brother. Duke Pei glanced at his daughter. This girl usually wasn't so talkative. Pei Zhu, catching her father's gaze, was so frightened she dared not speak further and edged closer to Shi Yu'an, instinctively sensing that she could rely on this person. Shi Yu'an patted her head and encouraged her, "Speak boldly. Tell us all the grievances you and your brother have suffered. The Duke is a loving father. If you speak properly, he will listen patiently." Hearing this, Duke Pei immediately softened his scrutinizing gaze. He was so used to treating subordinates this way that he forgot he was in front of his children. But he couldn't suddenly feign affection either. He could only press his lips tightly together, trying to appear less intimidating. Seeing this, Pei Zhu gathered her courage and said, "Last time brother fought with second young master Lu at Duobao Pavilion because Lu said something frivolous to me. But Lu turned the tables and claimed brother was trying to steal his things. Brother wanted to explain, but father wouldn't listen and only blamed him. That's why brother got angry and smashed the Duobao Pavilion." Shi Yu'an glanced at Duke Pei. That was indeed wrong. How could he not trust his own child? There should be basic trust between family members. Pei Zhu continued. Although father compensated Duobao Pavilion with 20,000 taels of silver, brother was locked in the ancestral hall. That does sound unfair. A child's minor mistake. Shi Yu'an started to console Pei Yan, then suddenly caught herself. How much? It's merely 20,000 taels, Pei Yan said. 20,000 taels merely. Shi Yu'an's gaze toward Pei Yan shifted from sympathy to righteous indignation at the wealthy. A child who isn't beaten doesn't know the price of firewood and rice. Pei Yan clearly hasn't been hit enough. Pei Yan was speechless. Was it really that big a deal? It wasn't even her money. Pei Zhu continued her accusation. And the time before that, my brother withdrew money from the estate to help others, yet father accused him of indulging in pleasure without knowing the facts. The child is warm-hearted and helpful. That's a good thing. As parents, you should focus on encouragement. Shi Yu'an asked casually, and did they manage to help the person in the end? Pei Yan said, that young woman was truly pitiful. Her father was a gambler, her mother ran away, and her younger brother died of illness without even money for burial. I gave her 5,000 taels, that should be enough. Shi Yu'an choked on her tea and coughed. A burial costs at most 2 taels of silver. Giving her 5,000 taels does Pei Yan think he's some kind of money-dispensing bodhisattva? And a gambling father, a runaway mother, a sickly dead brother, and a broken her. This script. Most likely she's run into a con artist. That girl accepted all 5,000 taels without even mentioning how she'd repay you. Of course she did. And she was extremely sincere. Oh, her repayment wouldn't happen to be offering herself to you in marriage, would it? Pei Yan blushed slightly. How did you know? But I, Pei Yan, am not one to help others for repayment, so I let her go. As she left, she said she would repay me in the next life, even if it meant becoming grass or a ring to serve me. How could it be fake? This time, without Shi Yu'an saying anything more, everyone around was looking at Pei Yan as if he were a fool, especially Luo Xingzhou, who couldn't help but let out a low laugh. Pei Yan belatedly felt embarrassed. That girl was so sincere and so pitiful. How could he have known she was a con artist? Even if she was a fraud, none of you would have been able to tell in that situation either. You truly have the hardest mouth on your whole body. Shi Yu'an thought this was the perfect chance to cure Pei Yan of his impulsiveness and arrogance, so she turned to Luo Xingzhou and asked, if you encountered this situation, would you be fooled? Luo Xingzhou shook his head. Even if I didn't know she was a fraud, I wouldn't be easily deceived. I would ask her which gambling den her father frequented and how much debt he owed. Ask her when her mother left what illness her brother suffered. Lies always have holes, and the more one speaks, the easier it is to spot the flaws. Shi Yu'an then asked the other students, what about you all? Minhan was organizing his silver needles without looking up. I would examine her younger brother, whether he was truly dead or faking it, and whether the symptoms matched. One look would tell. Even the youngest Qi Ran raised his hand to answer under Shen Mingxiu's encouragement. I have servants. I'd send them to ask around near her home. Shen Mingxiu asked him again, and if the situation turned out to be true, what would you do? Qi Ran immediately replied, then I'd ask the estate manager how much a burial costs. If it's within 5 taels, I'd give it. If it's more than 5 taels, I'm afraid I can't help. Do what your abilities allow. No need for a child who doesn't work to play the big spender. Shi Yu'an's eyes lit up, thinking Qi Ran is truly well taught by his family. They must love him very much. Hearing this inner thought, Qi Ran showed no reaction, but Shen Mingxiu's expression shifted slightly. He lowered his head, hiding a trace of sarcasm at the corner of his lips. Pei Yan looked utterly dejected. He couldn't compare to someone as scheming as Luo Xingzhou, nor to someone skilled in medicine like Minhan. But now even a foolish little kid was better than him. Duke, no matter how wealthy a family is, they can't withstand a child spending like this. Before cultivating a proper sense of consumption, you should still control his allowance. Losing money to a scam is the lesser concern. What if it's spent on something improper? Shi Yu'an advised earnestly. She had originally thought Pei Yan's original family had caused him quite a bit of harm, but now it seemed he hadn't spared his family from harm either. Teacher Shi makes a valid point. I should pay more attention to this in the future. Though he said this, Duke Pei did feel some guilt toward Pei Yan. He murmured, so all your reckless spending before was for these reasons. What else? What would I need all that money for? Pei Yan countered. Then why couldn't you tell your father properly? If you'd explain, would I have refused you? Don't you know it sounds terrible when word gets out that you robbed your own family's storehouse? Pei Yan snorted coldly. Either way, you'd never think I was doing good deeds. What use would it be telling you? Seeing that Duke Pei was about to lose his temper again, Shi Yu'an quickly spoke up to explain. Duke, just now Minhan mentioned that Pei Yan's bad temper is related to poisoning. It can't all be blamed on him. So you're saying that all of Pei Yan's previous troublemaking, backtalk, impulsiveness, and disrespect toward me were merely because of poisoning, and that he's actually a polite, respectful, and filial child? Duke Pei asked. Shi Yu'an was momentarily stunned, sighing inwardly. Duke Pei is really trying hard to make excuses for Pei Yan, but it's true he was poisoned, and it's also true he has countless flaws. The poison can't take all the blame. Though that's what she thought, Shi Yu'an still chose to honor Duke Pei's love for his son. The Duke is absolutely right. If it weren't for the poisoning, Pei Yan certainly wouldn't have done so many terrible things. Dr. Minhan right. Minhan, however, ruthlessly exposed the truth. A dose of this magnitude wouldn't be enough to drive a normal person mad. Shi Yu'an smiled and explained, what Minhan means is that the poison is merely the trigger. The things that make Pei Yan emotionally agitated each time are the root cause. Take this incident for example. Zheng Cheng had an affair with the maid but framed Pei Yan as having an improper relationship with her. That's why Pei Yan lost control and nearly killed Zheng Cheng. Shi Yu'an pointed out the Zheng Cheng incident at the right moment, then shot Minhan a sharp look. Minhan nodded. Indeed, this poison can disturb one's mind. Long-term use makes a person impulsive and irritable, losing reason under external provocation. But I can only cure young Master Pei of the poison. The rest is beyond my ability. Duke Pei thought of how Pei Yan had nearly killed someone because of this, and his expression immediately turned serious. He also felt a sense of guilt as he looked at Pei Yan. This time it was my negligence. I will investigate today's matter thoroughly. Duke, Madame Su called out nervously, forcing a strained smile. The banquet isn't over yet. It's most important to complete Zhuer's betrothal ceremony first. Can't the other matters wait? Shi Yu'an let out a cold laugh inwardly. Wait. As long as they don't investigate now, there will always be a way to cover this up. By the time Madame Pei whispers in the Duke's ear at night, the grievances of Pei Yan and his sister would have been in vain. And once Pei Zhu's engagement is finalized, it won't be so easy to break it off. No. Pei Yan immediately jumped to his feet. I said it before. That dog Zhengcheng will never be betrothed to my sister today. Your Grace, look at this. Su Shi put on a troubled expression. I am only doing this for Zhuer's good. The marriage between Zhuer and Master Zhengcheng is as good as settled. If it doesn't go through today, how will she ever marry in the future? Pei Zhu could no longer hold back. Her stepmother had been using the marriage to manipulate her, and now she had even poisoned her brother. If she allowed her to succeed today, her brother's grievances would be in vain. I want to break off the engagement. If I must, I will never marry. If the Duke's mansion cannot tolerate me, I will become a nun. Zhuer, don't talk nonsense. Duke Pei scolded. Pei Zhu lowered her head, tears falling. She knew it. Every time her father would side with her stepmother. Her stepmother was a honeyed-mouthed, dagger-hearted woman who was adept at disguise and had won her father's deep trust. Every time she tried to complain, her stepmother would find a way to smooth things over, and in the end the blame would fall back on her, making her father even more disgusted with her. So each time she complained, not only did she fail to get her father's help, but she also faced punishment when her stepmother found out. Over time, she stopped relying on him. Why are you yelling at her? Pei Yan, though not particularly close to his sister, could not bear to see her being bullied. Duke Pei was also displeased. I am your father. Am I not allowed to discipline my own children? Pei Yan stiffened his neck and talked back. You are always lecturing this one and that one. When your daughter was about to be harmed, you didn't step forward. What kind of father are you? Duke Pei flew into a rage. You insolent brat, what did you say? Do you want a beating? Pei Yan grew angrier. Go ahead, just beat me to death. Brother, please stop talking. Pei Zhu was caught in the middle. Father, if you must hit someone, hit me. Everyone watching this scene was at a loss. Pei Zhu was crying, Pei Yan was ready to fight, and Duke Pei was on the verge of exploding. All three were irrational. No wonder the real power in the Pei family still lay with Su Shi. Seeing that Su Shi was about to speak, Shi Yu'an grew anxious and raised her hand to stop her. Duchess, please don't say anything yet. Let me speak. All right. Su Shi paused for a moment before coming to her senses and angrily said, What do you think you are? Who are you to speak here? Shi Yu'an was not without a temper. She immediately became blunt. I am Pei Yan's teacher. One day as teacher, lifelong as father. A mother. My heart for caring for my student is the same as Pei Yan's own parents. And you at best are just a stepmother. Compared to me, you need to step back. Pei Yan was already rendered speechless by Shi Yu'an's audacity. What kind of person was she? She had only been a teacher for 2 days and dared to call herself his parent. But compared to the hypocritical appearance of his vicious stepmother, he might as well reluctantly listen to her. I see that your Pei family doesn't seem to have mouths, so I'll speak on behalf of my student. The incident between Zhengcheng and the maid Dongxiang. Only the two of them, and Pei Yan and his sister, know the truth. Currently, there are 2 people accusing Pei Yan and 2 accusing Zhengcheng, all of whom are involved parties. At best, it's a tie. How can you judge who is right or wrong based on this? Shi Yu'an looked at Su Shi. Just now the Duchess said that Pei Zhu was covering for her brother. Then I find it strange. Dongxiang is a maid of the Duke's mansion. Why wouldn't she cover for her own master, but instead speak for an outsider? Isn't this betraying her master? If she is a betrayer, then shouldn't her words be unreliable? Duke Pei asked the servants, Where is that betraying maid? Bring her here. I will interrogate her myself. I saw that she was frightened, so I let her go rest. Su Shi's eyes flickered. The Duchess is truly kind-hearted, so considerate even to a betraying servant. At this point, Shi Yu'an suddenly froze. Oh no, this direction is a bit off. Could Dongxiang have been silenced? Pei Yan's eyes sharpened, and he immediately ordered, Send 2 more people to bring Dongxiang here at once. Duke Pei quickly reacted and ordered his subordinates to go immediately. Soon Dongxiang was carried in. What happened? Duke Pei's face darkened. Your Grace, when I arrived, I found someone covering this maid's mouth and nose, suffocating her. Quick, Minhan, save her. Shi Yu'an said urgently. Minhan felt her pulse and shook his head. She's already gone. Before he finished, Shi Yu'an rushed over and began pressing on Dongxiang's chest with a strange motion. Minhan was about to say that once the breath was gone, even gods couldn't save her, but he heard Shi Yu'an's thoughts. I can still save her, I should be able to. CPR, artificial respiration, I've been trained. I can definitely save her. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Artificial respiration. Minhan was full of doubt. What kind of technique was this? Could it bring the dead back to life? What are you doing? Even if Dongxiang is a servant, she is dead. She cannot be humiliated like this. Su Shi ordered people to stop Shi Yu'an. Don't stop her. Minhan was the first to speak. Then Pei Yan also ordered the servants not to stop her. Luo Xingzhou and Minhan stepped forward to shield Shi Yu'an. Shi Yu'an paid no attention to any of this, continuously performing rescue on Dongxiang. Time slowly passed, and Dongxiang showed no signs of waking. The scene was deathly quiet, but everyone waited anxiously. Because all the students present could hear Shi Yu'an's thoughts. I can do it. I can definitely do it. Please, you must come back to life. Maybe a miracle would happen. But was it really possible? Could the dead truly be brought back to life? Everyone couldn't help but look at Min Han, but Min Han clearly had no confidence either. It probably wasn't possible, right? How could a person who had stopped breathing come back to life? And Shi Yu'an was not a doctor. How could she accomplish what even a doctor could not? As time passed, everyone gradually grew disappointed. They had believed too much in Shi Yu'an's thoughts. She wasn't a god, how could she? Su Shi couldn't help but let a smile curl on her lips. I think this teacher should stop wasting her efforts. The person is dead, she should be buried in peace. Considering that Dongxiang served Zhu'er in life, someone take her away by a coffin and bury her properly. Shut up. Shi Yu'an cursed instinctively. At this moment she had no time to care about status or hierarchy. Life was paramount. Su Shi was startled by her shout, and then angrily prepared to lash out, but Duke Pei stopped her. Let's wait a little longer. Since Duke Pei had spoken, Su Shi dared not say anything more. However, her gaze toward Shi Yu'an turned even more hostile. This woman was so insolent, yet the Duke indulged her antics. Could it be that he had taken a fancy to her? This woman, though coarse, had a decent face and figure, and was in the prime of her youth. At this thought, Su Shi grew anxious. No, she absolutely could not let this little vixen succeed. The golden rescue time is almost up. Dongxiang, give me some strength, wake up. I beg you, wake up. Accompanied by Shi Yu'an's mental call, a faint cough sounded. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Dongxiang opened her eyes. Shi Yu'an collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. After a brief daze, Dongxiang cried out in a hoarse voice, "Your Grace, save me. The Duchess wants to kill me to silence me." Duke Pei's face darkened to the point of dripping ink as he listened to Dongxiang reveal the truth. Dongxiang confessed that she had been instructed by the Duchess to seduce Xingcheng and that she had already been intimate with him. Today it was also the Duchess who had sent her to the rear garden to accompany Xingcheng, where Pei Yan happened to spot them, thus triggering the subsequent conflict. Please spare me, Your Grace. This servant was merely following Madame's orders. She promised that once the deed was done I would become the young lady's dowry maid and a concubine to the young master. But just now Madame sent someone to kill me. Lady Su immediately grew anxious. You're talking nonsense. As her words faded, a guard seized a robust matron and brought her forward. Your Grace, this is the one who tried to smother that maid. When I caught her, she was packing her belongings and attempting to flee. The guard pressed the woman to her knees and handed over her bundle, which contained no small amount of gold, silver, and valuables. Duke Pei glanced at the contents and said coldly, Madam, you've spared no expense to silence this maid. Now that we have both witnesses and evidence, will you still deny it? My lord, I do not intend to deny it. Indeed I did it, but not out of selfish motives. It was for the sake of the Duke's mansion. Lady Su's eyes reddened, her gaze earnest. What happened today? Whether it's the future son-in-law of the mansion having an affair with a maid or the eldest young master flying into a rage and trying to beat him, if word gets out, none of it reflects well on us. I only had the mansion's reputation in mind. Hearing her excuses, Pei Yan retorted angrily, this all happened because you sent that maid to seduce Xingcheng. You deliberately sabotaged Pei Zhu's engagement. Yenner, you're mistaken. I did nothing of the sort. On the contrary, I had Pei Zhu's best interests at heart. Zhu'er is introverted and timid, and her health is fragile. It was precisely because I worry about her that I intended to give Dongxiang to Xingcheng as a concubine, so that she could help Zhu'er keep her husband's heart in the future. These matters are beyond your understanding, children. But the Duke must surely comprehend. Remember when I gave birth to Sheng'er and due to my weak condition, had to rest for a while. That was when outsiders found an opening. Duke Pei's face showed a hint of awkwardness, recalling how when Lady Su was bedridden, he had been careless after a bout of drinking, and allowed an actress to share his bed, causing Qinshi to spit blood in fury. This incident had long made him feel deeply guilty toward Lady Su. Now hearing that it was precisely this past event that had prompted her to plan ahead for Zhu, much of his anger subsided. Is it acceptable to kill a servant merely to protect one's reputation? The Duke's mansion has never conducted itself in such a manner. Yes, this time I was too hasty. Originally I had planned for Dongxiang to accompany Zhu'er as a bridal maid when she married into the Zheng family, so I allowed her to approach young Master Zheng. But I never expected the girl to be so base as to give herself to him early. Now that Zhu'er wants to break the engagement, Dongxiang can no longer go to the Zheng family, so she has been making noise about exposing the matter. Dongxiang hastily denied it. No, I never. Haven't you already slept with that Xingcheng? Don't you want to be Zhengcheng's concubine? Lady Su turned her head and glared at Dongxiang with venomous eyes. I gave you money, so you should have had the sense to disappear. If you dare ruin the Duke's reputation, even if I don't kill you, the Duke will have you executed. Dongxiang was so frightened that she shut her mouth. Lady Su turned to Duke Pei, her tone instantly becoming pitiful. Today there are many guests in the mansion, and Yenner's tutor and classmates are also present. Yet Zhu'er and Yenner chose to make a scene in public, fighting and calling off the engagement. I panicked and in desperation resorted to this lowly scheme. I beg your Grace to forgive me for acting without permission. Her eyes reddened, and the tears she had been holding back finally fell. In the end, it was my foolishness that led to wrongdoing. If your Grace wishes to punish me, I will accept it without complaint. Seeing this, Duke Pei quickly helped her up. I never said I would punish you. You are but a woman with limited insight, and fortunately no grave error has been committed. Shi Yu'an was shocked. Is this not a grave error? That was a human life. If I hadn't intervened, she would be dead. Is human life so cheap in this era? How can killing someone be trivial? Luo Xingzhou glanced at her unexpectedly. So her desperate attempt to save that maid was not to extract the truth, but simply because she wanted to save her. Was the life of a servant truly so precious to her? Duke Pei then turned to reprimand Pei Yan and Pei Zhu. Your mother has worn herself out worrying about you, yet you cannot distinguish friend from foe, acting recklessly before outsiders, and bringing shame to the Duke's mansion. Pei Yan, unwilling to accept this, was about to argue with his father again, but fortunately Luo Xingzhou held him back in time. Shi Yu'an also stopped him with a look. The Duchess's whispering in his ear is truly formidable. A few words were enough to fool Duke Pei. She clearly wanted to harm Pei Zhu and Pei Yan, yet she twisted it into acting for their good. A brazen reversal of right and wrong. Pei Yan, don't be impulsive. If you quarrel with your foolish father again, this whole matter will truly become your fault. Pei Yan heard Shi Yu'an's inner rebuke of his father's foolishness, and it actually eased his heart. His father was indeed a fool. Pei Zhu, unable to hear Shi Yu'an's thoughts, watched her stepmother sway her father with a few words, and her brother and herself receive his rebuke. Her heart turned to ashes, the light fading from her eyes. Forget it. It was always like this. Father always sided with her stepmother, and resistance was futile. She didn't want her brother to suffer more punishment because of her. Your Grace, what about the poisoning of Pei Yan? Luo Xingzhou spoke first, then emphasized, Pei Yan, the eldest son of the Duke's mansion, was poisoned right here in the mansion. Truly baffling. Since there was no immediate resolution regarding Pei Zhu's marriage, it was better to address other matters first. Continuing to argue would only displease Duke Pei. Shi Yu'an immediately chimed in. Being poisoned within the Duke's mansion, it certainly couldn't be you, Your Grace, nor Pei Zhu. So who else could it be? How hard to guess. Lady Su had been waiting for Pei Yan and Duke Pei to quarrel, as usual, so that the Duke's anger would lead to severe punishment of Pei Yan and the matter would be settled. But unexpectedly Pei Yan, who was usually as explosive as a firecracker, remained silent, and instead these people turned the conversation back to her. She gave an awkward smile. This is indeed my failure in management. The mansion is full of people and affairs are complex. Who knows who harbors such malicious intent? I will certainly investigate thoroughly and give Yenner an explanation. But this is a matter of our household, so I'd rather not trouble you classmates. How can that be? Shi Yu'an declared with great righteousness. As a student of Qingchuan Academy, our academy naturally bears responsibility for his safety and well-being. When his personal safety is not guaranteed and his physical and mental health are affected, as his teacher, I find it hard to sleep or eat, and I am deeply grieved. Pei Yan was so embarrassed that goosebumps rose on his skin. Duke Pei, however, felt a pang of guilt. We as parents have also failed in our duty. I will certainly investigate Yenner's poisoning thoroughly. But it's not just this one matter. Shi Yu'an pressed on. This child Pei Yan has suffered far too much. Anyone who hears of it would weep, and anyone who sees it would shed tears. Duke Pei asked, puzzled, what other matters? Shi Yu'an reached out to Luo Xingzhou, took the booklet he handed over, looked at Duke Pei, and her expression turned serious. Your Grace, you are Pei Yan's father. I believe your love for him is beyond doubt. So please listen carefully to how much grievance your son has endured over these years. Pei Yan looked at Luo Xingzhou, in confusion, wondering what they were up to. When he looked up, he found Luo Xingzhou gazing at him with a very complex expression. In those warm, narrow eyes were confusion, surprise, and a hint of sympathy. Damn it, who asked for his sympathy? They were archenemies. Duke Pei was shocked. Is this not a grave error? That was a human life. If I hadn't intervened, she would be dead. Is human life so cheap in this era? How can killing someone be trivial? Luo Xingzhou glanced at her unexpectedly. So her desperate attempt to save that maid was not to extract the truth, but simply because she wanted to save her. Was the life of a servant truly so precious to her? Duke Pei then turned to reprimand Pei Yan and Pei Zhu. Your mother has worn herself out worrying about you, yet you cannot distinguish friend from foe, acting recklessly before outsiders, and bringing shame to the Duke's mansion. Shi Yu'an continued. When Pei Yan was 15, he injured Luo Xingzhou, the grandson of Minister Lu. You, Duke Pei, forced Pei Yan to kneel in public. Pei Yan refused to yield, so you struck him before everyone. Duke Pei, is this true? Duke Pei pondered for a moment, then nodded. If he committed a wrong and refused to admit it, punishment was warranted. He should indeed admit his fault, but what if Pei Yan was never in the wrong? That's impossible. He took Luo Xingzhou to a brothel and beat him, so enraging the elderly Minister Lu that he fell ill and died. How could I not discipline him? Duke Pei, please read this letter. Luo Xingzhou handed over an envelope. This was written by Luo Xingzhou himself. Duke Pei took it suspiciously, and the more he read, the darker his expression became. It turned out that Luo Xingzhou had been deceived by a courtesan who had stolen his heart. He had wanted to elope with her, unaware that she and her lover were conspiring to swindle his money and then murder him. Pei Yan rushed over to stop Luo Xingzhou and happened to save him from being killed. Since Luo Xingzhou was injured, Pei Yan had no time to capture the swindlers, allowing them to escape. After returning home, Luo Xingzhou discovered that his grandfather had died of rage triggered by the elopement. He knew that if the truth about his elopement were ever revealed, he would be branded a filial impiety for the rest of his life. So when his parents questioned him, he concealed the facts, allowing his mother to mistakenly believe that Pei Yan had led him astray and injured him. He never expected his parents to confront Pei Yan's family and even blame Pei Yan for his grandfather's death. Nor did he expect Duke Pei to force Pei Yan to kneel publicly. All along he had harbored guilt, so when the Prince of Jin sent people to find him, he handed over the letter he had written years ago but never dared to send. This letter was LuoXingzhou's confession detailing the truth of what had happened back then. Shi Yu'an had learned of this matter from the mission manual and had worried it might be too late, but Luo Xingzhou said that Qingzhou Xianxing happened to be near the place where LuoXingzhou's father was serving, so he had promptly found LuoXingzhou and successfully obtained the letter. Upon learning the truth, everyone sighed in sympathy. Pei Yan was truly pitiable, LuoXingzhou was too harsh. Pei Yan had saved him, yet he allowed others to misunderstand Pei Yan. Everyone also cursed the swindlers as the most detestable for getting away without punishment. Shi Yu'an muttered silently to herself, actually, there was a sequel to this story. The courtesan who deceived LuoXingzhou did so for her lover, but her lover also deceived her. After they absconded with LuoXingzhou's money, the lover sold the courtesan again into the lowest kind of brothel, where she was eventually worn down and died. As for the lover, he squandered the money for a while, was targeted by someone who lured him to a gambling den, and ultimately was hacked to death for refusing to pay his gambling debts. Upon hearing this, everyone felt considerably relieved. Yet the truth had come too late after all. The injustice Pei Yan had suffered could never be erased. After Minister Lu passed away, the Lu family declined greatly. LuoXingzhou's father was demoted for a mistake, and LuoXingzhou himself failed in the imperial examinations. He believed it was divine retribution for his lies back then. Luo Xingzhou finished speaking, and then relayed LuoXingzhou's message to Pei Yan. He said he is sorry, and hopes you won't blame him for the sake of your childhood friendship. Pei Yan snorted indifferently. If I blamed him, I would have beaten him back then. He is a few years older than me, but his character is weak. Forget it, I don't care anymore anyway. He truly had never blamed LuoXingzhou. As a childhood friend, LuoXingzhou had been kind to him, and he understood LuoXingzhou's situation at the time. But from then on he was no longer Pei Yan's friend. Moreover, back then he hadn't been particularly angry at LuoXingzhou's slander. Instead, he had felt a bit jealous. Jealous that LuoXingzhou didn't need to say anything, and the Lu family automatically believed their child was innocent. When he wanted to explain, his father wouldn't even grant him the chance. Duke Pei now felt guilty as well. He only remembered being too angry at the time, thinking that Pei Yan had caused the death of the old minister and ruined his own future, so he wanted Pei Yan to kneel and apologize to the Lu family for forgiveness. But Pei Yan was stubborn, which made the Duke so anxious that he slapped him in public and even personally beat him with a rod. Pei Yan lowered his head. He had long since lost the desire to explain. Even if the evidence is right in front of you, would my father admit his mistake to his son? When there is a fault, one must admit it. Admit your fault, Duke Pei. Shi Yu'an stepped back, making way for Duke Pei. Everyone was astonished. A father admitting fault to his son. Luo Xingzhou had only intended to clear Pei Yan's name, but he had never dared to imagine Duke Pei apologizing to Pei Yan. After his initial surprise, Pei Yan felt a flicker of anticipation rising in his heart. Would his father really apologize to him? Shi Yu'an added, Duke Pei, as a father you will certainly lead by example, won't you? I believe that you not only dare to admit fault, but also dare to apologize. You take responsibility for your actions. That is what a true man does. Duke Pei's forehead beaded with sweat, but with Shi Yu'an putting him on such a high pedestal, he had no way to evade. Finally, he forced out the words, it was your father's fault for not investigating thoroughly. I was wrong in this matter, and I am ashamed before you. Pei Yan was greatly shocked inside, but his face showed disdain. It wasn't that you didn't investigate. You've long had it in for me, and wanted to teach me a lesson to show off your authority as the Duke. Nonsense. What authority would I show off to you? Pei Yan pressed his advantage. You don't show off. Then do you handle official business so carelessly as well? Even a thief catcher needs evidence. You didn't even give me a chance to defend myself before you passed judgment. How can you claim to be fair? Pei Yan. Duke Pei had assumed that since he the father had lowered his head, his son Pei Yan would take the opportunity to back down. Unexpectedly, his son talked back, which made the Duke's face lose all standing. Duke Pei's hard-won paternal affection crumbled entirely. He angrily raised his hand to give his son a lesson of love. Seeing this, Pei Yan sneered, what, you want to hit me again? Hit me then. You can beat me, and I can't fight back. Just kill me and be done with it. The atmosphere once again fell into deadlock. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They wanted to intervene, but dared not given Duke Pei's status. Slap. Shi Yu'an actually slapped Duke Pei's hand away. Esteemed parent, we should talk things over properly. You cannot punish a child with physical force. Everyone was stunned for a moment. The stormy tension between father and son was broken just like that. Though Duke Pei was surprised by the boldness of this female teacher, somehow the anger in his heart dissipated, and he even felt a bit of regret. He had almost laid hands on his son again. Shi Yu'an reasoned, right now Pei Yan is the aggrieved party. It's normal for him to lose his temper. Who wouldn't be angry when wrongly accused? Duke Pei won't hold it against the child, will you? Duke Pei cleared his throat awkwardly. and said to Pei Yan, "All right, it was my fault first, so I will not charge you with disrespect to an elder. Be more careful next time." Duke Pei, don't rush. There's more, Shi Yu'an said again. More? Duke Pei felt a headache coming on. When Pei Yan was 11, he pushed Su Yaozhu, the nephew of Lady Pei, into the lotus pond, while Su was a guest at the mansion. Because Pei Yan refused to apologize to Su Yaozhu, the Duke punished him with 20 strokes of the rod, and locked him in the ancestral hall for 3 days. Duke Pei still had some recollection of this and nodded. Shi Yu'an clapped her hands, and 2 guards dragged in 2 men. One was Su Yaozhu himself, and the other was Su Yaozhu's personal attendant. Su Yaozhu, his face covered with bruises and swelling, entered shouting "Anthe." At the same time, Shi Yu'an and Luo Xingzhou glanced at him, and he immediately fell silent. After all, Shi Yu'an could expose every bad deed he had done since childhood, and he dared not offend her. But what frightened him even more was that young man in elegant robes. He had obediently behaved after the female teacher revealed his crimes, but that young man had returned after the teacher left, and had someone give him a severe beating. The methods were ruthless, causing only internal injuries with no visible trace. Though his appearance was gentle as jade, his eyes held a hint of coldness. The words he had spoken last night still made Su Yaozhu shudder when he recalled them. "I am not a fool like Pei Yan, nor a reasonable person like the teacher. If you don't cooperate well tomorrow, I will make your life a living hell." Shi Yu'an instructed the servant to first recount the events that had occurred. Having been disciplined, the servant was now exceedingly obedient and truthfully said, "It was our young master who was teasing young Master Pei, mocking him for having lost his mother and calling him a child without a mother, which is why young Master Pei chased after him. Our young master couldn't win, so he ran, but he ran too fast and didn't notice, thus falling into the lotus pond." "What? He fell in by himself?" Duke Pei glared at Su Yaozhu with an unfriendly gaze, his stern expression causing Su Yaozhu to tremble. The servant answered for him, "It was the young master who fell in himself. Young Master Pei saw that our young master couldn't swim, so he jumped into the water and saved him." Enraged, Duke Pei seized Su Yaozhu and lifted him up. "So Pei Yan saved you, yet you bit back and accused him of pushing you into the water." Su Yaozhu was too frightened to deny it, and could only beg for mercy. "Uncle-in-law, it was my fault. Please forgive me this once." Duke Pei flung Su Yaozhu aside and looked displeasedly at Lady Su. "Why didn't you investigate this matter thoroughly?" Lady Su grew anxious. "My lord, I truly did not know. If I had known, I would never have wronged Yenner. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" "You must believe me. Then you tell me, why did you deliberately frame Pei Yan?" Shi Yu'an asked Su Yaozhu. Su Yaozhu instinctively defended Lady Su. "I just wanted to tease this kid, but he was too arrogant, wouldn't listen to me, looked down on me. So I wanted to teach him a lesson. You are merely the nephew of the Duchess, and your father's official rank is not high. How dare you bully the eldest son of the Duke's mansion? The Duchess even helped you cover it up." Luo Xingzhou shed his gentle demeanor, his gaze turning dark and profound, and his questioning tone became piercingly sharp. "Confess honestly, who instigated you to do this?" Su Yaozhu met Luo Xingzhou's gaze, shuddered, and instantly became clear-headed. Although his father had said that the glory of the Su family rested entirely on his aunt, and that he must never betray her if his life was at stake, what did glory matter? Thus Su Yaozhu promptly confessed. "It was my aunt. She said that Pei Yan did not respect her as his stepmother, and told me to teach him a lesson." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Lady Su wished she could slap her foolish nephew. This old incident had passed so long ago. If she had stubbornly denied it, and claimed it was merely childish play, the matter would have been over. Moreover, as long as she was there protecting Su Yaozhu would not be difficult. But this fool had confessed so quickly. By dragging her down, what good would the Su family gain? Indeed, Duke Pei's gaze toward her changed. Lady Su immediately knelt and admitted her fault. "My lord, it is my fault. But I only thought that Yenner was young and wanted to teach him. It was Yaozhu who misunderstood my intentions. I never meant to actually harm Yenner." Perhaps out of consideration for the Duke's mansion's reputation, Duke Pei did not reproach her further in front of everyone. He merely ordered that Su Yaozhu be beaten and driven out, never to be allowed to visit again. Su Yaozhu's pig-like screams of agony rang out, and everyone felt a sense of relief. But this person had done many despicable things since childhood, not only bullying Pei Yan, but also committing many heinous acts. He could not be let off so easily. Shi Yu'an and Luo Xingzhou exchanged a glance, sharing the same thought. "Just not allowing him to visit doesn't mean no one can support him," Shi Yu'an deliberately asked. "I heard that Su Yaozhu frequently goes to the Wan'an Tower. What kind of place is Wan'an Tower? Can ordinary people afford to go there often?" Zhu Minglang, the chubby student most fond of fine food, immediately answered. "Wan'an Tower is the most expensive restaurant in the city. A meal costs at least 100 taels, and at most 10,000 taels. I love their dishes, but my parents are strict. In the past, they allowed me to go only 3 to 5 times a month. Now I can only go once during holidays." "How much do you usually spend on a meal?" Shi Yu'an asked. "I only like to eat, not drink, so I don't spend much. Just around 80 to 100 taels. "All right, stop talking." Shi Yu'an told him to shut up, and then continued her sarcastic remarks about the Su family. "Su Yaozhu goes more than 10 times a month. Seems like his family is quite wealthy, huh?" Luo Xingzhou cooperatively said. The The Su family is merely a 6th-rank official originally, they should not be able to afford such expenses. But since they became relatives with the Duke's mansion, the Su family's land and shops have increased significantly, and naturally Su Yaozu's pockets have become fuller. Duke Pei naturally understood their implication and immediately ordered someone to audit the accounts. In fact, Luo Xingzhou had already investigated clearly, but Shi Yu'an told him not to reveal it too quickly. She said that people always trust the truth they uncover themselves more, so they should first guide Duke Pei to investigate the truth himself, then fan the flames from the sidelines, and finally deliver the finishing blow at the opportune moment, never allowing the enemy a chance to catch their breath. Lady Su's face instantly turned ashen. Other matters could be dismissed as minor mischief, but once the accounts were examined, there would be no way to cover it up. What she had given to her own family might be tolerable, but she feared that the deeds of her family members would be exposed, and then the Duke would certainly not protect them. Gritting her teeth, Lady Su ordered someone to drag in Su Yaozu, who was beaten black and blue like a dead dog. "You worthless one. I told you to be thrifty. I subsidized you to honor your grandparents, not for you to squander." Lady Su struck Su Yaozu a few times harshly, then voluntarily confessed to Duke Pei that she had embezzled the mansion's silver to subsidize her own family. "My lord, I am guilty. My own family indeed has no substantial income, and my brothers are not engaged in productive work, living in straitened circumstances. I am fortunate to have your protection, my lord, lacking nothing in food and clothing. But while I enjoy such a good life, I can only watch my parents suffer. My heart is filled with guilt, so I have no choice but to frequently aid my family. If you resent me for this, my lord, it is only right. This matter is my fault. If you are unwilling to forgive me, my lord, I will immediately order my family to sell their fields and houses and return every single coin." With that, Lady Su shouted loudly at Su Yaozu, "Hurry back and tell your parents to raise money. Say it's my demand. Sell all the fields and houses. The Su family's good fortune today relies entirely on the Duke's mansion. Even if we have to sell the ancestral home, we must not cause the Duke any trouble." Duke Pei hesitated for a moment. He had never concerned himself with the household's mundane affairs. Over the years, Lady Su had managed everything without mishap, so he did not mind her taking some money to subsidize her family. After all, the Duke's mansion was not lacking in such silver. Seeing that Lady Su was about to brush this matter aside again, Luo Xingzhou was about to produce evidence, but then Shi Yuan's eyes lit up. She pointed at the jade pendant on Su Yaozu and said, "This jade looks really beautiful. It must be expensive, right?" "I don't believe it. With a name like Yaozu, he could be wearing something cheap. No matter how much this jade is worth, I'll exaggerate to make Duke Pei realize that the Su family's wealth doesn't come solely from the mansion's subsidies." Su Yaozu immediately tried to cover his jade pendant, but Pei Yan snatched it away and tossed it to Luo Xingzhou. "You know about this stuff, right?" Luo Xingzhou nodded, examined it closely, and said, "I have seen this jade before. It must be very expensive and rare, right? Oh my, could this be the legendary priceless psychic jade?" Shi Yu'an secretly winked at Luo Xingzhou. "Luo, classmate, exaggerate its value. Exaggerate to the death." Luo Xingzhou did not look at her. He took a deep breath before saying, "This jade is top-grade Hetian jade of excellent quality. Most importantly, it is a posthumous work of Master Gu, a renowned jade carver of the previous dynasty. The value of the jade itself and its collectible value are immeasurable. I'm afraid it is not something ordinary people can afford." "Not bad, Luo. You can even boast with such high-end grandeur with reason and detail, greatly increasing credibility." Luo Xingzhou glanced at Shi Yu'an. Did she think everyone was like her, making up lies off the top of their heads? He was telling the truth. "How much is it worth, roughly?" Shi Yu'an pressed on. In her mind, she thought, "Luo Xingzhou, just say it outright. 500 taels, no, 1,000 taels. That should be enough to prove Su Yaozu's extravagant lifestyle, right?" Luo Xingzhou was a bit speechless, while Pei Yan looked disdainful. So unrefined. Gold has a price, but jade is priceless. However, this piece was auctioned at a high price in the jade market. Luo Xingzhou glanced at Shi Yu'an and continued, "It's worth 23,000 taels." Shi Yu'an was dumbfounded. 23,000 taels. Isn't that overblown? A mansion in the capital costs around 10,000 taels and up. Who carries 2 mansions on their person? Luo Xingzhou handed the jade pendant to Duke Pei for him to see for himself. Duke Pei looked at the pendant and his expression darkened once more. Madame Su grew visibly nervous and stammered, "Duke, this was a gift from someone." "No, that's wrong. It's been passed down from our ancestors." Duke Pei snorted disdainfully. "Your Su family were poor farmers for generations. It wasn't until your grandfather's generation that a provincial scholar emerged. How could your ancestors possess something so fine?" Before marrying Madame Su, he had already investigated her ancestors for generations. If not for her good uncle who had helped her father and her reputation as a virtuous and gentle lady in the boudoir, she would not have been able to marry above her station, even as a second wife. Madame Su panicked and tried to explain, No, it's fake. A counterfeit. Worthless." But Duke Pei was well-traveled and experienced. The moment he held the jade, he could tell its authenticity without further words. Not to mention that if one looked closely they would notice Shi Yuan was dressed in expensive items. The jade crown on his head, the shoe brocade, robes, the thumb ring on his hand. Could all of these be fake? Duke Pei ordered with a dark face, and reports of the Su family's matters were presented one by one. As a man, he didn't mind his wife supporting her family. Such trivial matters. Even if the Su family was wasteful and extravagant, he didn't care. It was only about eating, drinking, and enjoying themselves. How extreme could it be? But what he didn't know would surprise him. Upon investigation, the sums were staggering enough to make one gasp. Duke Pei realized he was wrong, completely wrong. Extravagance had no limits. The Duke's mansion had been noble for generations, with excellent food and clothing, but always within set limits and standards, never exceeding them. But the Su family behaved like complete upstarts. What they ate and used wasn't necessarily the best, but it was certainly the most expensive. The servants reported the findings truthfully. Speaking of food alone, the Su family enjoyed delicacies from land and sea daily, employing renowned chefs and feasting on famous dishes. All 18 major cuisines were available. As for clothing, even a concubine in the Su residence could wear silk and satin adorned with pearls and jade. The favored ones even handed out gold leaves to servants casually. Not to mention the legitimate masters of the Su family, from the old madam to the young grandson. What extravagance! That wasn't all. Duke Pei also discovered that the Su family had purchased thousands of acres of fertile land, vast estates, countless mansions, and shops in prime locations. These could not be supported by the Duke's mansion subsidies alone. Now the most important question was, where did they get all that money? Duke Pei's face turned livid, and he no longer showed Madame Su any kindness. I told you that spending more money was fine, but oppressing the people and breaking the law are absolutely forbidden. Where did these fields and estates of the Su family come from? Madame Su wanted to defend herself, but under Duke Pei's fury, she dared not speak. Someone investigate immediately, Duke Pei ordered. Find out the origins of these estates and fields. Oh, Duke, don't be anxious. The students of our academy have too much leisure, so we happened to look into it, and have already found out everything. Please take a look. Shi Yu'an knew that investigating this would take time, so she seized the moment and had Luo Xingzhou present the evidence to Duke Pei. Luo Xingzhou had already organized the evidence thoroughly and clearly. One look could tell truth from falsehood. Duke Pei took one look and his vision darkened repeatedly. He angrily scolded Madame Su. You said your nephew was timid and kind, but I see he is audacious and wicked. How dare he act tyrannically and oppress others? And your Su family has illegally seized the people's fertile lands and maliciously swallowed up estates and shops. How greedy can you be? Madame Su collapsed in terror, covering her face and crying, Duke, believe me. I knew nothing about these matters. I knew nothing at all. You'd better really know nothing. Duke Pei immediately ordered, someone take Shi Yuan and the others along with this evidence to the authorities and let them handle it fairly. Madame Su panicked. Duke Yuan is my only nephew and my parents' only grandson. My brother had 12 daughters before finally having this son. He is the root of our Su family. Please spare him. The state has its laws. Your Su family, driven by greed, violated the law and even used my name to amass wealth. I cannot protect you, and I won't. Duke Pei cruelly pushed Madame Su away and even specially instructed his subordinates, tell the authorities not to consider my face. Handle it as it should be handled. Madame Su continued to wail and begged Duke Pei to spare Shi Yuan, infuriating him so much that he cursed, you must be deluded to have tolerated their behavior. If not for early discovery, the Duke's mansion would also be implicated. Madame Su tried to speak, but Duke Pei asked again, tell me yourself. Is you involvement in Yenner's poisoning? Madame Su immediately fell silent in fear, then hastily denied, Duke, this has nothing to do with me. If I had any connection with it, I. Madame Su sobbed breathlessly, unable to utter another word. Shi Yu'an jumped out enthusiastically. Madam Duke, do you want to swear an oath to prove your innocence? Let me help you. If you are involved in Pei Yan's poisoning, may you get sores on your head, pus on your feet, never become wealthy in your life, fall into poverty, in old age live by stealing slop, and finally die in agony from rat poison with your guts and stomach rotting. After death you'll descend into the 18th level of hell, then be reborn into a poor family, enduring 100 generations of suffering. With such specific details, heaven will surely sense your sincerity. Madam Duke, just nod your head, and the oath will be sealed. Madame Su stared wide-eyed, whimpering for a long time, holding her head high, refusing to lower it. You dare not take the oath? Duke Pei asked. Madame Su was frantic. How could she agree to such a poisonous oath? Even if her neck ached to the point of breaking, she would endure it and never nod. Madame Su, I will investigate whether you participated in the Su family's affairs. As long as you weren't involved, I can spare you. Duke Pei's eyes were cold. But if you had anything to do with Yenner's poisoning, I will not let you off. At that moment, another subordinate of Duke Pei rushed in. Your Grace, I found the seller of the medicine in the ghost market. His name is Li Si, known as Undying Li, who specializes in all sorts of strange poisons that won't kill a man. Many in the ghost market know of him, but he is very cunning. As soon as he senses trouble, he administers poison and flees. Most of our men were poisoned, so we failed to capture him. What poison? Is it life-threatening? The subordinate's expression was complicated. The brothers have been seen by a physician. He says it's nothing serious, just a powerful laxative. Inhaling it causes poisoning, but it passes after a bowel movement. This Li Si is quite a talent. Shi Yu'an muttered inwardly, it's a pity I can't find this person in my character roster. Is it because I've never seen Li Si before? Luo Xingzhou silently noted this. The immediate priority was to capture Li Si. Let's go to the ghost market, Pei Yan declared. Are you sure you're fit enough? Shi Yu'an asked. Pei Yan stepped forward and smashed a vase with one punch, then casually rotated his wrist, as if he hadn't used his full strength. Catching a mere peddler is nothing. The next moment Duke Pei and Shi Yu'an simultaneously smacked him on the head. No impudence. No destroying things. Pei Yan roared indignantly, didn't you say no corporal punishment? Shi Yu'an smiled awkwardly at Duke Pei. Generally we don't advocate corporal punishment for students, but tailoring teaching to individual needs is also important. Pei Yan is no ordinary student, sometimes unconventional methods are necessary. I trust you understand your grace. Tailoring teaching to individual needs. Well said. Duke Pei fetched a whip and handed it to Shi Yu'an. This is the old whip that Grand Tutor Luo used to beat us when I served as the Emperor's study companion in the Imperial study room. It is made of cowhide, exceptionally sturdy. I gift it to you today, Master Shi. From now on Pei Yan is yours to whip. This thing hurts like hell when it hits. That's perfect for Pei Yan. Shi Yu'an accepted it cheerfully. Pei Yan's face fell. Only he had achieved a world of unhappiness. You have not yet recovered. No need to go, stay home and rest. Duke Pei ordered Pei Yan. Pei Yan disagreed, pointing at Su Shi. If I don't catch Li Si, how can I prove that this woman poisoned me? Without solid evidence that she tried to poison me, won't you merely give her a light punishment? Do you think your father is so unjust? Whoever commits a fault will be severely punished. Duke Pei turned to Su Shi, about to sternly punish her to assert his authority, when he saw the matron beside Su Shi leading in the loudly wailing second young master, followed by his own mother, old Madame Zhou. Second young master Pei Sheng, born to Su Shi, hugged Duke Pei's leg and cried loudly, Father, don't punish mother. Don't punish mother. Su Shi's matron seized the moment and said, Your Grace, the lady is your wife. She has managed household affairs for years and borne you children. She has her merits, even if not without fault. You cannot punish the lady without proof. Old Madame Zhou usually spent her time in the small Buddhist hall praying and rarely intervened in family matters, but now she also spoke up for Su Shi. Su Shi is Sheng'er's birth mother. If you punish her, how will outsiders view Sheng? Old Madame Zhou had never favored Pei Yan and his sister Pei Zhu. She doted only on her youngest grandson Pei Sheng. For Pei Sheng's sake, she would surely protect Su Shi. Mother, this time it is indeed Yen'er and Zhu'er who have been wrong. I am not senile. Old Madame Zhou cut him off. But arranging children's marriages and educating them are the duties of the principal wife. As a duke, you must consider the future of the duke's mansion. This mansion will one day depend on Sheng'er to uphold it. Duke Pei wanted to argue further, but old Madame Zhou began to cough and said, What, you won't even listen to my words now? Do you want to anger me to death? Duke Pei could only relent and said to Su Shi, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Until then you are confined to your quarters for reflection. You are not to leave without my order. He turned away reluctantly, but met Pei Yan's disillusioned gaze. Pei Yan said nothing more, only gave a heavy snort and walked straight out. He had known this would be the outcome. The other students also found Duke Pei unfair. Though there was no proof, the Duchess was clearly a wicked stepmother who had tried to harm Pei Yan, and the Duke was shielding her. Everyone followed Pei Yan with a humph, and then chased after him, fleeing quickly. Duke Pei's face darkened. As a duke, he was being scorned by a bunch of brats, and yet he couldn't even argue with them. He called Shi Yu'an back, wanting to defend himself to salvage some dignity. I have no choice. Without evidence, I cannot punish her severely. Su Shi is after all the Duchess. If word gets out, it will affect Sheng. The Su family has already been punished. Do I trust they won't repeat such mistakes? As they say, harmony in the family brings prosperity. A family should be harmonious. Master Shi surely understands, right? I understand and respect that, but, Shi Yu'an also gave a cold snort and walked away with the most resolute steps. She understood Duke Pei's desire for family harmony and she respected it, but that didn't mean she didn't despise his appeasement. At a wonton stall on the street, the students of Qingchuan Academy gathered together for a blatant conspiracy. What do we do now? What else can we do? She's already tried to kill Pei Yan and his sister. It's either her or us. I agree. The enemy surely has more tricks up her sleeve. Everyone nodded in agreement, reaching a unanimous conclusion. This one must not be left alive. How about we give her a good beating to vent our anger? Huang Tianlu, who loved to fight, suggested. Childish. Do you think this is a game? Since she's already made a move, why not directly? Xiao Qing made a throat-slitting gesture with a grim expression. Isn't that a bit too brutal? In my opinion, let's give her a taste of her own medicine. She poisoned us, so we poison her. Make her insides rot. Minhan interjected. I've been researching a colorless, odorless poison that kills instantly upon ingestion. Then hurry up and arrange it for her. Nonsense. The Duchess is still Pei Yan's nominal mother. Our dynasty values filial piety. Killing one's mother is an act of treason and must never be done. Luo Xingzhou turned to Pei Yan and said gravely, Pei Yan, listen to me. You must never do these things yourself. Do you mean it's okay as long as I don't do it myself? Pei Yan raised an eyebrow at Luo Xingzhou. Luo Xingzhou's narrow eyes drooped slightly. He didn't deny it. After a long pause, he said, if you need it, I can find someone. Hearing this, everyone became eager again. I can also help find people. I have some. Are you stupid? How can you use your own people for this kind of thing? Find someone from the underworld. I happen to know an organization of assassins, skilled fighters, quick, and they never leak secrets. And the price is reasonable. So kill her after all. Kidnapping works too. I still think poisoning is better. Chop her up. Shi Yu'an's clear voice suddenly rang out. The students all turned to her, shock in their eyes. Chop her up? Isn't that a bit too much? Zhu Minglang stammered in fear. Why not? Not only chop her up, but boil her too. That's how you make it tasty. What? Zhu Minglang swallowed in terror. Chop her up and then boil her. Do you mean to eat her? Of course. Aren't you eating? Shi Yu'an asked seriously. Everyone shook their heads in unison, their gazes at Shi Yu'an, turning to terror, yet with a hint of inexplicable admiration. Shi Yu'an didn't understand why their looks suddenly became so strange. Reaching for a bowl of wontons, she muttered inwardly, is there anything wrong with me liking finely chopped and cooked scallions? You mean scallions? Pei Yan pointed at the wontons in her bowl and asked, what else? What did you think I meant? She scooped up a wonton with broth and scallions into her mouth. The savory broth mixed with tender pork wontons was so delicious that she let out a satisfied sigh. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. We thought you wanted to eat. Zhu Minglang started to speak, but was muffled by his friend's hand. He struggled and shouted, fine, I won't say it. It's just that I've never seen anyone eat so deliciously it makes me want to eat wontons here too. Boss, bring me 3 bowls to taste first. Zhu Minglang, do you realize we're discussing serious matters here? And you're thinking about food. Eating is one thing, but how can you eat so much? I'm different, I'll just have 1 bowl. Boss, extra scallions. Is now the time for eating? Really, so many demands. Boss, for mine, no scallions. You put scallions, I'll have cilantro. Down with cilantro. And so before they knew it, an assassination planning turned into a wonton tasting party. With the young men's large appetites, they actually ate up the vendor's entire stock, forcing the boss to close early. After finishing the wontons, paying the bill became a problem. Shi Yu'an had some silver, but she didn't dare go to the Shi family to get money recently. She didn't know how long this little money would last, so she planned to spend frugally. Let's each pay for ourselves. Shi Yu'an took out a few copper coins and gave them to the boss. Boss, this is mine. The scholars looked at her with contempt. What kind of look is that? Don't you know about splitting the bill? Besides, none of you are poorer than me. If I had a thicker skin, I'd ask you to treat me. I'll take it. Luo Xingzhou casually pulled out a silver note worth 100 taels. How generous of Luo, but isn't his family known as a pure official family? Shouldn't they be poor and honest? It seems people misunderstand what pure official means. Tsk. Luo Xingzhou was a bit embarrassed. His family was indeed a lineage of pure official scholars, but the Luo clan had served as officials for generations, so they were by no means penniless. But he couldn't argue, so he could only explain the silver note. The dean left some money with me when he departed. On non-rest days, everyone's expenses are covered by the academy. The vendor immediately waved his hand. Young master, it doesn't cost that much. It's just a few dozen bowls of wontons, 8 coppers each. I'll round it down, 200 coppers total. Luo Xingzhou frowned. He had never used such small denominations. He looked back at the others, who exchanged helpless looks. They didn't have any either. I'll do it. A tall, thin scholar stepped forward, took out a money pouch, and produced some silver bits and a few copper coins. Then from another pouch at his waist, he took out an exquisite miniature golden scale, weighed the silver bits, and rapidly counted the copper coins. His movements were deft and precise, awe-inspiring. Apart from Teacher Shi's bowl, we ate 27 bowls in total. At 8 coppers each, that's 216 coppers. This wonton stall is a small business. We appreciate the boss's kindness, but no need to round down. I've counted the money once. Boss, please count it again. No need. It must be counted clearly. In business, payment and goods must be settled exactly. It's not much money, but every copper must be counted. Neither more nor less is best. Yes, boss, count it. Shin Fuguwei counted so fast he must have miscounted. If it's short, we'll make it up. I, Zhu Minglang, have eaten all over Chang'an and never defaulted. Zhu Minglang said. That's right, this student didn't miscount. Whether it's the amount owed or paid, it's exactly right. I used multiplication formulas, but this student counted just as fast. How did he do it? The others all looked at the scholar named Shin Fuguwei, but only Luo Xingzhou and Shin Fuguwei looked at Shi Yu'an. What is the multiplication formula? Sounds impressive. The wonton stall owner finished counting and said in surprise, Young masters, it's correct, not a single mistake. Everyone cast incredulous looks at Shin Fuguwei. Was he really this clever? Shin Fuguwei smugly put away his small scale and didn't forget to instruct Luo Xingzhou. Fellow Luo, remember to reimburse me the 216 coppers as soon as we return to the academy. Otherwise, I'll charge 3 coppers interest for each day late. Shi Yu'an was just finding this student amusing when he said to her, Teacher Shi, the 8 coppers you paid for your wontons can also be reimbursed. Similarly, you can charge the Academy 1 copper interest for each day late. Why is it that your 216 coppers earn 3 coppers interest per day, while teacher Shi's 8 coppers earn 1 copper interest per day? Luo Xingzhou was puzzled. You're the borrower, I'm the lender, so interest naturally follows my rules. My rule is for every 100 coppers lent 1 copper interest per day. If less than 100, it's counted as 100. Any problem? Luo Xingzhou was speechless. Shi Yu'an couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Interesting, such a way to lend money. This Shen Fugui's family must be merchants. What a shrewd businessman. However, he is good at accounting. Although Luo is clever, he's far inferior to Shen Fugui in accounting. Hearing Shi Yu'an say this, Luo Xingzhou immediately took out his money and placed it in front of Shen Fugui. The dean asked me to find a scholar skilled in bookkeeping to manage the money. I think you're the most suitable. I'll leave the money with you and you'll handle the accounts. Shi Yu'an looked at the stack of silver notes and couldn't help feeling worried. He gave all this money away just like that. So reckless. Isn't he afraid it'll be embezzled? After all, he's a shrewd merchant. Shen Fugui walked to the middle of the street, flicked his sleeves, revealing an embroidered money pouch with golden threads at his waist, and casually showed a jade pendant on the other side. My Shen family has been merchants for generations, and now we are the #1 imperial merchant of Daqing. Our commercial houses are also known as the best in the world. See this row of shops over here? Shen Fugui waved his left hand. They're mine. See the tallest restaurant over there? Shen Fugui pointed with his right hand. That's also mine. And the largest cloth shop, the largest money exchange, the largest gambling house in the capital. All mine. Listening to Shen Fugui flaunt his wealth, Shi Yu'an felt an urge to make him stop. She had no objection to letting him manage the money now. An ordinary sharp merchant would be worrisome, but an extraordinary one left nothing to worry about. With so much wealth and the surname Shun, could he be a descendant of the richest man, Shun Wansan? Shen Fugui was taken aback. Who is Shun Wansan? His family is indeed the richest, but his father-grandfather and his father's grandfather are not named Shen Wansan. With so much money, why would Shen Fugui come to Qingchuan Academy to study? Except for the imperial study in the palace, he could go to any academy, right? Could it be that the Shun family didn't donate a building? Let me see. The other students were also curious. They knew the Shen family was extremely wealthy, had donated to many academies, and even built their own, so why would the legitimate son of the Shen family end up in Qingchuan Academy? Shen Fugui broke out in a cold sweat, but heard Shi Yu'an's inner voice again, terrifying. This world doesn't have a person named Shen Fugui at all. The crowd was astounded. Shen Fugui's face turned deathly pale. If he didn't exist in the records, then what was he? As if struck by a sudden realization, he trembled and stared ahead, speaking in a quivering voice. Could it be? Could it be that I left the human world long ago? Fugui, what's wrong? What do you mean left the human world? Shi Yu'an, not understanding why he suddenly seemed so terrified, tried to calm him. How could you not be in the human world? If you're not in the human world, are you in the underworld then? The underworld? You? How do you know? Shen Fugui pointed at Shi Yu'an, growing more terrified. I see you're here to take my soul. My soul is gone. Ooh, I'm dead. Ooh, I've become a ghost. Shen Haojing. Luo Xingzhou steadied Shen Fugui, soothing him. The master does not speak of strange forces and spirits. Don't scare yourself. Pei Yan jumped onto the table and grabbed his collar. I told you to stop being paranoid. Look down. You have a shadow beneath your feet. What ghost could you possibly be? Shen Fugui lowered his head and saw his own shadow finally calming down. He muttered, the shadow is still there, the shadow is still there. Shen Haojing. Is that Fugui's full name? Shi Yu'an suddenly understood, so Shen Fugui's real name is Shen Haojing. No wonder I couldn't find his information. A false alarm. The other students also came to their senses. That's right, Shen Fugui's full name is Shen Haojing. Because Pei Yan always called him Shen Fugui, we almost forgot his original name. Pei Yan raised an eyebrow. This guy had Fugui branded on his forehead. What else would you call him if not Shen Fugui? Luo Xingzhou glanced at Pei Yan. Next time, don't casually give people nicknames. It nearly scared the life out of him. Pei Yan raised an eyebrow at Shen Fugui. My fault. Shen Fugui quickly shook his head. No, not at all. Pei Yan looked at Shen Fugui with disdain. This guy has always been terrified of ghosts, saying that if you call him by his full name, a ghost will take him away. Shen Fugui nodded repeatedly. From now on, everyone call me Fugui. Once the name matched the face, Shi Yu'an finally saw Shen Fugui's life story. But the moment she saw it, her expression turned grave. No wonder he was having a fit in broad daylight. He really did see a ghost. Shen Haojing's body trembled like a sieve. He could barely stand. Pei Yan slapped him on the head again. What are you afraid of? Even if a real ghost comes, I'll destroy it. Besides, I don't believe in ghosts. Holy crap! Shi Yu'an exclaimed in her mind. There really is a ghost in the Shen family. Bam! Pei Yan actually fell off the table. Shen Fugui, are you crazy? Pei Yan climbed up from the ground. He hadn't fallen by himself. Shen Fugui had suddenly gone berserk and knocked over the table, causing him to fall. He, the young master Pei, was certainly not afraid of ghosts. But Shen Fugui was in an uncontrollable state, about to go on a rampage. Everyone had to hold him down tightly, both afraid he might hurt himself and worried that Shi Yu'an would notice something. But when they heard Shi Yu'an say there really was a ghost, they too began to feel uneasy. Some turned pale. Some calculated that they needed to go to the temple to get a protective charm and donate some oil money. Some even planned to have their families gild the Buddha statue in the temple. But this ghost isn't a ghost from the underworld. It's an internal ghost in the Shin family. Shi Yu'an added another sentence in her mind. Everyone cursed inwardly. Can't you finish what you're saying in one go? You scared the hell out of us. Fortunately, as long as it wasn't a real ghost, there was nothing to fear. Let me see. Shun Haojing, the second young master of the Shin family, also the legitimate grandson of the richest man, Old Master Shun. Since childhood, he has been afraid of ghosts, believing himself haunted by wronged spirits. Living in constant terror, he couldn't study or inherit the family business. He was once favored by Old Master Shun, but because his fear of ghosts caused so much trouble, he was eventually abandoned by Old Master Shun and sent to Qingchuan Academy. Everyone now understood Shin Fuguwei had ended up at Qingchuan Academy with them because he was haunted by ghosts. What a stroke of bad luck. Fuguwei's parents were honest people, and because their only child was not ambitious, they lost their standing in the family. They thought that even if the brothers inherited the estate, they would still ensure their son a lifetime of wealth, so they didn't compete. But plans could not keep up with changes. Fuguwei's ultimate fate was truly tragic. Everyone immediately perked up their ears. The Qing state fell, foreign enemies invaded, and border supplies were scarce. Shun Fuguwei wanted to donate his family's wealth, but he discovered that his second uncle had killed his grandfather and parents, unscrupulously profiteering from the national crisis, and even secretly colluding with enemy spies. Everyone's expressions toward Shin Fuguwei turned sour. No matter how useless they were, they would never commit treason, so they felt nothing but contempt for the Shun family's actions. Pei Yan, recalling how many times he had protected Shin Fuguwei, now that the Shun family would later collude with the enemy, wished he could strangle Shin Fuguwei on the spot. Fuguwei had no intention of fighting for the family inheritance, but he had backbone. He couldn't stand by and watch the Shun family walk the path of treason. So using his talent for calculation, he set a trap to swindle most of the Shun family's silver, converted it all into supplies, and donated them to the border. His supplies relieved the border's immediate crisis and even helped win a battle. Pei Yan withdrew his hand that had been about to strangle Shin Fuguwei. This kid was actually more useful than he had imagined. Everyone looked at Shun Fuguwei with new respect. After completing this task, Fuguwei went to avenge his family. Despite lacking martial arts and being timid, he charged alone before his enemies, disregarding his own life, determined to fight to the death. Everyone's eyes now held admiration for Shun Fuguwei, but reality was harsh. Fuguwei's journey ended before it began. He was scared to death by a sudden ghostly apparition. The others? Of course. Pei Yan still a waste. Shi Yu'an couldn't help but sigh. Fuguwei's entire tragedy began with being haunted by ghosts, but he didn't know that the so-called ghosts were actually humans playing tricks. Coupled with the hallucinogenic drugs that Fuguwei's wet nurse bought from Li Si at the ghost market, he easily fell into panic and couldn't extricate himself. Shin Fuguwei jerked his head up, utterly shocked it had all been a lie. He had been haunted all along, and it was all fake. And it involved his wet nurse. How could that be? Shi Yu'an and the others now focused on a key figure, Li Si. Undyingly, this matter was connected to him again. Pei Yan was also looking for him. Luo Xingzhou chose the right moment to ask. Our current priority is to find Li Si from the ghost market. I suspect that since Li Si has this kind of drug, Madam, Pei wouldn't be the only one to approach him. Why don't we start with other families? Does anyone here have a similar situation? Pei Yan glanced at Shun Fuguwei, who immediately raised his hand. I think my wet nurse did buy some. I heard she bought it from Undying Li at the ghost market. Yes, Undying Li. Shi Yu'an asked suspiciously. You know your wet nurse bought poison. What was she going to do with it? Feed it to you. Shi Yu'an deliberately prodded him. Shin Fuguwei's heart skipped a beat. Under the stares of others, he quickly made up a reason. She said she bought it for the dog. Yes, for the dog. For breeding. The dog at home is too picky, it doesn't find the breeding dogs attractive. But after taking the medicine, even the pigs at home look like fairies to it. That dog is really unlucky. Shi Yu'an perfunctorily agreed, and then followed his lead. Since the Shun family's wet nurse has contact with Li Si, it's easy. Why don't you go home, Fuguwei, keep an eye on the wet nurse, and then follow the trail to catch Li Si. And while you're at it, rescue your dog. The Shin family's wet nurse had been giving Shin Fuguwei small doses of the drug for a long time, so she would likely visit Li Si frequently. Shin Fuguwei going home would create the perfect opportunity for her. And no, Shin Fuguwei was extremely resistant. I dare not go home. Seeing his pale face, Shi Yu'an didn't dare to rely on him. She proposed, how about we find someone to disguise as a maid and be bought by Fuguwei? That way we can gather information without alarming the enemy. But there are no women here. How can we do that? Pei Yan blurted out. Shi Yu'an glared at him. Even if there were a girl, it wouldn't work. She'd have to live and eat with Fuguwei to not miss any clues. So we'll have a man disguised as a woman. You guys discuss who will take on this mission. There's a reward for completing it. I want Pei Yan. Shin Fuguwei suddenly spoke up. Pei Yan glared at Shun Fuguwei, his expression shifting from shock to fury. You pervert. How dare you have improper thoughts about me? I'll smash your dog head. I did not. Shun Fuguwei immediately shrank behind Luo Xingzhou, twisting his fingers nervously. It's just, I only feel safe when I'm by your side. Pei Yan raised his fist ready to strike. With that wretched look of yours, who wouldn't have wild thoughts? Pei Yan. Luo Xingzhou blocked him, explaining on his behalf. Perhaps it's because you're quite fierce and fearless, radiating masculine valor that makes classmate Shin feel safest following you. Exactly. That's what I mean. Shin Fuguei nodded vigorously. Pei Yan has a fiery temper. My mother said such people have strong yang energy. If I stick with him, ghosts won't dare come near. I told you there are no ghosts. There definitely are. I've seen them with my own eyes. Really. Compared to Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts, Shin Fuguei trusted his own eyes more so. He insisted Pei Yan accompany him home. Then why are you acting so coy? It's my first time saying such things to a man. I'm a bit shy. Pei Yan raised his fist again. Shin Fuguei, talk like a normal person, or I'll castrate you right now. Luo Xingzhou had to step in again to mediate. A true man doesn't fuss over trivial matters. Classmate Fuguei is in a special period now and relies on you. He won't do anything to you. He wouldn't dare. Pei Yan glared at Shin Fuguei. Anyway, the Shin family isn't familiar with me. I'll just go stay at the Shun residence for a couple of days and flush out that ghost directly. Why bother dressing up as a maid? You might not have that ability either. Shi Yu'an thought to herself. Before Pei Yan could lose his temper, she quickly changed her expression. I know you're formidable, but precisely because you're so formidable you need to disguise yourself. Otherwise, wouldn't that ghost hide away the moment it sees you and stop causing trouble? Pei Yan was speechless. I'll believe you when ghosts fly. Shi Yu'an continued to persuade. Ghosts fear you, and people fear you even more. Ask yourself who else, but you, young Master Pei, can catch the mole above and protect the fragile hearts below. Fragile heart? Shin Fuguei nodded frantically. Faced with their trusting gazes, Pei Yan's refusal wavered. But making me dress as a woman? No way. Let me see, young man with rosy lips and fair skin, quite delicate features. You'd have no trouble passing as a girl. Just a bit tall, but classmate Fuguei is taller than average, so standing together it won't look odd. I said I absolutely will not dress as a woman. Your eyebrows are a bit thick. We can trim them and apply some lip balm. You might even turn out to be a little beauty. Shi Yu'an, I said. Call me master. Shi Yu'an coaxed patiently. A true man can bend and stretch. What is a temporary disguise? How can it affect your towering masculinity? Think about it. If you personally catch Li Si, your father won't be able to shield your stepmother anymore. Then your father will see your capability and look at you with new respect. Really? Of course. Seeing he was interested, Shi Yu'an added fuel to the fire. Even if you don't do it for yourself, think of your poor sister. She's still waiting for her big brother to save her. Pei Yan wavered, but he didn't trust Shi Yu'an. Shi Yu'an secretly signaled Luo Xingzhou. Pei Yan, you're not afraid to go, are you? Luo Xingzhou suddenly asked. Pei Yan, like a cat with its fur standing on end, roared, afraid. Huh. There's no place in this world I dare not go. Amid Pei Yan's fury, Luo Xingzhou's gaze turned incomparably sincere. Then I'm relieved. Pei Yan, without you, classmate Shin wouldn't dare go home. If he doesn't return to the Shun residence, we can't catch Li Si. But if you go undercover at the Shun residence, you can both protect classmate Fuguei and personally catch Li Si. With your martial prowess and boldness, no one else could accomplish this task. Is that so? Pei Yan felt a bit embarrassed by the sudden praise, but what you say makes sense. Such a dangerous mission. Who else but me? Before, when he heard Luo Xingzhou praise others, he always thought it was insincere. Now, hearing him praise himself, he found it rather pleasing. It must be because this time he was speaking the truth. Following Shi Yu'an's cue, everyone showered Pei Yan with flattery. In the end, Pei Yan, bewildered, accepted the proposal to cross-dress. It's settled then. Tomorrow is the rest day. Pei Yan will dress as a woman and accompany classmate Fuguei back to the Shun residence. Shi Yu'an announced. Master, are we heading back to the academy now? Luo Xingzhou asked. Before we go back, there's one more matter to resolve. Shi Yu'an called the students closer and whispered, who was it that said they knew some people earlier? Preferably those in the underworld. Everyone looked at Xiaoqing, who had spoken earlier. Xiaoqing spoke with a sinister smile. What level do you need? The kind that kills, robs, and loots everything. Or the kind that seeks revenge, wipes out entire families, and roots out the source. Or perhaps those skilled in poison and disposing of bodies. Xiaoqing, how do you know so much? Is your family in that line of work? Shi Yu'an couldn't help asking directly. This Xiaoqing had a sinister look. Could his background be shady? Not my family's. Xiaoqing replied. Shi Yu'an sighed in relief. That's good. You're a student, you should have little to do with such people. That might not be possible. My father deals with them every day. Shi Yu'an was shocked, so his background is shady. Luo Xingzhou saw her thoughts and explained before Xiaoqing could speak again. Xiaoqing's father is an official in the Ministry of Justice, specifically in charge of interrogating criminals, so he often deals with all sorts of lowlifes. I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Shi Yu'an finally relaxed. But I don't need such a high level. Just ordinary thugs who don't cause deaths will do. Such people are easily caught after an incident and might even turn on you. If you're going to do it cleanly. Best to root out the source and leave no troubles behind. Xiaoqing said. Is Xiaoqing's father really a legitimate official in the Ministry of Justice? How did he raise such a criminal-minded kid? Haha, classmate Xiao, your ideas are a bit extreme. No need for such brutality. I just can't stand Jingcheng's hypocritical demeanor. I want to expose his true colors. Then hire people to spread rumors everywhere, post notices to ruin his reputation. That tactic is the most irritating and the penalty is light. The Ministry of Justice won't bother with it. That won't work. Morality and reputation only affect those who have morals. They don't hurt scoundrels like Zheng Cheng much. That Zheng Cheng. Today he dares to have an affair with a maid, tomorrow he'll dare to visit brothels, and the day after he'll dare to seize women by force, wreak havoc on the world, and destroy heaven and earth. Pei Yan sneered, I don't think he has the ability. Of course I know that, but Zheng Cheng really did force women and abuse his concubines. Since I can't reveal those dirty deeds, I have to exaggerate. Fortunately, Luo Xingzhou caught on and helped explain, it's not a bad idea to nip it in the bud. Exactly. In any case, Zheng Cheng is a scourge, and he even dreams of marrying Pei Yan's sister. We need to teach him a lesson. You all do this. And that. And then this. Everyone suddenly got excited, rubbing their hands together. Doesn't this count as frame up? You know, this is my first time doing something like this. Why am I so excited? I still think it's better to confront him head on. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Your master is a good person. How could I teach you to frame others? I'm merely exposing in advance what is bound to happen anyway. This way more people will see his true face and no other girls will be deceived by him. This is called ridding the people of the scourge, punishing evil and upholding justice, executing the will of heaven. Shi Yu'an argued fervently. After all, this era is different from the modern civilized age. Using special methods when necessary is inevitable. We all understand your good intentions, Master, Luo Xingzhou said with a smile. You're the only one who understands me, classmate Luo. Shi Yu'an was deeply touched. Speaking of this, Shi Yu'an recalled another important matter and turned to Luo Xingzhou. Can the academy reimburse the cost of hiring thugs? No. This action does not comply with academy regulations. Luo Xingzhou ruthlessly shattered her hopes, pretending. It's not like you haven't done things that violate the rules. You even planned to bury me at the start. Hearing Shi Yu'an's inner complaints, everyone guiltily looked around. Are you obsessed with money? Pei Yan cast a disdainful glance at Shi Yu'an. This is a matter of the Pei family. I'll cover this expense myself. How generous of young Master Pei. Shi Yu'an spread her hands and teased. How much is young Master Pei willing to pay? 5,000 taels, or 20,000. Pei Yan was speechless. Could she just drop this topic? And thanks to her, he now had no more than 100 taels on him. That night, Zheng Cheng was invited to the most extravagant establishment in the capital, Wanshan Pavilion, for drinks. He got drunk and somehow ended up sleeping in a courtesan's room where he struck her. The courtesans of Wanshan Pavilion were no ordinary courtesans. After just one slap, several thugs held him down and demanded compensation for disfigurement, lost wages, emotional damages, and a series of exorbitant fees. Naturally, he couldn't produce such a sum, so he was forced to sign an IOU. After being beaten up by Wanshan Pavilion's thugs, he was stripped and thrown onto the street. He had intended to sneak home before dawn, but he was beaten up by a gang of ruffians who left him unable to crawl, yet mercifully spared his face. Thus, when the first rays of morning light appeared, they illuminated the glaringly white, graceful figure of Zheng Cheng, the eldest son of the Zheng family. Within half a day, the story spread throughout the capital with varying versions. Some said young Master Zheng was beaten for trying to get services without paying. Some said he went too far and accidentally killed a courtesan. Others claimed he was impotent and was kicked off the bed by the scornful courtesan. But regardless of the version, everyone added a specific remark. That thing of young Master Zheng's, someone secretly raised their pinky and sighed, is too small. Since everyone claimed to have seen it with their own eyes, the rumor was highly credible. Luo Xingzhou deliberated repeatedly when writing back to Xiao Jingwei, but found no way to describe the incident without crude language. Fortunately, Shi Yu'an, knowing he was writing to Master Xingzhou, volunteered for the task. You're a student. It's not appropriate for you to speak of such indecent matters. Let me handle it. Indecent matters? Exactly. You're still young. You must remember never to get involved with brothels or prostitution. Luo Xingzhou gave a wry smile, wondering what world she came from where men were so self-disciplined. Master, we are not that young. I am 17 this year. Under normal circumstances, I could already take a wife and have children. Shi Yu'an was taken aback before realizing, muttering inwardly. Forgot people in ancient times married early. Many marry at 15 or 16, and many young masters have concubines before marriage. Visiting brothels is also common. Tisk, these kids are far from innocent. Shi Yu'an gave an awkward smile and returned to her room to write to Master Xingzhou. The letter detailed the situation at the Duke's mansion and mentioned the incident with Zheng Cheng in advance. Through these events, Shi Yu'an had gained some understanding of Master Xingzhou's style of conduct. As long as the facts were true, unconventional methods were permissible. This was also why she admired Master Xingzhou. He was broad-minded and tolerant of his subordinates, a good leader. So she directly stated her intention to deal with the scoundrel Zheng Cheng, first to rescue Pei Zhu, second to prevent Pei Yan from being manipulated, and third to punish Zheng Cheng, so he could no longer harm others. After writing these matters, she paused, then started a new line. I observe that spring is approaching, the season when young hearts stir with love. However, early exposure to carnal pleasures is not beneficial for the young. Although it is a personal matter, I believe students should focus on their studies and not rush into marriage and childbearing. Xiao Jingyue's face flushed slightly when he read this, never expecting her to discuss such intimate matters with him directly. Then he recalled the time she had cornered him in the latrine. She certainly hadn't spoken like that then. He continued reading the letter where she wrote, I conducted a small investigation and found that half of the students are clueless about romance. Take Pei Yan, Shi Ran Min Han, and Zhu Minglang. They find women boring. One says he'd rather wield a spear, another prefers medicine and poison, and another claims he'd rather eat chicken. Haha, I really want to display these words when they get married. Xiao Jingyue couldn't help but smile and read on. As for Luo Xingzhou, he mentioned that he has reached marriageable age. Could he have a sweetheart? Or is he simply restless, his heart stirred by spring? But this matter involves gender differences, so it's not easy for me to comment. I hope Master Qingzhou can give him some guidance. Xiao Jingyue was speechless. How could he offer guidance when he himself was still single? And thanks to her, he hadn't dared to consider marriage in recent years. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly caught the next line in the letter. If persuasion fails, please teach him not to engage in intimate relations too early. Young people lack restraint, excessive indulgence harms the body, and can easily lead to children. This is a lifelong matter, and regret comes too late. Xiao Jingyue spat out a mouthful of tea, and when he realized what he had read, even his ears felt hot. How could she dare to say such things? Xiao Jingyue set Shi Yu'an's letter far away and decided to read Luo Xingzhou's letter first to calm his nerves. Luo Xingzhou's letter was straightforward, detailing everything clearly. But after reading it, he realized just how much Shi Yu'an had embellished her actions in her own letter. She wrote, to rescue a fragile young lady from a dire situation, I had no choice but to resort to unconventional means, hiring someone to give Zheng Cheng a small lesson, exposing his ugly face to the public. In truth, she had someone steal Zheng Cheng's money pouch, strip him naked, and throw him into the street. She wrote, I led the academy students to the Duke's mansion to offer congratulations. Although we were a bit numerous and hadn't prepared gifts, we maintained peace and harmony at the mansion and promoted friendly exchanges between the academy and the students' families. In reality, she had arrived uninvited, caused a huge scene at the Duke's mansion, and even ruined the wife's maiden family. Although Luo Xingzhou had sent him a message in advance, and he had mentally prepared himself, he had never expected her to be so audacious. Now the reputation of Qingchuan Academy was thoroughly ruined. Oh well, it never had a good reputation anyway. Thinking this, Xiao Jingyue sighed, and picked up his brush to reply to Luo Xingzhou. Regarding Shi Yu'an's actions, though the methods were somewhat unsavory, he knew they were justified. He could not bring himself to criticize her harshly. He only asked Luo Xingzhou to keep an eye on her and report regularly. At the end, he added a reminder. Although I will handle everything, you must mind your image. If you go too far, it will be inconvenient for me to intervene. It wasn't that he couldn't cover for them. It was that he valued his own dignity. After that, recalling Shi Yu'an's concerns, he added a few more words of advice to Luo Xingzhou. A man should set his ambitions on the world, not indulge in romantic entanglements. If you have someone in your heart, do not exchange tokens privately. Wait until your uncle returns to appraise the match for you. Luo Xingzhou's mother was the Princess of Anyang, and the Princess of Anyang was Xiao Jingyue's elder cousin. Thus, by seniority, Luo Xingzhou called him uncle. Although Xiao Jingyue and Luo Xingzhou were close in age, Xiao Jingyue had been Luo Xingzhou's first teacher, so Luo Xingzhou held great respect for his uncle. Naturally, Xiao Jingyue cared for him a bit more. But as for the more private matters, he found it hard to speak of them, so he could only add at the end, a gentleman should keep himself pure and not indulge in carnal desires. Indulgence harms the body. Xiao Jingyue had no intention of replying to Shi Yu'an's letter, simply pressing it beneath the stack of correspondence. Yet upon further reflection, he deemed it unwise and ultimately resolved to destroy the evidence. Having done so with the furtiveness of a thief, he finally opened the parcel Shi Yu'an had sent him. It was not addressed to Mr. Qingzhou but to Prince Jin, Xiao Jingyue himself. Fortunately, she was not that familiar with Prince Jin. She would likely refrain from such audacious words again. Opening the parcel, he found only an empty bowl inside. An unremarkable bowl with a chipped edge. Removing the bowl, he discovered a piece of paper beneath it upon which was written, a bowl of wontons. Xiao Jingyue turned the parcel over repeatedly, yet found no wontons anywhere. Thus he sent a carrier pigeon to Shi Yu'an asking, where are the wontons? Shi Yu'an replied, the wontons were originally in the bowl, but I thought they would inevitably be eaten, and after being eaten, they would turn into nothingness. So if I send your highness a piece of nothingness, does it not equal sending a bowl of wontons? Your highness gifted me a bag of rice, and I return a bowl of wontons. We are now even. Xiao Jingyue laughed helplessly. She wanted to show she didn't take advantage of him, yet couldn't bear to part with a bowl of wontons, deliberately using such a trick to rile him. What a rascal. He ordered his servant to throw away the broken bowl as well. Wait. He pondered for a moment, then called the guard back. Take this bowl and give it to the dogs. And send something to this prince as well. Meanwhile, Luo Xingzhou, who had received Prince Jin's reply, found it both amusing and exasperating. He didn't know what Shi Yu'an had said to Prince Jin, but he was certain that Prince Jin's instruction to send something was connected to her. But they were overthinking it. He had no intention of getting married. He could not participate in the imperial examinations, nor even the formal assessments, so he could never enter officialdom and was destined to have no future. His grandfather was the grand tutor, his father the young tutor of the crown prince, yet only he had no chance to enter officialdom. How could such a person as he presume to consider marriage? Just as he was about to put away the letter, Shi Yu'an approached and asked, "Has Mr. Xingzhou's reply arrived? Why is there no reply for me this time?" Luo Xingzhou was somewhat surprised. Although Prince Jin did not care for Shi Yu'an, he did admire her as a teacher, even remarking that her letters contained substance, and instructing that no one else should read them, showing that he valued them. Luo Xingzhou fixed his gaze on Shi Yu'an and asked, "What did the teacher write that Mr. Xingzhou would not even bother to reply?" Shi Yu'an felt a pang of guilt. "I only said a few bad things and lodged a minor complaint. Surely that's not enough to warrant silence." As expected, Luo Xingzhou could only feign ignorance and say, "Could it be that the teacher's words offended Mr. Xingzhou?" Shi Yu'an actually began to ponder. "It can't be that serious. Although I know sexual knowledge is a taboo topic in this era, Mr. Xingzhou is old enough to have experienced everything. As teachers, we do everything for the students' sake, telling them not to visit brothels, not to engage in premature sexual activity, not to indulge in lust. Can't we say such things?" Luo Xingzhou was stunned. She actually said all that to Prince Jin. Shi Yu'an explained guiltily, "I simply told Mr. Xingzhou about the student's mental health. Perhaps it wasn't phrased delicately, but these are issues that students of your age need to face. I know that early marriage is common for you, and having multiple wives and concubines is taken for granted, but I have none." Luo Xingzhou suddenly interjected. Shi Yu'an was slow to react. "None of what?" Luo Xingzhou sighed helplessly. "I have no concubines or chambermaids, and I have no intention of marrying now. Moreover, most cultured families educate their sons to remain pure and virtuous, not taking concubines before marriage. Not everyone has multiple wives and concubines. In any case, thank you for your concern, teacher, but from now on please refrain from discussing such matters with Mr. Xingzhou." Shi Yu'an was puzzled. "Why, oi?" Luo Xingzhou looked at her and suddenly became serious. "It's inappropriate." Shi Yu'an gazed at Luo Xingzhou's solemn expression, about to ask why it was inappropriate, when a servant reported that Duke Pei had stormed off to the Zheng residence, brandishing his sword that had not been drawn in years. Duke Pei had been considering the marriage alliance with the Zheng family, because his wife Lady Su had spoken well of Zheng Cheng. But then a guard reported that Zheng Cheng had been caught visiting prostitutes without paying and had been thrown naked into the street. The guard even took care to inform him that young Master Zheng's manhood might not be up to snuff, illustrating the point with a contemptuous little finger. Duke Pei flew into a rage. Wasn't this a waste of space? The Zheng family was committing marriage fraud. If it weren't for the fact that Zheng Cheng's grandfather had once shared a life and death bond with the old duke, and Lady Su had lavishly praised Zheng Cheng's talent and noble character, his daughter would never have been betrothed to such a man. And now this Zheng Cheng was not only physically flawed, but also secretly involved with maidservants and frequenting pleasure quarters, completely disregarding the dignity of the duke's mansion. When Duke Pei arrived at the Zheng residence, he expected them to show some sense of shame upon seeing him. But instead, the Zheng family, upon learning his purpose, hastily begged for their son's pardon and pleaded for mercy. Yet no matter how they pleaded, they never mentioned breaking the engagement. Duke Pei cut off their excuses. "I have no desire to waste words with you. I have come today to annul this marriage with the Zheng family." The Zheng family panicked. "Your Grace, you cannot. The young couple have been betrothed for so long and are about to marry. How can you call it off so easily? Better to demolish 10 temples than to break up one marriage. And a betrothal between two families is not something to be casually annulled." Duke Pei snorted heavily. "And what if I choose to demolish them today? With a son like yours, I'd demolish not just 10 temples, but 100. Your Grace, it's all a misunderstanding. Xing'er is not fond of women in daily life. He doesn't even have a maidservant in his quarters, and even his dog is male. He has been framed this time. Xing'er is brilliant. There are few young men in the capital with such a reputation for talent." Zheng's mother argued vehemently in her son's defense. Zheng's father also added his assurances. "Rest assured, Your Grace, once he marries Miss Pei Zhu, I guarantee he will treat her with utmost respect and cherish her doubly." "You have the nerve to speak. Your son is said to be talented, yet he has never produced a single masterpiece. Instead, he patronizes brothels and cavorts with courtesans, making a spectacle of himself for all the world to see. He is nothing but a waste. How could he possibly be worthy of my daughter?" Duke Pei was always blunt. Zheng's father dared not retort, but upon hearing the Duke call her son a waste, Zheng's mother immediately took offense. "My son is the sole heir of the Zheng family, raised with every pampering and indulgence. As for the daughter of the Duke's mansion, well, it sounds grand, but isn't she just living under a stepmother's thumb? She is no nobler than my son." The Duke was about to flare up, but found himself at a loss for words, momentarily silenced. He rarely concerned himself with his children, but he knew that a girl who had lost her mother was considered ill-fated. High-ranking families looked down on her, while low-ranking ones were beneath the Duke's mansion's dignity. Thus Pei Zhu's marriage prospects were indeed more challenging than most girls. Seeing this, Zheng's mother grew even more triumphant. Miss Pei indeed comes from a lofty family, but she grew up without her own mother's guidance and seldom ventures out. She is clearly lacking in every way. Only our Zheng family, out of respect for the betrothal, condescends to accept her. If this marriage were to fall through, Miss Pei's reputation would be ruined. What decent family would then want her? That is utterly wrong. A voice came from behind. It was Shi Yu'an. Miss Pei Zhu lost her mother at a young age, which is indeed pitiable, but she is of noble character, far superior to those who appear splendid on the outside, but are rotten within. The Zheng couple glared at Shi Yu'an. Who are you? Who allowed you to act so brazenly in our residence? Shi Yu'an snapped open her fan with a flourish. I am a teacher at Qingchuan Academy, surnamed Shi. You may address me as Teacher Shi. A teacher from Qingchuan Academy. Huh, Zheng's mother said contemptuously. That so-called academy of yours is hardly a proper institution, and you dare to call yourself a teacher. How ridiculous. If you find it amusing, you should laugh all you can now, for soon you may not be able to. Shi Yu'an waved her hand, and the students behind her lined up, hose in hand. What exactly do you intend to do? Lord Zheng demanded. Nothing much. Since the academy is conducting a labor class, and I happen to hear that behind your mansion, Lord Zheng, there is a large and mysterious garden, I brought the students to help turn over the soil in your backyard. Shi Yu'an turned to the students and asked, Isn't that right, everyone? Yes, came the listless reply. Have you forgotten how I taught you? Chin up, chests out, and muster some spirit. Shi Yu'an raised her arm and shouted, What is our motto? Labor is glorious, dash. Did you not eat enough? Again, louder. Labor is glorious. Once more. Labor is glorious. Duke Pei found the scene almost unbearable to watch, privately grateful that his own son wasn't present lest he be embarrassed by it. However, Master Zheng and Madame Zheng's faces changed drastically. Master Zheng, in a state of alarm, shouted sternly, Who gave you permission to enter my residence? Get back to your Qingchuan Academy at once. Why, of course. It's Duke Pei who allowed us. Shi Yu'an, unfazed, fabricated in front of Duke Pei. Duke Pei's eldest son, Pei Yan, is an outstanding student at our academy. Since your Zheng family is the future in-law of Pei Yan's sister, we naturally prioritize this free on-site service for you. Duke Pei didn't know what she was scheming, but he was also curious to see what she was up to, so he didn't refute, using silence to indicate his stance. We don't need it. You are trespassing on an official residence, and even intend to destroy the rear garden. No matter the reason, you'd be in the wrong if we report this to the authorities. Destroy the rear garden. No, we are simply enthusiastically and with full goodwill trying to turn over the soil in your garden. As Shi Yu'an spoke, the group brandished hose and attempted to force their way in. Stop. You must not go in. Believe me, I'll report you for trespassing on an official's residence, and you'll be in serious trouble. We're merely visiting the future in-laws of the Pei family. How is that trespassing? Shi Yu'an said with an innocent look. We even turned a large patch of ground. How can you misconstrue our goodwill so? Duke Pei, don't you think this is too much? Duke Pei responded. As a duke, he wasn't afraid of the Zheng family lodging a complaint, but turning over their rear garden for no reason was indeed hard to explain, so he simply let the children have their way. The group barged into the rear garden and began to loosen the soil. Stop. All of you stop. My lord, make them stop. Madame Zheng, flustered, pulled at Master Zheng and whispered something. Master Zheng signaled her to calm down while instructing the steward to summon more people. Duke Pei saw this and immediately sensed something amiss, so he ordered his men, A few of you strong ones come over and dig. Support Teacher Shi's labor class by providing tilling service for the Pei family's in-laws. Duke Pei. Master Zheng, seeing the duke about to intervene, gritted his teeth and adopted a firm stance. Even if you are a duke, there is no justification for forcing your way into an official's rear garden. If you insist on acting arbitrarily today, I shall petition the emperor for justice. Duke Pei thought for a moment. This Master Zheng, who usually fawned over superiors to the point of offering his own garden, was now risking offending him to block the digging. There had to be something fishy, definitely something fishy. I've said it's not forced entry but renovation. If not for the betrothal between our families, I wouldn't be so kind. The betrothal is annulled. We are willing to break off the engagement. Madame Zheng blurted out. Why would they willingly annul the engagement now, when they had refused before? The more they resisted, the more curious Duke Pei became about their rear garden. Moreover, looking over, the young men from Qingchuan Academy had already begun digging with great excitement. Master Zheng and Madame Zheng, ignoring the others, personally rushed forward to stop them, but the students were making such a ruckus in the garden that by the time they managed to pull one away, another was already shoveling soil. They stopped one, but another started digging a pit elsewhere. Oh my, this tree is so fragile that my hoe accidentally uprooted it. Look, here's a pot of flowers said to be worth a fortune and hard to keep alive. It dies if moved. I'll dig it out to see if that's true. And this stone, who told you to be so round? Get out of my way. Master Zheng and his wife watched the students like farmers watching a swarm of thieving gophers ravaging their hard-earned crops. But what lay buried beneath was far more deadly than crops. This soil looks disturbed, as if freshly filled. If I recall, this is the place Teacher Shi told us to find, right? It seems so. Let's dig it up and see. Shi Yu'an walked over and indeed noticed a patch of soil, without grass, in a secluded corner by the wall. It was extremely hidden and easy to miss. Go ahead, dig. No, stop. Master Zheng and his wife lunged desperately toward the student's hose. Fortunately, they were pulled back by Duke Pei's subordinates, or they would have been bleeding on the spot. This place is so important. Could it be hiding something that can't see the light? Shi Yu'an deliberately asked. Madame Zheng pale waved her hand. No, there's nothing. Madame Zheng is too modest. Nothing means something. Children dig. Yes. With combined effort, the students quickly uncovered what was beneath, a human hand. Everyone was startled, but fortunately those digging today were bold, and with the guards from the Duke's mansion, they quickened their pace, and soon unearthed the corpses buried below. There were 5 corpses in total lying haphazardly together, a ghastly sight. All fell silent at the sight of them. This is it. Young women tortured to death by Zheng Sheng. I'm here to avenge you. Shi Yuan's heart was heavy with grief. She glanced at Xiao Qing, who nodded and slipped away unnoticed. Rumor has it that young Master Zheng enjoys abducting women and is cruel by nature, taking pleasure in tormenting his chambermaids. Could these be the ones he beat to death? Master Zheng quickly retorted, what abduction? That's a rumor. My son would never do such a thing. These are our household servants who signed death contracts. They all committed mistakes and refused to repent, so they died during corporal punishment. They couldn't withstand the beating. Although beating a servant girl to death also violated the law, it was better than killing an abducted respectable woman. Moreover, if there was cause, if the servant died because she couldn't endure punishment, the master wasn't guilty. That's right, these are all servants of our household. Madame Zheng lied without blinking. They had light fingers, repeatedly stealing my jewelry to sell. Such wicked servants naturally deserve punishment. I had no idea they were so frail. A few strokes of the board and they died. Then why bury them here? They had no family left, so we buried them here to give them a resting place. So they should thank you. Shi Yu'an sneered. No need for thanks. But they are my household servants. Even in death, outsiders have no right to interfere. This is also my garden. Burying them here doesn't bother anyone else. But the deceased are not dressed in your household's servant attire. Servants sometimes wear other clothes. That only proves these weren't obedient girls, and their deaths are hardly a loss. Madame Zheng covered her nose with a look of disgust, yet dared not glance at the corpses. Master Zheng, with a gloomy stare, ordered his servants, since this place has been dug up, carry them away, prepare a few cheap coffins, and bury them elsewhere. Master Zheng, I think you're trying to destroy the evidence. Shi Yu'an blocked the bodies. These are my household servants, so it's up to me and my wife to handle them. Outsiders have no say. It's not just the clothing. Shen Mingxiu, who had been standing beside Qi Ran, suddenly spoke and walked over to the deceased, examining the body without hesitation. This deceased has delicate hands, unlike the servants who labor daily in this house. Only the fingertips and wrists have thin calluses, which come from frequent use of a writing brush. Madame Zheng quickly interjected, what's so strange about that? She was a maid who managed writing materials. Shen Mingxiu glanced at Shi Yu'an, and she nodded to encourage him to continue. Look at the gaps under her fingernails. Close inspection reveals traces of blue and red powder resembling pigments used for painting. The color has seeped into the nail beds, indicating it's been there for a long time. Everyone looked closely and saw it was indeed so. Shen Mingxiu continued, in my judgment, the deceased was not a servant girl, but a young woman from a wealthy family who loved painting. Shi Yu'an looked at Shen Mingxiu with surprise. It seemed that among the students there were hidden talents. But Shen Mingxiu was usually cold to everyone, seemingly caring about nothing except Qi Ran, yet unexpectedly, he stepped forward today. She was about to examine Shen Mingxiu's background when she saw him being pushed away as he was about to open the clothes of another deceased person. Mrs. Zheng seized the opportunity and shouted, this student actually tried to strip a girl's clothes. I think you all have malicious intentions. Shen Mingxiu came to his senses and hastily withdrew his hand. I'm sorry, I forgot for a moment. I didn't mean it. Even corpse you would peek at. You people are simply untrustworthy. Moreover, everyone knows the reputation of your Qingchuan Academy. On the surface you pretend to be righteous, but who knows how filthy you are inside. Mrs. Zheng went too far, and Lord Zheng also took the opportunity to order people to drive them out. As long as these people were expelled and the corpses disposed of immediately, this matter would be over. Shi Yu'an shielded Shen Mingxiu behind her and said, I believe in my student. If he says it wasn't intentional, then it wasn't. Moreover, he was examining the corpse to seek justice for the deceased. The person is already dead. Why worry about propriety between men and women? Seeing Shi Yu'an defend him, a flicker of strange emotion passed through Shen Mingxiu's eyes. He gathered courage and said, I suspect this deceased woman was pregnant at the time of death. I noticed her lower abdomen was slightly swollen and hard, so I wanted to confirm. Shi Yu'an touched the deceased's abdomen and indeed felt a distinct bulge. She couldn't help cursing beast. Shen Mingxiu continued, also most of these corpses have scars of varying depth on their arms, so I suspect they were abused during their lives, and there must be other wounds on their bodies. This is an insult to beasts worse than animals. I only knew Zheng Cheng was lecherous and tyrannical, but I didn't expect him to be even more cruel than I imagined. These are several innocent lives. Who knows how much suffering they endured before death? Shi Yu'an felt deeply pained looking at the deceased. Someone like Zheng Cheng absolutely cannot be allowed to live, or he will harm more girls. He must die. Shen Mingxiu glanced at Shi Yu'an in surprise. Based on Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts, he could roughly infer her code of conduct. She appeared bold in her actions, but in reality, everything she did was bound by rules. She valued human life above all, even that of lowly servants in her eyes. Such a person actually could be angry enough to want to kill. She was curious, what would she do? Shi Yu'an was also seriously considering the matter. I really want to kill him right away, but how? I can't even kill a chicken. Should I hire someone? Ask the students if they have connections. No, I can't corrupt the kids. Shen Mingxiu was speechless for a moment. She thought of them, the students, as too weak. A person who dared not even kill a chicken still worried about corrupting them. Where did her confidence come from? Shi Yu'an was very troubled, then came up with a terrible idea. If all else fails, I'll return to the Shi family and tell General Shi that Zheng Cheng insulted me. With General Shi's ability, chopping him 360 times should be easy. Although Shi Yu'an had never met her father Shi, she inexplicably felt a heartfelt trust in this convenient dad. Shen Mingxiu rolled his eyes at her speechlessly. Only she could think of such a method. What woman didn't care about her chastity and reputation? Forget it, he wouldn't count on her. Anyway, he also found Zheng Cheng disgusting, so he might as well take action and deal with him himself. A blade glinting darkly appeared between Shen Mingxiu's left index and middle fingers. He had already figured out the layout of the Zheng mansion. Most people were gathered here now, he only needed to avoid the servants' sneak into Zheng Cheng's room, and with one strike. Inner thought cut off his manhood. Chop it into pieces. Hearing Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts, Shen Mingxiu's pupils contracted. But Shi Yu'an continued in her heart. Killing him directly would be too easy. First chop off that little thing, make him a eunuch, then find dozens of scumbags like him to toy with him, making his life worse than death. Shen Mingxiu silently put away the small knife between his fingers. He couldn't do such a thing. Fortunately, Shi Yu'an changed her mind again. Almost forgot about Duke Pei. Such a great duke can't just help us get in the door, he must also contribute to what comes next. Watch me use a tiger skin as a banner. Then aloud, these deceased were probably not natural deaths. They died so miserably, we must uncover the truth, find the murderer, and give them justice. As she spoke, Shi Yu'an looked at Duke Pei. Duke Pei frowned. Why was she looking at him again? I believe that with the Duke seeking justice for them, the wicked will surely be punished. Shi Yu'an secretly gestured to the students, everyone right. Fortunately, the students had all heard Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts, and now they all spoke in unison. The Duke will surely bring justice for the deceased. We beg the Duke to uphold justice. The Duke is a clear-sighted lord. Duke Pei initially wanted to say that the Ministry of Justice would handle this matter, but seeing the eager gazes of the students, he found it hard to voice his refusal. Looking at these students, he couldn't help but think of Pei Yan. If only Pei Yan could one day admire him like this. This matter I will certainly not stand by. Duke Pei looked righteous and solemn, for no other reason, just to let the deceased rest in peace. Seeing this, Lord and Mrs. Zheng immediately begged Duke Pei for mercy. Duke, we are wrongly accused. This has nothing to do with us. Suddenly a commotion came from the entrance of the Zheng mansion. It turned out some people were causing a disturbance. The troublemakers were victims whose daughters had been seized by Zheng Cheng. With the deliberate help of the academy students and Duke Pei's guards, the victims along with curious onlookers easily broke through the gates of the Zheng mansion. The victims' tearful accusations stirred public outrage. The people were all indignant. Lord Zheng indulges his son Zheng Cheng in abducting women and murdering concubines. If Zheng Cheng is not eliminated, heaven's justice will not tolerate it. Heaven's justice is clear, retribution is certain. Severely punish the murderer, the wicked must die. Today Zheng Cheng takes others' daughters, tomorrow he may target your wife. If this villain is not eliminated, we cannot sleep in peace. Zhu Mingling, hidden in the crowd, shouted loudly as he ran, then naturally returned to the student group and exchanged glances with Shi Yu'an. He hid his merit and fame. Next it was Shi Yu'an's turn to shine. Everyone, this is the Duke of Peigua Mansion. He cares for the people, is impartial and strict, and deals with all injustices in the world. He never lets any criminal escape, nor does he ever wrong a good person. Ahem. Duke Pei interrupted her awkwardly, but his chest unconsciously puffed up and his voice was clear and resolute. Master Shi flatters me. Today I am here. If anyone has grievances, speak them out, and I will surely uphold justice for everyone. Shi Yu'an immediately yielded the floor to Duke Pei. Duke Pei instructed his men to maintain order and allowed the family members to step forward to voice their grievances. Jinjin, my poor daughter. Zheng Cheng snatched her away, and Master Zheng and his wife helped cover it up. When we reported it to the authorities, we were beaten instead. Please, Duke, seek justice for us. Was your daughter fond of painting? Duke Pei asked. Zhu's mother sobbed yes. Although our Zhu family is not exceedingly wealthy, we are reasonably well off and never let our daughters suffer. Ordinary girls learned embroidery, but my Jinjin only loved painting, so we hired a tutor to teach her the art of ink and brush. After years of study, she had achieved considerable skill, and suitors came calling in droves. At this point, Zhu's mother broke down completely. Is this your daughter? Duke Pei ordered the corpses from the back garden to be brought out and pointed at one of them. Zhu Xinzhen's parents rushed forward. Upon seeing the body, her mother let out a wail and collapsed. Fortunately, Min Han stepped in swiftly and administered acupuncture, reviving her. The couple wept in each other's arms. "This is our daughter. Our own daughter. Xinzhen, my Xinzhen, you were still killed by that beast Zheng Cheng. It's our fault, we were useless and couldn't save you." Others also came forward to claim their family members. Some sought sisters, some daughters, some wives, and one even sought his younger brother. His brother had a feminine appearance with rosy lips and fair skin and had been forcibly taken by Zheng Cheng only to be tortured to death. At that moment the air was filled with mournful cries. The anger of the onlookers reached its peak, and the indignant scholars spontaneously dragged out the still recuperating Zheng Cheng. Seeing this beast, everyone could no longer contain their fury. A lump of mud flew through the air and smacked Zheng Cheng on the head. Emboldened, the crowd followed suit, and soon a second, third, fourth. It was only when Duke Pei ordered his men to restore order that the scene was controlled. He had his subordinates escort Zheng Cheng and his parents to the Ministry of Justice. He also specifically instructed the ministry to investigate the matter thoroughly and ensure justice for the victims. Seeing this, Shi Yu'an breathed a sigh of relief. With Duke Pei involved, the Zheng family won't be able to stir up trouble. Such villains deserve nothing less than death to quell public outrage. Luo Xingzhou, standing nearby, said in a low voice, "Master, rest assured. The Zheng family is not all powerful. The authorities will handle this case impartially. Moreover, they would not allow Zheng Cheng to walk out alive." After arranging matters regarding the Zheng family, Duke Pei led the group out of the Zheng residence only to collide with two people at the gate. "Master, Pei Yan is all set." Luo Xingzhou stood beside Pei Yan, a mischievous glint in his long, narrow eyes. The next moment, the person before him turned and fled. Duke Pei, having realized what was happening, erupted in fury. "Pei Yan, you stand right there. You disgraceful brat, I'm going to beat you to death today." Pei Yan had started martial arts training at age 7, excelling in sword and staff, with passable lightness kung fu. Not top-notch, but he never cared much for it. After all, young Master Pei had always disdained running away. Whether being beaten by his father or chased by dogs, he would always stand his ground and face it head-on. But times had changed, and he had no choice but to take fleeing seriously. Running wasn't shameful, of being caught was. If his father caught him today, he would have no choice but to accept his fate. Even without his father raising a hand, he would be too ashamed to live. "Pei Yan, I didn't expect your lightness kung fu to be this good. Your legwork was so fast you vanished in a puff of smoke." Shen Fugui finally caught up, panting a quarter of an hour later. By then, Pei Yan was sprawled at the foot of the stone patio at his front gate, legs wide, chin propped on his hand, as if he had been dead for a while. He didn't even react when Shin Fugui approached. "Hey, young Master Pei, maybe you should change your posture." Shin Fugui stammered. "You're wearing women's clothing." Pei Yan retorted, "Are you telling me how to do things?" But Shin Fugui, oblivious to Pei Yan's anger, continued with gusto. "You don't understand women, let me tell you. A lady should sit elegantly, walk gracefully, and smile bewitchingly. That's the type I like." Growing more excited, he added, "Her name should be sweet and lovely too. Pei or Yenner won't do. How about I call you Little Yenner from now on?" "Fugui." Pei Yan looked up at the sky, his eyes melancholic, and let out a long sigh. "Isn't it good to be alive?" Murderous intent erupted. Shin Fugui watched helplessly as the stone patio lost its tail. "Pei Yan, Pei Ji, how could you hit my wealth god?" Shin Fugui wailed, clutching the broken tail. But a single icy glare from Pei Yan jolted him to his senses. "You've hit it, so you can't hit me anymore." With that, Shin Fugui's body reacted faster than his mind. He bolted only to turn and come face to face with a pale, ghastly face. The face was lined with deep wrinkles, the eyes hollow and lifeless with dark circles beneath, and the lips were pallid, devoid of any color. When it opened its mouth, it let out a hoarse, eerie has sound. Shin Fugui froze, but before he could react, the figure before him was knocked down by a punch. "Where did you come from, you old demon? Show yourself," Pei Yan shouted. Shin Fugui snapped out of it and quickly blocked Pei Yan. "Hey, oh no, Little Yenner, no, wait. Anyway, it's a misunderstanding. This is my wet nurse." Pei Yan was skeptical. "Your wet nurse is a demon." No, my wet nurse is just a bit ugly, a bit scary, and a bit odd, but she raised me since childhood and has been very good to me. She's definitely a good person." At that, Shin Fugui suddenly remembered what Shi Yu'an had said about the wet nurse buying medicine. But then he thought buying medicine doesn't mean she used it, and even if she did, it didn't necessarily mean she intended to harm him. The wet nurse was not like Pei Yan's stepmother, a woman with a kind face, but a cruel heart. Having reasoned this out, Shin Fugui quickly helped her up. "Nanny, get up. Are you alright?" Young Nanny seemed used to this. She scrambled to her feet with surprising agility and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm fine. It's normal for people to react that way when they see me for the first time. But this young lady, she hit a bit hard. My old bones are nearly shattered." He didn't mean it. "He just has innate strength, so I brought him back to do heavy work in my courtyard," Shin Fugui said frantically, signaling Pei Yan with his eyes. He expected Pei Yan to refuse to cooperate, but to his surprise, Pei Yan stepped forward and took the initiative to apologize to young Nanny. "He's quite handsome, but a bit tall and sturdy." Young Nanny looked Pei Yan up and down, then admonished Shin Fugui. You've picked up so many girls and boys from the streets. Go explain yourself to the madam, or she'll get angry and punish you again. Nanny, come with me. Otherwise my mother will keep pestering me with questions. The madam wants what's best for you. I know. The two walked into the residence affectionately, and Pei Yan had no choice but to follow a step behind. His eyes remained fixed on young Nanny's feet. He hadn't been mistaken. This wet nurse moved swiftly and lightly, which was why she had been able to approach them unnoticed just now. That was not something an ordinary person could do. At the Duke's mansion, Pei Yan had fled, but Shi Yu'an could not escape. The Duke's wrath had to be appeased by someone. Shi Yu'an glanced at Luo Xingzhou, who stood by with a sly smile, and felt that this man was up to no good. How else could it be so coincidental that they ran into each other, father and son, face to face? Disgraceful. A stain on decency. Utterly improper. Duke Pei was still in a state of fury and disbelief. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that was his son. But his own son, he would recognize him even if he were reduced to ashes. The thought that his fine son had taken to dressing like those madmen in women's garb made him want to draw his blade and behead him on the spot. But whether to cut off the head above or below, that remained to be debated. The ever-changing expression on Duke Pei's face was like the calm before a storm. Shi Yu'an knew that if this matter was not explained well, both she and Pei Yan would be in deep trouble. She had no choice but to brace herself and soothe him. Your Grace, please calm down. Our academy will surely give you an explanation. Think fast, damn it. Quickly make up a reason. It doesn't need to be reasonable, just convincing enough to fool him. Luo Xingzhou glanced at her, having thought she truly had a way to explain he had overestimated her. It's like this. Shi Yu'an cleared her throat, adopting a sorrowful expression and speaking with a grief-laden tone. Your Grace, don't you think that Pei Yan's appearance just now bore a striking resemblance to someone from the past? Duke Pei looked utterly bewildered. A certain someone who, though departed for many years, has always remained in your heart. Never forgotten, never truly gone, though they have left. Shi Yu'an gestured with her eyes for Duke Pei to speak, but he remained completely lost. That someone is the moonlight in your heart, the pure white jasmine flower of your soul. Your first wife, the former Duchess. What was Pei Yan's mother's name again? Never mind, Duke Pei knows it himself. As long as I evoke his deep affection for his long-deceased first wife, he will surely overlook Pei Yan's cross-dressing. After all, a dead white moonlight is the most lethal. Luo Xingzhou helplessly pressed his forehead, then forced himself to interject. Your Grace, what teacher sure means is Pei Yan's biological mother, Lady Lu. Not the current Duchess, nor your second wife, but specifically your first wife. Luo Xingzhou did his best to remind her not to confuse the Duchess. Shi Yu'an gave an awkward laugh, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. How was she supposed to know that Duke Pei had married 3 wives? Luo Xingzhou had no choice but to continue smoothing things over. Although she was only with you for 3 years and has been dead for many years, and Pei Yan was still young when she died, the bond between mother and child runs deep. Pei Yan must feel a profound longing for his birth mother. Duke Pei's first wife died 3 years after their marriage. So many years had passed, and he had since married 2 more wives. There was no deep affection whatsoever. The current Duchess was the 3rd wife. The second had fallen ill and died within a year of entering the manor. This had given rise to rumors that the Duke was cursed to outlive his wives, and it was years before he remarried for the 3rd time. The current Duchess had a strong fate breaking the curse, one of the reasons Duke Pei valued her. With time so distant, the Duke had likely long forgotten his first 2 wives. Even Pei Yan probably had few memories of his early deceased mother. So you're saying that Pei Yan resembles my long-dead first wife? Duke Pei thought hard for a moment, then shook his head. She's been dead for so many years, how could I remember what she looked like? I underestimated it. I thought the first wife would still hold some weight in the Duke's heart. Who knew he was so cold and heartless? A young couple having borne him 2 children, yet he forgets her so easily. Men. Shi Yu'an cursed Duke Pei fiercely in her mind, and the curses were quite foul. Luo Xingzhou could barely stand to hear them. But curses aside, Shi Yu'an reconsidered. Not remembering was good. Not remembering meant she could say whatever she wanted. Your Grace, your first wife must have been as beautiful as a celestial being, otherwise how could she have given birth to such a lovely child as Pei Yan? And surely you are not the kind of ungrateful, faithless scoundrel who abandons the old for the new, the kind that heaven would strike down with thunderbolts. When your wife passed away, you must have been deeply grieved, your heart broken for her, right? Is that so? Duke Pei felt a twinge of guilt. Pei Yan misses his mother, so he wants to see his deceased mother's face through his own reflection. Surely you, your Grace, share the same longing for your late wife, and can understand, can't you? Understand. Duke Pei came to his senses. Understand my ass. No matter what, he can't go around dressed in such an indecent manner. If word gets out, what will people say? Like a painting. Then hang it on the wall. Besides, isn't this ultimately your fault, your Grace? What fault do I have? Did I tell him to wear women's clothes? Shi Yu'an pressed on. Pei Yan lost his mother as a child, and he has been lonely and helpless ever since. As his father, have you given him enough love and care? Of course I have. You have not. You even allowed your second wife to bully his siblings. He has no one to rely on, so naturally, he misses his deceased mother. How else could he comfort his longing, but by seeing his mother's face through his own. This also shows that his heart is filled with sorrow and helplessness. Shi Yu'an covered her face and wept. How deeply your son must have been hurt. Duke Pei's resolve wavered. Is it really my fault? LuoXingzhou kept his eyes down silent. Shi Yu'an continued her performance of heart-wrenching grief. My poor student, a lonely little cabbage. If the Duchess, specifically the first Duchess, were watching from heaven, she would surely be so anxious that she would stand at the foot of your bed every night wiping away her tears. Duke Pei suddenly felt a chill at the back of his head. Su Shi did wrong this time, and I have already punished her. She has promised to mend her ways. Besides, the poisoning may not have been her doing. Seeing Duke Pei's momentum falter, Shi Yu'an immediately seized the moral high ground. Is confinement really enough punishment? They say a father's love is like a mountain, but in your case, even the mountain is crumbling. As Pei Yan's biological father, have you truly fulfilled your duties? In any case, I won't say more now. When Pei Yan finds the evidence, I hope you will give him a fair judgment. With that, Shi Yu'an turned and walked away with an arrogant stride. LuoXingzhou, also feeling that Duke Pei had gone too far, followed her, without even a polite farewell. Shi Yu'an did not slow her pace. In fact, she walked faster and faster until they were far from the Duke's mansion. LuoXingzhou thought she was angry and was about to comfort her when Shi Yu'an, looking straight ahead, asked with lingering fear, "So Duke Pei didn't catch on, did he? He didn't send anyone to arrest us?" LuoXingzhou let out a helpless laugh. "So you were just fooling the Duke the whole time to keep him from blaming you for dressing Pei Yan in women's clothes? There's that aspect, but just tell me, wasn't what I said reasonable?" LuoXingzhou lowered his eyes slightly and said, "The father is the standard for the son. To be honest, Duke Pei hasn't treated Pei Yan badly. Although Pei Yan lost his birth mother, his status as the eldest son of the Duke's mansion has never been shaken. The stepmother may have her little schemes, but she doesn't dare to openly bully Pei Yan." "That may be so." LuoXingzhou looked at Shi Yu'an, his eyes dark. In the end, Pei Yan's current predicament is his own fault. He has a rival, yet he refuses to compete. Even if he ends up being abandoned by Duke Pei, he deserves it, doesn't he? Shi Yu'an suddenly stopped in her tracks. What did you say? Since when did a father's love require a child to compete for it? What kind of harsh environment did LuoXingzhou grow up in that his thoughts are so gloomy? LuoXingzhou's gaze faltered slightly. Nothing, just a bit envious of Pei Yan that the master would defend him so. LuoXingzhou resumed his gentle expression, but Shi Yu'an found it odd. Could it be that LuoXingzhou is jealous, thinking that as his master I care too much about Pei Yan? That won't do. Showing favoritism is not the way of a master. LuoXingzhou nearly choked. He had once been fought over by the best tutors in the capital. Why would he be jealous of a master like Shi Yu'an, who wasn't even recognized? But that aside, a good student like LuoXingzhou excels even without guidance. It's the poor students who need more attention. No, I can't think that way. Even top students have troubles and need their teacher's care. But someone as outstanding as LuoXingzhou, what problems could he possibly have? LuoXingzhou was a bit tempted to interrupt Shi Yu'an's wild thoughts. Could it be a romance issue? The girl he likes doesn't like him. Actually, someone as gentle and refined as LuoXingzhou is practically the destined second male lead. No, don't be a backup. It could also be a family issue. Many brothers fighting for inheritance. Oh no, LuoXingzhou is the only son of the Grand Tutor. Could it be that he discovered his father secretly has a bunch of illegitimate children, causing his faith to collapse, turning the jade-like youth into a paranoid villain? That would be quite a compelling character. LuoXingzhou was speechless. What nonsense. Student Luo, your master knows you are the most sensible and composed student, and that good students like you are often more easily overlooked by teachers. But in my heart, I treat every student equally. If you encounter any problems, be sure to tell me, and I will definitely help you. Shi Yu'an looked at him with utmost sincerity. Startled, LuoXingzhou quickly waved his hands in refusal. Thank you for your concern, master. My family is simple. My parents are both alive, and we live harmoniously. Moreover, I am devoted to my studies and have no distractions, nor have I encountered any other difficulties. Master need not worry. Shi Yu'an glanced at him, and thought explanations are just cover-ups. Cover-ups are storytelling. In conclusion, something must be troubling him. Shi Yu'an tried to guide him. After all, you are a student. Is there truly nothing you can't solve? LuoXingzhou was about to assure her there was, but from the corner of his eye he saw a familiar figure, and his words turned a corner. That would be a lie. It seems I might actually be in trouble now. LuoXingzhou was blocked by two people. The leading rich young master, dressed in a moon-white brocade robe with a jade belt, had a hint of arrogance in his eyes. It was none other than LuoXingzhou of Songhua Academy. With arms crossed, LuoXingzhou spoke with a half-smile, barely concealing the mockery in his tone. Luo, Gongzi, long time no see. I hear you've been thriving at Qingchuan Academy. Congratulations. LuoXingzhou looked up, his expression still gentle, but there was no ripple in his eyes. Clearly he caught the implication, but wasn't provoked, merely nodding lightly. You flatter me, young Master Lu. Seeing LuoXingzhou so unconcerned, LuoXingzhou's fake smile vanished instantly, and he dropped all pretense. LuoXingzhou, you've sunk to attending a place like Qingchuan Academy. Is it because you know you're incompetent, so you've given up on yourself? Hearing this, Shi Yu'an immediately took offense. She stepped forward to block Luo Xingzhou, raised an eyebrow, and retorted, Hey, what do you mean a place like that? Besides, Luo Xingzhou is the most outstanding and valued student of our Qingchuan Academy. Who are you, an ugly freak, to talk nonsense here? I think you're just jealous of him, so you're slandering him. Luo Xingzhou gently tugged at Shi Yu'an's sleeve and explained in a low voice, Master, this is LuoXingzhou of Songhua Academy, the top student of Songhua Academy. Shi Yu'an's heart stirred. She quietly summoned the mission compendium, quickly scanning LuoXingzhou's information, and her inner voice immediately rang out, so he's a student of the most famous Songhua Academy in the capital, and the top student at that. He is indeed a talented scholar. No wonder he's so arrogant. He has the capital for it. LuoXingzhou was choked by Shi Yu'an's retort, his face darkening. What kind of respectable academy is Qingchuan? Luo Xingzhou, how can you be content wasting your time in a place like that? As he spoke, he put on a condescending air, his tone carrying a hint of charity. For the sake of our past as classmates, I can put in a good word for you with the dean to let you return to Songhua Academy. How about it? Luo Xingzhou bowed slightly, his tone firm yet gentle. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Lu, but there is no need. Coming to Qingchuan Academy was my own choice. Songhua Academy already has an outstanding student like you. There's no need for another. LuoXingzhou was furious. Don't be ungrateful. Hey, watch your tone. Are Songhua Academy students so rude? Shi Yu'an couldn't stand her student being scolded. Is Songhua Academy so great? Is a talented scholar so great? How dare you scold my student? I'll see what kind of person LuoXingzhou really is. Warmth spread through Luo Xingzhou's heart. Though his master's knowledge and talent might not match the tutors of Songhua Academy, she could scold people and protect her own. Thinking this, he actually felt a bit proud. Wow, LuoXingzhou is actually Luo Xingzhou's fan. He really admires him. After all this time, this young master is just a tsundere with a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Hearing this, Luo Xingzhou's gentle eyes trembled slightly. LuoXingzhou admires him. That can't be. This person was always at odds with him at Songhua Academy, constantly thinking of trampling him underfoot. Moreover, back at Songhua Academy, he would secretly pick up the articles Luo Xingzhou had discarded and read them 100 times just to find one flaw. He would also copy his calligraphy dozens of times to produce better handwriting. Is that admiration? Luo Xingzhou was puzzled, but then he heard Shi Yu'an's inner voice again. Come to think of it, LuoXingzhou hasn't had it easy. Since childhood, his family forced him to surpass Luo Xingzhou. To him, Luo Xingzhou was the epitome of the other child. But when he followed Luo Xingzhou into Songhua Academy, he discovered that Luo Xingzhou was simply too outstanding. He excelled in poetry, essays, policy discussions, and arithmetic, winning the favor of the tutors. So he worked desperately, studying obsessively, hoping to surpass Luo Xingzhou in the examinations to prove he was his equal. And as he wished, he ranked first. He thought he had finally beaten Luo Xingzhou, but as it happened, Luo Xingzhou came in last. A flicker of guilt crossed Luo Xingzhou's face. Who would understand? If Luo Xingzhou had been second, LuoXingzhou's first place would mean he won. But with Luo Xingzhou last, what does that mean? That he deliberately let him win. That he didn't even deign to compete. Luo Xingzhou smiled bitterly inwardly. He hadn't thought that way. His last place was real. He hadn't done it on purpose. He truly always ranked last. But Shi Yu'an continued to mutter in her heart, actually, Luo Xingzhou never meant to humiliate LuoXingzhou. He is indeed talented, and his daily essays and policy papers are first-rate. But whenever he takes a formal examination, he cannot write a word. Even when his family and tutors pressured him, it was no use. He even faced outside skepticism, with people saying he was overrated and had no real ability, that everything was just a facade propped up by his teachers. That was also why Luo Xingzhou left Songhua Academy and took refuge in Qingchuan Academy, where no one cared about him. Hearing Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts, Luo Xingzhou lowered his eyes to hide the complex emotions within. As the grandson of the Grand Tutor, his examination results were highly anticipated, but he had disappointed his family. No matter how much he studied, he couldn't even pass the child's examination. He was destined for failure. LuoXingzhou couldn't hear Shi Yu'an's inner voice and didn't know the truth about Luo Xingzhou. He simply felt that Luo Xingzhou looked down on him. Furious, he blurted out, Luo Xingzhou, do you really intend to stay in Qingchuan Academy as a good-for-nothing? Or were you always a real waste? Slap. Shi Yu'an slapped LuoXingzhou heavily. Mind your manners. Can't you speak properly? If your tutors at Songhua Academy don't teach you manners, I'll teach you. At least you were classmates once. How can you be so rude, so ill-mannered, spewing filth with no upbringing? Apologize to Luo Xingzhou now. LuoXingzhou was struck dumb by the slap. Yet inexplicably, despite having dismissed this woman in his mind, her expression and tone compelled him to resist not a single word of defiance. He even felt an urge to apologize on the spot. But apologizing was out of the question. He stiffened his neck, but Luo Xingzhou, fearing he might offend Shi Yu'an, interjected, no need for an apology. Since we are no longer classmates, feel free to leave, Master Lu. Luo Xingzhou had learned of LuoXingzhou's thoughts through Shi Yu'an's inner voice, and thus a flicker of pity moved him to let the matter rest. To LuoXingzhou, however, it sounded as though Luo Xingzhou deemed him unworthy of further discourse, even severing their status as classmates. Luo Xingzhou, what do you mean? Do you disdain my apology? LuoXingzhou's face flushed with indignation. Shi Yu'an refused to indulge him. Then just apologize. All talk and no action. Fine, I'll apologize. Luo Xingzhou. I'm sorry. Satisfied. LuoXingzhou's face burned crimson, yet he still spat out a harsh challenge. Since you are now a student of Qingchuan Academy represented at the Yichuan banquet hosted by the Shun family villa. Otherwise you prove that all of Qingchuan Academy are cowards. With that, LuoXingzhou produced an invitation, glanced at Luo Xingzhou, then ultimately shoved it into Shi Yu'an's hands before storming off in a huff. Shi Yu'an shook her head and turned to Luo Xingzhou. Don't take his words to heart. If you're a good-for-nothing, then what are the other students of our academy? Luo Xingzhou thought to himself, a den of good-for-nothings. Master, when I was at Songhua Academy, I indeed ranked last in every assessment. So what? Grades don't define everything. Shi Yu'an patted Luo Xingzhou on the shoulder. Luo, you have high intelligence, high emotional intelligence, a pleasing appearance, and a likable demeanor. With so many virtues you must have some shortcomings. Otherwise how could others survive? Luo Xingzhou's face reddened at Shi Yu'an's unique praise, and the disappointment in his heart dissipated somewhat. He couldn't help but voice his thoughts. But I've brought shame to my family, disappointed my master, and failed the renowned reputation of Songhua Academy. Shi Yu'an affirmed firmly. Then it's the academy's fault, the master's fault, your family's fault. In short, you must believe that it is definitely not your fault. Luo Xingzhou smiled. For the first time someone told him that it wasn't his problem. He thought he had long grown accustomed to it. The master's disappointment, his peers' contempt, his grandfather's frustration, his father's reproach, his mother's lack of understanding. But when someone told him he was good enough, the heart that had long been calm could not help but ripple. Shi Yu'an held up the invitation, reading the characters. What was that Yichuan banquet he mentioned? It's a feast held by Shin Fujiao at the villa outside the city. Every year major academies attend. Shin Fujiao and Pei Yan will also be there. Luo Xingzhou replied. Last year he had attended as a student of Songhua Academy. Shi Yu'an was delighted. That's great. We can meet up with Pei Yan and the others and enjoy the festivities. Soon the day of the Yichuan banquet arrived. The entire contingent of Qingchuan Academy set off in grand style toward the Shun family villa. Qingchuan Academy has arrived. The guard took the invitation and announced loudly, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. Although Qingchuan Academy was notorious outside and scorned by other academies, its students were all aristocrats born with silver spoons, so their procession was no less impressive than that of any other academy. The students were all dressed in science scholar robes. Regardless of their inner qualities, at least outwardly, they appeared elegant and dashing. Of course, this was no accident. Shi Yu'an had specifically arranged it to showcase the academy's image. After all, the academy had too few students. If they could attract some new enrollees, that would be best. Shi Yu'an herself had adorned carefully a cyan ruchu in her hair, tied with a ribbon of the same color, a folding fan in hand, her chin slightly raised, her eyes holding 3 parts arrogance, 3 parts aloofness, and 4 parts nonchalance. A pity I can't carry a thermos. Otherwise I could easily add 10 years to my teaching career. With an excellent teacher like me in charge, Qingchuan Academy will never be outshone. Luo Xingzhou, standing beside her, did not quite understand her words, but he wanted to say that Qingchuan Academy would not be outshone, because no other academy would stoop so low as to compare itself with Qingchuan Academy. Just as he thought, the students from other academies, upon seeing Qingchuan Academy, cast looks of naked contempt. I didn't expect Qingchuan Academy to dare attend the Yichuan banquet. Afraid they're just here to make up the numbers. How can you say that? If Qingchuan Academy didn't come, who would claim the prize for last place? Haha, true. Last time the last place prize was a solid gold chamber pot. At least they wouldn't go home empty-handed. The Yichuan banquet was not merely for amusement. It included roaming, exams, and competitions, the content usually revolving around the 6 arts of the gentleman. But Qingchuan Academy had never won a single first place and had ultimately been ranked last. Aren't they afraid of embarrassing themselves again this year? A student from another academy asked. Aren't they always like this? They're used to humiliation, aren't they? Qingchuan Academy, isn't it just a joke? The crowd chimed in with endless ridicule. The students of Qingchuan Academy, though displeased, didn't think to refute. They had the self-awareness that in academics they truly couldn't compete with others. But Shi Yu'an could not tolerate it. Anger flared within her. I am now a master of Qingchuan Academy, so I must put collective honor first. Personal disgrace is minor, the academy's disgrace is major. Luo Xingzhou glanced at Shi Yu'an. Collective honor. What was that? Was it important? Shi Yu'an had already turned to the group of students who were gossiping the loudest. Which academy are you from? Immediately someone jumped up haughty. We are from Bailu Academy. Shi Yu'an feigned surprise. Oh, so it's Bailu Academy. I've long heard of you. But I've also heard that Bailu Academy values etiquette most highly. Yet today, judging by what I see, are all your students nothing but gossiping tattletales. The students of Bailu Academy glared at her in fury. How dare you insult us? Silence. In the presence of a master, what is this raucous? Shi Yu'an's face hardened, murderous aura radiating her features, brimming with majesty. She snapped her fan shut, wrapped it sharply in her hand, then pointed at the Bailu Academy crowd and scolded. The most noisy and undisciplined of the entire venue is your Bailu Academy. Someone might think you're here for the Yichuan banquet, but others might mistake this for a village gossip parlor. Your academy lacks discipline. Deduct points. The The students of Bailu Academy for some reason were actually intimidated by her dropping their heads in unison, not daring to breathe loudly. Only after Shi Yu'an and her group had entered the villa did they come to their senses. Was that a master from Qingchuan Academy? She's terrifying. No, what right does a master from Qingchuan Academy have to lecture us? But she said she would deduct points. What does deduct points mean? I don't know. She's from Qingchuan Academy. Why should we fear her? But you saw it too. When she scolded us, she was as terrifying as our own headmaster. Shi Yu'an did not hear the murmurs behind her, for their group had been assigned the largest and most luxurious courtyard by Shen Fugui. Although Shen Fugui had lost his qualification as heir, he was after all the only legitimate grandson of Elder Shen, so he still enjoyed basic privileges. Thus he ungrudgingly reserved the best and most comfortable courtyard for the people of Qingchuan Academy. This villa of the Shen family was specifically built for leisure, so its construction was extremely luxurious, complete with all kinds of recreational facilities. After everyone had chosen their rooms, dinner was soon delivered, and they all enjoyed a lavish feast together. After a brief rest, Shi Yu'an slipped away from the group and headed alone to the hot spring pool behind the mountain. Under the hazy moonlight, just as Shi Yu'an was about to step into the water, she noticed a figure emerging from the pool. With a graceful figure and skin as smooth as congealed fat, it was actually a woman. This hot spring was specially reserved by Shen Fugui for Qingchuan Academy. It was impossible for anyone else to come here. She had truly come alone because she saw that the students had no interest in bathing. But Qingchuan Academy had no female students. Shi Yu'an tried to make out the person's face, but the dim light only revealed a graceful silhouette, long legs, a slender waist, and the rounded curve of the chest. Shi Yu'an blushed shamefully. Although they were both women, she couldn't help admiring such an exquisite figure. The other woman quickly dressed and left. After soaking in the hot spring for a while, her mind still on the mysterious woman, Shi Yu'an returned to the courtyard. Just then she happened to bump into Luo Xingzhou emerging from a separate courtyard. He seemed to have a moment of panic upon seeing her. Luo, it's so late, where have you been? Shi Yu'an looked behind him. Who lives over there? Luo Xingzhou was taken aback for a moment, then calmly replied, it's a close friend of mine. But not from our academy. Is that so? Shi Yu'an eyed him suspiciously, doubt rising in her heart. Creating a friend out of thin air. Could it be that he knew who was in the hot spring just now? Luo Xingzhou's eyes flickered. This woman was always sharp at the most inconvenient times. Could she have actually seen that person at the hot spring? Master, have you finished bathing? Was there anyone else there? What person? Shi Yu'an probed. Could it be that besides me someone else went to the hot spring? Luo Xingzhou smiled and replied, there shouldn't be. I was just worried that someone might have disturbed you, master. Shi Yu'an nodded nonchalantly, but muttered inwardly, Luo Xingzhou is lying. He definitely knows that someone else was at the hot spring besides me. But why would he cover up for that woman? Could it be that he himself is a woman disguised as a man? Shi Yu'an looked Luo Xingzhou up and down. Luo Xingzhou was utterly shocked. What woman? Wasn't it Prince Jin who went to the hot spring just now? The matter of Prince Jin's return was known only to himself and the Shen family. Just now, when he went to report to Prince Jin and saw him hurriedly returning to his room, he realized that Prince Jin had also been to the hot spring. Prince Jin had come this time to handle some affairs, and did not wish to encounter Shi Yu'an, nor did he want her to know that he was Master Qingzhou. So he had thought to probe her. But even if Prince Jin was handsome, he could not be mistaken for a woman. No, Prince Jin had not even entered the water. Then who was the person Shi Yu'an saw? Could it be that a woman had infiltrated the academy? He was about to question further when he saw Shi Yu'an scrutinizing him while making mental remarks. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, handsome features. It's not impossible. No wonder Luo Xingzhou doesn't court anyone. If he were a woman, everything would make sense. Luo Xingzhou felt a pang of frustration. What kind of eyesight did she have? He was a bit lean, but his stature was tall, his limbs strong, and his joints well-defined. How could he possibly be a woman? And wasn't it she who said students should focus on their studies and not think about romantic matters too early? Now she was speculating about him based on that. Shi Yu'an was still observing him. If Luo Xingzhou is a woman, then many things need to be handled with care. I must keep her away from those rascals, especially Pei Yan. From mortal enemies to sweethearts, that trope is dangerous. Oddly enough, they do seem a bit compatible. Luo Xingzhou felt a tightening in his chest. He and Pei Yan were both men. How could they be described as compatible? He really shouldn't have trusted her to be a good teacher. She spent all day thinking about nonsense. Luo Xingzhou suppressed his anger and said, Master, you've just finished bathing in the hot spring. You shouldn't stay outside in the wind. You might catch a cold. Shi Yu'an couldn't help but soften her voice. All right, you should go back to your room and rest early too. After saying that, she turned back to Luo Xingzhou and said, those students are too noisy and rude. If you find it inconvenient, you can come and rest in my quarters. I have an empty room. Letting a girl stay with those male students would be like sending a lamb into a wolf den. No, this fragrant, soft, beautiful woman can only stay with me. Luo Xingzhou's expression froze. She had completely mistaken him for a woman. As the night deepened, Shi Yu'an gradually drifted into sleep. Suddenly, a commotion shattered the stillness of the night. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, threw on an outer robe, and hurried outside. The courtyard was already crowded with students from Qingchuan Academy, all looking panicked, huddled together in hushed discussion. In the center of the crowd, Shen Fugui sat slumped on the ground, trembling all over, his face deathly pale and his eyes unfocused. He had clearly been terrified. Minhan was squatting beside him, inserting silver needles into several acupoints to gradually calm his mind. Ghost! There really is a ghost. Help! Save me! Shen Fugui shouted, his voice filled with terror. The surrounding students also felt a chill, though some couldn't help shrinking their necks, instinctively moving closer to those beside them. Just then a somewhat disheveled figure rushed back in a hurry. The crowd looked closely and saw that it was Pei Yan. He was still wearing a maid's attire, messy and somewhat comical. Damnation! He got away again. Again? Shi Yu'an asked. Pei Yan, what exactly is going on? Pei Yan stopped, irritably tugging at his maid's skirt, his expression extremely grim. He looked at Shen Fugui with a complicated gaze. I don't know what that thing is, but if this continues, this guy will either be scared to death or driven mad. It's a ghost, it must be a ghost. Shen Fugui said in despair. Pei Yan grabbed his shoulders. How many times have I told you? That's not a ghost. I will definitely catch that thing playing tricks. Everyone entered Shen Fugui's room, and Pei Yan recounted the events of the past few days. On the first night, they were at the Shen residence. Pei Yan slept in the outer chamber of Shen Fugui's bedroom. That night, he heard Shen Fugui wake up with a shout, but saw nothing, assuming it was just a nightmare. But the next day, Shen Fugui was again startled awake. This time Pei Yan was quicker, and indeed saw a dark shadow flash by. On the third night, Pei Yan simply shared the bed with Shen Fugui, staying awake with his eyes open, waiting for the thing to appear. The result. What was the result? Was there really a ghost? Someone couldn't help asking. Was it a male ghost or a female ghost? Was it scary? You idiot, it must be a female ghost. She's taken a fancy to Shen Fugui and wants to suck his essence. That's how it goes in the stories, isn't it? And why would a female ghost fancy Shen Fugui? I'm so handsome. If a female ghost were looking, she should come to me. Pei Yan shot them a sideways glance and said, the result was nothing at all, not even a hair. I didn't get a wink of sleep. The crowd was disappointed. Shi Yu'an, however, asked, classmates, what do you think? Zhu Minglang was the first to speak. I think this ghost is not diligent. It's a lazy ghost. Huang Tianlu had a different idea. Maybe the female ghost wanted to meet Shen Fugui in private, and when she saw Pei Yan there, she was too embarrassed to appear. Idiotic. Xiao Qing rolled his eyes. This only proves that it's not a ghost at all. Exactly, Shi Yu'an affirmed. Ghosts don't avoid people. People do. You are right, Pei Yan continued. So tonight I hid under the bed. Sure enough, that thing appeared again, but unfortunately I couldn't catch it. If even you can't catch it, what is it if not a ghost? Shen Fugui was even more distraught. Child, you must believe in science. There are no such things as ghosts in this world. Shi Yu'an tried to calm him down. Shen Fugui wanted to say something else, but suddenly screamed again. The others were startled, and when they followed his gaze, they too screamed in terror. It turned out that the bronze mirror was drenched in glaring red blood. It wasn't there just a moment ago. It must be a ghost, a ghost. Shen Mingxiu stepped forward, took out a handkerchief, wiped the bloodstains on the mirror, then brought it close to smell, and calmly said, it's chicken blood. Luo Xingzhou also examined the room and found faint but unmistakable traces of an outsider's entry. Shen Fugui's original fate was to be scared to death, which was inseparable from his long-term fright. If this continued, his body and mind would surely face serious problems. Shi Yu'an said, we can no longer sit idly by. We must find a way to uncover the truth, catch the person who is playing tricks, and completely resolve this matter. Then we can only wait until nightfall, Pei Yan said. That fellow doesn't come out during the day. Then everyone should go back and get some sleep. We need to be in good shape tomorrow and not embarrass the academy. The others yawned and headed back, but couldn't help sneaking extra glances at Pei Yan as they passed by. I didn't notice earlier, but young Master Pei is quite handsome. The red, yellow, and blue trio winked and grinned. Not just handsome. A feast for the eyes, Shen Mingxiu added a compliment as he walked by. Pei Yan was furious and wanted to hit them, but Luo Xingzhou held him back. Don't be angry. What they say, I agree with too. Pei Yan was even angrier. Who asked you to agree? Luo Xingzhou walked away with a smile. Shen Fugui jumped up and hugged Pei Yan. Don't say that word. Shi Yu'an patted Pei Yan on the shoulder. I'll leave Fugui to you. After dawn, the Ichuan banquet officially began. The students from various academies could no longer contain their eagerness, determined to showcase their academy's brilliance. Some gathered to share literary interests, discussing classics, histories, masters, and collections, or exchanging insights from their reading. Their words were filled with quotations from ancient texts embodying the humble demeanor of refined scholars. There were also those who composed poetry, immediately picking up brushes to write on rice paper, drawing continuous admiration from the crowd. Besides that, many participated in elegant activities like pitchpot riddles and zither playing. The students moved among them, pausing to watch or eagerly joining in, their faces brimming with youthful vitality and spirit. Seeing this scene, Shi Yu'an had to admit that among these students there were indeed many outstanding talents. Yet when she turned to look at her own academy's students, Shi Yu'an felt her Tao heart shatter. We must not belittle ourselves. Our Qingchuan Academy is also excellent. As a qualified master, she must help the students regain their confidence and integrate into the group. Thinking this, she first looked at Luo Xingzhou, who was lost in thought. Luo Xingzhou, can you? No. I haven't even said what I want you to do. How do you know you can't? Luo Xingzhou sighed and said, to be honest with you, master, I cannot write calligraphy, compose poetry, or write essays under the public gaze. How frustrating. The ace in hand, but useless. Shi Yu'an was deeply vexed. Pei Yan was skilled in martial arts, but ever since she made him wear women's clothing, he had become unfamiliar to them all. Even when he resumed male attire during the day, he wore a black face and refused to talk to anyone. She could only go to the second bully of the academy, Huang Tianlu, who was at that moment playing cricket fighting with Xiao Qing and Zhu Minglang. Huang Tianlu, you are skilled in martial arts. Pitchpot, horseback archery. Those should be no problem for you, right? How about you go have a friendly exchange with students from other academies? Huang Tianlu flatly refused. No. My general is about to win. Who says so? My iron hammer will win. Xiao Qing retorted without backing down. Zhu Minglang hesitated for a moment and said, Master, how about I go? Shi Yu'an was delighted, but looking at Zhu Minglang's plump build, she couldn't help asking, do you know how to play pitchpot? Zhu Minglang shook his head. No. Then can you do horseback archery? No either. Then what? Shi Yu'an took a deep breath and thought to herself, I must not dampen the student's confidence. I must be inclusive, encouraging, and praising. So what are you best at? The red, yellow, and green trio answered in unison, cricket fighting. Shi Yu'an silently gave a thumbs up and said with a forced smile, that's you all right. Shi Yu'an then looked at the others. Minhan had not been reading medical books lately. He seemed to be making medicine, but she had seen him add scorpion, snake, gallbladders, toads, and various poisonous herbs into it. She dared not disturb him. Shen Mingxiu was playing chess with Qi Ran. When he saw her looking over, he said indifferently, I only like dealing with the dead. Call me when someone dies. Shi Yu'an had no choice but to give up. She couldn't rely on the others either. Shen Fuguei was good at arithmetic, but after being terrified last night, he still hadn't recovered his spirits. I thought Qingchuan Academy was being isolated, but now I see that it's Qingchuan Academy that has isolated all the other academies. I was hoping to get to know people during the exchanges with other academies, maybe dig up some secrets, but unfortunately the students won't cooperate. Forget it, I'll just go find a cool spot and stay out of the way. Everyone's eyes turned to her. Luo Xingzhou cleared his throat and spoke first. Master, I did study at Songhua Academy before. It would be improper not to go greet them. How about you come with me? Shi Yu'an was surprised. I should come too. Luo Xingzhou nodded. Of course. My former teachers and classmates should know that I now have such a good master. I'm sure they will be happy for me. Shen Mingxiu put down his chess piece. If they knew you had such a good group of classmates, they would be even happier. Zhu Minglang shouted joyfully, that's right. We are one big happy family. Luo Xingzhou. And so what started as Luo Xingzhou catching up with former classmates turned into a friendly exchange between Qingchuan Academy and Songhua Academy. Though it was a one-sided enthusiasm from Qingchuan Academy. What are you here for? Lu Yinji launched the first attack. Don't tell me your Qingchuan Academy has come to discuss learning with us. Is that not allowed? The students of Qingchuan Academy all puffed out their chests. We have 8 bushels of talent and 5 carts of knowledge. We're generous enough to share a little with you. Be modest. Shi Yu'an stopped them from making a further spectacle. We have long admired Songhua Academy's reputation. We have specifically come to discuss the path of learning with your esteemed academy. Though these people from Songhua Academy are arrogant, they are after all the #1 academy. In modern terms, they are a prestigious school, so a bit of arrogance is normal. Besides, these are Luo Xingzhou's former teachers and classmates. If we have a conflict with them, he would surely be sad. When the students of Qingchuan Academy heard this, they all looked at Luo Xingzhou. Would he be sad? Pei Yan snorted directly. That guy would probably be delighted. Come, everyone sit down and talk. No need to be polite. Shi Yu'an broke the deadlock. The students of Songhua Academy didn't know how to react, and could only watch helplessly as the Qingchuan people took their seats and acted as if they were in their own home. How shameless. When students from other academies saw that the best and the worst academies were actually sitting together, they were astonished and spread the news everywhere. Have you heard? Qingchuan Academy is going to debate with Songhua Academy. Have you heard? Qingchuan Academy declared they would grind Songhua Academy into the ground. Have you heard? Qingchuan Academy is going to replace Songhua Academy as the #1 academy under heaven. Gradually more and more people gathered around. This is Master Niu Xina, Master Lu Ximing, and Master Go Baiyan of Songhua Academy. Luo Xingzhou introduced them to Shi Yu'an. All 3 are highly respected masters of Songhua Academy who have guided me in my studies. Luo Xingzhou also introduced Shi Yu'an to them. This is our Master Shi from Qingchuan Academy. Shi Yu'an greeted them cordially, but the 3 masters clearly looked down on her. Though they were not tall, they all looked at her with their noses in the air. Luo Xingzhou then introduced the group behind him. These are my classmates at Qingchuan Academy. Master Go snorted coldly and said, Luo Xingzhou, Lu Yinji said you had sunk to associating with such people. I didn't believe it, but now it seems I overestimated you. Luo Xingzhou's smile faltered for a moment. Before he could speak, Zhu Mingran asked curiously, Master Go's name is rather strange. Go Baiyan. Dogs can't speak, so of course they don't speak. Qi Ran immediately answered, dogs don't speak, that's why they're called Baiyan. If they could talk, he'd be called Go Huiyan. Shen Mingxiu smiled and asked, And what if a dog couldn't speak, but insisted on speaking anyway? Shi Yu'an couldn't answer. Minhan answered for him then. He'd be called Master Go. Someone couldn't hold back a snort of laughter. One by one the others joined in the laughter. Even Luo Xingzhou couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Master Go's face darkened completely. A bunch of good-for-nothings. All that learning has gone straight to your dog's bellies, he snapped. Shi Yu'an felt indignant. This Master Go is too harsh. How can an educator show no tolerance toward his students at all? I teased you for having a sharp tongue, so what? I was almost buried alive by them, and did I complain? The students of Qingchuan Academy instantly felt a pang of guilt. Were they never going to live that down? As Shi Yu'an was thinking, the character illustrated book in her mind suddenly flipped open to Go Baian's biography. So Go Baian really couldn't speak as a child. Everyone immediately held their breath. Finally it was coming. He didn't speak a single word until age 4, so his family abandoned him. He was taken in by a merchant family who gave him shelter, treated his illness, and even paid for his schooling, hoping only that he would marry their only daughter and carry on the family legacy. But this ingrate repaid kindness with betrayal. After passing the imperial exam, he claimed the merchant's daughter was too lowborn to match his status. He faked his own death after marrying her, then wed the daughter of Pine Crane Academy's headmaster. Poor that merchant's daughter. She mourned him year after year, wasting away her youth. Shi Yu'an couldn't help but curse in her heart. Damn, what a parasitic leech. He ate their food, used their things, and spent their money on his studies. And that's not even the worst part. If he thought the merchant's daughter was beneath him, he could have just broken off the engagement and repaid the money. Instead, he married her and then faked his death. He wanted both money and reputation. What utter shamelessness. The students of Qingchuan Academy all cast looks of contempt at Go Baian. The people of Pine Crane Academy were baffled, especially Master Go, who felt deeply uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Luo Xingzhou was already plotting how to repay his former master for his past deeds. Shi Yu'an's inner voice sounded again. Go Baian isn't much of a figure, but among those connected to him, there's one remarkable person. Wei Qinghe, the merchant's daughter. She believed in her husband wholeheartedly and suspected he had been murdered. She worked tirelessly to expand her business to the capital, determined to uncover the truth behind her husband's death. But the moment she arrived in the capital, Go Baian discovered her. Instead of feeling remorse, he feared she would ruin his prospects, and actually plotted to kill her. Shameless wretch. Everyone cursed inwardly. When war broke out in the Qing kingdom, Go Baian conspired with his father-in-law to sell Wei Qinghe to enemy spies. Fortunately, she was prepared. She converted all her wealth into grain and donated it to the army. When Go Baian and his cohorts came to force her to surrender her wealth, she chose death over submission. She set a fire that consumed Go Baian, the enemy spies, and herself in the flames. Hearing Shi Yu'an's inner voice, everyone present felt a surge of respect for Lady Wei. Yet the more they admired her, the deeper their contempt for Go Baian became. Faced with the sudden hostility from the Qingchuan Academy students, Go Baian's confidence wavered. Wasn't he just scolding them a little? Why were they so vicious? The Pine Crane Academy students rallied behind their master, glaring back. But the Qingchuan Academy students, even more enraged, bared their teeth and fired back. A shameless man's friends can't be any good either. No one knew how formidable Lady Wei truly was, until her endless donations of grain reached the border, and everyone realized she had long been wealthy enough to rival a nation. Coincidentally, Wei Qinghe had just secured a partnership with the Shun family through her brewing business. She hadn't yet crossed paths with Go Baian. But at this Ichuan banquet, Go Baian tasted the family's pear blossom white wine, which is how he noticed her, and now he wants her gone. Shen Fuguwei had been listless, but now he perked up. He immediately summoned his steward and asked, "Is the merchant supplying our wine named Wei Qinghe?" The steward, clearly familiar with Wei Qinghe, immediately replied, "Yes, it's Lady Wei. Her family's wine is exquisite. We've purchased a great deal from her and are considering a long-term partnership." Shen Fuguwei's eyes lit up. "Send for her at once. Tell her I wish to discuss a partnership." Luo Xingzhou had approached unnoticed. "I've already sent someone to invite the headmaster and his daughter. It seems young Master Luo doesn't hold much respect for his teachers either," Pei Yan said, clearly enjoying the drama. Luo Xingzhou's lips curled slightly. Respect for teachers? They're not worthy of it. Pei Yan was somewhat surprised. He had once seen Luo Xingzhou traveling alongside people from Pine Crane Academy. Back then he always wore a smile, respectful toward his teachers and friendly toward his fellow students, the most beloved among all the scholars. His reputation was impeccable, whether among academies or the noble families of the capital. Luo Xingzhou was an unattainable presence. But his face was like a mask, his smile so fake it made Pei Yan sick. He never expected to see him express his disgust so plainly. He was becoming less annoying after all. "Do you hate them that much? Did they do something to you?" Pei Yan couldn't help but ask. Luo Xingzhou was surprised, then shook his head. Pei Yan caught on. "Right, with your mind full of schemes like a sieve, how could anyone bully you?" As he turned to leave, Luo Xingzhou spoke. "I've seen them bully others." With that, Luo Xingzhou fell silent. Soon Pine Crane Academy's headmaster and his daughter Lady Hu arrived. Master Go was taken aback. "Father-in-law and second mother, why are you here? Didn't you say you were in trouble, husband?" "I received word and rushed over with father." "What happened?" Lady Hu was equally confused. As she spoke, a female voice sounded from behind. Husband, Lady Wei called out, rushing toward Master Go with tearful eyes. The crowd parted for her until she reached Master Go. Husband, Lady Wei and Lady Hu both looked at Master Go. Everyone was baffled, but Shi Yu'an immediately understood and excitedly shouted in her heart, wow, why did Lady Wei suddenly appear and right smack into the headmaster's daughter? This is a full-blown showdown. This scumbag must be trembling now. Master Go was indeed panicking. He didn't know which one to appease first. In the end, he glared at Lady Wei and snapped, "You village woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Our engagement was annulled years ago. I have no connection to you." Lady Wei froze. Her husband had been absent for years with only a single letter saying he had died of illness abroad and was buried there, telling her not to come looking for him. She refused to believe it. How could a healthy man going to the capital for the imperial exam simply die of illness? But her family was in a small town over 1,000 li away, and her mother lay bedridden. She had to bear the family burden alone, caring for her mother and the family business. Only after her mother passed away did she find the opportunity to bring the business to the capital. She hadn't even found news of her husband, yet here he was. But he claimed their engagement was annulled. They had bowed and married. How could there be no connection between them? Husband, what's wrong? Has someone threatened you? Don't worry, I have money and connections now. Even the powerful can't push us around. Wei Qing has still believed her husband must have his reasons. But Master Go clearly only wanted to sever ties with her as quickly as possible. You're talking nonsense. I told you we're not acquainted. Leave now, this is no place for you. If you don't go, I'll have you arrested and taken to the authorities. Wei Qing took a step back in disbelief. Hu Shi also looked at him with tear-filled eyes, waiting for his explanation. Madam, this is my sworn sister from my hometown. She suffers from delusions and cannot be married, so she goes around mistaking men for her husband. Go Fuzi said to Hu Shi. Really? Hu Shi asked suspiciously. Go Fuzi immediately said to Wei Qing, go back first. I will arrange for someone to escort you home. Seeing this, alarm bells rang in Shi Yuan's heart. Don't listen to him. Believe me, the moment you leave the manor, he will send men to kill you. Luo Xingzhou stepped forward and said, this lady cannot leave. Her claim that Go Fuzi is her husband is clearly slander. As everyone knows, Go Fuzi is the husband of Mistress Hu, and they are deeply devoted. As a former student of Go Fuzi, I will not allow you to slander him like this. Pei Yan directly blocked Wei Qing and said with righteous indignation, as a fellow student of Go Fuzi's former students, I will never let anyone who slanders him go unpunished. Zhu Minglang and the others immediately followed suit, surrounding Wei Qing. What business is it of yours? Go Fuzi was stunned for a moment and hastily refused. This is just a private matter. I will handle it myself. There's no need to waste everyone's time. Shi Yu'an also stepped forward, putting on a righteous air. How can that be? Since this lady is a swindler, she should be sent to the authorities for investigation. Once the truth is clear, we'll teach her a lesson for daring to claim another's husband as her own. No need. Go Fuzi immediately said. She only spoke a few crazy words. The authorities won't bother with it. Rest assured, Go Fuzi, Luo Xingzhou said with a slight smile, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Thanks to your past teachings, your affairs are my affairs. I happen to have a relative serving in the government office. I will ensure the authorities deal with it strictly and give you a satisfactory explanation. No. Go Fuzi waved his hands in panic. I didn't teach you much. Just let me off. Go Fuzi, you are too kind-hearted, still thinking of letting the swindler go. Shi Yu'an interrupted him. But since she is a swindler, she should be severely punished. Don't be so polite, Go Fuzi. This is your student's repayment to you. Saying that, she turned to Luo Xingzhou and said, she has deceived our Go Fuzi. We must have the authorities convict her, give her a flogging, and confiscate all her property. No. Wei Qing panicked as well. Flogging is acceptable, but taking my money is not. That is my hard-earned blood money. Shi Yu'an laughed. You say no? Who told you to deceive people? I didn't deceive anyone. Why should we believe you? Unless you produce the marriage certificate with Go Fuzi. Qinghe. Now Go Fuzi was truly anxious. As for the marriage certificate, he and Wei Qinghe actually had one. Wei Qinghe saw the look Go Fuzi gave her and hesitated for a moment. She had grown up with him since childhood. Unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to ruin him. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Shi Yu'an's lips. Don't have it. Then just wait and see your money and property all go to Go Fuzi. Then he will take your assets, bring his wife, raise their children, and live a happy and prosperous life. And you, the swindler, will lose all your money, hide in a dark corner full of envy and resentment, and finally spend the rest of your life in poverty and loneliness. Zhu Minglang had already started wiping his tears upon hearing this. What would just thinking about it is so tragic. Without money, I can't casually eat big pig trotters. Shen Fuguei also perked up. Property is the foundation of our merchant families. Rather than give it to others, I would rather die. No matter, Min Han suddenly spoke, his tone icy. It's just a matter of a packet of poison. If you can't live on, death ends it all. No, without money you can't afford poison or a hanging rope, Shun Mingxiu said with a sinister smile. But dying is easy. I can help list 108 ways to die. Although it might be painful and the death scene gruesome, it costs nothing. Shi Yu'an glanced at Wei Qinghe, whose face had turned pale, and thought to herself, sister, feeling sorry for a man will bring you misfortune for life. We can only help you this far. LuoXingzhou had already wavered upon hearing about compensation. When she heard about a future of poverty, she directly pulled out the marriage certificate. This was the moment of dire necessity. I am not a swindler. I am Go Baian's lawfully wedded wife. I have the marriage contract tokens and the deed signed by the village head and clan elders when Go Baian married into my Wei family. As soon as the various documents were presented, everyone was stunned, especially the students of Songhua Academy, who had fully believed in Go Fuzi. But now they were confused. Even more shocked were Hu Shi and Dean Hu. What? You are really Go Baian's wife? Dean Hu looked at Go Baian with extreme seriousness. Go Baian lowered his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Dean Hu then knew that this was true. Then what am I? Hu Shi looked at Go Fuzi, tears of grief and anger flowing from her eyes. She is your lawfully wedded wife, so what am I? Go Fuzi was truly panicked now. He looked at Hu Shi with pleading eyes. Madam, I did not mean to conceal it. Please listen to my explanation. But Dean, who had already examined Wei Qinghe's marriage certificate, he calmed down and said to his daughter, go back and fetch your marriage certificate. We will go to the authorities together. This matter concerns our Hu family's reputation. We must have the authorities investigate thoroughly. Hu Shi had been hesitant, but upon hearing that it would affect her family's reputation, she immediately sobered up and slapped Go Baian across the face. When you married me, you clearly said you were not married and had no betrothal. This is marriage fraud. Her family ran an academy. Her father's lifelong reputation must not be ruined by her. LuoXingzhou now understood everything. It was clear that Go Baian had lied to curry favor with a noble woman. She immediately said, I will go to the authorities too. I will file a complaint against Go Baian with the honorable magistrate. He grew up eating my Wei family's food, married into my family, yet he has married another woman. What kind of justice is that? Upon hearing this, Go Baian immediately tried to grab LuoXingzhou. Qinghe, listen to me. Slap. LuoXingzhou also slapped him. You heartless man. It's one thing that you wanted to climb the social ladder, but you used so much of my family's money and haven't repaid it. Let me tell you, I can do without a husband, but the money must be returned to me in full principal and interest, not a single cent less. Hu Ernyang heard this and quickly stated her position. You don't want this scumbag anymore. LuoXingzhou said nonchalantly. I give him to you. Don't be polite. You don't want him, then I don't want him either. Hu Ernyang refused bluntly. He is your husband now. He was supposed to be your husband. Don't look at his age now, he is petty-minded. Although he is incompetent, he has a temper. Dean, who left with his people, pausing specifically to greet Luo Xingzhou. Xingzhou, would you consider returning to the Songhua Academy? Luo Xingzhou shook his head. Since I have left, there is no reason to go back. Then you intend to waste your days at that Qingchuan Academy? Luo Xingzhou replied solemnly. The Qingchuan Academy is excellent. I have learned a great deal there. Dean, who seemed somewhat surprised, said nothing more and turned away. Shi Yu'an leaned in indignant. When they had you, they didn't cherish you. Now they come poaching. Shameless. She turned to Luo Xingzhou. Luo, you can't abandon us. The others crowded around. Luo Xingzhou, you're the only cultured one in our academy. If you leave, we'll truly be a bunch of good-for-nothings. Don't talk nonsense. There's still the master. The master probably knows fewer characters than I do. Watching them chatter, Luo Xingzhou smiled wryly. They were overthinking. He had nowhere else to go. The students of Qingchuan Academy laughed and talked, but those of Songhua Academy were far from cheerful. Their master's scandal had made them the talk of other academies, and they could barely muster a smile. Seeing the Qingchuan people laughing, they grew displeased. What are you laughing at? Does Qingchuan lack its own embarrassments? Exactly, useless students, a worthless master. Do you even deserve to be called an academy? The students of Songhua Academy belittled Qingchuan without restraint, even resorting to personal attacks. A waste who can't write under exam pressure, a brute who only knows how to fight, a coward afraid of ghosts, a quack who kills patients. Oh, and a lovesick master chasing after a man. How a veritable haven for failures. How vulgar. Shi Yu'an's gaze turned cold as she addressed the Songhua masters directly. Master Nyo, Master Lu, won't you discipline your students? Master Nyo sneered. It's the truth. Why can't we say it? Master Lu nodded with a smile. Oh, as long as the scandal wasn't from Songhua, it was fine. Shi Yu'an laughed coldly. You like hearing the truth, do you? Well, I happen to enjoy telling it. Today I'll give you an earful. Master Nyo looked contemptuous, but the Qingchuan students' eyes sparkled. Those arrogant Songhua fools had no idea what Shi Yu'an was capable of. Sure enough, Shi Yu'an grinned slyly and announced loudly. Master Nyo has no son at home, so he keeps a mistress who bore him, one living in Liuji Alley on the west side of town. Oh, the esteemed Songhua master keeps a mistress. Zhu Minglang immediately broadcasted. How do you know? Master Nyo panicked, then quickly changed his tune. No, you're spouting nonsense. I'm a man of integrity devoted to my wife. How could I have a mistress? I happen to see you. Dare you deny you visited her in the past 3 days? Dare you deny you meowed like a cat at the back door? Shi Yu'an knew he visited his mistress every 3 days, sneaking through the back door and meowing to signal her like a spy meeting his contact. Master Nyo's face turned pale, his denial got stuck in his throat. Shameless old man meowing like a cat. Why not give us a live demonstration and teach your students a useful skill? Huang Tianlu mocked with a grin. Xiao Qing cut in bluntly. Learn from him. He can't even cheat without getting caught. Utterly useless. Shi Yu'an continued. Master Niu, don't bother denying. I know more than that. That child of your mistress isn't yours. It's her cousin's. You cuckold, you've been secretly funneling money from your family to her only for her to spend it on her lover. The crowd erupted in uproar, their expressions a riot of emotions. They looked at Master Niu with contempt tinged with a hint of pity. The Songhe students felt a deep sense of shame. Their master had a mistress, got cuckolded, and raised another man's child. A disgrace beyond compare. Xiao Qing sighed. He who deceives others is ever deceived. If you don't believe me, check the Ministry of Justice files. In emotional disputes involving mistresses, you'll find other men's children everywhere. Zhu Minglang shook his head. But he's not losing out. He wanted a son, and now he has one. Not his own, but raised by him. Same difference. You're lying. Master Niu's nostrils flared with rage as he glared at Shi Yu'an. Ah Hong is gentle and helpless. She's nothing like what you say. You don't even know her, you're slandering her. I don't know your Ah Hong, but I know her neighbor's wife's second-aunt's niece. Everyone knows her little secrets. While you're away, the cousin comes and goes, the three of them cozy as a family. You're the only green-hatted fool still in the dark. Shi Yu'an made up a story. I learned all this from the character profile. The mistress really is unfaithful, and she really is embezzling Master Niu's silver. But he deserves it, betraying his wife for a son, secretly transferring assets. Serves him right. And the fool doesn't even know Ah Hong is no ordinary woman. She and her cousin are spies sent by the enemy kingdom. When the enemy invades, they'll steal the national treasure map, hidden in Songhua Academy. But I can't say this in public. Maybe I should write to Mr. Xingzhou and ask him to investigate. I need to come up with a plausible reason. Hearing Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts, the Qingchuan students' expressions changed. They thought it was just a cuckolded mistress. Turns out spies were involved. Luo Xingzhou immediately said, since Master Niu doesn't believe it, let me investigate for you. No. This is my family matter. Outsiders have no right to interfere. Master Niu refused harshly. He didn't want to lose face like Master Go. And Master Go was a marriage fraud, a crime. But keeping a mistress was a family affair. As long as he refused, no one could intervene. If others have no right, what about me? A white-robed scholar stepped forward. It was a master from White Horse Academy. He introduced himself to Shi Yu'an. I am Lin Jinyu, younger brother of Master Niu's wife. If what you say is true, I must get to the bottom of it and seek justice for my sister. Seeing Lin Jinyu, Shi Yu'an's eyes lit up. This man is so refined and elegant. A true scholar, whose poesy shines through. He truly embodies the saying, learning enriches one's presence. Wow, his life story is extraordinary too. In the original timeline, the mistress affair wasn't exposed and his sister would be killed. He would join Songhua Academy as a master to investigate the truth. He was meticulous, tracing from Master Niu to Ah Hong, then uncovering her spy identity. But by then Qing Kingdom was in chaos. He had no one to turn to, and was killed while protecting the national treasure map. To prevent the treasure map from falling into enemy hands, he memorized it, and swallowed the map. When the enemy demanded he draw it, he refused, and was disemboweled alive. Everyone shuddered. Luo Xingzhou's heart churned with shock. Once again, Shi Yu'an's thoughts mentioned the devastation of Qing Kingdom's invasion, deepening his understanding of how dire the situation was. She also mentioned the national treasure, something he'd never heard of, but it must be crucial. He was about to inform the Prince of Jin when he spotted a masked figure standing under the eaves. He knew it was Prince Xiao Jingyue. Xiao Jingyue's eyes were deep and inscrutable as he raised a hand in a shushing gesture. Luo Xingzhou was startled. Could the Prince of Jin also hear Shi Yu'an's thoughts? Then he understood. Prince Jin was the Qingchuan Academy's Mr. Xingzhou, thus also a member of Qingchuan Academy. From the current situation, it seemed both students and teachers of Qingchuan Academy could hear the inner voice. But the attendants, servants, and those outside Qingchuan Academy could not. Could this inner voice be related to Qingchuan Academy? Xiao Jingyue could indeed hear Shi Yu'an's inner voice. Although he had learned of this from Luo Xingzhou earlier, hearing it firsthand still felt utterly unbelievable. Yet it was through this inner voice that he learned of the future events of Qing Kingdom. He raised his hand, and a shadow guard immediately appeared by his side. Immediately investigate the matter of Niu Fuzi's mistress. You must get ahead of Lin Jinyu and capture the mistress and all those who have dealings with her. Do not let them contact anyone. I will interrogate them personally. Hearing this, the shadow guard understood that this mistress was no ordinary one. He asked, what if Lin Jinyu interferes? Then seize him as well, and keep him in solitary confinement. Having learned of Lin Jinyu's life story, Xiao Jingyue found him to be a remarkable man indeed. Intelligent, meticulous, and possessing integrity. Most importantly, he was loyal and patriotic. Such a man must not be harmed or fall into such a tragic fate. Just as he turned to leave, he once again heard Shi Yu'an's inner voice. I must change the fate of a good man like Lin Jinyu. But I'm not familiar with him. How can I warn him? I've got it. I'll go and charm him first. Once I've won him over, I'll persuade him. He'll surely listen to me. The students were all stunned. Was Shi Yu'an so bold? And wasn't she fond of Prince Jin? Had she switched affections so quickly? Shi Yu'an had no idea what everyone was thinking, but the more she pondered, the more feasible it seemed. Lin Jinyu is handsome, gentle in nature, and like me a teacher. It's a perfect match of talent and beauty, a match made in heaven. I almost forgot. I still have a marriage engagement. Luo Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief, glad she still remembered she was Prince Jin's betrothed. But then he heard her grumble inwardly. Prince Jin Xiao Jinghua. That man is no good. His heart is smaller than a needle's. He's not gentle or considerate. He's not the right man. Luo Xingzhou sighed helplessly. Fine, even I can't help you this time. Shi Yu'an had no idea that her inner voice was being heard loud and clear by Prince Jin himself. Seeing that Lin Jinyu was about to investigate the matter of Niu Fuzi's mistress personally, she even took the trouble to tell him the exact address of the mistress a Hong, as well as the appearance of a Hong and her cousin. That a Hong is ordinary looking, but she likes to wear red clothes and put red flowers in her hair. Her lover has a face like a flatbread with short, thick eyebrows. Their child looks exactly like him. I don't know what your brother-in-law was thinking, but he never noticed. But her lover knows martial arts. If you go, you must take plenty of people with you, and be careful. Lin Jinyu was extremely grateful. Thank you for the warning, Mrs. Sure. Should you ever need anything in the future, Jinyu will do his utmost to help. Don't wait for the future. After you've looked into your brother-in-law's matter, consider coming to Qingchuan Academy as a teacher. We offer excellent benefits. Shi Yu'an seized the opportunity to poach talent. As far as she knew, Bema Academy's treatment was mediocre. Lin Jinyu might as well switch jobs. Meanwhile, her inner voice cheerfully rang out. The academy is just short of teachers. It would be perfect if Lin Jinyu could come. And with him close by, it would be easier to charm him. Mr. Lin, please consider it. Qingchuan Academy is now undergoing reform. We have decided to completely change the past bad school atmosphere. From now on, we will study diligently and make progress every day. You are exactly the talent we urgently need. As she spoke, Shi Yu'an gave Luo Xingzhou a meaningful look. Luo, classmate, don't you agree? Luo Xingzhou didn't know what to say. He could only steel himself and reply, Mr. Lin probably wouldn't be willing to come to Qingchuan Academy. But Lin Jinyu said, I will consider it. I'll give you my answer after I've settled my sister's affairs. Shi Yu'an happily waved him goodbye. Niu Fuzi staggered along as well, leaving only Luo Fuzi from Songhua Academy. Shi Yu'an didn't want to offend Songhua Academy too much, so she said nothing more, but muttered inwardly. What kind of teachers are they at Songhua Academy? That Go fellow is ungrateful, abandoning his wife of humble origins. That Niu keeps a mistress and transfers family property, and this Luo is actually a deviant, peeping at students daily, hiding a student's underpants in his sleeve. The students of Qingchuan Academy's eyes lit up, and they all looked at Luo Xingzhou. Luo Xingzhou shook his head slightly. He really didn't know about this. But Luo Fuzi had no wife or concubine at home, never visited brothels. Everyone thought he was single-minded in his studies, never suspecting he harbored such filthy thoughts. Pei Yan dragged over a student with an unfamiliar face. Who is this? Are they from our academy? I've never seen him before, Shi Yu'an asked Luo Xingzhou. His name is Gu Wu, Luo Xingzhou replied. He's here every day, but you just never notice him. Shi Yu'an didn't believe it. Come on, a big guy like him, how could I miss him? He was there when we went to dig up the Zheng estate. He was there when we caused trouble at the Duke's mansion, and he was the one who called you to breakfast this morning. Luo Xingzhou wanted to say he was also there when they were about to bury her, but he stopped himself just in time. Shi Yu'an looked at Gu Wu. His appearance. Well, not handsome, not ugly. Height not tall, not short. Build not fat, not thin. His greatest feature was having no features, which explained his lack of presence. But that very quality was his specialty. He walked past Luo Fuzi without anyone noticing him. Yet as he glided by without stirring a single cloud, he caused something to drop from Luo Fuzi's sleeve. Someone exclaimed, what is that bright red thing? Immediately someone answered, I've seen those underpants before. In that gaudy color, they must be Luo Yinji's. Another chimed in, look, there's a character, Yin embroidered on it. Luo Yinji snatched the underpants, took one look, and flew into a rage. You old fool, how dare you steal my underpants? You're asking for death. Luo Yinji forgot all about respecting his teacher and raised his fist ready to commit murder. His classmates quickly pulled him back. Brother Yinji, calm down. Don't make a grave mistake over a pair of underpants. The scene erupted into chaos again. Some scorned Luo Fuzi for his disgraceful behavior, unworthy of being a teacher. Others began to question whether Songhua Academy was a den of iniquity. Still others discussed why Luo Yinji's underpants were so red. Songhua Academy was utterly disgraced, while the teachers and students of Qingchuan Academy withdrew, leaving no trace of their deeds. Luo Xingzhou hurriedly entered Prince Jin's room. Xiao Jingyue's shadow guards had already returned. On the table lay the evidence seized from Niu Fuzi's mistress A Hong. We've captured them. The letters we found prove that what Shi Yu'an said is true. That mistress and her lover are indeed spies from Yan Kingdom. As for Niu Fuzi, his background is clean. Apart from keeping a mistress, his behavior is not suspicious. It seems he was not involved. Luo Xingzhou lowered his eyes. Even if he wasn't directly involved as a teacher, his misconduct and the convenience he provided to the spies make him hardly innocent, don't you think? Xiao Jingyue raised his eyes to look at him. He is a teacher from Songhua Academy. Do you have a grudge against him? Or did he mistreat you when you were at Songhua Academy? Luo Xingzhou smiled. Uncle, you should know that no one can mistreat me. Then why do you seem to despise these teachers from Songhua Academy so much? You're not usually one to meddle in others' affairs. A flicker of disgust passed through Luo Xingzhou's eyes, and he said casually, perhaps, I just don't like the look of them. Xiao Jingyue paused briefly, asking no further questions. Though treason charges cannot be brought against him, he is hardly a virtuous man. I have had him dealt with on charges of harboring spies. Luo Xingzhou finally revealed a genuine smile. Then he watched as Xiao Jingyue pushed more evidence toward him. As he took it, and read his expression turned grave. So enemy infiltrators have penetrated this deeply. Even one of the tutors at Songhua Academy has a spy by his side. Xiao Jingyue sighed, and said, this kept mistress was merely a low-tier operative able only to await orders passively. There is little more to be extracted from her. Luo Xingzhou nodded in understanding. No wonder she could only lurk beside someone like Tutor Niu. Even so, we must remain vigilant. If spies have infiltrated every corner of the Qin kingdom, then the kingdom itself is in grave peril. Xiao Jingyue's tone was heavy. Uncle, do not worry over much. Perhaps the key to breaking this lies within Tutor Shi's inner voice. Xiao Jingyue nodded. Shi Yu'an's inner voice is of utmost importance. Though eavesdropping upon one's thoughts is hardly the act of a gentleman for the sake of the Qin kingdom, we must find a way to extract more useful intelligence. Luo Xingzhou nodded and voiced his conjecture. Based on my testing, it seems only the students of Qingchuan Academy can hear Tutor Shi's inner voice, along with you, Uncle. If the Academy Master can also hear it upon his return, that would confirm the voice is connected to Qingchuan Academy itself. Could it be because? Xiao Jingyue and Luo Xingzhou exchanged a glance, both struck by the same thought. Legend spoke of a mysterious founder of Qingchuan Academy, one who appeared from the spring at the rear mountain and vanished back into it. Thus rumors once held that the spring behind the academy possessed mystical powers. But no one believes such tales anymore. For if the spring truly held such power, the students of Qingchuan Academy would hardly all be useless prodigals. Enough. There is no use in dwelling on it. Xiao Jingyue dismissed Luo Xingzhou. But as he reached the door, Luo Xingzhou turned back and asked, Uncle, how do you intend to deal with Tutor Lin? Xiao Jingyue paused, then said, he is clearly talented. Naturally, I would bring him into my service. Why do you ask? Luo Xingzhou rubbed his nose awkwardly. Good, I was worried you might transfer your anger onto him. Why would I? Xiao Jingyue let out a helpless laugh. Do you truly think I would blame another because of Shi Yu'an's thoughts? Impossible. I would be delighted if she shifted her attention elsewhere. It would grant me some peace. A mischievous glint appeared in Luo Xingzhou's eyes. Since Uncle does not mind, perhaps we should invite him to teach at Qingchuan Academy. For all Tutor Shi's ideas and methods, she genuinely cannot recognize most written characters. Xiao Jingyue recalled the characters in her letters and the occasional errors she made, pressing his forehead in exasperation. So full of schemes, yet utterly illiterate. Illiterate and fickle besides, her affections shifting like the wind. Not long ago she had eaten his rice, and now she had already set her sights on another. Tutor Lin is both talented and virtuous. He would make a fine instructor. But keep an eye on Shi Yu'an. That man is brilliant, so do not let her, who cannot even read a single character properly, ruin him. Luo Xingzhou suppressed a laugh and asked, Uncle, did you happen to see Tutor Shi at the hot springs last night? Xiao Jingyue's face suddenly flushed crimson. He denied it at once. I merely caught a glimpse of her sneaking around there and immediately left. I saw nothing at all. Xiao Jingyue had not lied. When he arrived, he saw Shi Yu'an alone by the edge of the hot spring. Panic seized him, and before he could even turn away, she had already slipped off her outer robe, revealing her smooth, fair back. He fled in such haste that he collided with a tree, leaving a red mark on his forehead to this very moment. When Luo Xingzhou asked about it, he could only reply with feigned composure, caught by a door. But, Tutor Shi seems to have seen you, Luo Xingzhou added. What a... Xiao Jingyue's mind reeled at the thought that if Shi Yu'an knew he had witnessed her undressing, his reputation would be utterly ruined. Do not panic, Uncle. She does not seem to know it was you. Then speak your mind fully. Xiao Jingyue shot Luo Xingzhou a sharp glance. This boy was playing tricks on his own uncle now. With that thought, he assumed the air of an elder and spoke with earnest sincerity. Xingzhou, regarding your marriage prospects. Shi Yu'an mentioned it before, and I believe it is time we set the matter in motion. Even if the wedding is premature, we can begin making preparations. Why don't I speak with your mother and peruse the daughters of noble families on your behalf? Luo Xingzhou's smile stiffened. Uncle, there is no rush. Let us wait until you have found a wife for yourself first. Elsewhere, Shi Yu'an mid-meal could not help but sneeze. She muttered, who's speaking ill of me behind my back? Zhu Mingling, gnawing on a pig's trotter without looking up, said, probably Pei Yan. Why, oi? Shi Yu'an asked. Because he is not here, Shen Mingxiu said. But Luo Xingzhou isn't here either. Qi Ran chimed in. At that very moment, Luo Xingzhou walked in. Hearing their discussion, he smiled and said, I concur. It must be Pei Yan. Shi Yu'an. How utterly arbitrary. The group spent the day in merriment, and when night finally fell, everyone retired early to bed. In the dead of night, Shen Fugui's room was utterly silent. In the dim darkness, a black shadow crept slowly towards Shen Fugui on the bed. Shen Haojing. Return my life. Shin Haojing. Shin Fugui dared not open his eyes, clutching the blanket with both hands. Yet the voice seemed to possess a hypnotic pull, luring him to look. And so he found himself staring directly into a ghastly pale face. HH. The scream was still caught in Shun Fugui's throat when Pei Yan burst out from beneath the covers and delivered a single chop to his neck, knocking him unconscious. The shadow reacted instantly and moved to flee, but Pei Yan, who had been hiding beneath the bed, rolled out and tackled it. Playing tricks with ghosts, you won't escape. Pei Yan moved with agility and raw boldness. Whether the figure was man or specter, he hurled himself at it without hesitation. But the shadow proved faster than Pei Yan, slipping through his grasp like an eel. With a single dodge, it evaded him and darted toward the window. Yet the moment it reached the window, Min Han and Shin Mingxiu, who had been waiting on either side, leaped in from outside and blocked its path. With a flick of their wrists, a specially crafted net sailed through the air, hurtling down upon it. The ghostly shadow retreated 2 steps, then spun and vaulted onto the roof. There Huang Tianlu and Xiao Qing were already rolling up their sleeves in anticipation. Seeing their prey, they leaped down in delight. Hey buddy, show yourself. Let me see whether you're a male ghost or a female ghost. I'd say it's an avenging specter. Then I want to see too, male avenger or female avenger. The only remaining escape was the main door. But Shi Yu'an and Zhu Minglang strode in, boldly raising their hands with cold command. Close the door. Beat the dog. Ha 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 ha. The shadow suddenly erupted into a bone-chilling laugh that pierced the night air. The group felt their scalps crawl as they advanced in unison toward the specter. Outside, LuoXingzhou heard the sound and knew something was wrong. He was about to send the others inside to check when the door burst open and everyone came sprinting out at full pelt. Tutor Shi, Pei Yan. LuoXingzhou tried to stop them, but their states were clearly abnormal. They seemed deaf to his calls and blind to his presence. He made a snap decision and said to the man beside him, "We've fallen into a trap. Go to Plum Garden and fetch Master Qingzhou." After LuoXingzhou's explanation, Shi Yu'an finally understood the peril of the previous night. They had already encircled the ghostly shadow, leaving it no escape. But at the critical moment, the ghostly shadow scattered a handful of powder, causing all those nearby to fall under a hallucinogenic drug. Meanwhile, Shi Yu'an had run far away, seeing only an impenetrable mist before her eyes. She kept running forward on until at last she saw a light ahead. She looked over and saw in the hot spring pool ahead a beautiful woman bathing under the moonlight. Habitually narrowing her eyes to see more clearly, she found she could not make out her face. The beauty beckoned to her, drawing her to approach. As she was about to leap into the water, the beauty turned her head, revealing a face of utter terror, a ghastly, ghostly visage. Her heart nearly stopped in fright, yet a gentle touch came to her hand. Someone had grabbed hold of her. But as her body fell, that person was pulled along with her into the water. Shi Yu'an, wake up quickly. Hearing someone call her name, Shi Yu'an tried to open her eyes, but she could not. When she woke again, Shi Yu'an found herself in an unfamiliar room. Seeing her awake, LuoXingzhou immediately walked over. "Shi Xianqing, you're finally awake. How do you feel? What happened to me? Wasn't I watching a beauty bathe by the hot spring?" At that thought, Shi Yu'an's face turned pale, and she cried out, "There really is a ghost. That beauty was a ghost. It scared me to death." LuoXingzhou cast her a glance. Fortunately, she was also a woman, otherwise he would have suspected her of being a lecher with low morals. After all, which upright gentleman would see a beauty bathing after being drugged with hallucinogens? LuoXingzhou had only witnessed the scene as a chaotic pandemonium. Meanwhile, Shi Yu'an ran out and desperately tried to jump into the water, and had someone not saved her, she might well have drowned. "What about the others? Are they in danger?" Shi Yu'an asked. "The others are all fine," LuoXingzhou said with a somewhat awkward expression. "Those of you who were closer got drugged. You were all running around wildly, so I had to take people to find you one by one." Shi Yu'an's heart clenched, and she hastily asked, "No one was hurt, right? Where are they?" "Rest assured, Xianqing, no one was hurt. They're all here, but they've lost all face." Thinking of last night, LuoXingzhou felt a headache coming. That chaotic night, even with his vast experience, he didn't know how to describe it. But Shi Yu'an kept pressing, "I saw a female ghost after being drugged. What about the others? What embarrassing things did they do? Tell me quickly, let me have a good laugh." The other students who hadn't been drugged also looked curious. LuoXingzhou had no choice but to tell the truth. Huang Tianlu, to show off his martial prowess, insisted on fighting the big yellow dog in the front yard. In the end, the man and the dog brawled all night, and both ended up injured. When they found him, he had a mouthful of fur and was still shouting, "I am the #1 martial artist under heaven." Xiao Qing, on the other hand, tried to interrogate a goose. The goose refused to confess and just kept honking, honk, honk, honk. He first whipped the goose with his belt, then tired, tried to pinch the goose's fingers. He crouched on the ground searching for the goose's fingers for a long while, and finally gave up because he couldn't find them. In the end, he plucked out all its feathers and was chased by the goose for 2 hours, getting pecked all the way. Huh. Hearing this, Shi Yu'an was laughing uncontrollably. These two, Wulong and Fengshu, are hilarious. What about Zhu Minglang? Let me guess, did he eat like crazy? Pretty much. LuoXingzhou nodded and said Zhu Minglang shouted he wanted to perform devouring a whole pig in one bite, but since he couldn't find a pig, he insisted on stuffing his fist into his mouth. Fortunately, his fist was too big to fit, otherwise he wouldn't be able to eat braised pork today. No wonder they're the red, yellow, and blue trio. Too funny. Shi Yu'an laughed until tears came and couldn't help asking, what about Min Han and Shin Mingxiu? They're usually aloof and cold. Surely they didn't do anything that embarrassing. Tell me quickly. Luo Xingzhou cleared his throat and continued. Min Han's behavior was the most eye-popping. The usually unapproachable man actually hid in a cabinet and cried all night. As for Shin Mingxiu, no one knew what was wrong with him. He killed all the fish in the kitchen's water tank and even cleaned them more thoroughly than the cook. Shi Yu'an stopped laughing and said, don't spread this around. It's not right to laugh at someone's painful experiences. Min Han has recently been brewing a poison that kills without bloodshed. Be careful not to get silenced. And Shin Mingxiu seems to enjoy playing with knives. Say too much and you might lose your life. Luo Xingzhou twitched the corner of his mouth. She was indeed sharp in this regard, knowing who not to provoke. What about Pei Yan? Shi Yu'an got excited again. What silly things did he do? Luo Xingzhou fell silent. The one most affected by the drug was actually Pei Yan, since he had been closest. But to his surprise, Pei Yan had cut his own leg with a dagger at the first moment, barely maintaining consciousness, and then chased after the dark shadow despite his injury. His blood spilled everywhere, a gruesome sight. He wanted to pull him back, but Pei Yan with reddened eyes pushed him away. Don't worry about me. I must catch that trickster. By the time the Prince Jin's secret guards arrived, Pei Yan was still clinging tightly to the ghostly shadow. The guards couldn't help but gasp when they saw the shadow's face, thinking it might be a real ghost, and hesitated to offend it. Only Pei Yan refused to believe in superstition. He directly bit the ghostly shadow, and only when blood flowed did he excitedly shout, it's blood. It's really a person. In the end, the secret guards captured the ghostly shadow, and also brought back all those who had been drugged. Who helped us? Shi Yu'an asked. Since Prince Jin's whereabouts could not be revealed, Luo Xingzhou could only tell her it was Mr. Xingzhou who brought people here to save everyone, and it was also Mr. Xingzhou who saved you. But you were so agitated that you pulled him into the water with you, and tore his clothes. Mr. Xingzhou came too. Shi Yu'an's eyes lit up, and she immediately rose. Where is he? I must go see him. Luo Xingzhou quickly stopped her. Mr. Xingzhou left earlier. He had other matters to attend to. I haven't even thanked him. Shi Yu'an was a bit disappointed, but soon remembered Shin Fuguwei. This time Pei Yan had knocked out Shin Fuguwei, so he was unaffected. What about the ghost that scared Shin Fuguwei? What was its origin? We didn't have time to interrogate it last night. Luo Xingzhou looked at Shi Yu'an and suggested, why don't you Shi Yu'an interrogate it yourself? Me? Shi Yu'an was surprised. I've never interrogated a criminal. You can bring Xiaoqing along. He grew up in the Ministry of Justice and has experience. True, otherwise how could he have thought of interrogating a goose? Shi Yu'an agreed, since she also wanted to get to the bottom of this matter as soon as possible. Without delay, Shi Yu'an took Xiaoqing and Luo Xingzhou to the place where the ghostly shadow was detained. When they arrived at the door, Pei Yan was also waiting there. You're going to interrogate the ghost. I'll join too. He had been forced to wear women's clothes for so many days. He had to find out what kind of illness it was to dress up as a ghost and scare people. Alright, after all, you're the hero this time. Shi Yu'an didn't stint on praise for Pei Yan as they walked. Pei Yan, you've really impressed me. With your martial arts bravery, resilience, and persistence. How are you so amazing? Pei Yan felt his cheeks burning, but he forced calmness. It's just catching a mere small thief. Shi Yu'an's gaze swept over his leg. She wanted to say something, but ultimately only reminded him, mind your wound. I actually wanted to tell him that he should always put his own safety first. Nothing is more important than his life. But that's just his nature. Why pour cold water on him now? More importantly, the Qing kingdom will eventually go to war, and he will eventually go to the battlefield. If he valued his own safety, how could he, in his original fate, meet the end of dying on the battlefield wrapped in horsehide? A subtle ripple stirred within Pei Yan's heart, an inexplicable emotion spreading through him. Honestly speaking, when he had learned of his own fate, through Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts, a flicker of secret relief had crossed his mind. As long as Pei Zhu hadn't been tortured to death and his father hadn't died, because of him, he could face death on the battlefield without any regrets. To die for one's country, that was an honor. But Shi Yu'an had said that his life was the most important thing, that he should prioritize his own safety above all else. Luo Xingzhou cast a glance at him, but said nothing. Soon the group arrived at the place where Ghost Shadow was being held. The room was dimly lit, and a thick stench of decay mingled with a faint trace of blood. As expected of ancient times, even a pleasure estate has its own private dungeon complete with torture instruments. Honestly, this is my first time stepping into a prison cell. What a novel experience. Though those torture devices do look rather intimidating. Modern civilization is far more refined. No cruel interrogations. Xiaoqing looked up in surprise. If not by cruel interrogation, how else would one extract confessions from criminals? He had been planning to research several new torture methods, ones that would break even the most stubborn of offenders. I wonder if I can see this person's life story in the mission compendium. If I could, everything would become clear. Muttering inwardly, Shi Yu'an walked up to the torture rack. Ghost Shadow's limbs were bound with iron chains, long hair hanging down to obscure his face. Curiosity getting the better of her, Shi Yu'an leaned in for a closer look at what this person truly appeared to be. Seeing her approach, the guard on duty immediately brushed aside Ghost Shadow's hair, revealing his pallid face. Shi Yu'an started back in fright, then quickly recovered and pointed at him, exclaiming, "Demon, why don't you reveal your true form?" Luo Xingzhou was speechless. This is his true appearance. Shi Yu'an was utterly stunned. No wonder Shen Fugui had been so terrified. This man's face was so pale it held not a trace of color, his pupils pitch black and unnaturally large. But the most frightening thing was his expression, carrying an eerie coldness like that of someone who had been dead for days. He's not even wearing a mask. Like a human skin mask or some kind of disguise technique. Luo Xingzhou shook his head. No such thing exists. Shi Yu'an marveled inwardly, how can a person look this terrifying? In the modern world, he'd be a natural fit as a haunted house NPC. The man's emotions remained utterly still, his eyes devoid of any spark of life, as though nothing anyone did to him could possibly matter. Shi Yu'an felt a bit nervous. Not from fear, but because this was her first time conducting an interrogation and her heart pounded with uncertainty. Hello. Shi Yu'an began. Xiaoqing was dumbfounded. Who on earth greets a prisoner before interrogating them? Yet the prisoner, who had shown no reaction at all until now, felt his pupils tremble slightly. I apologize, but you ran too fast, so we had no choice but to bind you. However, rest assured I won't resort to cruel torture. With that, Shi Yu'an cleared her throat, struck a pose, and delivered that dramatic line. Now then, you have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Xiaoqing wanted to speak, but Luo Xingzhou stopped him with a shake of his head, signaling him to continue listening to what Shi Yu'an had to say. First, what is your name? Shi Yu'an asked. Ghost Shadow remained unmoved. Realizing her mistake, Shi Yu'an spoke again. My apologies, my apologies. Before asking your name, I should have introduced myself first. Hello, my name is Shi Yu'an. I am a teacher at Qingchuan Academy, and also the teacher of the Shen Fugui you frightened. Could you tell me who you are? Why did you scare Shen Fugui? Ghost Shadow still said nothing. Shi Yu'an took another step closer and sighed. You seem to care about nothing. Not about being hurt, not even about whether you live or die. But since you've come to this world, you should leave something behind. Tell me your name. I will remember it. Shi Yu'an fell silent, simply waiting. Xiaoqing had grown impatient and spoke up. Since he won't talk, let's bring out the heavy torture. I refuse to believe there's truly someone who doesn't fear death. No. Shi Yu'an stopped Xiaoqing. We should convince him with reason, not resort to torture at the slightest provocation. Even if he has committed a wrong, there may be reasons behind it. For instance, he may have been coerced or deceived. In short, we must not let a single villain escape, nor wrong a single innocent person. Besides, he only dressed up as a ghost to scare someone. That offense hardly warrants torture. Better to try courtesy before force. If reasoning fails, then we can let Xiaoqing have a go at scaring him. Xiaoqing rolled his wrists and pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. He was destined to become Qing Kingdom's most formidable inquisitor. How could he settle for merely scaring people? Just as everyone thought they would never get an answer from Ghost Shadow, he spoke. My name is Xuemingguang. Shi Yu'an paused, gazing at Ghost Shadow's face as she repeated his name, Xuemingguang. Suddenly the mission compendium appeared, and Xuemingguang's life story flooded into Shi Yu'an's mind. Xuemingguang. He's actually Xuemingguang. He's the renowned White Tiger General, a warrior who could take on 100 foes single-handedly, unmatched in valor. Hearing this, both Pei Yan and Luo Xingzhou's eyes lit up. According to what Shi Yu'an had said, Qing Kingdom's downfall was tied to a shortage of military commanders. Now that an extra fierce general had appeared, that was good news. Such an important piece of information must be reported to Prince Jean. A general like this absolutely had to be won over. But Shi Yu'an's next words plunged them into an ice cellar. A fierce general indeed. But unfortunately, he's the enemy's fierce general. When he kills 100, he's killing our own people. Pei Yan's smile froze. He looked around, searching for a blade to cut down this traitor standing before him. One glance told Luo Xingzhou that Pei Yan was about to lose his temper, so he reached out and gripped his wrist firmly. At that moment, Shi Yu'an's inner voice sounded once more. But this matter isn't entirely Xuemingguang's fault. He had his reasons. No reason justifies treason. Pei Yan moved, but Luo Xingzhou yanked hard on his wrist and shot him a glare in the darkness. Pei Yan shook off his hand in fury, but he no longer acted rashly. Xuemingguang was actually a beast slave raised by a branch family of the Shen clan. From childhood, he was secretly trained to perform in beast fights for the entertainment of the powerful. And many others suffered the same fate as Xuemingguang. At this thought, rage surged in Shi Yu'an's heart, and she cursed inwardly. They're absolutely inhuman. Some of these children were orphans, others were trafficked by slavers. Either way, they were all locked away in the Shen family's secret compound, subjected to brutal training. A great many died during the training itself, and others were torn apart and devoured alive by wild beasts in the arena. Hearing this, Pei Yan's pupils shook violently. He had never heard of such things before. Luo Xingzhou and Xiaoqing, however, were not overly surprised. Having encountered many things in their lives, they had heard rumors of beast fights before. Some nobles took delight in watching men fight wild beasts. Though such spectacles couldn't be held openly, there were always those who provided such channels in secret. It was said that the beasts would first be locked in cages and starved for days. Once hunger had driven them mad, they would be thrown into an enclosure with humans. The result was predictable. Very few beast slaves ever survived those fights. They had known of these things but never delved deeper. Now with a named individual standing before them, they truly felt it. Behind those so-called games lay countless vibrant human lives. Luo Xingzhou let out an almost imperceptible sigh and asked, Shuimingguang, why did you harm Shen Fuguwei? Do you hold a grudge against him? Or was someone behind this? Shuimingguang did not answer. Luo Xingzhou had not expected him to. But Shi Yu'an, instead of continuing to ponder an answer in her mind, made a request. I want to speak with him alone. No, blurted Pei Yan. He might hurt you. Shi Yu'an looked at him with gratification. Pei Yan, you are so concerned about your teacher. I am truly moved. Pei Yan turned his face away awkwardly. Who is worried about you? I'm afraid he'll beat you to death and then escape, making all my efforts in vain. Oh, don't be shy. I understand. But rest assured I won't unfasten his chains. I'll just sit and chat with him. There's no danger. Wait for me at the door. I'll finish soon. Shi Yu'an looked at Luo Xingzhou. The guards all seemed to obey him. He was probably the one in charge here. Luo Xingzhou thought it over and agreed, but cautioned, teacher, do not approach within 1 zhang of him. Some experts can kill without using their hands. Shi Yu'an stepped back in fright. I understand. Seeing her fear of death, Luo Xingzhou's last trace of worry dissipated. In truth, the Prince of Jin's secret guards had already tested Shuimingguang. His body was exceptionally trained, keen and strong, but he had no inner energy, so killing without a trace was beyond him. Luo Xingzhou and the other two walked out, taking the guards with them. Only Shi Yu'an and Shuimingguang remained inside. Shuimingguang, I know everything about you. Shi Yu'an stated bluntly. You are an orphan sold to the Shun family by human traffickers and forced to become a caged beast slave. You spent 3 years as a beast slave, surviving one beast attack after another. Until 2 years ago, you killed a tiger, incited the other beast slaves to revolt, murdered the guards, and escaped. Shuimingguang looked up in shock. Who exactly are you? Me. Shi Yu'an assumed an inscrutable air and spoke in a low voice. I am Shi Yu'an, an outstanding young teacher. Shuimingguang was stunned for a moment. Shi Yu'an continued. You traced the trainers back to the Shun family, and then sought revenge on the family members. And Shen Fuguwei, also known as Shun Haojing, the only legitimate son of the Shen family, became your first target of vengeance. You didn't want to kill him outright, you wanted him to live in terror, slowly tortured to death. Just like your fallen comrades. They deserve to die. All of them deserve to die. The chains clanked loudly. Shuimingguang grew agitated, his eyes bloodshot, like a whimpering beast. They were beaten, the children were terrified, went mad, died. His words were slurred, but Shi Yu'an understood his meaning. The children captured as beast slaves lived in extreme terror, eventually dying either from mental breakdown or being mauled by beasts. Shuimingguang had witnessed it all and survived, naturally harboring deep hatred for the Shen family. You originally planned to frighten Shen Fuguwei to death and then kill all the Shuns, right? But you met someone who changed you. That person is Shen Fuguwei's wet nurse, Aunt Lan. She took care of you, but she forbade you from killing Shen Fuguwei or any other Shen family members. Tears welled in Shuimingguang's eyes. Aunt Lan, good person. She said the Shen family are good people. As he spoke, Shuimingguang's eyes were filled with pain and confusion. Probably because he had followed Aunt Lan's advice and observed, discovering that the Shun family were indeed kind, and Shen Fuguwei, in particular, was pure-hearted. Yet the people who raised beast slaves were also from the Shen family. He could not distinguish whether they were good or evil. Shi Yu'an did not know how to explain this to him. The Shun family, as the richest clan in Qin Kingdom, had vast holdings and numerous branches and relatives. Some people used the Shen name to make money, but were unwilling to settle for small profits, so they turned to illicit means. The main line of the Shun family naturally would not engage in such dirty business, but those underlings acted under their name. They granted convenience without proper oversight, so they were not entirely innocent. This was probably why Aunt Lan could not explain. So she let Shuimingguang see for himself, while secretly protecting Shen Fuguwei from harm. Otherwise Shen Fuguwei would not have survived safely until now. According to the character records, Shuimingguang ultimately did not kill Shen Fuguwei, because Shen Fuguwei was truly a person of pure goodness. He cared a great deal about money, but whenever he saw the poor, he could not help but take money from his own little treasury to give them. He treated the servants in his household well, often secretly helping those in distress. Though Shuimingguang was ignorant and naive, he knew that Shen Fuguwei was a good person. Unfortunately, because of Shen Fuguwei's illness, the collateral branches of the Shun family took power, causing the deaths of the main family members. Aunt Lan told Shuimingguang to flee, but he returned to save her and was captured. The Shuns forced him back into being a beast slave. He was beaten half to death, but still managed to escape with Aunt Lan, only to be captured by enemy generals. The enemy general, recognizing his talent, imprisoned Aunt Lan to threaten him. Without Aunt Lan's guidance, he could not tell whose words to heed and whose to ignore. Those men trained him like a wild beast, forcing him onto the battlefield to kill and torturing Aunt Lan when he disobeyed. Thus the enemy gained a fearsome General Wei Hu, while Qin Kingdom faced a terrifying adversary that struck terror into all. Shuimingguang. Shi Yu'an looked him earnestly in the eyes. Study. Come to the Qingchuan Academy and study, and you will learn to distinguish right from wrong. Half an hour later, Shi Yu'an emerged. Waiting for her were not only Luo Xingzhou and the other two, but also Shen Fugui and his wet nurse. This is my wet nurse. Her surname is Zhu, so you can call her Aunt Lan, Shen Fugui introduced. Hello, Aunt Lan. Shi Yu'an greeted her happily. Zhu Lan was also a person of ill fate. In her childhood, she was taken up the mountain by a Taoist nun. The area was plagued by bandits, and the disciples of that Taoist temple often descended to kill them. The last time colluding with corrupt officials, all the nuns were killed. Only Zhu Lan survived because she had sneaked into a bandit lair to rescue children. Afterward, a famine struck. To survive, she learned how to play dead. It was not simply lying on the ground to fool the desperate refugees. She had to disguise herself as a long-dead corpse. So she smeared juice on her face to give it a lifeless grayish-white pallor, but using it too often left her skin permanently stained. Later she married and became pregnant, but her husband died of illness. Fortunately, she happened to rescue the pregnant lady Shen Fugui's mother and entered the Shen household as a wet nurse. She then began caring for Shen Fugui, and over the years, she loved him as her own child. Shen Fugui learned of Aunt Lan's past for the first time and was both moved and pained. Zhu Lan, unable to hear Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts, had come because she heard Shuimingguang was captured. Shi Yu'an recounted Shuimingguang's story to everyone. He's an honest lad. As soon as I asked, he confessed everything. Rest assured, I guarantee with my credit score of over 700 he has not concealed a single thing. Xiaoqing's lips twitched. He couldn't be bothered to expose her. Her so-called interrogation method was a disgrace to the entire craft. Besides, that stuttering oaf could never have confessed so much. If he had, Xiaoqing would happily wring his own neck. The master is truly remarkable. Luo Xingzhou, however, praised Shi Yu'an without batting an eye, then inquired how she intended to deal with Shuimingguang. Well, that depends on the party involved. Shi Yu'an turned to Shen Fugui. Though one shouldn't advise others to forgive without having walked in their shoes, and you're the one who almost got scared to death, so I shouldn't meddle. But Shuimingguang isn't truly wicked. Perhaps he can still be saved. Aunt Lan also spoke to Shen Fugui. Young master, I've wronged you. At the time I knew he had come to avenge himself, but when I found him, he was nothing but skin and bones covered in wounds. I gave him a bun, and he actually crouched down to pick it up with his mouth. The mere thought of that scene made everyone's heart ache. I thought then, this is a human being, not a beast. Even if he was to die, he shouldn't die so devoid of dignity. Aunt Lan wiped away a tear. So I let him in to eat and tended to his wounds, only to find that besides fresh injuries, his body was riddled with old hidden scars. I thought, whose child is this reduced to such a state? His parents in heaven must be frantic with worry. It took him 2 full months to regain any semblance of humanity, but though his physical wounds healed, the wounds in his heart had no cure. He insisted on killing every member of the Shun family to avenge himself. I knew he might actually be capable of it. There was a savagery in him, like a lone wolf bent on revenge. Once it locks onto its prey, it never lets go. I couldn't stop him, so I had to soothe him, urging him to observe you more carefully to see for himself whether you were truly a bad person. Fortunately, he was willing to listen. He only frightened you, but never directly harmed you. Everyone's heart tightened at those words. What Aunt Lan said was true. Shuimingguang had emerged from the fighting pits, and even covered in wounds, he wouldn't die easily. As long as he had a single breath left, he could slaughter every Shun. He was a ruthless man who feared neither pain nor death. Or rather, he didn't consider himself human at all. But Aunt Lan treated him as one, which is why he retained a shred of humanity. Beside him, Shen Fugui had long dissolved into tears. Grasping Aunt Lan's hand, he said, Aunt Lan, you've done nothing wrong. Had you not saved him, I would never have known how grave a wrong our family has committed. It is our family that wronged him. His hatred is deserved. Suddenly struck by a thought, Shi Yu'an asked, Aunt Lan, did you buy hallucinogens from Li Si in the black market? Shen Fugui also remembered and hastily asked, Aunt Lan, was that drug meant for me? For you? How could that be? Aunt Lan's expression turned odd. I did buy hallucinogens, but I used them for breeding my dogs. Aren't Li Si's drugs meant for livestock? I tested them, and the effect was indeed good. Our Ruhua is already pregnant with her 3rd litter. The corners of everyone's eyes twitched, so she really had used them for breeding. Aunt Lan added, Oh, but I did notice my supply dwindling a few times. I thought Li Si was shortchanging me, but now I suspect Mingguang took some. He didn't use it on you, did he? Probably a little. Shen Fugui recalled the many terrifying visions he'd seen, likely due to the drug, but the worst sufferers were those who had chased the ghostly shadow last night. So that's what happened. Do give my regards to Ruhua and her 3 litters of pups. Shi Yu'an awkwardly changed the subject and asked Aunt Lan, Aunt Lan, do you know how to contact Li Si? I have a friend who needs his help. Aunt Lan said, No need to seek him out, I'm quite familiar with him. I buy all my breeding, veterinary, and pesticide supplies from him. Just give me an address, and I'll have him come to you. Shi Yu'an immediately arranged a meeting place with Aunt Lan, urging her repeatedly to make sure Li Si brought his damn hallucinogens when he came. Shen Fugui looked at Shi Yu'an and Luo Xingzhou. Master and young Master Luo, since Shuimingguang didn't actually scare me to death, I won't press charges. Please let him go. Let him go. Aren't you afraid he'll come after you again? Xiaoqing asked. Shen Fugui shook his head. He's suffered so much, even if he kills me I'll accept it. He won't kill you. Shi Yu'an patted Shen Fugui's shoulder. He's promised me he'll come study at Qingchuan Academy as your fellow student. Shen Fugui's legs gave way and he nearly fell. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but he still harbored a shadow of fear toward Shuimingguang. Aunt Lan, however, was overjoyed, for in her heart Shuimingguang was a pitiable child. She wished him a bright future. Upon learning that he would not be punished, but on the contrary had the fortune to enter the academy, Aunt Lan was genuinely happy for him. But seeing Shen Fugui's fear, she spoke to reassure him. Young master, perhaps I could request permission from the lady to accompany you to the academy as a companion, so you won't be afraid. And Mingguang listens to me. I'll keep a close eye on him. A companion isn't allowed. Students must be students, no special privileges. Shi Yu'an refused Aunt Lan's request, but added, however, if Aunt Lan would like to work at the academy, we'd be most welcoming. Work? Our academy is in need of a dormitory matron to manage the students' daily life. The pay is generous and the benefits are good. Would you be willing? Zhulan, thinking only of being able to watch over Shen Fugui, and Shuimingguang nodded eagerly. I'm willing. I'll go tell the lady right away and report to the academy tomorrow. Once Aunt Lan left, Shi Yu'an began to scheme. Aunt Lan has a fierce look and knows martial arts. I'll set strict academy and dormitory rules. If any student fails to get up on time for class or return to the dormitory on time, Aunt Lan will teach them a lesson, letting them taste the power of a dorm matron. Pei Yan couldn't help but twitch his lips. He knew she was up to no good. Shen Fugui, however, was overjoyed with Aunt Lan on his side. He could still swagger around. Shuimingguang also felt a measure of relief. Before leaving, Aunt Lan visited him and told him she would be coming to the academy as well. Shuimingguang had grown up locked in a beast-slave pit, never knowing outsiders. After escaping, he had been consumed by revenge and had never lived a normal life. He felt both alienated and fearful of this world. Yet he was also curious, especially when that person said that studying would help him understand reason and understanding reason would show him what to do. LuoXingzhou compiled the information he had gathered about Shuimingguang and sent it to Xiao Jingyue, specifically noting that although Shuimingguang had once been a soldier in the enemy ranks, he observed that the young man had a pure heart untainted by worldly affairs, with a sense of right and wrong, yet ignorant of greater principles. I share the master's view. If he enters the academy and learns about honor and righteousness, he might be of use to the Qing kingdom. Xiao Jingyue sent word back approving Shuimingguang's enrollment and even prepared a household registration and an official admission notice for him. Shi Yu'an personally handed the registration and notice to Shuimingguang, saying solemnly, Shuimingguang, from now on you are no longer a shadow that cannot see the light, but a student of Qingchuan Academy. From now on you may walk freely in the sunlight and live as an upright person. Shuimingguang clutched the registration and notice. Though he couldn't read the characters, a crack seemed to open in his heart. Then he noticed that Shi Yu'an wasn't speaking, yet he could hear her voice. Freedom? Not a chance. You undisciplined brats should all enter the academy and receive a proper baptism of knowledge. When I get back, I'm going to devise a devilish plan using the harshest measures to discipline you all, to transform you completely, to make you new people. Ha ha ha. After settling the matter with Shuimingguang, the sky had grown late. The group decided to stay one more night before returning to the academy. Shi Yu'an wanted to ask Luo about Master Qingzhou. He had saved her if only she could thank him in person. But Luo told her Master Qingzhou has already left. Shi Yu'an was disappointed. Why did he leave so soon? He didn't even say a word when he came or went. Could it be that he's dissatisfied with me, his diligent and excellent subordinate? Luo could only explain vaguely. Master Qingzhou would never be dissatisfied with you. He even fell into the pond to save you, which shows he cares about you. Then when he returns to the academy, I've been waiting for him so long. I wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. That won't be necessary. Luo thought to himself that the Prince of Jin probably didn't want a heart-to-heart with her. He has already left the capital. So hurriedly. He didn't even come back to the academy to see his lovely students. How cold is that teacher-student bond? The students nearby overheard their conversation and were surprised. Zhu Minglang even directly asked, Master, do you not know who Master Qingzhou is? He is Master Qingzhou. His identity is special. It's not convenient for others to know. Luo interrupted Zhu Minglang. Master, you should stop dwelling on it. In short, Master Qingzhou cares about the academy, the students, and you, Master. Luo blocked Shi Yu'an's view, then swept a cold glance over the others. Zhu Minglang felt a chill on his neck and was immediately dragged away by Xiao Qing and Huang Tianlu, who covered his mouth. All right. Shi Yu'an was curious about Master Qingzhou's identity, but she knew that since Luo said that he wouldn't tell her. She muttered inwardly, what special identity? Could he be a member of the royal family? Or someone who can't meet certain people? He can't be a woman disguised as a man. Luo heart rose and fell. Good, she had ruled out all the correct answers. Wait, the woman bathing in the hot spring that night was Luo. That's definitely right. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Luo. Xiao Qing and Huang Tianlu dragged Zhu Minglang back, their 6 eyes gleaming as they stared at Luo. Pei Yan was even shocked, his pupils trembling. Luo Xingzhou was actually a woman. Even Min Han and Shen Mingxiu, who usually minded their own business, couldn't help but look over. Luo Xingzhou helplessly rubbed his forehead. What did she mean by definitely? Had she investigated? Did she see it with her own eyes? To so rashly conclude that he was a woman. This inner thought was too irresponsible. Facing everyone's doubts, he thought of a way to prove himself, so he proposed, the Ichuan banquet is almost over. Why don't we all go soak in the hot spring together? As classmates, this is a good chance to deepen our bonds. You're coming too? Asked Shi Yu'an. Luo Xingzhou nodded solemnly. It's a rare chance to get close to my classmates, so of course I'll go. Shi Yu'an was surprised and puzzled. Are you sure? Pei Yan was curious and puzzled. Are you sure? The trio of Huang, Zhu and Qing said with curiosity and a hint of mischief. Are you really sure? We're all men. It's just a bath. What's the harm? Luo Xingzhou felt his composure barely holding. These idiots. Couldn't they tell whether he was male or female? Luo Xingzhou's molars almost ground to dust as he led everyone to the hot spring. Shi Yu'an was left utterly confused. If Luo Xingzhou wasn't a woman, then who was the beauty who emerged from the bath the night before last? By the hot spring, some students had already stripped off and jumped in. Zhu Minglang shouted, "Be a bit more reserved. We have a lady among us." Feeling everyone's gaze on him, Luo Xingzhou gritted his teeth and untied his belt, revealing his flat chest. See clearly now. Pei Yan glanced at him and sneered, so frail and weak. No wonder you'd be beaten to death with one punch. Luo Xingzhou's face stiffened. In this era, elegant scholars were admired, and men also favored a graceful, slender bearing. But remembering his fate of being killed with a single punch, he suddenly felt he should strengthen his physique. At that moment, Shen Fugui spoke up. I think the one here who looks most like a woman is Pei Yan. When he wears women's clothes, he outshines even my maid. Shen Fugui, haven't I told you that if you mention that again, I'll smash your dog head? Pei Yan said, swiftly stripping off his top, revealing a well-built body. He was tall with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his abs and arm muscles perfectly defined, making everyone's eyes burn with envy. Pei Yan, how did you build these muscles? Damn, with those arms he could probably knock out young Master Luo with one punch. Luo Xingzhou quietly pulled his clothes back on, thinking he should privately ask Pei Yan for tips on building a stronger body. Huang Tianlu was unconvinced. That's nothing. I've trained just as hard. With that, he stripped off his clothes, determined to compare himself to Pei Yan. After some deliberation, they concluded that Pei Yan was still the winner since he was taller and had longer legs. Huang Tianlu wasn't discouraged. What's the point of just comparing muscles? A real man should compare something more refined. Compare what? Pei Yan didn't take him seriously at all. Huang Tianlu puffed out his chest. A real man should compare his manly prowess. Ha, how do you dare? Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Pei Yan, now fired up, began unbuckling his belt along with Huang Tianlu. Splash. Splash. 2 splashes of water rose as Huang Tianlu and Pei Yan were both kicked into the hot spring. Huang Tianlu was kicked by Shao Qing, who then jumped in after him, and together with Zhu Minglang they pressed Huang Tianlu's head underwater. How old are you two, still comparing who can pee farther? Aren't you ashamed? What if there really is a lady among us? You'd scare her away. Pei Yan was kicked in by Luo Xingzhou. After landing in the water, he looked at Luo Xingzhou in disbelief. So this bookish fellow could also resort to violence. Luo Xingzhou turned his head away with an unnatural expression and said to Pei Yan, such a disgrace to decency. Pretentious. Pei Yan rolled his eyes, then struck by a mischievous whim grabbed Luo Xingzhou's ankle. With a slight tug, Luo Xingzhou fell into the water with a splash. Pei Yan, what are you doing? Tit for tat. Haha, Luo Xingzhou, now you've got yours. Pei Yan laughed heartily. Seeing this, the other students also jumped in, one after another, splashing and wrestling with each other, and soon the hot spring was in a riot of chaos. Luo Xingzhou, drenched by a sudden splash from somewhere, caught a glimpse of Shen Mingxiu, and she ran, leaving the hot spring. Behind them, Min Han also followed. Before Shen Mingxiu and Shi Ran could get far, Min Han blocked their path. His deep eyes were full of certainty. It's you. Shen Mingxiu paused mid-step, instantly understanding what he meant, and retorted, just because I didn't join the bath. Shi Ran is young and not suited for hot springs. Min Han, however, curled his lips in a sneer. Shi Ran isn't suited, but what about you? Say what you will. Shen Mingxiu replied with annoyance. Min Han's gaze swept over Shen Mingxiu's slender, delicate neck, pressing closer. I'm no expert, but I happen to know a thing or two about the human body. Shi Ran nervously tightened his grip on Shen Mingxiu's hand, and Shen Mingxiu gave him a reassuring look. Then a cold glint flashed in Shen Mingxiu's eyes as he stepped closer to Min Han. What a coincidence. I'm a coroner, and I also know something about the human body, especially about corpses of the dead. Min Han's aloof expression flickered. Suddenly he stepped forward and grabbed Shen Mingxiu's wrist, demanding coldly, who exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming to Qingchuan Academy? Shen Mingxiu withdrew his hand, and under Min Han's piercing gaze said, I am a coroner. Just like your medical skills, my expertise in autopsy comes from a family tradition. He then changed the subject. I recently learned a method of bone examination from an ancient text. It allows one to determine from the remains of those long dead the true cause of their death. Minhan's breath caught, and he couldn't help but recall the figure who had vomited blood and died before his eyes. Shin Mingxiu continued, "Of course this method is not yet perfected. I'm still working on it. If I can perfect it, perhaps I can prove whether a deceased person died from a heavy blow illness or accidental poisoning by ingesting herbs." "What do you know?" Minhan looked at Shin Mingxiu, his gaze turning cold. Minhan's gaze toward Shin Mingxiu turned icy. He was not skilled in martial arts, but he excelled in medicine and poison, making it effortless for him to kill someone. Shin Mingxiu, however, showed no fear. Instead, he smiled. "Dr. Min, as coroners, our duty is to help the dead speak. I am familiar with all the cases, big and small, in recent years. I have no interest in the intricate schemes behind them, but I will definitely find out the truth of how a person died." Minhan's gaze shifted, then returned to calm. Without a word, he turned and walked outside. Behind him came Shin Mingxiu's voice. "Rest assured, I came to the academy only because my family forbids me from studying this path. I need a quiet place to research autopsy methods. I won't cause any trouble to the academy." "As you wish." Minhan tossed out those 3 words, then added, "You'd better do as you say. I don't care about the academy's affairs." When the 3 arrived at the front courtyard, they happened to meet Shi Yu'an. Upon seeing them, Shi Yu'an promptly asked, "Has everyone gone into the hot spring to bathe?" "Did Luo Xingzhou go down as well?" "Yes, everyone went down," Minhan replied, adding, "including Luo Xingzhou." Shin Mingxiu glanced at him. Shi Yu'an was bewildered. Luo Xingzhou really went down. The kind where he took off his clothes and got into the water. "Master, it's true." Qi Ran excitedly recounted what had just happened. Pei Yan even mocked Luo Xingzhou for being frail. Huang Tianlu lost to Pei Yan in a muscle comparison, and unwilling to accept defeat wanted to drop his pants to compare who had the bigger. Shin Mingxiu quickly covered Qi Ran's mouth and said, "Qi Ran is still young and shouldn't be stirred up for too long, so we came out first. Luo Xingzhou and Pei Yan are still in the pool. It won't be for a while before they come out." Shi Yu'an was stunned. Luo Xingzhou has undressed to prove himself, so his suspicion is cleared. And since everyone went into the water, it means the woman from that night isn't among them. But that woman definitely exists. I saw her graceful naked body. It can't be fake. Shin Mingxiu choked a little, his ears turning slightly red. Shi Yu'an was still racking his brains. But Luo Xingzhou is not a woman, so who is the woman? Sherlock Holmes once said, "When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth." So the truth is only one. The woman that night was Master Qingzhou. The more Shi Yu'an thought about it, the more convinced he became of his guess. Correct, the only person who could have appeared at the hot spring, and is now absent, is Master Qingzhou. No wonder Luo Xingzhou was so evasive and secretive that night, causing my misunderstanding. He was covering for Master Qingzhou. And when I mentioned matters between men and women in my letter, Master Qingzhou ignored me. It must be because of shyness. Luo Xingzhou also said that Master Qingzhou could not conveniently handle this matter, citing his special status. Isn't that because he is a woman? Haha, case solved. Shin Mingxiu glanced at Minhan, who appeared completely indifferent, and resolutely chose to remain silent. Better to let a friend die than to suffer oneself. Suspecting Master Qingzhou was better than being suspected. The next day, before returning to Qingchuan Academy, the group went to the agreed-upon place to ambush Li Si. This residence was a gift from Shun Fuguei to Zhu Lan, who occasionally stayed there, so Li Si was unsuspecting. Li Si carried a bundle in his hand with a wine gourd hanging on one side and a crude sign on the other that read, "Selling only veterinary medicine, guaranteed effective, honest to all ages." He looked like an ordinary vendor of veterinary medicine. But no one knew that the sign had words on the other side: "Seek wealth, not life. If ineffective, no refund." This was precisely the trademark of Li Busi from the ghost market. Today Li Si was elated because this was the first time Madame Zhu had invited him to her home. He had long admired her. He had no wife, and Madame Zhu happened to have no husband. He believed they were a match made in heaven. Previously he had made many advances, but Madame Zhu remained unmoved. This invitation must be some kind of hint. Perhaps he could soon come to propose marriage. Thinking this, Li Si couldn't help humming a tune swayed as he walked to the door and knocked. It was Zhu Lan who opened the door. As soon as Li Si saw her, he grinned from ear to ear. Li Si was fair and plump with regular features, making him quite handsome. However, he had a free-spirited and unrestrained demeanor that made him seem unreliable. Zhu Lan didn't give him a warm welcome. She simply urged him inside. "Come in quickly, have you brought the rat poison? The house is practically overrun with rats." Li Si immediately ingratiated himself. I brought it, don't worry. This medicine is extremely effective. Place a packet in every corner of the house, and it will surely restore peace to your home. Li Si entered the door, still pondering how to win Aunt Lan's favor, and momentarily lost focus. When he realized something was wrong, he was already surrounded by a group of half-grown boys. The fattest one used a mountain-crushing move and pinned him to the ground. "Zhu Minglang, well done." Shi Yu'an quickly commanded. "Students on the outer circle, don't move. Those on the inner circle, hurry up and pin his hands down. Don't let him use poison." Li Si was an expert in poison. To guard against being affected, Shi Yu'an deliberately divided the people into several groups. Even if the inner circle was affected, the outer circle could respond in time. And the outermost circle could go for reinforcements. Li Si realized he had been tricked, but what grieved him was not being captured, but that the one who deceived him was Madame Zhu. He never expected Madame Zhu to be so ruthless. But since she was so ruthless, and he happened to be skilled in making poison, what did that indicate? It meant they were a perfect match. Zhu Lan ignored him, opened his bundle herself, and asked, "Which one is the rat poison? I really do have rats at home." "The one with a single mark on the paper packet." Li Si answered with a smile, not forgetting to boast. "Madame Zhu, let me tell you, my medicine is absolutely effective." "Which one is the hallucinogen?" Shi Yu'an asked. "What hallucinogen? I only have muddle-headed powder for livestock. It's the one with 2 marks on the paper packet." Pei Yan walked up to him angrily and demanded, "Confess honestly. Did you sell the hallucinogen to someone from the Duke's mansion?" Li Si feigned ignorance. "What hallucinogenic? What Duke's mansion? I'm just an ordinary old man selling beast medicine. I know nothing." Shi Yu'an looked at Li Si, matching his name and face, and the character compendium in her mind opened automatically. Li Si, his original name, is indeed Li Si, known as Undying Li in the black market because he only sells poisons that can't kill anyone, including but not limited to laxatives, hallucinogens, itching powder that drives one mad, tear-inducing powder. This unscrupulous fellow. Let me see who has bought his medicines. Apart from the nanny of the Duke's mansion and the wet nurse of the Shun residence, there are also the concubine of the Minister of War's mansion, the maid of the Prime Minister's wife, the young lady of the General's mansion. Isn't this General's mansion my own home? The young lady of the General's mansion is none other than my cousin. Well, let's set aside family matters for now. The most important thing is to make Li Si testify against the Duchess of the Duke's mansion and seek justice for Pei Yan. But I have no evidence. Xiao Qin, standing nearby, suggested. Master, this man is not being honest. Let's just resort to torture. I'll go to the Ministry of Justice and get some new instruments of torture. I guarantee he'll wish he were dead. Shi Yu'an felt a headache coming on. This child really has an obsession with torture. A little lesson is fine, but don't resort to torture at every turn. We are scholars. It's unseemly to be shouting about killing and fighting all day. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Min Han, who was standing far off to the side. Min Han, you come. Min Han raised his slender index and middle fingers, silver light flickering at their tips. Shall I kill him outright with 1 needle, or do it halfway? Or perhaps 360 needles piercing all his pain acupoints, leaving him neither alive nor dead? Li Si felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help but shudder. Shi Yu'an, however, said, "Aren't you making poisons? Give him a beginner's version to take him down a peg." Li Si sneered contemptuously, attempting to poison him. He was the ancestor of poison use. As long as it wasn't a deadly poison that kills on contact, he had ways to neutralize it. Don't think you're the only one who can make poisons in this world. The waves of the Yangtze River push on from behind, and the wave ahead dies on the sand. Min Han, give him a shock from the younger generation, and let him see that there is always someone greater beyond. Min Han hesitated for a moment, then had to take out a packet of medicine, and said, "Let's try the itching pill first. It will make the whole body itch unbearably, causing a complete loss of dignity and a living hell." "Good, let's go with that." As soon as Shi Yu'an finished speaking, Pei Yan directly took out 2 pills, stuffed them into Li Si's mouth, then forced his chin up, compelling him to swallow the pills. Everyone stared intently at Li Si. "Min Han, why is your itching powder made into pills instead of powder? Does that make it more effective?" Zhu Minglang asked curiously. Of course, Min Han replied calmly. He absolutely would not tell them that he had accidentally gotten himself countless times when it was in powder form. "I see." Zhu Minglang pressed on. "So does this pill really cause itching? Is it stronger than the itching powder?" Min Han shook his head and answered honestly, "I don't know. It's a newly made medicine and no one has tried it yet. You can give it a try." Zhu Minglang shook his head like a rattledrum. Meanwhile, Li Si showed no reaction at all. He even mockingly belittled Min Han. "Kid, poison isn't something just anyone can make. In front of me, Li Si, your little concoction is nothing." But the next moment, with a loud thud, he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, limbs convulsing, looking as if he were about to die. Everyone panicked. Shi Yu'an was also stunned, looking at Min Han. "You call this an itching pill, eh?" "Maybe. A slight mistake," Min Han said with a bewildered expression. "It seems I'm truly not good at researching poisons." "How is that possible?" Shi Yu'an asked. "You've studied medicine and poison for over a decade. Aren't you a genius in both medicine and poison? How could you not be good at it?" Min Han coughed softly in embarrassment. "I did study medicine for over 10 years, but I haven't been studying poison making for that long." "Then when did you start?" Shi Yu'an asked curiously. "From the day you were bitten by a venomous snake. That was only a few days ago." Shi Yu'an felt as if the sky had fallen. "I just wanted to scare Li Si, not kill him. If Li Si dies, what will happen when the authorities come to investigate?" Min Han said indifferently, "It's my medicine that's the problem. I'll take full responsibility. If the authorities come to arrest someone, master can just hand me over." Shi Yu'an shook her head, her expression serious. "A teacher's laxity leads to a student's failure. I am your teacher, and I was the one who told you to feed him the medicine. So this is my responsibility. If someone is to be arrested, arrest me. No, I was the one who acted. It should be me." Pei Yan finished with a cold snort. "No one is going to compete with me for this." Luo Xingzhou, watching the group vying to be arrested, interrupted them. "The man isn't dead yet. There's no need for you to be so eager." Li Si, lying on the ground, tremblingly stretched out his hand and spoke with difficulty. I can still be saved. Save me. Give me the antidote. All right. Minhan, you made the poison, so you must have an antidote, right? Shi Yuan's hope was rekindled. A flicker of hesitation passed through Minhan's eyes. He took out a box. I have the antidote. Shi Yuan quickly took the box and opened it. Inside lay a large black pill the size of a quail egg. Geez, how is this antidote supposed to be swallowed? Are you trying to choke him to death as a mercy? Minhan, I told you to cure the poison, not to kill the poisoned person. Minhan felt a little guilty. I accidentally added too many excipients, so it became a bit large. Well, there's no choice. If it works, just grind it up and force-feed it to him. Shi Yuan finished, then asked Minhan, different administration methods won't affect the efficacy, will they? No, the effect of this antidote is very potent, Minhan said confidently. After drinking the antidote, Li Si gradually calmed down. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Li Si suddenly twisted his eyes and mouth, and his hands convulsed like chicken claws, even more terrifying than before. What's going on, Minhan? Did you grab the wrong antidote? Shi Yuan asked urgently. I don't think I grabbed the wrong one, but I made 18 kinds of antidotes. Minhan began frantically searching through his sleeve. Believe me, if we try each one, we'll surely find the correct cure. Upon hearing this, Li Si rolled his eyes so far they nearly didn't return, but he still managed to curse with difficulty. What a vicious method. Stop torturing me. I'll confess. I'll confess, all right. That's a confession. Such an effective interrogation technique. Xiao Qing's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out his little notebook to jot it down. But Li Si couldn't hold on any longer. His head lolled to the side, and he collapsed. Minhan was still searching for the antidote when Shi Yuan suddenly slapped her forehead. Minhan, did you forget that you are still a doctor? Even if the antidote isn't ready, your skill in healing people should still be intact, right? Minhan also just realized it. He had been so absorbed in researching poisons lately that he had almost forgotten his original profession as a doctor. He immediately began acupuncture on Li Si. After stabilizing him, he quickly made him drink several large bowls of mung bean water. Li Si recovered quickly, but the look in his eyes toward Minhan had changed from initial contempt to deep fear. He sincerely advised, young friend, your talent is extraordinary, but for the sake of the world, you should give up studying poison. Shi Yuan hesitated for a moment between not wanting to discourage her students' confidence and her concern for the world's safety, then also earnestly urged Minhan to give up. Each profession has its own specialization. Different fields are like separate mountains. Don't force your way into a circle that isn't yours. Minhan, it's not too late to stop now. It's not that your teacher doesn't trust you, it's mainly that I'm afraid of being hurt by mistake. Life is precious. Life is precious. Minhan turned away angrily. As he passed by Shen Mingxiu, she hugged her arms and said with a light laugh, Little Dr. Min, you'd better continue being a healer who saves lives. Killing doesn't suit you. Minhan clenched his teeth, his icy expression completely shattered. None of your business. After this ordeal, Li Si no longer dared to be stubborn. He admitted to selling hallucinogenic drugs to someone from the Duke's mansion and drew a portrait of the old matron, who turned out to be the trusted confidant of the second wife, Su. While your drawing is quite vivid, praised Shi Yuan. Of course I'm going to write a book and leave a legacy. I need illustrations for all those poisonous herbs and insects. Li Si said proudly. Shi Yuan gave him a thumbs up and said happily, great. As long as Li Si testifies, Pei Yan's vicious stepmother won't have any excuse. But Li Si poured cold water on her. I only agreed to reveal the buyer, not to testify in person. If I testify against my customers, I'll never be able to show my face in the ghost market again. Do you want to try Minhan's poison again? Threatened Shi Yuan. I have professional ethics. Even if you poison me to death, I won't do it. Oh, you. Shi Yuan was furious. Minhan, bring out the ultimate version. And all 18 of your antidotes. Bring them all. Minhan had already stood far away with his arms crossed. Hearing this, he snorted coldly and said, Don't look at me. Pei Yan could no longer restrain himself. He grabbed Li Si by the collar and was about to punch him. LuoXingzhou calmed Shi Yuan down, and then Pei Yan. Don't rush. He will testify. He crouched down in front of Li Si and gave a gentle smile. Li Si, are you sure you won't help us testify? Absolutely not. Li Si refused. He was not afraid of that hot-tempered kid or the one who made all sorts of strange poisons. How could he fear this refined, bookish scholar who looked frail and weak? But Luo Xingzhou continued, last month something happened in the palace. During the imperial banquet, consort De suddenly couldn't stop farting, losing face completely, and even losing the chance to become the noble consort that was within her grasp. Later it was discovered that consort Shu was behind it, but since it was only flatulence, consort Shu was merely confined to her quarters for 15 days. What a vicious scheme, sighed Shi Yuan. This is real-life palace intrigue. The struggle in the harem has always been this way. Consort De was furious, swearing she would dig 3 feet into the ground to find the person who made the drug flay and dismember them, and make them into a human-skinned lantern. Luo Xingzhou's words made everyone shiver involuntarily. Li Si's pupils contracted slightly, and a trace of panic slipped into his voice. What does that have to do with me? I never sold any drugs to people in the palace. Consort Shu is from the Sheng family, and she happens to be the blood sister of the chancellor's wife. What if I investigate the people around the Chancellor's wife, say her personal maid? Could I trace it back to you? That's slander. You can't wrong me without evidence, said Li Si. As luck would have it, my family has some ties with consort De's maternal family, and the Luo family's reputation for trustworthiness is unmatched. The smile on Luo Xingzhou's lips deepened. So what does it matter if there's no evidence? I say you are and you are. Li Si trembled in fear. He hadn't expected that this gentleman who appeared as gentle as jade would be the most terrifying of all. You have no martial ethics. Guards. Luo Xingzhou's smile vanished and his voice turned icy as he commanded the guards, take Li Si into custody. First send him to the Grand Court for interrogation, then inform consort De's maternal family, the Zhangs, and tell them that this man is at their disposal. Yes. 2 burly guards stood beside Li Si and he let out a wail of terror. If I testify, will you let me go? No, Luo Xingzhou answered directly. Unless you agree to be recruited. Recruited? How? Li Si asked. Luo Xingzhou had already obtained the Prince of Jin's consent the night before. Although Li Si was morally flawed, he was indeed a master of pharmaceutical preparation and he had some principles. He made poisons, but never harmed anyone's life. So after discussing with the Prince of Jin, they decided to give him a chance to reform. Serve the imperial court as a medical officer in the imperial hospital. Let me be an official. Li Si was astonished. Are you kidding me? I'm a poison maker, not a healer. Can you make antidotes? Luo Xingzhou asked. Of course. When it came to this, Li Si was confident. I dare say there is no one in this world who can cure the poisons I make. But for any poison in this world, Li Laosi can create an antidote. He added, not counting the weird ones. Minhan, you'll be an official, but you don't need to enter the palace. You just need to continue researching various poisons and antidotes. The funds will be allocated by the imperial court. When Luo Xingzhou said this, Li Si was already tempted but still hesitant. After all, he had never dealt with the government before. Shi Yu'an's eyes twinkled, and she said, if you become an official, you can publish your book openly. It would be an official publication. You'd become famous throughout the land. Can I really publish my book? Li Si's eyes burned as he looked at Luo Xingzhou. Of course it's a small matter. And if your book teaches people to identify poisonous substances, it will be a great merit. I'll do it. Li Si's eyes brimmed with tears as he immediately agreed. Li Si will take this official post. Enough talk, first come home with me and see what the old man has to say. Pei Yan grabbed Li Si and pulled him away. But just as the group was about to head to the Duke's mansion, Su had already started her move. A group of black-clad men armed with weapons burst in and surrounded everyone. Watch out. Pei Yan immediately shielded everyone behind him. Their side only had the 2 guards that Luo Xingzhou had borrowed to show off, so a direct fight would not be in their favor. These assassins were murderous, drawing their blades and engaging the guards. Every move was lethal. Clearly they were here to kill. Fortunately, the guards were professionals. Pei Yan could take on several at once, and the 3 in red, yellow, and green were all skilled in martial arts. Aunt Lan pulled out her cleaver to fight, and surprisingly Shin Mingxiu and Gu Wu were also quite capable. Li Si and Min Han scattered poison powder, poisoning a few. Unfortunately, there was little room to maneuver, and the enemy quickly became wary. Shi Yu'an and a few students who couldn't fight were encircled in the middle, but for the moment they were unharmed. Hey Xiaoqing, can you tell what kind of assassins these are? Hired hands or fanatics? Shi Yu'an asked. Looks like they're from the wilds. Low grade, probably hired hands. Xiaoqing had just finished speaking when the lead assassin angrily swung his blade at him. We are indeed hired hands, but what gives you the right to say we're low grade? The Azure Dragon Gang and the Carefree Sect are top tier. The Tiger Gang and Wolf Tooth Mountain are second tier. Xiaoqing knew them all by heart. The rest are cheap. Name your group, and I'll know your grade. Kid, you know a lot. No matter what grade we are, none of you will leave here alive today. Hold on. Shi Yu'an stuck her head out from behind Pei Yan. Gentlemen, you're working for money. Why be so dedicated? If you want money, we can give it to you. Shin Fuguwei also caught on and said, I'll pay. Name your price. As assassins, we have to be trustworthy. How can we take money from 2 sides? Before he could finish, Shin Fuguwei pulled out a stack of banknotes and threw them over. The assassin leader instinctively raised his hand to block, and the banknotes flew up, then fluttered down like falling snow. The scene was so beautiful that everyone stopped. Is this enough? Shin Fuguwei asked. Do as I say, and I'll have plenty of silver. Some of the assassins immediately knelt. The assassin leader snorted coldly, you can't buy me off. Shin Fuguwei pulled out another stack of banknotes and threw them. And with this, the rest of the assassins also knelt. The leader's heart trembled, but he still refused. I have principles. Shin Fuguwei took off his boot and pulled out several land deeds. These are 100 acres of fertile land outside the city, the best shops in the city, a bank, a pawn shop, a jade shop, a silk shop. He firmly believed that money could make the devil turn the millstone. If it didn't, it meant the price wasn't high enough. Everyone looked at Shin Fuguwei. At this moment he shone in their eyes. It was the radiance of the god of wealth. Thud. All the assassins knelt down. How can you be so spineless? The assassin leader demanded angrily. However, the other assassins defected one after another, saying, we've had enough of this life on the edge of the blade. We don't want to work hard anymore. Why not cling to a powerful patron? Why not take the shortcut? Exactly. Shi Yu'an immediately encouraged them. I just inquired. According to the market, the highest pay for a single hit in your assassin trade is 10,000 taels of silver, and that's for top-tier jobs. Someone like you probably doesn't even get that much right. The assassin leader stiffened his neck. Though it's not 10,000, it's not far off. But an assassin behind him counted on his fingers and said, Boss, that's not right. We only got 2,000 taels for this job. That's still 8,000 short of 10,000. Shut up, the assassin leader cursed. Shin Fuguei remained unperturbed and continued, What you said is true. Someone hired assassins to kill me before for 10,000 taels. This time it's definitely no less than that. What? 10,000 taels. The assassin leader's eyes blazed with fury. I only got 2,000 and I promised to give the middleman 500 taels as thanks after receiving the final payment. I'm going to find him. 2,000 minus 500. Shi Yu'an gave Shin Fuguei a look and Shin Fuguei immediately pulled out his gold abacus and flicked it rapidly. Then deduct you people. How many of you are there? 30, the assassin leader answered truthfully. How many days did you spend on this job? 3 days. 3 days for 30 people you must have spent on food and lodging, right? You can't save on clothing costs, can you? Each person needs at least one knife, right? Weapons depreciate. Which of these doesn't cost money? How much is spent? How much is left? When divided by head, how much does each person actually get? Have you ever counted? Stunned by Shi Yu'an's questions, the assassin leader was dumbfounded. He had never counted. He only knew that money came and money went out and money was gone. Shi Yu'an shook his head sympathetically and said, Shin Fuguei, give him a proper calculation. Sure. Shin Fuguei clicked the abacus beads as he spoke. 1,500 taels deducting necessary expenses leaves about 1,000 taels. At that rate, each person gets less than 12 taels a day. Shi Yu'an couldn't help but look at the assassins with a hint of pity. Brothers, your daily wage is a bit low. Each person gets only that much a day. If you get hurt buying medicine, probably won't be enough, right? Not enough. A decent bottle of wound ointment on the market costs 5 taels of silver. If you also need to take herbal medicine, that's at least another 3 to 5 taels. If the wound is serious with a high fever, it gets even worse. You won't get out of the medical clinic without spending 30 to 50 taels. Shin Fuguei continued his calculations as he spoke. Even if you're lucky enough not to get hurt, you still need to save money to get married, right? Marriage is another expense, building a house, paying betrothal gifts, and raising children in the future. At your current rate of earning, how long will it take? The assassin leader couldn't help asking. Only 38 years, Shin Fuguei said, uttering a chilling number. All the assassins wept in despair. Though everyone is a workhorse, you're in a high-risk industry. Not only are you prone to injury, but you could lose your life at any moment. Shi Yu'an couldn't help sighing. Money is hard to come by, just like eating shit is hard to swallow. Your trade has no security, no benefits. If you die or get hurt, you have to pay for your own work injury and funeral expenses. It's really too tough. The assassins were instantly moved to tears. Finally, someone had voiced what was in their hearts. The assassin leader slumped to the ground in defeat, lost in confusion. So what was he doing, exhausting himself and risking his neck? They risked execution and death, and in the end the money all went into someone else's pocket. Why should they accept that? Just as the assassins were pondering their lives, the entrance was surrounded by soldiers led by none other than Duke Pei. Drop your weapons. Anyone who resists will be killed on the spot. After Duke Pei shouted, he was surprised to find that none of the assassins moved. A deathly silence fell over the scene. The assassins only then realized they should be fleeing for their lives, but their hearts had just been dealt a heavy blow, and Shin Fuguei's talk of money had corroded their will. They had no strength left to resist. Arrest them all. Take them away. Duke Pei swept his gaze across the room, his eyes landing on Pei Yan. He was about to ask if he was injured when he saw Pei Yan step in front of his soldiers. Taking the witnesses away. Are you trying to shield the culprit again? Pei Yan's eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Duke Pei. In your eyes am I such an unjust and unreasonable person? Duke Pei's face darkened. Shi Yu'an intervened to calm Pei Yan. The Duke probably came specifically to rescue us. Otherwise, why would he have arrived so promptly? Promptly? If Shin Fuguei hadn't brought so much money, we would have been dead and buried by now. He could only have come to collect our corpses. At this moment, Pei Yan was filled with nothing but rage. Originally, he only wanted to take Li Si to testify against Lady Su so his father could see her true colors. But after what had just happened, he felt that none of that mattered anymore. If his father hadn't shielded Lady Su, he wouldn't have been poisoned for so long. Pei Zhu wouldn't have almost been married off to a scumbag, and they wouldn't have just been ambushed by assassins. What he needed to do now was not to contend with Lady Su for superiority. He had to first ensure the safety of himself and those around him. Lady Su and he were already in a life-and-death struggle of conflicting interests. Pei Yan pointed his sword at Duke Pei. Do you dare to say that these men were not sent by Lady Su to kill me? Duke Pei fell silent. Shi Yu'an's heart skipped a beat. She knew that Duke Pei was a man of both courage and strategy, and that he cared about Pei Yan as a son. But at the same time, he also cared about his younger son. Feelings cannot be compared, but in the complex background of the Duke's mansion, once the emotional scale tips, the one on the losing side is in danger. Your Grace, can you guarantee that something like this will never happen again? Of course I. Duke Pei felt guilty in his heart. He truly could not guarantee it. He still couldn't believe that Lady Su would send assassins to kill Pei Yan. If his secret guards hadn't discovered that Lady Su's maid had hired assassins, he wouldn't have been able to arrive so quickly. Luo Xingzhou stepped forward, pen and paper in hand, and said to the assassin leader, "Since you're quitting anyway, you might as well confess everything about the employer and the middleman, hoping for a lighter sentence." "And what about this money?" Shen Fuguwei patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry. As long as you get out, come to the Shen mansion, and I'll find you a job. The monthly salary at our Shun family trading company is the highest among all trading companies in the capital. We pay 13 months' salary a year, give you family visitation leave every month, cover your food and accommodation, and take care of injuries, illnesses, and funerals. Not only that, the Shun family trading company has a wedding shop, a medical clinic, and a school. For employees, wedding dresses and sedan chairs are all covered. Family members get free medical treatment, and children attend school for free. Work for 10 years and get an extra 100 taels of silver. Work for 20 years and get 1,000 taels. Work for 30 years and get a house. Your whole family will have no worries." Shi Yu'an listened dumbfounded. These young masters don't understand what a divine workplace this is, but I do. With such great benefits, I'd even want to find a position at the Shun family trading company. The assassins couldn't help cheering. It was their first mission and they had never killed anyone. They still had a chance to reform. The assassin leader immediately spilled everything about the middleman and the mission he had received. They belonged to a newly formed assassin organization called the Lone Wolf Gang. Their mission was to kill Pei Yan, the eldest son of the Duke's mansion. They also had a portrait of Pei Yan. "You were supposed to kill Pei Yan, so why didn't you spare the others?" "Is it worth killing so many people?" asked Shi Yu'an. "Of course not. But the employer said the job must be done covertly, leaving no traces." The assassin leader wiped away a tear of sorrow. "These days the competition in our trade is fierce. So we not only have to kill, but also offer services to clean up evidence, handle the scene, and eliminate witnesses." They didn't want to kill so many people, but these people stuck to the target like glue, leaving them no chance to strike. If they failed to complete the mission within the agreed time, they would have to pay 10 times the penalty. Their life was truly too hard. After the assassins left, their testimonies they were taken away, but that very night several assassin organizations were wiped out. It turned out that after interrogating the intermediary captured from the Lone Wolf Gang, they learned the task was originally contracted from the Fierce Tiger Gang. However, after taking down the Fierce Tiger Gang, they discovered that they too had received the job from the Carefree Sect. The Carefree Sect had accepted 20,000 taels of silver from Su Shi, took 10,000 as their cut, and then subcontracted the job to the Fierce Tiger Gang. The Fierce Tiger Gang then took another 5,000 taels, using 5,000 to find an intermediary, who finally spent 2,000 taels to hire the Lone Wolf Gang. When the entire process was pieced together, everyone was stunned, and even Shen Fuguwei could not help but exclaim, "What a bunch of profiteers." Fortunately, irrefutable evidence was obtained from the Carefree Sect, and it pointed directly at Su Shi. After all, she had spent 20,000 taels of silver, a sum so large that its source could be traced without much effort. At the Duke's mansion, Pei Yan had requested 2 days off and made a special trip back. This time he declined the company of Shi Yu'an and the others. This was his own affair, and he had to learn to face it alone. Su Shi was dragged out. Duke Pei threw a letter of divorce at her. At first Su Shi was incredulous, then she cried and begged for mercy. But Duke Pei remained unmoved. Su Shi ordered the old nanny to fetch the old madam and bring Pei Sheng here. But before they could plead for her, Duke Pei preemptively declared, "Anyone who dares to plead for her will leave the Duke's mansion along with Su Shi." Pei Sheng's crying instantly stopped. The old madam was furious and pointed at Duke Pei, cursing, "How long are you going to make a fuss over that good-for-nothing Pei Yan? The future of the Duke's mansion depends on Sheng. Mother Pei Yan is also my son." Duke Pei looked coldly at the old madam. "He is my eldest son and the only rightful heir to the Duke's mansion. Don't ever say such things again." "Ha, I knew you never had Sheng in your eyes." Su Shi sneered. "Why? My Sheng is so outstanding, why can't he be the heir? Pei Yan is a worthless good-for-nothing. What qualifies him to be the heir? I refuse to accept this. Su Shi, my decision is not for you to question." Pei Yan stepped forward, his gaze icy as he looked at Su Shi. "So this is what you care about? I don't care about the position of heir, but you dared to lay a hand on me and Pei Zhu, and I will make you pay for it." Su Shi's pupils contracted, and she glared at Pei Yan furiously. "If you want to do something, come at me, but don't you dare hurt Sheng. I am not like you, I would never stoop to harming a child. But you'd better understand that Pei Sheng sees everything you've done. My teacher told me that actions speak louder than words, and parents are a child's first teachers. When you were plotting and scheming, when you were trying to harm me, what do you think Pei Sheng saw in his eyes? What do you think he will learn? Everything I did was for his own good. For his own good. Think about it. What have you actually taught him? You taught him to stop at nothing for profit. You taught him to turn against his own brother. That's why when you were in trouble, he didn't even dare to stand up for you. What do you know? This is the best choice I could make for him." Su Shi said with a frenzied expression. "Who told you to stand in his way? If it weren't for you, the position of heir would be his, and everything in this Duke's mansion would belong to him." The irony in Pei Yan's eyes turned into sorrow. So raising a cowardly, selfish, and cold-blooded son, that is the result of the path you chose when you decided to harm me. This is the seed you sowed, and you have destroyed him with your own hands. Su Shi's face turned pale as if struck by lightning. No, I didn't. Sheng. She called out Pei Sheng's name, but he hid behind the nanny, even stepping back in disgust when Su Shi reached out to him. He was 10 years old now. He knew that his mother had made a mistake and angered his father, and he also knew who truly held the power in the Duke's mansion. So he dared not incur his father's displeasure. Pei Sheng has already been ruined by your teachings. Pei Yan finished speaking and walked away without looking back. Duke Pei glanced at Pei Yan, then at Pei Sheng hiding behind the servants. His expression darkened, and he commanded, "Guards, escort Su Shi to the Dali Temple. The old madam and the second young master are to be confined to their quarters. Without my order, no one is to release them." Su Shi was taken away. The old madam and Pei Sheng were placed under house arrest, and the Duke's mansion suddenly became much quieter. Duke Pei felt deeply guilty toward Pei Yan, but he didn't know how to express it. He could only order servants to deliver an endless stream of gifts, gold, silver, weapons, antiques, all sent to Pei Yan's courtyard, while he himself retreated to the outskirts of the city to drill troops. With the two heavy weights of her grandmother and stepmother removed from above her head, Pei Zhu finally had some leisure time and didn't know what to do. So she personally made some pastries and came to find Pei Yan. Pei Yan was already packing to return to the academy. Seeing this, Pei Zhu immediately brought over the pastries and said, "Brother, I made these lotus seed cakes. Try them and see if they're good. I don't eat such sweet sticky things. Only women like them." Pei Yan refused bluntly. Pei Zhu froze in embarrassment, not knowing whether to pull her hands back or keep them outstretched. After a moment, she mustered her courage again and said, "Brother, are you going back to the academy? I made you a pair of knee pads. Why don't you wear them? I can also make book bags and pouches. If you need anything." "Is this all you can do? Make things for others, eh?" Pei Yan interrupted her. Pei Zhu's eyes reddened, and she bit her lip. "I really can only do these things. I'll keep learning, and later I'll learn to make clothes and shoes." "So is this what you truly want to do? Do you feel happy making these things for others?" Pei Yan suddenly asked. Pei Zhu paused for a moment, then nodded, then shook her head. "I don't know. Grandmother and mother. Madame Su said that girls must learn these things, or they won't find a husband. I don't know what else I can do besides this. My teacher says that confusion comes from ignorance." Pei Zhu's face stiffened and tears fell. I have brought shame to my brother. Why are you crying? You don't read books, you never go out, and you don't see the world. It's perfectly normal to be ignorant." Pei Zhu felt even more stung. She bit her lip and made a secret resolution never to get close to her brother again. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Pei Yan called her back. "I said, do you want to come with me to study? Since you're ignorant, and I'm ignorant too, we might as well both go to the academy and study." Study. Pei Zhu was utterly stunned. Even after her brother brought her into the academy, she still hadn't come to her senses. Meanwhile, the other students at the academy went into a frenzy at the sight of Pei Zhu. Led by the trio known as Red, Yellow, and Green, they were exceedingly enthusiastic. "Sister Pei Zhu, how old are you? Are you betrothed?" asked Zhu Minglang. Xiao Qing shot him a glare. Had this fool forgotten that her fiancé had just been beheaded? The blood at the market square might still be warm. What a terrible thing to bring up. "Release that young lady." Huang Tianlu kicked Zhu Mingling away, then turned to Pei Zhu with a brilliant smile. "Don't listen to him. Your brother and I are good brothers. Pei Yan's sister is our sister. Right, brother-in-law?" Pei Yan gave Huang Tianlu a kick and cursed scram. As they were roughhousing, Shin Mingxiu pulled the bewildered Pei Zhu behind him and asked gently, "Miss Pei, are you entering the academy to study? Have you asked the teacher? Does our academy accept female students?" At that time, although the restrictions between men and women were not extremely severe, formal academies rarely admitted female students. There were indeed literate women, but they mostly studied within the clan schools. Families of status would never allow their daughters to attend a public academy. Everyone looked at Pei Yan. Pei Zhu also looked at Pei Yan. Pei Yan stared at the sky. "I forgot to ask." Everyone was speechless. Could he be any more reckless? So they had no choice but to bring Pei Zhu to find Shi Yu'an, who was at that moment receiving Lin Jinyu. "Rest assured, Master Lin, our Clear Spring Academy is absolutely legitimate and reliable. The treatment we offer our teachers is first-rate, and our students are well-mannered, respectful, and diligent in their studies. Joining us is definitely the best choice you can make." Shi Yu'an was diligently trying to win favor in front of Lin Jinyu when she heard a loud bang as the door was thrown open. Pei Yan and his group of Red, Yellow, and Green barged in noisily. "Master, Pei Yan's sister wants to come to our academy to study." "I said she's our sister. Get lost." Shi Yu'an's smile froze on her face. She turned to look at the crowd, and murderous intent instantly burst forth from her eyes. Everyone was startled and hastily retreated. "They're not usually like this," Shi Yu'an said to Lin Jinyu guiltily. Lin Jinyu smiled faintly. "I understand. Students are lively and active." Zhu Minglang's voice sounded at the door. "Master, the students have something to ask. May we come in?" "You'd better really have something important." Shi Yu'an cursed inwardly and gritted her teeth, replying, "You may." Then a crowd of people flooded in. "Master, our academy is going to have female students. Master, Pei Yan's sister." No, everyone's sister Pei Zhu also wants to study. Master, I've learned more than 10 characters. How about I teach the younger female disciple in the future? Quiet. Shi Yu'an watched her carefully polished image shatter completely and said irritably, irrelevant people out. Pei Yan, you and your sister stay. The others were driven out. Pei Yan pushed Pei Zhu in front of Shi Yu'an. My sister here to study. Shi Yu'an frowned. Such a big matter. Did you get your parents' consent? No need, Pei Yan said. Shi Yu'an rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Pei Zhu lowered her head and twisted her fingers. Her round little face carried a hint of unease. I'm sorry. Am I causing trouble for you, master? Maybe I should go home. Shi Yu'an patted her shoulder to signal her to stop talking, then looked sternly at Pei Yan. You brought your sister here without your parents' consent. Have you considered who will be responsible for her safety, a girl away from home? I am her elder brother. I will take responsibility. If she faces criticism for being a female student, who will stand up for her? Whoever dares to criticize her, I'll beat them until they lose their teeth. If your father finds out and punishes her, who will bear the punishment for her? I made her come to study. One man takes responsibility for his own actions. If there's punishment, it should fall on me. Seeing Pei Yan's solemn gaze, Shi Yu'an's expression softened. A young man's promise might be impulsive and ill-considered, but this sincerity was truly commendable. Pei Zhu's heart was filled with complicated emotions, both shock and gratitude. She vaguely recalled that before her mother died, she had placed their hands together and said solemnly, "You are siblings. You must look after each other." Over the years, though her brother had been distant, ungentle, and harsh in his words, he had indeed done his best to protect her. Her brother must have made her study for her own good. This time she would not hold him back. I want to stay. Pei Zhu solemnly bowed to Shi Yu'an. Master, sure, please let me enroll. No problem. Let's handle the enrollment procedure right now. Shi Yu'an said with a smile. Pei Yan, take your sister to Aunt Lan for registration. It just so happens that the room next to mine can serve as the female dormitory. Pei Zhu was stunned. That's all it takes. Of course. New student enrollment. Very simple. I've been worried about recruitment. You coming here is a great help. Shi Yu'an was so happy that she momentarily forgot Lin Jinyu was still beside her. Thank you, Master Shi. Pei Zhu was deeply grateful and immediately promised, I will study as hard as my brother. Shi Yu'an cast a meaningful glance at Pei Yan and said, that's right. Your brother is now very diligent in his studies and has made great progress. You must keep a close eye on him, take him as your model, and learn from him. Seeing his sister's admiring gaze, Pei Yan could only look away guiltily. Was it too late for him to go beg Luo Xingzhou to teach him now? Master Shi, does Qingchuan Academy also accept female students? Lin Jinyu asked curiously from the side. I recall there was no such precedent before, right? Precedents are meant to be broken. Just because it hasn't been done before doesn't mean it can't be done in the future. Everything in the world changes in an instant. Continuous improvement and innovation are the style of our academy. Don't you think so, Master Lin? Lin Jinyu was dumbfounded. Hadn't she said the rules were strict? He suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a trap. But since he was already there, Lin Jinyu didn't dwell on it. He signed the agreement along with Pei Zhu. Only one was an enrollment registration and the other was a labor contract. The enrollment registration was simple, but the labor contract was far more complicated. Lin Jinyu curiously flipped through it. The terms were detailed and thorough, with clear division of responsibilities, and the remuneration and exclusive benefits for masters were all clearly stated. Master Lin, this is the treatment I've negotiated for us. The benefits are no less than those of the Shun merchant house. Of course, since we are in the education sector, the tuition fee is higher. Take a look. Any issues? Lin Jinyu was naturally satisfied. He had just seen that the benefits here were truly good. Moreover, his salary had been doubled, not to mention various subsidies and free room and board, writing brushes, ink, and clothing for all seasons. This way he would hardly have to spend any money on daily expenses. Having roughly calculated the amount of silver he could save in a year, the corners of his mouth were almost impossible to suppress. I do not care much about material possessions, but I am deeply honored by the Dean's and Master Shi's favor. I will certainly do my utmost to teach the students and will not disappoint your trust. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shi Yu'an's thoughts sounded. Excellent. With one more student and one more master, I'm finally no longer a one-man army fighting alone. And Pei Zhu looks like a good student. Obedient and cute, completely different from her brother's nasty demeanor. And Lin Jinyu, not only is he knowledgeable, but he is also a noble-minded person who regards money as dirt. I can hand over the heavy responsibility of teaching to him in the future and slack off with peace of mind. Pei Yan glanced over and saw that both Lin Jinyu and Pei Zhu had changed expressions. Sure enough, once they joined the academy, whether master or student, they could hear her thoughts. Luo Xingzhou had already warned Lin Jinyu, so he quickly calmed down. As for Pei Zhu, before she could be surprised, Pei Yan directly pulled her away. Shi Yu'an arranged for Lin Jinyu's dormitory and also set up a spot for him in the office. Master Lin, this will be your desk from now on. I'm right next to you. If you need anything, you can come to me or find Luo Xingzhou. If you need money, talk to Shin Fuguei. He's in charge of the academy's finances. Luo Xingzhou and Shin Fuguei are both students. Lin Jinyu was very surprised. It seemed that the students of Qingchuan Academy were not as bad as rumor had it. Yes, they are both very capable students. Seeing that Lin Jinyu quickly adapted to the new work environment, Shi Yu'an felt deeply gratified. I thought it would take some effort to make Lin Jinyu stay, but he agreed so readily. He must have a great dream and pursuit of educating these good-for-nothings. Lin Jinyu felt a bit guilty. He wanted to say no. What made him stay willingly was not a dream, but Prince Jean. Prince Jean had agreed to act as a guarantor to allow his sister to divorce and take the children away free from being implicated in the Niu family's treason case. Lin Jinyu had lost both parents as a child, and his sister had raised him and supported his studies. As long as she was safe, he didn't mind suffering a little. But now Qingchuan Academy seemed different from what he had imagined. The unique students, the special master, and the miraculous ability to hear thoughts. All of it intrigued him greatly. Lin Jinyu smiled and cupped his hands toward Shi Yu'an. From now on, I look forward to your guidance, Master Shi. Just as Lan Yi settled Lin Jinyu in the Qinglan courtyard, Shen Fugui, who had taken leave to return home, came back with Luo Xingzhou. Shen Fugui was dressed in resplendent attire, a jade crown adorning his head, the gloom between his brows completely dispelled, making him look altogether brighter. Shen Fugui, have you taken care of everything at home? Shi Yu'an asked. All done, all done. Shen Fugui replied. The Shun family had investigated the clues provided by Shi Yu'an and uncovered evidence that the Shun collateral branch had been raising beast slaves and harming children. The head of the Shin family personally submitted the evidence to the authorities and cooperated in a thorough investigation of the entire Shin clan. The Shin clan had numerous branches and a flourishing population, so the matter did not implicate the main branch. However, the main branch acknowledged their supervisory negligence and assisted the authorities in a comprehensive investigation of those Shun collateral branches that had used the name of the wealthiest family to commit misdeeds. They had no idea until they probed. What a shocking discovery. The Shun collateral branches, originally relying on the Shun family's help to live comfortably, were insatiable, using the name of the wealthiest to cultivate connections with all sorts of people. They were involved not only in human trafficking and training beast slaves, but also in private usury and operating underground gambling dens. Upon learning this, the Shin family head broke out in a cold sweat. If these pests had not been discovered this time, sooner or later, the very foundation of the Shun family would be shaken by these people. The head of the Shin family immediately summoned the clan elders to open the ancestral hall, explain the stakes, and expelled the involved collateral branches from the clan register. Among them was the branch of Shun Haoping, who was originally to be adopted and groomed as the heir. The family head then investigated deeper and found that Shun Haoping had tampered with the calming incense and peace talismans they had been given. The calming incense and peace talismans were not toxic individually, but together they formed a slow-acting poison. A prolonged inhalation would cause mental fatigue. No wonder they had been feeling unusually tired and prone to accounting errors lately. If not for the lingering hope for their own son, they might have already handed over the management of the family estate to Shun Haoping. If Shun Haoping had taken the opportunity to support the collateral branch's illicit activities, the entire Shin family would probably be in prison by now. The Shun family head shuddered with fear. Having learned from the bitter lesson, he immediately sent all involved collateral relatives, including Shun Haoping, to prison, went to the ancestral hall to kowtow and confess his faults, then identified the victims one by one and compensated them and their families. Not only that, the Shun family also contributed a large sum of money, half of which was used to build benevolent halls across the country to shelter wandering orphans and the elderly without families. The other half was used to cooperate with the Prince Jean in opening a trade route from the capital to the border. Shi Yu'an's internal monologue had repeatedly mentioned that the fall of the Qing kingdom was due to the invasion of northern barbarians, and that the Qing kingdom's problem was not only a lack of military commanders, but also an apparent insufficiency in military supplies. Opening this trade route was also a precautionary measure. Shen Fugui waved his hand, and immediately several servants came forward carrying large chests. Master, these are donations from my family to the academy, Shen Fugui said happily to Shi Yu'an. My parents now know the truth about my fear of ghosts, and they know that you and your classmates helped me, so they specially sent these gifts of gratitude. Under Shen Fugui's direction, the first chest was opened, revealing fine writing brushes, ink sticks, paper, and inkstones. The second chest contained priceless masterpieces of calligraphy and painting and rare books that were hard to come by even for 1,000 gold. When the third chest was opened, a golden radiance nearly blinded Shi Yu'an. It was literally a chest of gold. Shi Yu'an couldn't help swallowing. So gold really does shine. The Shin family truly lives up to being the wealthiest, inhumanly rich. But dear classmate Fugui, do you have any idea that the academy doesn't lack money and your classmates don't lack money either? It's only me, your teacher, who is short of cash. Although the Shi family was the general's mansion, they were not a powerful aristocratic clan. Their family fortune was modest. General Shi often used the family's money to subsidize wounded soldiers, so the Shi family lived quite frugally. Shen Fugui immediately took out a small box and opened it in front of Shi Yu'an. Again, a pile of gleaming gold. Master, this is specially prepared for you. Shi Yu'an pressed down her impulsive right hand with her left. This, how can I? A teacher shouldn't accept money from a student. Master, thanks to you, I have now regained the qualification to inherit the Shin family. Shen Fugui patted his chest and lowered his voice. I'll tell you secretly. I'm very rich now. No need to tell me secretly. The whole world knows you're rich. Having a student who is the heir of the wealthiest family, I find it hard to resist being corrupted. I really can't accept this money. She feared her teacher's integrity would melt like cream. But then she realized she no longer needed that integrity. Luo Xingzhou directly took the box and placed it in her hands, unable to suppress a smile. Just accept it. This is approved by the dean. Moreover, you have done the Shen family such a great favor. This is your due reward. Really? Shi Yu'an held the heavy box, her eyes gleaming, then cleared her throat to appear less excited. I mean, has the dean returned? She only knew that the dean was a drunkard, but had never seen his true face. Luo Xingzhou shook his head. The dean hasn't returned, but Mr. Xingzhou showed him the elite education curriculum you designed along with the 5-year imperial examinations 3-year mock exams plan. He was very pleased and appointed you as vice dean of the academy to manage it on his behalf until he returns. Then when will he be back? Shi Yu'an was very curious about the mysterious dean. The dean just returned from the snowy mountains in the north and plans to go see the sea in Lingnan. He has no fixed return date and told us not to bother him unless it's urgent. What a capricious dean. Shi Yu'an muttered inwardly, then asked, is Mr. Xingzhou not coming back either? Luo Xingzhou explained to her about Mr. Xingzhou's situation. Last year, students from our academy got into a fight with students from another academy. The matter escalated to the court, and the emperor, upon hearing of the misdeeds of the Qingchuan Academy students, was about to issue an edict to close the academy. It was Mr. Xingzhou who stepped forward, acting as a specially appointed teacher to vouch for the academy, and thus saved it. But Mr. Xingzhou's status is special, and he cannot stay long at the academy. So the academy's affairs still need you to handle, Master. Shi Yu'an expressed understanding. Although as vice dean I have only one soldier under me, at least now the academy is under my control. Since Mr. Xingzhou trusts me so much, I must not let him down. I'll just roll up my sleeves and work hard. It's just a pity that Mr. Xingzhou cannot return to work with me. As a woman she has grand aspirations, but is rejected by the world, forced to conceal her identity and wander outside. It's truly not easy. Luo Xingzhou was stunned. When did his uncle become a woman? What wild conjecture had she made again? He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain. Then he thought, since his uncle didn't want Shi Yu'an to know his true identity, let the misunderstanding stand. It probably wouldn't matter much. Luo Xingzhou thought this was a trivial matter, never imagining that this momentary lapse of judgment would bring consequences for Xiao Jinghua. Ever since learning that Mr. Xingzhou was a woman, Shi Yu'an felt much closer to her. Knowing that she had to disguise herself as a man to pursue her ambitions, Shi Yu'an both admired and sympathized with her hardships. So in her letter she told him about Pei Zhu's enrollment to encourage him. She also informed him that she planned to formally open the academy to female students, giving women the opportunity to study and broaden their horizons. You cannot choose your identity, but you can choose your future. Never let it bind you. In my heart, your very existence is the most beautiful thing. After a moment's thought, Shi Yu'an felt that she was quite pitiful wandering alone outside, so she made a promise to her in the letter. Though we have never met, our hearts are already connected. I look forward to your frequent returns, to our frequent meetings, and to traveling together, appreciating the spring flowers, summer scenery, autumn leaves, and winter snow. Through the 3 meals and 4 seasons I am with you. Xiao Jinghua, upon receiving the letter, was completely dumbfounded. He thought the letter had been sent to the wrong person and read it several times before confirming it was indeed from Shi Yu'an to Mr. Xingzhou, not to Xiao Jinghua. Did she already know that Mr. Xingzhou and Prince Jean were the same person? No, she had never been this gentle to him as Prince Jean. Xiao Jinghua, suppressing his burning cheeks, racing heart, and overwhelming embarrassment, read the letter again. She said not to let his identity bind him, and that his existence was the most beautiful thing, and she actually longed to see him. For a moment, Xiao Jinghua felt a strange emotion surge within him. As the youngest son of the late emperor, he held a noble status and had never experienced the struggle for imperial power since the succession dispute had been settled when he was only 3 years old. The throne went to his eldest brother, who had killed all the other brothers contending for the throne. So this remaining brother could not be killed under any circumstances. Not only could he not be killed, but outwardly he had to be treated well. Thus he was infected as Prince Jean at the age of 7 and has survived unscathed to this day. But he knew that his existence was always a thorn in his imperial brother's side. Over the years he often made excuses to travel and study abroad, rarely returning to the capital and never participating in court affairs. As a member of the imperial clan, the title represented nobility, but it also imprisoned him in that identity. He had grand aspirations, but could do nothing. He never expected that Shi Yu'an would see through the pain hidden in his heart. This woman, whom he had always considered a simpleton, had so easily pierced his soul. She understood him. After calming down, Xiao Jinghua began to write a reply to Shi Yu'an. Thinking of his previous misunderstanding of her, he intended to quietly make amends. But how could he please her without being too obvious? Got it. Wasn't she going to recruit female students? Support. Someone. Xiao Jinghua summoned a guard, took out a list, and said, "Go tell these families to have their daughters of appropriate age enroll in Qingchuan Academy." The guard hesitated. What if they are unwilling? Then first send my 2 cousins from the Chongping princess's mansion over. After dismissing the guard, Xiao Jingyue thought again. She said she lacked subordinates, right? Send her someone. Xiao Jingyue summoned the guard again. Have the top martial arts scholar Shi Yu'an go to Qingchuan Academy to apply as a martial arts teacher. Also invite Master Qin out of retirement to teach music at the academy and Master Landscape Painter Fu Bai Shui. Take my invitation letters. They are my closest friends. It's time for them to contribute. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief. Your Highness, have you forgotten what you said before when the dean asked you to help invite these people? Back then he had refused mercilessly, saying, for me to be a nominal teacher at the academy is already out of respect for the first dean of Qingchuan Academy. With the academy's current reputation, wouldn't it be an insult to those masters? I would never do such a thing that harms my friends. Times are different now, Xiao Jingyue coughed lightly. When you go, remember to bring the Guqin score that Master Qin wants, the famous painting Night Banquet Roast from the previous dynasty that Master Fu likes, and as for the martial arts scholar, tell him that if he serves as a teacher at Qingchuan Academy for a full year, I will recommend him to the Qingyi army. The guard acknowledged each order and couldn't help sighing. The prince had really spared no expense this time. The gifts were nothing, but forcing these masters to go to Qingchuan Academy was no different from forcing a good person into prostitution. The prince's reputation would be ruined. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Jingyue called him back again. Xiao, you don't need to return either. The guard shouted, turned to kneel, but then heard his master utter an extremely heartless sentence, stay at Qingchuan Academy to protect her. Xiao felt as if struck by lightning. Why? The prince sending students and teachers was one thing, but how could he send away the head of his guards as well? But what could he do? As a subordinate, when the master had a whim, he could only brace himself and go along. Thus Xiao endured a night of cold wind outside Master Qin's door, was doused with cold water by Master Fu, nearly impaled by the martial arts scholar's spear, and had his face scratched by the young princess of Chongping's mansion. Finally, he succeeded in his mission and led the group to register at Qingchuan Academy. Meanwhile, in the office of Qingchuan Academy, Shi Yu'an was discussing the upcoming teaching plan with Lin Jinyu. The new curriculum included literature, arithmetic, writing, and archery implements, history, calligraphy, and painting, music, law, foreign languages, and labor classes. Lin Jinyu was somewhat puzzled. I understand arithmetic, writing, and archery, calligraphy, and painting, and music. But the law class, is it about teaching national laws? Why study that? Only by studying law can one understand it. Only by understanding it can one learn to abide by it and uphold it. Lin Jinyu suddenly realized. For ordinary people, a basic understanding of law was enough. But the students of Qingchuan Academy were children of the powerful. If they learned well, they would be among those at the top. They needed to understand the importance of law in order to learn to uphold it. Upholding the law meant upholding justice for the people and maintaining national stability. I understand. Lin Jinyu then asked, what is the labor class? And what is the foreign language class? Labor class, as the name implies, is about labor. Although these students came from good backgrounds, if they couldn't distinguish grains and didn't engage in production, how could they understand the needs of the people in the future, and how could they benefit the people? Lin Jinyu nodded solemnly. Teacher sure is noble-minded. I was short-sighted. As for the foreign language class, although the Qing kingdom is currently free from war, the surrounding countries are eyeing it covetously. We must be vigilant in times of peace. I think we should learn their languages and understand their customs. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shi Yu'an said rather regretfully, but it may be difficult to find a teacher for this class. Great idea. Lin Jinyu said excitedly. I have a good friend who enjoys studying languages and scripts of various countries. But in recent years, with no trade between nations, his talent has no place to be used. May I recommend him to teach foreign languages here? Of course, this is wonderful. Shi Yu'an also became happy. I'll leave the cultural classes to you, Teacher Lin. Whether these students take the imperial examinations or not, just follow that standard. Shi Yu'an said. I will not let you down. Hearing Shi Yu'an's educational plans, Lin Jinyu's heart was ignited with determination, and he intended to make a big effort at Qingchuan Academy. He had heard that the original teachers of Qingchuan Academy had all fled. The current teacher sure seemed not very learned, but it didn't matter. As long as he worked hard, he didn't believe he couldn't change the atmosphere of Qingchuan Academy. Then who will teach calligraphy and painting? Lin Jinyu asked casually. The academy seemed not to have recruited any other teachers yet. I'll trouble Teacher Lin. Shi Yu'an replied. Music? Trouble Teacher Lin again. Law class? Still trouble Teacher Lin. Writing and archery? Continue to trouble. This one doesn't need to trouble Teacher Lin. Lin Jinyu's mouth twitched slightly. Fortunately, Teacher sure didn't intend to have me, a mere scholar, teach writing and archery. No, the other subjects all have arrangements. But currently there aren't enough people, the plan is undecided, and there are no teachers, so we have to put them on hold for now. Lin Jinyu was stunned for a moment before realizing that this meant no arrangements at all. Shi Yu'an then took out a stack of test papers. Teacher Lin, this is the diagnostic test given to the students earlier. You'd better prepare yourself mentally. They might be somewhat different from your previous students. It's fine, I already have some understanding. Lin Jinyu was not worried. Everyone knew the students of Qingchuan Academy were poorly educated. But when he saw the depth of their knowledge, he was instantly dumbfounded. He had expected them to be bad, but not this bad. This is a primary school exam. Are you sure you didn't take the wrong one? Yes, it's correct. Shi Yu'an felt so ashamed, she couldn't lift her head. In her past life, she was an excellent teacher whose classes were always top of the grade. This was the first time she felt such mortification. So embarrassing. My 5-year-old nephew could answer this exam. How did they manage to make the paper look cleaner than their faces? Lin Jinyu was stunned. A gentleman should not show his emotions, but his gentlemanly demeanor was about to crumble. It's not all blank papers. Some did try to answer. Shi Yu'an tried to find a few less clean papers. Lin Jinyu glanced at them. If drawing a stick figure counts as an answer, then forget what I said. Shi Yu'an silently pushed the test papers far away. Their foundation is not good, their learning attitude is somewhat poor, and their ability isn't great either. But with a teacher as good as you, Teacher Lin, starting from scratch, I believe they can catch up. Lin Jinyu was shocked. You want me to provide them with elementary education? Although the academy he previously taught at wasn't the best, his students could directly take the imperial examinations for the Jinshi degree. He himself held the rank of Jiren. And yet she wanted him to teach students the basics. Shi Yu'an nodded. Although I know it's overkill to have you, Teacher Lin, teach them the basics, but to build a solid house, the foundation must be laid well. Their foundation is too weak, it's better to start from the beginning. He said, it's not that their foundation is poor. Most of them have no foundation at all. Take the red, yellow, blue trio altogether, they've learned only 300 characters, and Shaoqing alone accounts for 299. Shun Fuguei is proficient in arithmetic but completely ignorant of poetry, severely unbalanced. Pei Yan is not much better, just a jock who knows how to wave swords and spears, a headache. The others all have specialties. Some study poison, some study autopsy, but they refuse to read proper books, a bunch of illiterates. Lin Jinyu couldn't help asking, Teacher, sure, why don't you teach them? Shi Yu'an replied with unrighteous boldness, I want to teach, but I don't know how either. Mainly because she hadn't even learned all the characters herself. She really couldn't teach. Lin Jinyu thought he had misheard, but then he immediately heard Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts. I was even planning to audit classes with the students. I can learn without paying tuition. What a genius I am. Hearing this, Lin Jinyu felt his vision go black. The sky was falling. What kind of motley crew is this in Qingchuan Academy? Just as Lin Jinyu felt that life was hopeless, Xiaoda and his companions arrived travel-worn. Shi Yu'an, upon hearing that someone had come to apply for the position of tutor, immediately rushed over without a moment's delay. But this time she had learned to be cautious. She assigned the students self-study tasks, had Tutor Lin supervise them, and brought only Luo Xingzhou and Shun Fuguei with her. One of these two was responsible for registration, the other for handling treatment arrangements. Of course, the key was that one of them was refined and scholarly, looking like a good student. The other was resplendent with gold, looking exceedingly wealthy. Whether one admired talent or wealth, there was something for everyone. Along the way, Shi Yu'an repeatedly admonished the two. Those who come to us voluntarily are probably not of high quality. Remember not to make things difficult for them later. We can be flexible with treatment. We have too few people. Better to have some than none. At least it adds a bit of liveliness. At all costs, we must find a helper for Tutor Lin, or else he might be run ragged, and then it will be hard to find such an excellent workhorse. Her tutor. Luo Xingzhou knew that Xiao Jingyue would send people over. These must be the ones. Otherwise, who would willingly come to be a tutor in such a place? But even with Prince Jin's involvement, he didn't hold much hope. After all, the students weren't serious about their studies anyway. They'd just make do. Meanwhile, Shun Fuguei was secretly calculating. Although Tutor Shi had said that good treatment was necessary to retain people, he was a Shun family member. He would never do a losing business. He had to find a way to keep these people without spending a fortune. The three harbored different thoughts, but when they reached the front hall, they were stunned. It was packed with people bustling like a vegetable market. Before they could enter, Xiaoda rushed out holding a letter of introduction from Mr. Xingzhou and introduced himself. Tutor Shi, I am Xiaoda. The academy has specially assigned me as your guard. From now on, I am responsible for protecting your safety. Shi Yu'an was bewildered. I'm just in the academy with no danger around. Why assign me a guard? It might become dangerous soon. Xiaoda thought to himself. Before he could speak, a gaze filled with murderous intent shot over. So you're the idiot of the Shi family. A woman in red, Su Qingga, charged at Shi Yu'an with killing intent. What right do you have to be my tutor? Luo Xingzhou and Shun Fuguei immediately shielded Shi Yu'an. Xiaoda also blocked Su Qingga and introduced her to Shi Yu'an. This is the second daughter of the Grand Princess, Qingga Commandery Princess. She's here to enroll. Shi Yu'an looked at Su Qingga and said, let me correct you, I didn't want to be your tutor. You came to me to be your tutor. Who said I came willingly? Su Qingga's words were interrupted by her sister Su Qingyao. Qingga, pay respects to your tutor at once. I won't. What kind of tutor is she? Su Qingga looked aggrieved. She had been roused from sleep early in the morning and inexplicably told to go to the academy to study immediately. Not only that, she was forced to attend this shabby place called Qingchuan Academy, and she had to acknowledge an idiot as her tutor. Why should she? If you don't behave, your sister will beat you, Su Qingyao whispered softly in her ear. Su Qingga trembled in fear, and only then was Su Qingyao satisfied. They were twin sisters about to turn 15. As daughters of the Grand Princess, their marriage prospects were already being eyed by many. Although their mother wanted to keep them for a few more years, the Grand Empress Dowager intended to bestow marriages upon them. A marriage bestowed by the Grand Empress Dowager might seem like an honor, but the chosen candidates were always tied to political interests. Once they married, they would become pawns in the Emperor Cousin's scheme to check the court officials. The Emperor Cousin was cruel and ruthless, showing no regard for kinship. How good could the futures he arranged for them be? So when Prince Jean Cousin said he could protect them for 3 years in exchange for attending Qingchuan Academy, she immediately agreed. 3 years was enough time for many things to change. As for Qingge, she had been too sheltered by the family and had no understanding of the intricacies of court politics. She even thought the Marquis of Wuan's heir chosen by the Grand Empress Dowager was a good match, and was easily persuaded by a few kind words to agree to marry him. Now that there was finally a chance to delay the marriage, she was unwilling and refused to attend Qingchuan Academy. But it didn't matter. With her elder sister around, the younger sister had no right to refuse. Su Qingyao bowed to Shi Yu'an. "Tutor Shi, we have come to enroll. Please accept us into the academy." Shi Yu'an was somewhat surprised. She had thought it would be difficult to recruit female students, but someone had already registered so soon. Luo Xingzhou immediately brought out the enrollment form to register their information, while Shun Fugui informed them of the tuition fees. Without even glancing at it, Su Qingyao pressed her fingerprint without hesitation, then took her sister's hand and pressed it as well. "Tutor Shi, from now on you are our tutor," Su Qingyao said, pushing Su Qingge forward and speaking sternly. "My younger sister was disrespectful to you just now. Please punish her. You may scold or beat her as you see fit. A Qingyao will not object." "Haha, it's not that serious. This is an academy, not a den of bandits. We don't resort to beating and scolding here." Shi Yu'an was speechless. This elder sister seemed gentle and soft-spoken, but she was quite fierce in her actions. A wrong is a wrong. Qingge apologized to the tutor at once. "Sis, how can you side with an outsider?" Su Qingge protested. "I don't want to stay here. I'm going home." Shi Yu'an looked at Su Qingge. Su Qingge's second daughter of the Grand Princess is willful and spoiled with a penchant for martial arts. She had originally fallen in love at first sight with the Marquis of Wuan's heir because he saved her in a chivalrous act, but after marrying him her marriage was unhappy, and she eventually died along with her unborn child. Su Qingyao and Su Qingge suddenly widened their eyes. "What voice is that?" Commandery Princesses Luo Xingzhou interrupted. "Su Qingge, please follow me. There is more information to register." Su Qingyao, however, looked at Luo Xingzhou warily. She was certain she hadn't misheard. That was Tutor Shi's voice, but she hadn't even opened her mouth. No, that wasn't important. What mattered was that she had said Qingge would die a miserable death. "Qingge, go ahead. I still want to learn more about the academy from Tutor Shi. I'll come later." As she spoke, Su Qingyao kept her eyes on Luo Xingzhou. The shock in her heart quickly subsided, and she gave him a calm smile. Luo Xingzhou's earlier demeanor had clearly been an attempt to stop them from showing any abnormality, so she wanted to convey that she would not act rashly. Luo Xingzhou understood her meaning and could only take Su Qingge to the next room. "Commandery Princess, Qingge, this way please." Under her sister's stern gaze, Su Qingge left reluctantly. Su Qingyao had a maid bring over a stack of banknotes and several exquisite boxes. "These are our tuition fees and gifts for the tutors in respect." Then Su Qingyao took out another box which looked even more exquisite. She presented it to Shi Yu'an with her own hands. "Tutor Shi, this is specially prepared for you. My younger sister has been spoiled at home. I hope you will be lenient with her in the future." Shi Yu'an had Shin Fugui accept everything and register it. This was a decision they had made together. The students of Qingchuan Academy were mostly children of nobles and officials, and gifts and money were inevitable. Refusing them might even offend people. So they would graciously accept everything and keep clear records. "This is a white jade bat pattern bracelet," Shin Fugui exclaimed in a low voice. "Our treasure pavilion doesn't even have a bracelet of such fine quality. Could this be an imperial gift?" Su Qingyao nodded. "This was bestowed upon my mother by the late emperor. Mother specifically instructed me to bring it and present it to Tutor Shi." In truth, she had secretly prepared it herself. Her family did not hold the tutors of Qingchuan Academy in such high regard. They had only agreed to send the sisters here out of respect for Prince Jean Cousin. But she had thought further. Prince Jean was not one to meddle in others' affairs, yet he had taken the initiative to request they attend Qingchuan Academy. There had to be a reason. And then there was the rumor about Tutor Shi and her cousin. Although everyone said her cousin disliked Tutor Shi, who knew the truth. "This is too precious. Commandery Princess Qingyao, please take it back." Shi Yu'an returned the bracelet. "Rest assured, since Commandery Princess Qingge has enrolled, she is my student. As her tutor, I have the responsibility to educate and guide her. I will treat her equally without any favoritism." Su Qingyao wanted to say something more, but again she heard Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts. These two sisters are also poor children. Though Su Qingge is willful, she is quite naive. She doesn't know that the Marquis of Wuan's heir's heroic rescue was arranged by the Grand Empress Dowager. She actually believes he truly loves her. After the Grand Empress Dowager bestowed the marriage, the emperor took the opportunity to reclaim the military power of the Marquis of Wuan's mansion. In retaliation, the family vented their anger on her. Poor Su Qingga married with full love, but the Marquis of Wuan's heir treated her coldly and even allowed the household servants to bully her. She suffered torment, and her personality changed drastically. In just 1 year, Su Qingga no longer smiled. Even worse, after she became pregnant, the Marquis of Wuan's heir elevated his cousin, who was staying at the mansion, to the status of equal wife, and allowed her to humiliate Su Qingga. Finally, Su Qingga died alone in the woodshed due to difficult labor. Su Qingyao clenched her hands tightly, contemplating Shi Yu'an's words while striving to maintain her composure. Master Shi, this is a token of my mother's regard. If you do not accept it, Qingyao will find it difficult to report back. Suppressing the tumult within her, Su Qingyao forced a faint smile. Master Shi, having become a female instructor, you have earned my deep admiration. I beg you not to decline any further. With such words, Shi Yu'an had Shen Fuguei register the bracelet as well. Then I shall accept it with gratitude. Thank you. Sai, compared to her younger sister, Su Qingyao is far more intricate in her thoughts. Hearing this, Su Qingyao's heart tightened. Could her actions have displeased her? How could she remedy that? Shi Yu'an's inner voice, however, continued unabated. Su Qingyao thinks too much and bears too heavy a burden, which is why she ultimately exhausts herself to death. Su Qingyao's breath caught. So this was how she would die. A hint of bitterness rose in her heart. That could indeed be true. Yet she could not afford not to think. The princess's mansion was already teetering on the brink. Her mother was not the Empress Dowager's biological daughter, holding only the empty title of Grand Princess without real power. The Empress Dowager appeared kind, but was scheming in every way. Her father was equally unreliable, and with her mother lacking cunning and her sister lacking wit, how could she not plan for the future? She knew this made her unlikable, unlike her sister's naive charm. She always had to consider many things: interpersonal relations, gains and losses. Being disliked by others was only natural. Meanwhile, Shi Yu'an watched Shen Fuguei register the items while continuing to read Su Qingyao's biography in the character compendium. As the elder sister, Su Qingyao had been held to high expectations since childhood, tasked with protecting her simple sister and fragile mother, yet her family offered her no shelter in return. After Su Qingga married Su Qingyao to safeguard her sister and to instill caution in the palace, chose to marry into the Marquis of Guo's mansion, which overshadowed the Wuan Marquis' household. Xingguojiu was the empress's brother, nearly 20 years older than Su Qingyao, and she became his second wife. The Xing household was a veritable den of tigers and dragons. Xingguojiu himself was brutal-tempered, and his 2 children from his first marriage were no pushovers either. Moreover, there was the sister-in-law who resided in the Xing mansion under the pretext of helping care for the children, but in truth schemed to seduce her brother-in-law, often sowing discord before Xingguojiu. Not to mention the treacherous concubine, who was actually an enemy spy, and once exposed by Su Qingyao sought to silence her at all costs. At the word spy, Shen Fuguei suddenly stood up. Shi Yu'an looked at him in confusion. What pinched by the gold on you? I just got tired of sitting and needed to stretch my limbs. Shen Fuguei quickly fabricated an excuse. Master, I'll go check on Luo Xingzhou's progress. Qingga is so headstrong I fear he might get beaten to death. Shen Fuguei immediately relayed the spy information to Luo Xingzhou. Explain the stakes to Qingga, and I'll go to the master's side. With that, Luo Xingzhou handed the still-absorbed Su Qingga to Shen Fuguei, then walked over to Shi Yu'an, offering her a cup of warm tea. Thank you. Shi Yu'an was indeed thirsty, so she sipped contentedly while her thoughts lingered on Su Qingyao. Poisoning, false accusations, house arrest. Su Qingyao endured them all in the Xing mansion, escaping danger by a hair's breadth time and again. When she finally defeated the sister-in-law and the concubine, and took control of the entire Guo mansion, she received news of her mother's illness and death, and her sister's death in childbirth. She endured the pain to uncover the truth, only to learn that the masterminds were the emperor and the empress dowager. Even her husband's family and her own father were accomplices. So she exposed the evidence of the Wuan Marquis' planned rebellion, then set fire to the Guo mansion, and finally returned home to personally end her father and his mistress, ultimately vomiting blood and dying. All color drained from Su Qingyao's face. She never imagined her family would meet such a fate, but if her mother and sister truly suffered so miserably, she would indeed go mad. Luo Xingzhou couldn't help but regard Su Qingyao with newfound respect. It was said that Qingyao, the eldest daughter of the Chongping princess's mansion, was renowned for her gentle virtue, yet here she was, someone capable of destroying the Wuan Marquis and the Guo mansion single-handedly, even killing her own father. A fearsome woman indeed. Noticing Luo Xingzhou's gaze, Su Qingyao suddenly realized, how would they view her, a future patricide? A patricide is condemned by heaven. Someone like her would be feared by all, wouldn't they? Perhaps Master Shi would soon send her away, for no one would want to take in a student who would kill her own father. Lost in such gloomy thoughts, she saw Shi Yu'an suddenly rise. Startled, Su Qingyao thought, was she about to be dismissed right now? If so, so be it, but she must strive to let Qingga stay. She absolutely could not allow Qingga to marry the heir of the Wuan Marquis and suffer such a tragic fate. Master, what's wrong? Nothing, I too got tired of sitting and needed to stretch. Shi Yu'an smiled outwardly, but inside she was weeping. Su Qingyao is so heartbreakingly pitiful. I nearly couldn't help but give her a hug. Su Qingyao was astonished. Master Shi had just wanted to hug her, and she said she was pitiful, not frightening. In the future, she would be stained with blood. She looked at Luo Xingzhou in confusion, but he wore a knowing expression and said meaningfully, "Our master favors clever and beautiful students. Qingyao, you should be ready to share the master's burdens in the future." Shi Yu'an glanced at Luo Xingzhou. Is he talking about himself? And I'm not partial. It's just that he's more convenient to use. For those who are neither clever nor beautiful, I treat them equally, you know. But Su Qingyao is truly a good child, intelligent, decisive, swift in action. She kills husbands, fathers, and enemies, avenging on the same day. She's a role model for us all. Su Qingyao's cheeks flushed slightly. Good child. Role model. Then what of the years of reading female precepts and learning etiquette? Never mind, they didn't matter. As long as Master Shi didn't despise her and was willing to accept both sisters, that sufficed. Just then another commotion arose at the entrance. Where is the dean of this academy? Show yourself. A young nobleman in purple robes with a gilded crown barged in, followed by a group of guards. Su Qingyao's expression changed. She said to Shi Yu'an, "This is LuoXingzhou, the heir of the Wuhan Marquis. He's probably here for Qingga." LuoXingzhou, a scumbag who only knows how to manipulate women. In his heart, he truly admires Su Qingga's fiery personality, but because he schemed against her first, he is dark and insecure inside. So he deliberately suppresses her, trying to break her wings and destroy her flamboyance. He allows others to humiliate Su Qingga, yet after her death, he realizes he has fallen in love with her. This pervert refuses to hold a funeral or allow her burial, instead torturing his concubines to death before her corpse, claiming its revenge for her. Thus he gains a reputation for deep devotion to his late wife. It's utterly disgusting. He's the one who harmed her. Why doesn't he stab himself 360 times to atone to Su Qingga? What did you say? Su Qingga approached, her face deathly pale. She had just barely come to terms with the absurd fact that she could hear Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts, and the moment she stepped out, she heard Shi Yu'an say that she was schemed against, suppressed, and killed by LuoXingzhou. How could that be? She refused to believe it. Shi Yu'an looked at Su Qingga in confusion, but Shen Fuguei reacted quickly and immediately interjected. I said your fiancé is quite rude. Is it because you have an eye condition that you fancy him? In his haste, Shen Fuguei forgot LuoXingzhou's status. Although the Shen family had gold, the Marquis of Wuhan had a noble title. Indeed, LuoXingzhou glared furiously. Who do you think you are, daring to insult this young Marquis? Guards, teach him a lesson. Xiao to protect Shen Fuguei. Shi Yu'an shouted. Xiao stepped forward and easily handled the 6 men. Shi Yu'an's eyes sparkled. A true expert. Why be a guard? I must recruit him as a teacher. Xiao, a man of your talents is wasted as a guard. How about becoming a martial arts instructor for our students? Room and board provided, excellent pay. Xiao suddenly felt a flattering warmth at her praise. I'd rather not. Today a martial arts instructor will come to apply. Protecting teacher Shi is the duty of an elite guard like me, Xiao said proudly. After all, a guard's status depended on whom he served. He was the head of the Prince Jin's mansion guards. Little did Xiao know that the Prince Jin's mansion would soon become a hometown he could never return to. LuoXingzhou glared venomously at Shi Yu'an. You dare touch my men. Luo Xingzhou's face turned cold as he stepped forward to block him. Marquis Liang, this is Qingchuan Academy. You were the one who was rude first. Luo Xingzhou. LuoXingzhou knew of him, but held the Luo family in contempt. His mother was merely a royal clan commandery princess, and his grandfather, though once a tutor to the emperor, had long retired. His father was the grand tutor to the crown prince, but the crown prince did not respect him. In essence, the Luo family was just an empty shell with a good reputation. If he taught Luo Xingzhou a lesson, he might even curry favor with the crown prince. So LuoXingzhou swung his fist and directly punched at Luo Xingzhou. Shi Yu'an wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Damn. The disaster of Luo Xingzhou being beaten to death hasn't passed yet. As Luo Xingzhou felt the incoming punch, thinking he would surely die, LuoXingzhou was suddenly kicked flying. It was Pei Yan. He leapt to LuoXingzhou, with Huang Tianlu and Shaoqing swiftly following, and they rained punches on LuoXingzhou. Shen Mingxiu walked to Shi Yu'an and said nonchalantly, Teacher, bringing those who can talk is useless. Better bring some who can fight. After all, fists are what keep you alive. Minhan, looking at Luo Xingzhou, assessed, it's fine. This young Marquis of Wuhan is just a pretty boy. One punch can at most knock out 2 teeth, he won't die. Luo Xingzhou felt embarrassed for the first time. Seeing Pei Yan and the others still beating LuoXingzhou, he said, stop it. He is the young Marquis of Wuhan after all. Don't make him go crying to the palace later. Pei Yan sneered, daring to make a move on my turf. He's asking for death. Huang Tianlu rotated his wrist. We've beaten him, so what? He can hit us back if he can. As long as he can beat us. Shaoqing said with a dark gaze, I aimed at spots that won't show many external injuries. Minhan took out a small bottle. Don't worry, Teacher Li taught me a new formula called the Forget Sorrow pill. 1 dose and he'll forget even his own name. Teacher Li. Which Teacher Li? Shi Yu'an asked. Teacher, you forgot. It's Li Si. He's now teaching us about poisonous herbs. Shen Mingxiu pointed at Minhan. He's the most diligent. He's already become his disciple. Shi Yu'an became anxious. I just asked him to help with a labor class, take the students to weed and plant flowers and teach them to recognize herbs. What nonsense is he teaching? She then pulled Minhan aside and urged with pain, Minhan, you are a physician, a future miracle doctor. You have a bright future, don't go astray. Minhan sneered, shook his head, and said, I'm not. I am the direct disciple of the poison master of endless night. Shi Yu'an was speechless. Hearing their conversation, LuoXingzhou trembled in fear. The people of Qingchuan Academy were terrifying. They really did beat people, and they really did poison people. Brother Shinan. Su Qingge, seeing LuoXingzhou beaten to a pulp, felt heartbroken. She couldn't think clearly and rushed toward him. Su Qingzhou grabbed her. Choose your sister or your man. Su Qingge was on the verge of tears. Why must it come to a choice between the two? Sis, you'll always be my real sister. Then she turned and dashed toward LuoXingzhou. Su Qingyao's face darkened. Dia, ere you get her. A person and a dog rushed out and dragged Su Qingge back. Dia was human, Arya was a dog. Dia, in order to save her dog, had sold herself and the dog to Su Qingyao. They only listened to Su Qingyao. Let me go. Su Qingge's eyes reddened. Sis, I want to find Brother Shinan. LuoXingzhou is no good. Su Qingyao wished she could knock open her sister's head to see what was inside. If you don't believe me, ask Teacher Shi. She's a teacher, so she must be a good judge of character. Su Qingge indeed looked at Shi Yu'an, wanting to know why she would slander Brother Shinan. What evidence did she have to prove Brother Shinan would do such things? Shi Yu'an was puzzled. These two sisters had just enrolled today, and they trusted her so much. Su Qingyao's eyes were full of hope. Teacher Shi, please wake up my pig-headed sister. Su Qingge flushed red. You're pig-headed. Your whole family is pig-headed. The onlookers all thought her sister wasn't wrong. Actually, I've learned a bit of face reading, Shi Yu'an said reluctantly. This man has an extremely bad countenance. Impulsive, irritable, mean, and heartless. He wants everything, and he's cursed with bad romantic entanglements. He's not a good match. Su Qingge immediately became displeased. How dare you say that? What evidence do you have? I have no evidence. Shi Yu'an spread her hands as if to say believe it or not. Think about it yourself. When this young Marquis of Wuhan came in earlier, did he look at you first? Everyone recalled and said in unison, no. If you truly like someone, you'd spot her the moment you enter a crowd. If he doesn't even look at you, how much can he really like you? Shin Fugue asked in confusion. Then why did he look at me first? Go rest over there. You're so flashy that it's hard for anyone not to notice you first. But that scumbag didn't look at Su Qingge even on the second or third glance. Su Qingge tried to defend. That's because he was angry. A man who when angry won't even consider his fiancée. Isn't that heartless? Su Qingge bit her lip and stayed silent. Shi Yu'an continued. He came in angry, got angry when scolded, and got angry when beaten. Isn't that impulsive and irritable? That's true, but he has a cousin at home, right? Shi Yu'an asked. Yes, but she's just his cousin. Although Brother Shinan is kind to her and close to her, they are innocent. Besides, Brother Shinan said that if there were anything between them, how could it be my turn? Shi Yu'an pinched her own philtrum. Reason couldn't save a love-struck fool. My heaven's sister, you're a commandery princess. Can't you hear the obvious belittling in his words? Can you please stop having such low self-worth? And with their child about to be born, you call that innocent? A scumbag like LuoXingzhou falling to you doesn't prove they have nothing going on. It only proves you're naive, rich, and easy to deceive. Su Qinggyao was furious. LuoXingzhou actually compared his destitute cousin to her cherished sister, and even acted as if his cousin was doing Su Qingge a favor. This was an insult, a trampling of the princess's dignity. But Su Qingge didn't catch the implication. She leaned close to Su Qingyao's ear and whispered, Sister Teacher Shi also said that Shinan Gij just hasn't realized his own feelings. The one he loves is me. Su Qingge, he will bring you to ruin. Su Qingyao couldn't help blurting this out. As soon as she said it, her eyes reddened, but she quickly found a way to cover it up. Mother sent people to investigate. He and his cousin have already formed an illicit bond. Once you marry him, LuoXingzhou will slowly destroy you to make way for his cousin. Shi Yu'an was astonished. So the seemingly fragile Chongping princess was actually so prescient. She had already begun investigating the Wuhan Marquis manor. Su Qingge lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Just when everyone thought she might have seen reason, she looked toward LuoXingzhou in the distance and spoke dreamily. As long as I treat him with true sincerity, one day he will be moved and fall in love with me, won't he? Su Qingge, come to your senses. But he loves me. He deceived you. But he loves me. He loves me. Shi Yu'an was stunned. Today I've witnessed a living heart-mesmerized fool. He will only love you after tormenting, abusing, and finally killing you. Others have a wife-chasing crematorium, but yours is a true crematorium. Su Qinggyao was also stunned. She would rather her sister not believe Shi Yu'an's inner voice than believe it, and still remain stubbornly infatuated. This made her seriously suspect that her sister had been bewitched by LuoXingzhou. Teacher Shi, Su Qinggyao grasped Shi Yu'an's hands with a heart like ashes, her gaze mournful. Is this sister of mine beyond saving? Shi Yu'an was also helpless. No teacher gives up on a student. Oh, only a student can drive a teacher to death. Isn't it just a love-obsessed brain? I can cure it. She held Su Qingyao's icy hands and said, I have a method that might work. What method? Su Qingyao asked eagerly. From the side a slender hand reached out. Min Han waved a porcelain bottle at them. Teacher, do you want some forget love pills? Shi Yu'an glared at him in annoyance. You just said these were forget worry pills. Min Han remained expressionless. 1 pill forgets worries, 2 pills forget love, 3 pills erase all memories of the past. So this is the pill version of Meng Po's soup. Shi Yu'an snatched the pills directly. Contraband confiscated. Then she couldn't help scolding Min Han. Don't learn that rogue behavior from Li Si. Huang Tianlu and a few others snickered, whispering. I must say Dr. Min hawking poison seems much more approachable than before. He used to be an ice cube who wouldn't talk to anyone. Shi Yu'an cast them a cold glance. He's become too approachable. Damn Li Si, give me back my aloof, unworldly genius healer. But Su Qingyao stared at the medicine bottle in Shi Yu'an's hand, her eyes growing brighter. Teacher, sure, perhaps it's not impossible. Shi Yu'an immediately put away the bottle. This is truly not possible. Su Qingyao quickly hugged her sister and pleaded, Sister, you can't really make me take that unreliable medicine. It's just that I fell in love at first sight when Brother Shinan saved me. I don't deserve such punishment. That rescue was a fake too. Su Qingyao said. Mother has also found out. That incident where you were ambushed was arranged by the Empress Dowager. Good heavens, she found that out too. Chomping Princess is so formidable, how did she not notice her husband's adultery? And that mistress was brought back by the princess herself, her longtime widowed best friend. Back then Chongping Princess took pity on her and sheltered her, but before long, she was carrying on secretly with the consort. The two conspired together, secretly poisoning the princess and gradually destroying her health. Su Qingyao was about to discover the truth, but unfortunately, she had to marry soon, so she could only warn Chongping Princess to be careful. However, the princess thought her friend and husband were both trustworthy. So she paid no heed, and in the end, after falling ill, she was directly infuriated to death by the adulterous pair. Su Qingyao's body swayed, and she nearly collapsed. Her sister and her mother were both too foolish. How could she lead them? Su Qingyao made up her mind. Turning to Shi Yu'an, she said, I beg you to teach my sister, teacher. I will repay you. Then she leaned close to Shi Yu'an's ear and whispered, as long as you help my sister see reason, I will deliver my cousin the Prince of Jin to your bed. Cough. Shi Yu'an choked on her own saliva and hastily refused. Not necessary. Truly unnecessary. Absolutely unnecessary. But Su Qingyao thought she was just shy, and her gaze grew even more resolute. Perhaps her cousin would be angry and punish her, but she had no other choice. She had to sacrifice her cousin. Shi Yu'an suddenly realized that Su Qingyao's problem might be no less than Su Qingya's, so she asked her to come inside. Once inside, Su Qingyao began, Teacher, rest assured. As long as Qingya can stop obsessing over Liang Shinan, I am willing to pay any price. If Prince Jin is angry, I will bear it all alone. Shi Yu'an sighed. Su Qingyao is your method of helping others to destroy yourself. Su Qingyao was stunned. I just want to protect my family. I can't bear to watch Qingya fall into a miserable fate. Shi Yu'an said seriously, you have a clever mind, but you don't know that to save others you must first preserve yourself. To preserve yourself you must not take a wrong step. If you yourself are trapped in a prison, how can you protect your family? Seeing Su Qingyao's eyes redden, Shi Yu'an's heart softened, and she sighed. You always put yourself in the least important position. You are too cruel to yourself. Am I cruel to myself? Su Qingyao's gaze was confused. Yes, it's good to love your family, but you forget that your own life is also important. Love others first, love yourself. Tears rolled down Su Qingyao's eyes. The stone that had weighed on her heart seemed to lighten a little. Don't worry too much. Since your sister is already a student of the Qingchuan Academy, how could we stand idly by? Shi Yu'an looked toward the door. Don't you agree? I said eavesdropping was bad, but you insisted on coming. Shen Fuguei spoke first, grinning obsequiously at Shi Yu'an. Teacher, punish them severely. Shen Fuguei, you're so treacherous. It was you who wanted to eavesdrop. Huang Tianlu cursed. Luo Xingzhou, Shun Mingxiu, and Min Han, however, walked in generously. Shun Mingxiu asked curiously, Teacher, you have a way to cure a woman's lovesick brain. How? Perfect timing. Shi Yu'an's lips curled into a sly smile. Luo Xingzhou felt a sense of dread. Sure enough, Shi Yu'an spoke. I've thought of a method that requires your cooperation. Come closer. After listening to Shi Yu'an's plan, everyone looked at each other with mixed expressions. Though it's a bit unethical, it might just work wonders, Luo Xingzhou offered his opinion. Even if it works wonders, it's still unethical. Min Han grumbled, still miffed that Shi Yu'an had refused his forget love pill. Shi Yu'an shot him a glance. If you're so capable, you do it. The group quickly reached an agreement. When they stepped outside, Su Qingya and Pei Yan were already locked in a fierce fight. Su Qingya wielded her whip with fierce vigor, while Pei Yan, though barehanded, held his own perfectly. Within a few breaths, Su Qingya was thrown to the ground by Pei Yan. Seeing this, Luo Xingzhou felt a headache coming on. Pei Yan, I told you to keep an eye on Qingya, not to beat her up. She keeps running off to that Liang fellow. It's only my good upbringing that kept me from knocking her out cold. If my sister ever threw herself at a man like that, Pei Yan's murderous intent rose at the thought. I'd break her legs. Pei Yan pictured Pei Zhu's smiling crescent-shaped eyes. Fortunately, although she was timid and cried easily, she always listened to him. Comparing her to the Su Qingya before him, he nodded. Indeed, one's own sister is always the best. Su Qingge immediately caught the disdain in Pei Yan's eyes. Furious, she jumped up to keep fighting him. I was careless just now. If you've got the guts, let's have another round. Shi Yu'an quickly signaled Huang Tianlu with a glance. Huang Tianlu nodded to show he understood, then jumped out and pointed at Pei Yan, cursing, Pei Yan, you brat. Let that girl go. Huh. Pei Yan was completely baffled, his movements slowing. Huang Tianlu, did Minhan's medicine scramble your brains? What are you trying to do? Huang Tianlu, shedding his usual cowardly demeanor, struck a righteous pose. Listen up. I, Huang Tianlu, will never allow you to bully the weak. Today I shall uphold justice and act in heaven's stead. Having said that, Huang Tianlu threw a punch at Pei Yan. This is getting old. Pei Yan was about to counterattack when Shi Yu'an made a gesture to Xiaoda. Xiaoda nodded, then grabbed Liangshinin and hurled him directly at Pei Yan. Caught off guard, Pei Yan tumbled to the ground with Liangshinin. Su Qingge was also knocked over and fell backward. In that critical moment, she landed in a firm and sturdy embrace. Careful! Huang Tianlu caught Su Qingge by the waist, and then the two, accompanied by romantic music, spun round and round and round again, finally coming to a stop with their eyes locked on each other. The scene was picturesque, the music moving. Wait, this isn't right. Where's the music coming from? That's not in the script. Shi Yu'an looked over and saw a white-robed musician sitting cross-legged, deeply immersed in playing the guqin. Sensing everyone's gaze, the white-robed musician smiled and spoke. Given such a scene, would it not be fitting to grace it with a tune? Xiaoda immediately introduced them. This is Qin Yu, Master Qin, who has come to apply for the position of tutor. He excels in music, especially the guqin. Shi Yu'an's eyes lit up. Master Qin, I've heard so much about you. Welcome to our Qingchuan Academy. Our academy offers great benefits, competitive pay, and complete facilities. We've been missing a talent like you. Not even enrolled yet, and already playing along. This man is destined to be our Qingchuan Academy tutor. Qin Yu had grown used to elegant and refined praise, but this straightforward and vulgar compliment was a first, and he found it rather refreshing. Meanwhile, Su Qingge saw Huang Tianlu's righteous face and caring eyes. Thank you for saving me just now. What's your name? It was nothing, no need to thank me. Huang Tianlu replied, still radiating an almost unsettling righteousness. I am Huang Tianlu. I simply cannot bear to see a delicate lady suffer. Don't worry, I'll continue to protect you from now on. Su Qingge's eyes were full of admiration, and she blushed as she asked, can I call you Tianlu Gij from now on? Qingge Mimi. Liangshinin reached out tremblingly toward her. I'm your Shinin Gij. Su Qingge looked at Liangshinin, whose face had been beaten into a pig's head by Pei Yan, and suddenly felt her affection waning. Liangshinin, shut up. I know everything now. Your rescue was fake. Tianlu Gij is the real hero who saved me while you're just a hypocrite. And also I know about you and your cousin Zhao Huaner. You had an illicit affair and tried to make me the fool. Lately she's been dry heaving every day and her waist has thickened. She must be pregnant, right? A truly despicable pair of dogs. You'd better go to the Empress Dowager yourself and dissolve our engagement. Otherwise I'll beat you every time I see you, and I'll spread your scandal far and wide, making the Wuan Marquis mansion the biggest laughingstock in the capital. Su Qingge's face was icy cold, a complete contrast to her earlier self. For a moment, everyone was stunned. When she's clear-headed, she's truly clear-headed. Shi Yu'an couldn't help but praise. Liangshinin stared at Su Qingge in disbelief. When he snapped out of it, his face immediately showed a heartbroken expression. Qingge Mimi, how could you treat me like this? Even if my rescue was fake, even if I had an affair with cousin Huan, does that prove that my feelings for you were all a lie? Pa, shameless. Huang Tianlu couldn't listen anymore. He said to Su Qingge, Qingge Mimi, ignore him. We can't have a dirty man like that. Su Qingge turned around, her face already replaced with a radiant smile, and softened her voice. Tianlu Gij is right. From now on I'll stay at Qingchuan Academy and study with Tianlu Gij. Watching this, Su Qingyao was utterly dumbfounded. That's it. For a stubborn child like your sister, blocking is worse than guiding. The more you stop her, the more she'll rush into the fire. The best way is to divert her attention. Doesn't Su Qingge like heroes saving beauties? Doesn't she like whoever saves her? Then let someone else save her. Su Qingyao nodded thoughtfully. Although she didn't agree with her sister's way of thinking, she knew Shi Yu'an was right. Anyway, as long as she no longer obsessed over Liangshinin, that was enough. Master, what kind of person is this Huang classmate? Which family does he belong to? Is he engaged? As long as he's not a treacherous villain like Liangshinin, I can report to my mother. Now look, that's a narrow-minded way of thinking. Shi Yu'an shook his head with a smile. I'm trying to find medicine for your sister's terminal lovesickness, not a matchmaker. Men can be a seasoning in life, but never a savior. If she doesn't get her head straight, she'll stumble again sooner or later. At that moment, Huang Tianlu also glanced over. What was he supposed to do next? The master hadn't told him. Shi Yu'an beckoned Huang Tianlu over and said to him, Lady Qingge has just arrived. The task of showing her around the academy is yours. Remember, be sure to show her a day in your life at the academy absolutely, authentically. Huang Tianlu now understood. He thumped his chest and promised, that's easy. I guarantee I'll show Qingge Mimi a great time. Su Qingge was also delighted. Great. I really want to learn more about Tianlu Gij. The other students wore amused expressions on their faces. A day in Huang Tianlu's life. That was something to look forward to. After dismissing Huang Tianlu and Su Qingge, Shi Yu'an finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then immediately remembered something, and her expression changed drastically. Shouted, didn't you say that 3 teachers would come for interviews today? I actually forgot such an important matter. Indeed, there are 3 teachers. They are the martial arts master Shi Yu'an, the ink painting master Fu Baixue, and this master Qin, who is proficient in music. Shouter replied. Shi Yu'an asked in a low voice, are they all grand masters? Or is it that grand masters are sold wholesale here, and anyone can be one? It wasn't that Shi Yu'an looked down on these 3 masters, but she had indeed expected that formidable figures would come to Qingchuan Academy. These 3 are truly masters. Shi Yu'an is the military champion. Fu Baixue's paintings are worth 1,000 gold pieces each, and Master Qin was once an imperial court musician. After the late emperor's death, he received favor and left the palace. He once performed at Yenyun Tower, moving the entire capital with a single melody, and later taught countless disciples, earning fame throughout the land. Master, I have also heard of these 3 masters. They are indeed true masters. Luo Xingzhou, afraid she wouldn't believe, added, these 3 once rejected invitations from all the academies in the capital. Shi Yu'an was surprised. Did they also reject Qingchuan Academy? No, they didn't. Shouter replied, Qingchuan Academy wouldn't dare to invite them. This time if it weren't for my prince. Shouter came to an abrupt halt mid-sentence. The prince had instructed him not to reveal his identity, or the guard captain would be replaced by Xiao Heir. That absolutely cannot happen. But Shi Yu'an noticed, and asked suspiciously, Wang what? Wang. The accumulated virtue of 3 generations, or else how would I have the chance to join Qingchuan Academy alongside 3 masters? Shouter almost broke out in a cold sweat. Why didn't you say so earlier? Such formidable masters came to apply, and I left them waiting. Aren't they going to be angry? Now Shi Yu'an was truly anxious. Even if they're angry, they wouldn't dare to leave, Shouter muttered softly. Shi Yu'an immediately went to apologize to Qin Yu and politely asked about his requirements for accommodation and classes, so that she could arrange for the 3 teachers to start work together after clarifying everything. Qin Yu seemed easy to talk to, but he kept a silk handkerchief in his hand, occasionally wiping his fair slender hands. My requirements are not high. I only teach once every 5 days for 2 hours each time. No problem. Shi Yu'an breathed a sigh of relief. For a master, this requirement was indeed nothing. Qin Yu added, I have several servants who need to be accommodated. As he spoke, a large group of servants came over. Master, there are 18 in total. Shen Fugui quickly counted them. Qin Yu immediately said, although the servants are a bit many, they are like me, not demanding, very casual. No problem. Shi Yu'an looked at the group of arrogant-looking servants and smiled. I'll arrange the most spacious courtyard for you. I also have a few cats. They are very well behaved, just timid and fond of quiet. They need fresh dried fish every day. The servants brought over several cages, and cats of different colors meowed in unison. No problem. Shi Yu'an continued to smile. I'll arrange the most secluded courtyard for you and provide the most delicious dried fish. I also have over a dozen gyukins and several boxes of rare music scores, extremely precious. Several more servants carried over heavy camphor wood boxes. No problem. Shi Yu'an was already struggling to keep smiling. I'll arrange a dedicated room for them and assign someone to guard them. My food requirements are not high either, but I don't eat pork, beef, mutton, or chicken. I don't eat shrimp, clams, or any river or seafood including fish. I don't eat scallions, ginger, garlic, or cilantro. Also, I don't like these trees. My requirements are not high. Just replace them all with pear trees. Shi Yu'an felt her head spinning. His requirements are not high. How is that different from my understanding? I want to see what kind of background this Qin Yu really has. Shi Yu'an consulted the illustrated book and read silently in her heart. Qin Yu, a great master of music skilled in Guqin, is a close friend of Consort Yi. Through Consort Yi's recommendation, he entered the palace as an imperial court musician. Hearing this, Luo Xingzhou was stunned for a moment. Consort Yi was the birth mother of Prince Jin. No wonder Master Qin and Prince Jin were so familiar. But the next moment, Shi Yu'an exclaimed in her heart, wow, what a big scoop. Master Qin deliberately became friends with Consort. He was after the late emperor from the beginning. Moreover, after entering the palace, he quickly gained the favor of the late emperor, who often summoned him to play the Guqin. Even when the late emperor had headaches, he needed to listen to Qin's music to fall asleep. By the way, among some old people in the palace, stories about the unspoken affairs between him and the late emperor still circulate. The students, including Luo Xingzhou, thought, what affairs? Do tell us in detail. I thought they were brothers, but they turned out to be sisters. But this person is too hard to please. So troublesome, I'll just push him onto Luo Xingzhou. Hearing her thoughts, Luo Xingzhou smiled helplessly and said, Master, I'll handle Master Qin. You go find the other 2 masters. Wowu classmate Luo is so thoughtful, truly the master's intimate little padded jacket. But he's so obedient that I'm embarrassed to always enslave him. Maybe I should find someone else to enslave. The others immediately felt alarm bells ringing. Master, I need to pee. Master, me too. Me too. In an instant, the students scattered like birds and beasts. Classmate Luo, then I'll trouble you. Shi Yu'an was extremely grateful, but it didn't slow her escape in the slightest. The little padded jacket, Luo Xingzhou's cheeks flushed slightly. Then he turned to walk toward Qin Yu, his expression reverting to its usual indifference. Master Qin, Prince Jin sent you here to teach students not to go on vacation. Arrange your people cats and your gyukins and books yourself otherwise. Otherwise what? Qin Yu gently lifted his hair and tucked it behind his ear. I came because Prince Jin invited me. Could he send someone to beat me? Qin Yu had a delicate appearance and graceful bearing, but no matter how young he looked, he was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. This pretentious manner made Luo Xingzhou feel uncomfortable. He frowned slightly and warned, cooperate with Master Shi's arrangements and teach well otherwise. Lowering his voice, his eyes glinting coldly. I'll make sure everyone knows about the unspeakable affairs between you and the late emperor. Qin Yu's pupils contracted. How do you know? No, you're lying. My relationship with the late emperor was pure and innocent friendship. The late emperor treated me well because he loved my Guqin music. I am a close friend of consort I entered the palace to help her maintain favor. Humph. Luo Xingzhou let out an ambiguous laugh, then turned and left. Only Qin Yu remained dressed in white, head lowered, holding his Guqin, standing in the wind for a long time, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Shi Yu'an noticed that the other two tutors had disappeared, so she had to search around only to find the martial arts champion and the students already mixing together in the training ground. It was literally mixing together. Shui Mingguang was clinging to Qi Yun's leg, Gu Wu was holding Qi Yun's arm, and even Qi Ran with his small body was hanging around Qi Yun's neck. Then the three were quickly flung off. Shen Mingxiu turned pale with fright, leaped forward to catch Qi Ran and scolded, "Who told you to fool around?" "It's fine, my body is already okay," Qi Ran assured Shen Mingxiu with a smile. After checking him from head to toe and confirming he was unharmed and his complexion was still rosy, Shen Mingxiu breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Qi Yun with dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Pei Yan and Xiao Qing also glared at Qi Yun with hostile eyes. Qi Yun raised an eyebrow and taunted, "Boys come at me all at once." Pei Yan charged first. His martial arts were among the best in Qingchuan Academy, but he couldn't gain an advantage against Qi Yun. Unwilling to accept it, he attacked repeatedly, yet still couldn't defeat Qi Yun. Next was Xiao Qing, who was the steady type focusing on defense, but he couldn't last 10 moves against Qi Yun. Finally, Shen Mingxiu. Her figure agile, she dodged Qi Yun's attacks several times, but still fell at a disadvantage. Seeing that Shen Mingxiu was about to lose, Shi Yu'an grew anxious. Are these guys stupid? He told them to come together. Why are they being polite to the martial arts champion? While Shen Mingxiu holds him off, the others should rush in. Don't you know how to fight as a team? Hearing Shi Yu'an's thoughts, Xiao Qing and Pei Yan exchanged a glance and charged together. Xiao Qing attempted a leg sweep, but Qi Yun easily dodged it. Meanwhile, Shen Mingxiu found an opening, evaded Qi Yun's attack, and struck out with a palm. Qi Yun barely dodged, then Pei Yan's fist came crashing down, grazing Qi Yun's cheek and stirring a fierce gust of wind. Seeing this, Qi Yun gradually grew excited. He no longer underestimated the three, his attacks no longer obviously holding back, but became serious. In such a battle, the three fought more and more fiercely, adopting a reckless, life-risking demeanor. Safety first, stop when touched. Shi Yu'an couldn't help reminding them. But they were already fighting as if oblivious to the world. In the end, Xiao Qing and Shen Mingxiu flanked Qi Yun from left and right, while Pei Yan seized the moment to attack head-on, landing a fierce punch squarely on Qi Yun's face. However, the three were also exhausted, all collapsing to the ground, panting like oxen. Martial arts champion, are you alright? Shi Yu'an felt a bit embarrassed. He came to apply as a teacher, but ended up being beaten by students. That was really hard to explain. Qi Yun, however, laughed heartily. They say Qingchuan Academy only has trash, but I think that's nonsense. So what if you're not good at studying? Being skilled in martial arts allows you to fight on the battlefield. You're all fine fellows. Pei Yan and the others sitting on the ground also laughed. Pei Yan said to Xiao Qing and Shen Mingxiu, I underestimated you before. You're not as weak as I imagined. It's fine, Shen Mingxiu said nonchalantly. I also only thought of you as a reckless brute. Likewise, Xiao Qing cupped his hands to them, one brute, one sissy. Pei Yan and Shen Mingxiu cursed simultaneously, you gloomy devil. The tiny bit of camaraderie they had just built up instantly shattered. Qi Yun had already happily negotiated the teaching arrangements with Shi Yu'an. Originally, I was unwilling to come to Qingchuan Academy, but I didn't expect such good prospects here. I've made a good deal. Huh. How often should classes be? Of course, 5 times a day, no 10 times. Practicing martial arts requires training in the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer. You can't stop even for a day. This young man, Qi Yun pointed to Pei Yan, has excellent aptitude and talent, but lacks practical experience. Why not just become my apprentice and I'll teach you all my unique skills? Don't make decisions on your own. The students here aren't so cooperative. Shi Yu'an didn't expect the martial arts champion to be such a chatterbox, so she could only listen patiently. But Pei Yan didn't give him that face. I won't take you as my master. With that, he left directly. Shi Yu'an quickly smiled to smooth things over. He is the son of Duke Pei with a family inheritance, so he can't casually take a master. Champion Shi, please forgive him. The Pei family. They've produced many generals. No wonder he's so arrogant. It's fine, sooner or later he'll willingly become my apprentice. And those two. Shi Yu'an pointed at Shen Mingxiu and Gu Wu. Both are agile, but lack strength. They need more training. Train them to death. Gu Wu smiled shyly. I'd rather not train. It's fine as it is. I won't train either. It's too tiring. Whoever wants to train can train. Shen Mingxiu pulled. Qi ran and left. Shi Yu'an grew anxious. That little kid is fine too. I think he's quite talented. Great. Qi ran clapped his hands joyfully and cheered. Shen Mingxiu gave him a stern look. No, your body doesn't allow it. Qi ran lowered his head in disappointment and followed Shen Mingxiu away. The only one present that Shi Yu'an could train was Shi Yu'an. Shi Yu'an quickly explained Shi Yu'an's situation to Shi Yu'an in terms of combat strength. Shi Yu'an was not inferior to Pei Yan, but he didn't understand cooperation tactics or even restraint. Shi Yu'an scratched his head, feeling troubled. It was tentatively decided that Shi Yu'an would hold classes once every 3 days, while those with better physical fitness such as Pei Yan and Huang Tianlu needed to get up early every day for an hour of practice. Shi Yu'an gathered all the students and announced the news. Everyone objected, especially those who needed to get up early for practice. I can't do it. I'd rather die than get up early. I can't either. I need to sleep until noon every day. I definitely can't. I have to walk Xiaohe and feed Xiaohong every morning. Shi Yu'an pulled Huang Tianlu out and asked, who are Xiaohe and Xiaohong? Su Qingge beside him was also curious, and then she watched as he opened his shirt, pulled out a special small box, and raised it excitedly to introduce. These are my newly raised champion crickets. This one is Xiaohe, and this one is Xiaohong. Shi Yu'an helplessly held her forehead, but Su Qingge screamed in fright, Brother Tianlu Yu, how can you keep bugs on your body? These aren't bugs, they're my beloved cricket kings. Not only do I keep them on me, I even sleep with them at night. Su Qingge couldn't believe it. They are bugs, disgusting bugs. Huang Tianlu retorted angrily, they're not disgusting, they're much cuter than you. Su Qingge asked unwillingly, if I fell into water with them, who would you save? Huang Tianlu answered without hesitation, of course I'd save them. How could you be more important than them? Fine, 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 you can spend your whole life with your bugs. Su Qingge left a harsh remark and ran away crying. Shi Yu'an helplessly held her forehead. This couple's bad ending came too quickly. According to my script, Su Qingge was supposed to witness Huang Tianlu picking his nose, scratching his feet, being unhygienic, and then having 2 stupid brothers before she'd leave in anger. I never expected she'd wake up just because of 2 crickets. Huang Tianlu's stupid brothers, Xiaoqing and Zhu Minglang, so we had a role after all. Su Qingyao suddenly, I feel a bit sorry for my sister, what should I do? But Shi Yu'an's plan wasn't over yet. Next it's time to start the hero saves beauty plan. No. 2. Who should I choose this time? I can't choose someone as messy as Huang Tianlu again. Let's go with Xiaoqing. When Xiaoqing isn't teamed up with Huang Tianlu and Zhu Minglang, he looks reliable. Xiaoqing silently moved a little away from his 2 brothers, then received a throat-slitting warning from them. Xiaoqing shot them a provocative expression. The teacher said he was better than them. But Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts quickly extinguished his pride. First arrange for Xiaoqing to save the beauty, then let Su Qingge see his true colors, and she'll be disillusioned immediately. After all, what girl would like a gloomy person who loves torture? Huang Tianlu and Zhu Minglang rolled on the ground, laughing, while Xiaoqing chased them and kicked their backsides. Shi Yu'an watched the 3 of them causing chaos at every moment and felt a headache coming on. Quiet. Listen to my next plan. Shi Yu'an scanned the crowd. Pei Yan and Gu Wu cooperate with Shui Mingwang to pretend to be ghosts and scare Su Qingge. Remember, Su Qingge is not a coward like Shen Fuguwei. If it's not realistic, she won't be frightened. I'm not a coward. Shen Fuguwei mustered his courage, then weakly raised his hand. Master, I request to join Shui Mingwang's group. I'm not afraid. I definitely won't be scared. Shi Yu'an looked at him with newfound respect and nodded in agreement. Fine, you'll be the atmosphere group responsible for being scared. Just like before, trembling, screaming, rolling on the ground. Enhance the terrifying atmosphere. Shen Fuguwei. Shi Yu'an continued assigning tasks. At the right moment, Xiaoqing will appear and defeat you. You must cooperate, especially Pei Yan. You need to learn to throw the fight. Not only must you lose, but you must lose cleanly and pathetically, then find a way to exit the scene. Pei Yan raised his chin arrogantly. Lose. The word lose doesn't exist in my dictionary. Shi Yu'an sneered. Then I'll have Scholar Chi teach you some manners. Pei Yan let out an angry snort and fell silent. Everyone else handles logistics and backup. Be ready to step in at any moment. Make sure everything goes flawlessly. Understood? Understood. Remember, our core mission is the hero saving the beauty. The goal is to make Su Qingge fall for Xiaoqing, but the ultimate purpose is to shatter the girl's blind worship of heroism. Got it. Got it. Everyone answered in unison. After confirming a few more details, they began their preparations. Meanwhile, Su Qingge had been sitting alone by the spring, heartbroken for quite a while. Gu Wu had been watching her from the small grove behind her. Seeing everyone arrive, he lowered his voice. We can't get too close. She practices martial arts and is still alert. Shi Yu'an nodded and patted Xiaoqing's shoulder. Go first to build some goodwill. Remember, you're playing the steady and reliable persona. You appear later than Huang Tianlu, but your performance must outshine his. Xiaoqing nodded. Got it. Shi Yu'an watched him walk off. Later, group, be ready. Start the action whenever Xiaoqing gives the signal. Xiaoqing sat down beside Su Qingge and asked, "Are you alright?" Su Qingge ignored him. He didn't speak again, simply sitting quietly beside her before saying earnestly, "I'm sorry." Su Qingge asked in confusion, "Why are you apologizing to me?" Xiaoqing replied honestly, "Huang Tianlu is my classmate. I'm ashamed of his behavior, so I apologize to you on his behalf." Behind them, Huang Tianlu was furious. "Do I need him to apologize for me? He's meddling in others' business." But Shi Yu'an thought Xiaoqing's move was clever. "You don't understand. Gossiping about the same person is one of the fastest ways to build a connection." Xiaoqing did well. Sure enough, Su Qingge became eager to talk, pouring out her complaints about Huang Tianlu like beans from a sack. "You think he went too far too, right? He actually thought 2 bugs were more important than me." Xiaoqing nodded. "Yes, he's excessive, he's disgusting, he deserves to die." Huang Tianlu clenched his fists. "I'm going to get him." Zhu Minglang beside him held him back. "Don't act rashly." Xiaoqing added, "He also has a gluttonous, despicable brother. If you ever run into them, stay far away." Zhu Minglang, "Let's go. We'll get him together." "Calm down, it's all strategy." Shi Yu'an reassured them. "He definitely doesn't mean it." But Xiaoqing's words struck hard. He sighed. "I often feel I can't fit in with them because I'm not despicable enough. Tell me, is it my fault for having such lousy classmates?" Su Qingge was deeply moved. "I understand you. I've been wondering why I always meet men like LuoXingzhou and Huang Tianlu. Is it because I'm not good enough myself?" Hearing this, Huang Tianlu was puzzled. He just loved fighting crickets. How was he on the same level as scum like LuoXingzhou? Su Qingge continued, "I actually knew LuoXingzhou was bad early on. Every time, he made me yield to Zhao Huaner. When Zhao Huaner fell and said I pushed her, LuoXingzhou wouldn't listen to my explanation and made me apologize. When Zhao Huaner coveted my hairpin, LuoXingzhou told me to give it to her without a second thought. When Zhao Huaner poisoned me, LuoXingzhou said I staged it myself." "Wait." Xiaoqing was shocked. "He didn't ask you to extract heart's blood for 49 days to use as medicine for his cousin, did he?" "How do you know?" Su Qingge was stunned. "He did say Zhao Huaner had a cough, and only my heart's blood could cure her. When I refused, he ignored me for days." "Teacher sure said that. She said some storybooks write it that way." Xiaoqing added, "Our bodies and hair are gifts from our parents. Only a fool would harm themselves for someone else. But my mother taught me that to find happiness, I must tolerate everything about a man. So I endured when LuoXingzhou favored Zhao Huaner, and I didn't mind that Huang Tianlu was so ugly." Su Qingge was heartbroken. "But why? After all my tolerance, why can't they treat me well?" Huang Tianlu felt another stab. The others all looked at Su Qingyao, and Shi Yu'an directly asked, "Is this how your mother raises children?" Su Qingyao thought back. Her mother was indeed very dependent on her father, often telling the 2 sisters when they were young how exceptional he was. But at such times, little Qingyao would retort, "If father is so exceptional, why doesn't he take the imperial exams? Is he disdainful? Why doesn't father enter officialdom or become an official? Is it because he doesn't want to? Father has never bought mother any hairpins, jewelry, or silks. Is it because mother doesn't like them?" After that, her mother never spoke to her about her father again. She never expected her mother to go and poison her poor sister's mind. Su Qingyao desperately wanted to rush over and tell her sister that her mother's tolerance of her father's philandering had only resulted in his frequenting brothels and staying out all night. Her mother's tolerance of her father's incompetence had turned him into a freeloader who used her dowry to support other women. Unconditional concession only emboldens a man. At that moment, Xiaoqing suddenly spoke. "My father is an official in the Criminal Justice Bureau. I started sneaking into the bureau at age 11. Later, seeing my interest in criminal cases, he began telling me about such matters. I've seen many case files of wife abuse, wife murder, and wife pawning. Do you know what kind of women most of the victims were?" Su Qingge shook her head, then said, "They must not have been good enough, not gentle or considerate enough, not skilled at managing the household, or they were unfaithful and did something shameful." Xiaoqing shook his head. "On the contrary, most victims were gentle, fragile, forgiving women who gave their husbands everything they asked for." "How can that be?" Su Qingge covered her mouth in fright. "They treated their husbands so well. Why would their husbands be so cruel to them?" Xiaoqing sneered. "Because their husbands were wicked from the start. A wicked man with no bottom line. If you think being good to him will redeem him and change him, that's not kindness, that's stupidity." Xiaoqing's words were so striking that even Shi Yu'an was astonished. "I never expected Xiaoqing to be so perceptive. He's right. We should have chosen a good person from the start rather than hoping to change a bad one." Su Qingge had already recovered from her fright and asked again, "So when a woman encounters a villain, is she doomed to just wait helplessly?" Xiaoqing replied, "That's the second point I want to make. The victims of those wife-killing cases were innocent, no doubt about it. But as I said, they kept retreating, and that only emboldened the evildoers' malice. You must understand, villains bully the weak and fear the strong. If you are weak, they will harm you without restraint. If you are strong, they will think twice." Su Qingge lowered her head in thought for a moment, then tossed the pebble in her hand into the water. With a soft plop, a tiny ripple spread across the surface. "From now on, may I call you Xiaoqing Gich?" Huang Tianlu muttered, "What a fickle woman." "Of course, Qingge Mimi." Xiaoqing answered smoothly. Xiaoqing sat with Su Qingge by the spring for a while longer. When the sky began to darken, he said, "It's getting dark. Let's leave quickly. We can't stay by the spring for long." From the leaves behind them came a rustling sound. "Why can't we stay long?" Suqingga asked curiously. "Haven't you heard the legend?" Xiaoqing's tone suddenly turned somber. What legend?" "The spring water of Qingchuan Academy has." "Oh, never mind, I'd better not say it, or you'll be scared." Hearing this, Suqingga grew tense. "What is it? Is there a ghost in the water?" "Shoo." Xiaoqing stopped her in alarm. "Don't say that word here. Anyway, let's get out of here quickly." Suqingga hurriedly followed Xiaoqing away, but to leave the lakeside they had to cross a small grove of trees. And when Xiaoqing uttered that code phrase, the people in the grove had already begun to act. Just as Suqingga and Xiaoqing stepped into the grove, the trees began to sway, without wind, and strange birds seemed to fly overhead, emitting eerie cries. "Be careful," Xiaoqing warned. Suqingga nodded, terrified to the core. I need to get out of here quickly." As she spoke, she turned to look back at Xiaoqing, only to find that there was no one behind her. Xiaoqing giggled. Suqingga called out in fear, but only the strange cries answered her. Suddenly a ghostly shadow flashed past, making Suqingga scream in fright. "Who is it?" Suqingga shouted. The shadow darted past again, and Suqingga's legs turned to jelly. Just then she felt a hand on her shoulder. "Is that you?" Xiaoqing giggled. Suqingga turned around in pleasant surprise, only to meet the ghastly pale face of Shuimingguang. She was so terrified that her soul seemed to flee. Instinctively she kicked Shuimingguang and bolted away. What she didn't know was that behind a large tree not far away, Xiaoqing was being beaten in turn by his good brothers Huang Tianlu and Zhu Minglang. "Talking bad about us behind our backs, huh? Calling us sleazy. You don't play crickets. You don't pick your nose. Being brothers with us. Is it beneath you? Cut ties, we must cut ties." "Enough." Seeing Suqingga run far away, Shi Yu'an quickly called out, "Xiaoqing, go after her now." At this moment she must be terrified. Your appearance will surely give her a sense of security. Xiaoqing was about to chase after her when he noticed a large blaze of torchlight outside the grove. Shi Yu'an and the others also sensed something wrong and quickly followed. Liangshinin had arrived with a squad of garrison soldiers and directly seized Suqingga. "Liangshinin, let me go. I won't go with you." Suqingga shouted in anger. "Qingga Mimi, you are my betrothed. I refuse to let you stay in this rundown academy. Come back with me, and we'll choose an auspicious day to marry as soon as possible." "I don't want to marry you. You are not a good person at all. You are cruel to your servants, you stop at nothing to achieve your goals, you are arrogant and conceited, and you have a shameless relationship with Zhao Huaner. I tell you, I can't accept any of your sordid affairs. I only find them disgusting." "What did you say?" Liangshinin's gaze instantly turned vicious, then he laughed. "These are all trivial matters. After so long together, can't you overlook these little flaws of mine?" "Ha!" Suqingga spat. "I, Suqingga, am not a bad person. Why should I demean myself to match a scumbag? Liangshinin, you are not worthy of me. I deserve the best." "Qingga." Suqingyao, seeing her sister captured, grew anxious. "Don't panic. We won't abandon her." Shi Yu'an asked Xiaode, "How is this scumbag still in the academy?" "I drove them out with the academy guards, but I didn't expect him to be unable to win and actually go back to summon reinforcements. How shameless." Xiaode said indignantly. "A mere marquis's mansion actually keeps so many garrison soldiers." No wonder Su Qingyao later found evidence that the Wuhan Marquis mansion was plotting rebellion. They really were up to no good. "Fellow students, when someone tries to snatch a person from our academy, what should we do?" Shi Yu'an asked. "Fight them." Shi Yu'an shook his head in exasperation. "Stop thinking about fighting all the time. The most important thing is to find a way to rescue the person. Qin Fugui, and I will go negotiate with them first to buy time. Luo Xingzhou, you quickly arrange for someone to go out and find help. Xiao to swiftly gather all available combat power in the academy to block these people. Pei Yan, you take a few skilled students and seize the opportunity to rescue Suqingga. Remember, you must ensure the safety of the hostage and yourself." "Understood." Everyone carried out their duties. Shi Yu'an and the students first stepped forward to negotiate with Liangshinin, while Xiaode and the guards lurked around ready to act. "Liangshinin, in the name of a teacher of Qingchuan Academy, I demand that you release my student." Liangshinin sneered. "Do you think you useless lot can stand against the garrison soldiers of the Wuhan Marquis mansion? Don't hurt them, or I'll make you pay." Suqingga struggled, but 2 garrison soldiers held her arms, rendering her immobile. "Are you so concerned about them?" Liangshinin looked at Suqingga with displeasure. "Didn't you say I was the most important person to you? Why do you care about them so much?" "I won't allow it. You're sick. That's my sister, my teacher, and my classmates. Who are you, a scumbag, to talk nonsense?" Liangshinin suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Suqingga by the throat, threatening, "What do you think others will think after you spend tonight with me? By then who else could you marry but me, eh? What do you want to do?" Suqingga's face reddened with discomfort. Su Qingyao instantly understood his intent. "Liangshinin, let Qingga go. If you dare do anything to her, the princess's mansion will not let you off." But Liangshinin paid no heed to Su Qingyao, his eyes fixed darkly on Suqingga. "What do I want to do? Don't you know? Tonight is our wedding night. After tonight you will be my woman." You're insane." "I am insane." Suqingga, you were the one who seduced me first, who made me fall in love with you. Liang Xinan's gaze grew increasingly obsessive as he tightened his fingers around her throat. Suqingga, you are mine. If I have to give you to someone else, I'd rather destroy you. Damn, negotiations broke down. Liang Xinan has turned twisted and deranged. Shi Yu'an gave the order, attack. Rescue the hostage. The two sides clashed, and amidst the chaos Pei Yan and the others began to act. Shi Yu'an also arrived, tossing over several spears. Lads, take your weapons. Pei Yan, Huang, Tianlu, Shaoqing, and even Xue Mingwang grabbed spears and charged into the fray, routing the enemy. Pei Yan in particular wielded his spear with such ferocity and might that he seemed unstoppable, making Shi Yuan's eyes light up. Huang, Tianlu, and Shaoqing were also decent, but their usual weapons were probably not spears, so they were a bit rusty. Still, they worked well together, coordinating their attacks effectively. Xue Mingwang, not knowing how to use a spear, simply threw it aside and charged like a wild beast, using sheer brute force to knock down several of the Liang Mansion's garrison soldiers. Shen Mingxiu did not take a weapon. Shi Yu'an was about to hand him his own. I have a weapon. Shi Yu'an was puzzled when he saw a silver flash between Shen Mingxiu's fingers. A flying dart shot out, striking Liang Xinan in the arm. Then two more darts flew out, hitting the two guards holding Suqingga. Seeing this, Shi Yu'an felt a chill at the back of his neck. So this was the guy's true strength. Suqingga saw the opportunity and tried to escape, but she didn't notice Liang Xinan's eyes darken as he thrust a dagger toward her. Witnessing this, everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. Suddenly, two figures sped past. Gu Wu had somehow already reached Liang Xinan's side. He reached out and pressed on Liang Xinan's wrist, and with a light twist, a crack was heard. Liang Xinan's hand broke and the dagger fell to the ground. Shen Mingxiu had wrapped his arm around Suqingga's waist, lightly touched his toes, and carried her out of the encirclement. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But soon a sudden change occurred. Shen Mingxiu triggered a mechanism in the tree. The petals originally prepared for Shaoqing fluttered down, scattering a romantic rain of petals over Shen Mingxiu and Suqingga's heads. The sound of the zither followed the moonlight, illuminating the handsome man and beautiful woman amidst the petal rain like a peerless masterpiece of a painting. Master Qin, where did you pop up from? Shi Yu'an broke down. Qin, you smiled. This scene and this moment call for a zither piece. Don't you come and join the fun at a time like this? Watching Suqingga look up at Shen Mingxiu with that gaze, Shi Yu'an felt everything was lost. In this plan, she had never even considered letting Shen Mingxiu step in. Why? Because she was afraid of things getting out of hand. After all, Shen Mingxiu's features were too handsome. It was truly easy to make people fall in love. And not only was Shen Mingxiu good-looking, he was also clean and refined with an ethereal temperament and steady emotions. There was no way to slander someone like him. Besides, even if he had some flaws, so what? A good face could overcome everything. Plans couldn't keep up with changes, so she had no choice but to resign herself to asking Qi Ran about the situation. The two of them, one big and one small, stuck together day and night. Qi Ran must be the one who knew him best. Does Shen Mingxiu pick his nose? Qi Ran's little face shook like a rolling wave. Mingxiu loves cleanliness the most. Does he play with crickets? Mingxiu is not that childish. He says that's called being obsessed with frivolous pursuits. Then does he have any flaws? Preferably the perverted, sleazy kind. Mingxiu is the best. He is the most perfect person in my heart. Shi Yu'an's hanging heart finally died. Huang Tianlu, however, refused to believe it. Impossible. No one is perfect. He must have flaws. Like? Asked Shi Yu'an. Huang Tianlu racked his brains, but could only choke out, he's too clean, not a trace of manliness. Shi Yu'an frowned with disgust. If manliness equals stench, then it's better not to have it. He's effeminate. He never curses or tells dirty jokes. Shaoqing said. Shi Yu'an was speechless. Figure out the difference between a flaw and a virtue before you speak. I know his flaw. Zhu Minglang said excitedly. He likes studying corpses, and the books he reads are all about dead people. Really creepy. Shi Yu'an recalled the time when Shen Mingxiu examined the victim's body with earnest seriousness while digging in the backyard of the Zheng residence. She shook her head. You don't understand. Examining corpses is his skill. People with strong professional abilities who are serious about their work have the most charm. Shaoqing immediately became dissatisfied. Examining corpses is also part of the penal system. He studies corpse examination and I study punishment. What's the difference between us? Of course it's different, Shi Yu'an blurted out. You are bloody, violent, fierce, cold, and darkly crawling. He is radiant, undivided, and peerless. How can that be the same? Shaoqing shouted indignantly. I am also for justice. Shi Yu'an's gaze toward him darkened, and she sighed. Then when you study more cruel torture instruments, can you still tell whether it's for justice or for proving yourself? Shaoqing opened his mouth, but the words of rebuttal never came out. In his mind appeared a man covered in blood saying to him, Are you a coward? Can't even bear to look at this kind of scene. Then get the hell out of the penal bureau. Actually back then he wasn't scared. He knew that man was a great general who defended the country. But because someone accused him of treason and collusion with the enemy, he became a prisoner in the penal bureau. He asked his father, is the general really guilty? His father said perhaps yes, perhaps no. At that time he still had burning passion and questioned his father. Why arrest him without solid evidence? Why torture him? He had clearly won the battle. He had clearly repelled the enemy and safeguarded the border. Why torture him? He still remembered his father's cold eyes. So what if he's innocent? So what if there's no evidence? Everyone sent to the penal bureau goes through this. If you can't accept it, then this place is not for you. A few days later, he heard that the general covered in wounds had confessed. In the end, the general was beheaded and his family was exiled to a bitter cold land. He felt terrible inside, so he left the penal bureau, left home, and exiled himself to Qingchuan Academy. But deep down, he still harbored a stubborn spirit. He wanted to prove himself, to force himself to accept those cruel punishments, and to return to the penal bureau. Yet at some point, he seemed to have forgotten that his original goal was to be a good official who sought the truth and sought justice for the people. Huang Tianlu and Zhu Minglang comforted Xiaoqing. Brother, it's okay. Although your hobby is indeed a bit bloody, your temper is a bit gloomy, your feet are a bit smelly, but we don't despise you. Get lost. Xiaoqing cursed without good humor, but miraculously the sadness in his heart dissipated quite a bit. At that moment, the reinforcements Luo Xingzhou had called also arrived. The Prince of Jin's garrison troops entered the academy and directly surrounded all the people from the Marquis of Wuan's estate. Luo Xingzhou's gaze turned icy as he looked at Liang Shunan. Young Lord Liang, I will report tonight's incident to His Highness the Prince of Jin. Dare to cause trouble at Qingchuan Academy. You'd better give His Highness an explanation. Faced with the Prince of Jin's garrison troops, Liang Shunan could only surrender, but he still glared hatefully at Su Qingga. Qingga, you wait, I'll definitely take you home. In this life you can only marry me. I can go home without you picking me up, don't come near me. Su Qingga ignored him directly and hugged Shen Mingxiu tightly. Shen Mingxiu only snapped back to reality from the petal rain, about to let go of Su Qingga. Well, he couldn't. Su Qingga was stuck to his embrace like glue. Don't worry, it's safe now. Shen Mingxiu could only comfort her gently. But he's so fierce, I'm scared. Now we are strong, and they are weak. He should be afraid of you. But he's glaring at me, he wants to strangle me, and he said he would defile my chastity. Don't be afraid. Shen Mingxiu, seeing that she seemed truly frightened, gently patted Su Qingga's head to soothe her. If he glares at you, I'll gouge out his eyes. If he strangles you, I'll cripple his hands. If he ever harbors dirty thoughts toward you again, I'll completely ruin him, so he can never be a man again. As long as I, Shen Mingxiu, am here, I will never let him hurt you in the slightest. As he spoke, Shen Mingxiu's gaze toward Liang Shunan erupted with killing intent. Liang Shunan felt a chill down his spine and, frightened, averted his gaze. Meanwhile, Su Qingga, smelling the fresh and clean scent on Shen Mingxiu, felt for the first time that someone had given her a complete sense of security. She couldn't help but hug Shen Mingxiu even tighter. Brother Mingxiu, with you here, I'm not afraid. Only then did Shen Mingxiu realize something seemed off. A lady Qingga, you. Don't call me lady, I'll call me Qingga. Well, I am. Oh, it's all wrong. This was Xiaoqing's part. Shen Mingxiu, you're stealing the scene. Shi Yu'an hurried over, pulled Su Qingga, who was stuck in Shen Mingxiu's arms, away, and shoved her into Su Qingyao's hands. Everyone move. Xiaoda and Luo Xingzhou, I'll trouble you to escort the people from the Marquis of Wuan's estate to the authorities. Minhan, check for any injured. Shen Mingxiu, stay. The rest of you go eat, don't just stand around. The others dispersed, but Su Qingga was still reluctant to leave. Shen Mingxiu looked at Shi Yu'an with a pleading gaze. Master, save me. Shi Yu'an spread her hands, indicating she was helpless. You played the hero saving the beauty, made a domineering declaration, and stirred the girl's heart. What can I do? You didn't know to hold back just now, and now that this situation has arisen, you're not innocent either. Su Qingyao dragged Su Qingga away while Shen Mingxiu grabbed Shi Yu'an's robe and called out pitifully, Master. Shi Yu'an thought for a moment and said, how about you perform a handstand, pick your nose, then swallow Huang Tianlu's 2 crickets alive, and finally laugh uproariously 3 times, shouting, I am not human. Maybe you still have a chance to change her opinion of you. Shen Mingxiu silently withdrew his hand. Master, this student still wants to be a human being. Shi Yu'an patted his shoulder. Being a human or being a son-in-law? Choose one yourself. After a day of strenuous activity, Shi Yu'an was too exhausted to even think about eating. Upon returning to her lodgings, she intended to write a letter to Master Qingzhou detailing the day's events. First, she spoke of the new students. The 2 girls are polar opposites, one quiet, one lively. The elder sister Su Qingyao appears rational, yet she habitually shoulders all the family responsibilities alone. Over time, this will surely strain her heart and spirit, leading to an early demise. But I believe that with the help of our loving students, she will soon integrate into this warm family of ours. A change of environment might adjust her mindset and bring about a turning point. The younger sister Su Qingga is impulsive and hot-tempered, a hopeless romantic through and through. As for the so-called hopeless romantic, in my understanding it refers to someone who desperately yearns for preferential treatment, yet never receives it. Thus, she places all her hopes on a future partner. No matter how worthless that person may be, just a little sweetness will make her recklessly throw herself into the flames, utterly incapable of being awakened. A veritable pig's brain. Fortunately, I already have a plan. Together with the students, I intend to fight fire with fire. The plan was progressing smoothly and within my control, but as they say, plans can't keep up with changes, and it has deviated slightly from its course. But rest assured, it's not a big problem. After this incident, I have pondered deeply and wish to share my thoughts with you. After writing a lengthy, rambling letter, Shi Yu'an then thought of the newly arrived teachers who had come to apply. She had already heard from Xiaode that these 3 scholars were close friends of Master Xingzhou. Their decision to apply here was largely due to Master Xingzhou's influence. Thus, at the end of the letter, she expressed her gratitude for this matter. The 3 scholars are all formidable individuals. Suddenly, she recalled something. 3 scholars. Then where was the 4th? She abruptly stood up, a look of terror on her face. Where's my great scholar? Has he vanished into thin air? But soon Shi Yu'an had no time to dwell on the missing scholar, for someone came to report that there was trouble in the dining hall. The students were in an uproar. Shi Yu'an rushed over post-haste, only to learn that a thief had struck the dining hall, stealing 2 whole pigs. Now 2 pigs were nothing to sneeze at, but these were no ordinary pigs. They were 2 roast suckling pigs personally prepared by the Qingchuan culinary god Zhang Chengren. According to reports, after Zhang Chengren had finished roasting the pigs he had just sliced and plated one, when turning around he discovered that the other pig had escaped. He searched everywhere, and when he returned the sliced one was gone too. By the time Shi Yu'an hurried over, all the students and kitchen staff had already searched high and low 3 times. Not even a trace of the pig's shadows had been found. Could it be that everyone remembers wrong? Perhaps we never made roast suckling pig today? Shi Yu'an asked. Impossible. The answer came not from a kitchen hand, but from Zhu Minglang, who declared with utmost certainty. I came by when Chef Zhang was choosing the pigs today. One of the pigs was even selected by me personally. Later, when the pigs went into the oven, I came again. The last time I came was half an hour ago. I could already smell the aroma. Wait, Shi Yu'an exclaimed in astonishment. How did you have so much time to come here? Half an hour ago, weren't we locked in fierce battle with the troops of the Wuan Marquis' residence? Zhu Minglang was calm and composed. I just grabbed a moment to pop over for a look. Just a look. Shi Yu'an didn't believe him. And I also ate a bowl of noodles plus 2 flatbreads with some side dishes. We were risking our lives while you were feasting alone. Huang Tianlu and Xiao Qing leaped up in fury to strike him. You bastard, not satisfied with noodles, you also had flatbreads. You even had side dishes with your flatbreads. That's beside the point. Zhu Minglang defied his usual demeanor, his expression grimly serious. I'm not in the mood to joke with you right now. There's serious business at hand. What business? I want to find my pig. My crispy, golden, tender, juicy, and fragrant little suckling pig that melts in your mouth. Do you know how long I've been craving this? Zhu Minglang wore a look of utter devastation. My little pigs, how can I go on without you? Hearing his description and thinking of Zhang Chengren's divine culinary skills, and then of the little pigs, now roaming somewhere unknown, the other students couldn't help but shed tears of longing from their mouths. A theft of food from our mouths is an irreconcilable hatred. We must not let this petty thief go. No, this pig thief. Even if we have to turn the entire academy upside down, we must find those 2 pigs tonight. Just then Zhang Chengren spoke up. Although it's too late to roast pigs today, I can prepare other dishes. No, Zhu Minglang refused sternly. This is not just about 2 pigs. This concerns the dignity of the academy, the dignity of food lovers. Seeing that their usually cheerful, carefree good brother was genuinely heartbroken, Huang Tianlu and Xiao Qing exchanged a glance and immediately made their decision. We'll go find the pigs now. When we catch that pig thief, we'll give him a good beating. This operation is codenamed the Vanishing Pig. A crowd of people set off on a grand pig hunting expedition. There are grease strips here. Follow this clue and we'll surely find the pig thief. Xiao Qing was the first to discover a lead. There's some here too. Someone shouted. And over here. It's heading toward the back mountain. The group followed the trail of grease strips and finally found a bundle in a patch of grass. My pig. Zhu Minglang pounced on it, opening it to find only a pile of bones. Damnation. They didn't even leave us a single scrap of meat. Both pigs gnawed so cleanly. What is this thief, a pig or a dog? Not right. Shen Mingxiu examined the scattered bones. There aren't 2 pigs here. Saying this, she quickly pieced the bones together. Indeed, there was only 1 pig. A clever trick. Shi Yu'an praised, then analyzed. This thief is quite cunning. They placed 2 pig skulls here to mislead us. Moreover, judging by how clean the bones are, the thief ate very thoroughly, wasting nothing. At a normal eating pace, the other pig should not have been devoured yet, Zhu Minglang said. But what if more than 1 person ate it? Impossible. Zhu Minglang declared firmly. This thief risked capture to steal the pigs and gnawed the bones so clean. They must be a true food lover. You don't understand the heart of a food enthusiast. They would never share with anyone. Everyone turned to look at Zhu Minglang, whose eyes were now gleaming with wisdom. What the hell? Eating alone and still so righteous. Shi Yu'an grumbled inwardly. Just then Pei Yan led a dog over. This dog has a keen sense of smell. It might be able to help. A godsend. Shi Yu'an immediately had the dog sniff the cloth that had wrapped the bones. Soon the dog led everyone to a tree. The group peered around. Good heavens. The thief was still wolfing down the pig in large mouthfuls. Only when everyone got close did she react, holding up a greasy pig trotter with a sheepish, guilty grin. You want some? Shi Yu'an leaned in for a closer look. The thief was a somewhat older woman, her face smeared with grease and grime, yet her eyes were strikingly beautiful, clear, full of spirit, and tinged with an innocent, unworldly bewilderment. A sudden thought struck Shi Yu'an. You wouldn't be Master Fu, would you? Burp. The woman let out a loud belch. I'm Fu Baixue. I'm here to be a teacher. The food here is great. I'm willing to stay. Why did you steal our roast suckling pig? Zhu Minglang demanded indignantly. As a teacher, how could you steal the student's pig? Burp. Fu Baixue took another big bite. Sorry, the aroma made me lose my mind. Under everyone's interrogation, Fu Baixue admitted to eating the roast suckling pig, but she refused to acknowledge being a pig thief. I came to your academy to be a teacher, didn't I? You left me neglected and nearly starved, so shouldn't I fend for myself? Moreover, these two little pigs lured me with their irresistible aroma, making me wander into the kitchen in a daze, and then in that same daze I stole the pig. How can this be blamed on me? Zhu Minglang couldn't accept this explanation and questioned her. If you were going to steal one, why steal two? You didn't even leave one for us. I just didn't want the little pig to be lonely. Going into my stomach together means they'll have company. You're just a glutton. Can savoring delicious food be called stealing? After quite a while, Fu Baixue battled verbally with the students and ultimately refused to surrender the last half of the roast suckling pig. Zhu Minglang was initially unsatisfied, but 3 sentences from Fu Baixue dissipated all his anger. Do you know the 18 ways to prepare suckling pig? Can you craft the most exquisite dipping sauce in the world? Have you ever tasted a delicacy that resonates with your very soul? Zhu Minglang shook his head, feeling both defeated and intensely curious, his emotions ultimately transforming into a craving for culinary knowledge. Please teach me, master. Fu Baixue smiled and nodded merrily. No problem. Since you also appreciate fine food, I will certainly teach you how to properly savor the ultimate delicacies. Shi Yu'an thought this situation doesn't seem right. You weren't brought here to teach this. The next morning, wails echoed through the entire academy. That day marked the implementation of the academy's new curriculum plan. At dawn, Shi Yu'an had Qi Yin strike a bronze gong outside the dormitory. All students, prepare yourselves. In a quarter of an hour, run to the training ground for morning exercises. Those who fail to arrive on time will be punished with 5 laps around the training ground. There was no response. Shi Yu'an waved her hand and shouted to let a squad of guards charging inside. Aunt Lan was responsible for the female students' quarters. A quarter of an hour later, all the students stumbled out bleary-eyed with disheveled clothes and messy hair. Qi Yu'an then led everyone running toward the training ground. At the training ground, Shi Yu'an had a high platform erected at the front and publicly announced the new academy rules and curriculum plan. Upon hearing that they would have to rise at dawn every day, attend 7 classes, and not be dismissed until dusk, everyone felt as if the sky had collapsed. This was utterly unacceptable for the Qingchuan students, who were accustomed to waking whenever they pleased, having no fixed class times, and being taught whatever came to mind. Waking up so early will shorten our lives. I want to sleep until I naturally wake up. What's the use of taking so many classes? Do we look like we can actually learn anything? Exactly. Since no one has any hopes for us anyway, we might as well eat well, drink well, and idle our lives away. Shi Yu'an cast her gaze over everyone. Through the days of interaction, she had gained a basic understanding of most students. Her understanding was not solely reliant on the character files, which recorded significant events from a person's birth to death, including turning points and ultimate fates. But through spending time with the students, Shi Yu'an felt something beyond the thin pages of the files. They were people with emotions, thoughts, flesh, and blood. So unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't proactively look into their life stories. These students each had their own strengths and distinct personalities. But as children abandoned by their families, their problems were indeed significant. Thus, as their teacher, she now faced the greatest challenge, motivating them to study. Students, please hear me out. I know you were born into luxury with no worries about food or clothing, but you must understand one thrives in adversity and perishes in comfort. Though the Qing state is currently free of war, the barbarian tribes to the north eye us covetously, while the Li state to the east and the Chang state to the west await their opportunity. As the future pillars of this nation, if you remain lethargic and dispirited, how can our land remain secure in the long run? How can our families and nation endure? When that time comes, will you still possess your luxurious garments and comfortable days? Will your families and friends remain safe and sound? Shi Yu'an's questioning left everyone in silence. They had overheard Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts before and knew that the Qing state would soon plunge into chaos. Even if Shi Yu'an survived and General Shi didn't turn traitor once border conflicts erupted, could the Qing state truly withstand the enemy? The 3 newly arrived teachers also wore grave expressions, especially Qi Yu'an, who harbored a fervent desire to serve his country. Unfortunately, as the sole surviving male heir of the Qi family, all the previous generation having perished in battle, the emperor would never permit him to go to the border, even for the sake of his reputation. He was consumed with anxiety. Though the border had been relatively peaceful for a few years, he always felt it was merely the calm before a storm, and that the enemy was surely plotting something. That was why in his desperation he had struck a deal with Prince Jean. Though Prince Jean wasn't at the center of the court, he had extensive connections and a deeply calculating mind. Initially, he had planned to sneak off to the border without telling his family, but Prince Jin had stopped him, saying that the border didn't need an untrained soldier, but the Qing state needed a formidable general. So he had stayed training diligently in martial arts and eventually earned the title of martial champion. But then Prince Jin ordered him to come to Qingchuan Academy. At first, he truly believed this was just a playground for the idle rich, and he was deeply resentful. But now he saw things differently. What the Qing state needed wasn't just one formidable general, but the seeds of succession to be passed down. And Qingchuan Academy was trying to plant those very seeds in the hearts of its students. Shi Yu'an's resounding voice continued. The youth are the future of the nation. If the youth are strong, the nation shall be strong. You are the hope of the Qing state. Everyone was astonished. We are the future and hope of the nation. Just us. My family says I'm good for nothing but eating. My father says the sight of me annoys him and tells me not to come home unless necessary. My mother says I'm useless except for causing trouble, unlike my elder brother, who was already on the battlefield at 15 and became a deputy general at 22. She sent me to Qingchuan Academy so I wouldn't affect my brother's career. Most of us were sent here for similar reasons. Even Luo Xingzhou was thrown here after disappointing his family, wasn't he? Many eyes turned to Luo Xingzhou. He was different from the others. While they lacked talent, he was hailed as a prodigy, yet he too had ended up in this place. Overhearing the murmurs, Shi Yu'an spoke calmly. What do you think learning is for? Just to write essays? To pass the imperial exams? To become officials? No, learning is to understand reason, and understanding reason enables one to establish oneself in the world. Not everyone needs to become a marquis or minister, but none of you should be utterly useless. Not everyone needs to be steeped in erudition, but none of you should be ignorant and unlearned. Studying literature cultivates wisdom and discernment. Studying martial arts strengthens the body and fosters self-reliance. Wealth and family legacy are but external possessions. Only the skills you truly master become your own. In the future, whether you enter officialdom to safeguard a region or manage a household and uphold your family's honor, you can stand tall and proud, never dependent on others' whims. Luo Xingzhou's eyes flickered with emotion. Yes, learning is to understand reason. Yet there was still one matter that remained unclear to him. Was it because he hadn't read enough books? From now on, the Academy will resolutely enforce the new regulations. As Qingchuan students, you must exercise in the morning to strengthen your bodies, diligently study to expand your knowledge, and strictly adhere to the Academy's discipline to cultivate your character. From this day forward, you must abandon your lazy habits, cast aside your wayward natures, and not squander the prime of your youth, nor disappoint your teachers' expectations, nor waste this opportunity to study and establish yourselves. May the day you leave Qingchuan Academy, each of you stand as an upright and honorable person, not a despised glutton. Do you all hear me? Whether moved by Shi Yu'an's words or inspired by her passion in that moment, they instinctively became positive and united, responding in unison, yes. Meanwhile, a group of people behind the training ground witnessed the scene. Duke Pei had been dragged here by Consort Su. Consort Su had come to him the day before, claiming that Qingchuan Academy had detained his two daughters, causing his elder daughter's marriage to be unsettled and his younger daughter's engagement to be in jeopardy. He also mentioned that Duke Pei's daughter had enrolled at Qingchuan Academy, so he had come specifically to ask Duke Pei to accompany him to the palace to complain to the emperor. Duke Pei knew Consort Su was hiding something, so he deliberately asked, why doesn't the consort have Princess Changping intervene? Consort Su grew even more irritated. Don't even mention her. The princess doesn't know what's gotten into her. She refuses to go fetch our daughters, and she even wants to call off the engagement with the Marquis of Wuan's household. Is she out of her mind? Be careful with your words. Princess Changping is a grand princess of the first rank. Though she's young, her seniority is such that even the current emperor must address her as little aunt. How can the consort show such disrespect? Duke Pei had heard rumors about the Princess Changping's household. The princess had a soft temperament, and despite being a grand princess, she was manipulated by her consort, making her a laughingstock in the capital. This matter had especially brought shame to the royal family, which was why the Empress Dowager had never favored Princess Changping. I only spoke rashly because I was too anxious. The princess won't hold it against me. Consort Su said with a smug expression, continuing his tirade. Duke, this Qingchuan Academy is unorthodox to begin with, and now they're even accepting female students. It's a complete violation of propriety. I must bring my daughters back. No, I'll report this to His Majesty and have this academy shut down so it won't corrupt any other young ladies. There's no need to trouble His Majesty over such a trivial matter, said Duke Pei. Why don't I accompany you to Qingchuan Academy for a visit? If the academy truly is deplorable, we can decide what to do next. He also wanted to see what mischief Pei Yan was up to with his sister. So the two of them went to Qingchuan Academy together. Seeing the noisy scene at the training ground, Consort Su immediately criticized, is this how this academy teaches its students? It's complete chaos. What a disgrace. Chaos. Duke Pei thought that compared to his son wreaking havoc at home, a few shouts at the training ground were nothing. Moreover, these youths brimming with youthful vigor reminded him of his own days when he first went to war, filled with passion and determination, a spear in hand, refusing to yield until death. And how many of those young soldiers who fought alongside him back then we're still alive today. Seeing that Duke Pei was unmoved, consort Su pressed on. I've heard that the young lady of the Duke's mansion is elegant, intelligent, and well-bred. If she stays here too long, her nature might be corrupted and her character ruined. Duke Pei looked among the students and saw Pei Zhu standing on the less crowded side, her face slightly flushed, sweat on her forehead, but her eyes shining with a radiant smile. He was stunned. As for his daughter Pei Zhu, he had never paid her much attention. He always believed that children's education was the responsibility of the women of the household, especially for a young lady of the inner chambers, so he had rarely taken notice of her. He only occasionally heard about her from Madame Su. Mostly that she was dull, not lively or outgoing enough, not sufficiently graceful, but at least obedient and well-behaved. Obedient and well-behaved. He thought that was sufficient for a daughter. But now seeing her standing in the crowd smiling brightly with a sparkle in her eyes. He also recalled that when he came home from work the other night, he found she had packed her bags and run off with her brother to study, without even leaving a message. It seemed she wasn't naturally obedient and well-behaved after all. Yet somehow this version of her was far more pleasing to the eye than her previous timid, head-hanging, cowering self. Shi Yu'an also spotted Duke Pei and was about to greet him when Su Qingyao approached. Master, my father is here. He must be coming to take us home. Su Qingyao added. He still plans to marry me off to LuoXingzhou. I've told him I will only marry brother Mingxiu in this life. Don't worry, Su Qingyao reassured her. I've already told mother about what LuoXingzhou did. She won't stand by and let you walk into a trap. Just then Xiao De came to report, Master Shi, Princess Chongping has arrived. The group hurried over. We pay our respects to Princess Chongping. Princess Chongping was well preserved. Though over 40, she looked remarkably young. Her beauty was striking and unforgettable. With such a beauty like her, what was consort Su thinking having an affair? Unless his mistress was an ethereal goddess. Su Qingyao and Su Qingge found his behavior utterly perplexing. They now knew their father's mistress was Du Rushuang, who lived in the western courtyard of the princess's mansion. In terms of appearance, Du Rushuang was merely passable. In terms of age, she was 5 years older than Princess Chongping. As for temperament, there was no comparison. Du Rushuang's previous marriage hadn't been to a good family, and she had slaved away as a household servant for over a decade, leaving her face etched with hardship. After her husband died, her in-laws cast her out, and she had nowhere to go. It was Princess Chongping who, upon hearing of her plight, had sent the consort to bring her over. No need for excessive formalities. Princess Chongping had a gentle and approachable demeanor. She asked the Su sisters about their life at the academy, and seeing that they seemed satisfied, she expressed her gratitude to Shi Yu'an. Consort Su, growing anxious, interjected, Princess, I believe it's inappropriate for Qingyao and Qingge to remain here. I insist on taking them home now. And why is that? Princess Chongping smiled at the consort. Qingyao and Qingge both want to stay. Why are you so opposed? Qingyao's marriage hasn't been settled yet. Aren't you concerned? Princess Chongping shook her head. There are plenty of suitors for Qingyao, and she's still young. We can take our time choosing. Why rush? A look of urgency crossed consort Su's face. Forget Qingyao, but Qingge is betrothed to the heir of the Marquis of Wuhan. The heir insists on marrying Qingge soon, and the wedding date is set for next month. So Qingge must return with me. Qingge can't go back. Su Qingyao spoke out in opposition. Unfilial daughter. You dare defy your father. Consort Su rebuked Su Qingyao. This is unfilial behavior. The Su family has no daughter like you. If father deems me unfilial, then so be it. Su Qingyao said with unwavering resolve. As for the Su family, I am not just the daughter of the Su family. I am also the daughter of my mother. Father, don't forget my mother is a grand princess, and both Qingge and I carry royal blood. A daughter should obey her father at home. If you dare defy me, I'll make sure everyone knows you're an unfilial child. Su Qingyao wanted to argue further, but was pulled back by Su Qingge. Sis, reasoning with him is pointless. Let me handle this. I've already said I won't marry LuoXingzhou. Su Qingge retorted loudly. Is LuoXingzhou forcing this? Fine, I'll find a rope right now and hang myself at the front gate of the Marquis of Wuhan's mansion tonight. Consort Su quickly denied it. It's not the heir of the Marquis of Wuhan forcing this. It's your father who thinks the heir has a good background and fine looks, making you a perfect match. You won't regret marrying him. Qingge, don't be stubborn. Your father is doing this for your own good. So it's you forcing me then? Su Qingge curled her lips into a cold sneer. Then I'll go hang myself at the door of the Su family's ancestral home, so the world sees what a hypocrite you are, driving your own daughter to death. You? How can you speak to me like that? I am your father. Consort Su's face flushed with rage. My father? Then why are you so fixated on Du Rushuang and so eager to marry me off to LuoXingzhou? Su Qingge demanded, her eyes red with emotion. Su Qingyao couldn't help but ask their father, Father, I truly don't understand what your motives are. We are your own daughters. Just as she spoke, Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts suddenly echoed. Good heavens, from the Su sisters' perspective, all we know is that consort Su had an affair with Du Rushuang. But looking directly at consort Su's life story, this matter is far more complicated than it seems. Consort Su had known Du Rushuang long ago, and they had conceived a child before his marriage. That cousin of LuoXingzhou is actually their daughter. Su Qingyao and Su Qingge exchanged glances, both seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. Qingge in particular felt a wave of nausea at the thought that the pretentious Zhao Huaner was her half-sister. What Shi Yu'an revealed next in her thoughts shattered their worldview entirely. Before Shi Yu'an became the imperial consort, he lived next door to Du Rushuang. A few years his senior seduced him for his handsome appearance. But she deemed him unambitious and incapable of providing a good life, so she married another man instead. Little did Du Rushuang expect that before she could reap the rewards of her own marriage, Shi Yu'an would become the princess's consort. When she glimpsed him from afar during a visit to her hometown, Shi Yu'an's once merely pleasant features had been refined by wealth into something far more captivating. Regret gnawed at Du Rushuang. She schemed to meet Shi Yu'an again, and under the moonlight amidst flowers he proved to be indiscriminate. They resumed their illicit affair. Poor Princess Changping kept in the dark from the very beginning, rejoicing in her marriage to a good husband, unaware that she had wedded a defiled man who had begotten an illegitimate daughter at the age of 13. Some people aren't rotten because they grew old, they were rotten from the start. Hearing this, the Su sisters felt a wave of revulsion, their gaze toward their father shifting from anger to contempt. Shi Yu'an grew displeased. You are my daughters. What I say goes, and you must obey me. Father, why must Qingge marry Liang Shinin? He kidnapped her and tried to ruin her reputation. Su Qingyao stared coldly at Shi Yu'an. Even if we take this before Her Majesty the Dowager Empress, we have grounds to annul the engagement. Princess Changping added, the matter has been investigated by the Grand Court. Liang Shinin's intent to kidnap Qingge was clear. Although the betrothal was granted by the Dowager Empress, he wronged us first. Her Majesty has decreed that if we insist on annulling it, she will not interfere. No, the engagement cannot be annulled. Shi Yu'an's face darkened. Marriage is not something to be taken back lightly. Liang Shinin kindly offered to escort Qingge home. How can that be called kidnapping? As for ruining her reputation, they are already betrothed. Something would have happened sooner or later. You are making a mountain out of a molehill. Su Qingge looked at her father, steeled herself, and probed. Liang Shinin is having an affair with his cousin Zhao Huaner. She is even carrying his child. Do you think that is acceptable, father? A flicker of guilt crossed Shi Yu'an's eyes. That's nothing. A mere cousin won't affect you. You shouldn't be so intolerant. If she bears a son, he will be registered under your name, sparing you the pain of childbirth. Isn't that for your own good? So I should thank her. Su Qingge let out a bitter laugh. Thank that pair of illicit dogs, and let their bastard become my legitimate heir, inheriting everything I have. Father, you've thought of everything for Zhao Huaner. One might think she is your real daughter. Shi Yu'an's face flushed with panic. Nonsense. What does Liang Shinin's cousin have to do with me? I just think the poor orphan has had a hard life. Don't be so jealous. Then you'll be disappointed, father. I am not only jealous but also hot-tempered and impulsive, Su Qingge said, drawing the whip from her waist. If I enter the Wuan Marquis Manor, I will first abort that bastard in Zhao Huaner's womb, then tear her limb from limb. How dare you? Shi Yu'an's face turned crimson with rage. If you touch her, I will disown you. Princess Changping sensed something amiss. Why are you, my consort, so protective of a woman who shamelessly fornicated with her cousin without any status? Shut up. Accustomed to her docility, Shi Yu'an lost control of his temper. How dare you call her shameless? Weren't you the one who chased after me, shamelessly showering me with gifts and books, even throwing money at me? Princess Changping's face turned ashen. Consort, what did you say? Shi Yu'an knew he had gone too far, but his habitual arrogance toward the princess prevented him from backing down. I'm just saying that even if you are a princess, you shouldn't look down on a girl from an ordinary family just because of your noble birth. She has had a hard life too. Perhaps she has her own reasons. You shouldn't humiliate her. That's not right, consort. Shi Yu'an could no longer remain silent. She couldn't help but retort. First, it was Zhao Huaner who got herself pregnant by Liang Shinin. They committed a wrong. The princess merely stated the truth. How is that humiliating? Second, there are plenty of girls from humble families who are chaste and upright. They don't want to be represented by a woman who has no self-respect. And finally, Zhao Huaner is hardly an ordinary girl. As far as I know, she is the daughter of a minor official raised in luxury. It was only after her parents died that she was taken into the Wuan Marquis Manor. Though she lives under someone else's roof, she is still a mistress. She may not be the wealthiest, but she is far from the poorest. She even has Qingge bowing to her. How is that ordinary treatment? Su Qingge and Su Qingyao nodded vigorously, and Qingge voiced her support. The teacher is right. Shi Yu'an shot them a confident, radiant look, then muttered inwardly, Su Yu'an has been utterly spoiled by Princess Changping. A mere consort dares to be insolent before the princess. And the princess herself is too thick-skinned. She has never noticed Su Yu'an's resentment toward her all these years. Su Qingyao and Su Qingge were startled. Their father resented their mother. That couldn't be. Even if he didn't love her, she had helped him through his family's difficulties. When he was penniless, she gave him expensive gifts. When he couldn't afford books, she sent cartloads to his home. When his family was ill, she paid for their medicine. In Su Qingyao's mind, such kindness should at least call for gratitude, not resentment. Su Qingge could hardly believe it either. Her mother often told her tales of how she helped a handsome man in distress, and he married her out of gratitude, leading to a blissful marriage. That was why Qingge was obsessed with the hero saves beauty trope. But the result? Her father not only didn't love her mother, but resented her. The sisters were utterly baffled, but Shi Yu'an's thoughts soon provided the answer. Back then, after Du Rushuang and Su Yuan had their affair, she told him she had given birth to a daughter. She sent the child away to avoid hindering her own marriage, but told Su Yuan it was because she feared the princess's wrath. Su Yuan was deeply moved, pitying Du Rushuang and their daughter. He thus developed a grudge against Princess Chongping, believing that because she had taken a fancy to him, his true love had to send away their child and marry another man. Good heavens, the consort is utterly brainless. If he had bothered to investigate, he would have discovered that Du Rushuang was already betrothed before Princess Chongping even knew him. And how could he blindly trust Du Rushuang? She never intended to marry him even before his family's downfall. After his family's ruin, she was even less likely to help him the way Princess Chongping did. After all, Du Rushuang was the kind of ruthless woman who would kill her own husband for wealth and glory. The crowd, having heard the inner thoughts, was startled once more. Some even let out gasps. It was then that Shi Yu'an noticed the hall had inexplicably gained a few more people. Why have you all come running over? Don't you have classes? LuoXingzhou replied with a smile. The Duke of Gua has arrived, and presumably wishes to meet Pei Yan and Pei Zhu, brother and sister. So I brought them along. Pei Yan shot him a glance. I didn't want to come. LuoXingzhou took it upon himself to bring me. Then there's nothing much. You should go back to class, said LuoXingzhou. My sister is here, so naturally I can't leave. You have nothing to do, so why don't you go back to class? Pei Yan retorted. That fellow LuoXingzhou clearly just wanted to come over and watch the excitement himself, and now that he's used the pretext, he's trying to burn the bridge. No way. I've already mastered today's lessons, and Master Lin granted me leave from attending. LuoXingzhou remained unruffled. Pei Yan fell silent. Shi Yu'an then turned to Min Han. And you? Don't tell me you came all the way here just to peddle your medicines. Of course not. Min Han shook his head. Princess Qin Yao invited me to take the pulse of her highness. But if the princess needs it, I wouldn't mind recommending my newly developed. Stop. Shi Yu'an didn't need to ask about the rest. The trio of red, yellow, and blue were wherever there was trouble, there they were. Shen Mingxiu, meanwhile, had already been pulled by Su Qingge to stand before the Chongping princess. Blushing, she introduced him. Mother, this is brother Mingxiu, the one I've set my heart on. He saved me, and he promised to protect me all my life. Shen Mingxiu withdrew his hand. I didn't. No, I didn't. The Chongping princess looked at Shen Mingxiu and nodded approvingly. Your appearance and temperament are indeed worthy of my Qingge. Since you and Qingge share mutual affection, I will naturally bless your union. Your Highness. Shen Mingxiu stiffened. There is no mutual affection between Princess Qingge and me. When shall the engagement be settled? Asked the Chongping princess. Your Highness, there really is nothing between Princess Qingge and I. Perhaps we should have both families meet first. If suitable, we'll get engaged. I've long prepared the betrothal gifts, ensuring Qingge will be married in splendor. Then in 3 years you'll have 2 children, in 5 years 3. Both of you are handsome, your children will be even more beautiful. The Chongping princess grew more excited with each word, as if she wished to send them straight to the bridal chamber. Su Qingge blushed and demurred. Mother, isn't that a bit too hasty? But I think 3 days from now is an auspicious day. Why not meet brother Mingxiu's family then? Cold sweat broke out on Shen Mingxiu's forehead. This mother and daughter pair simply refused to hear his rejection. It seemed he had to choose between eating Huang Tianlu's cricket and revealing his female identity. Huang Tianlu, unaware that his most precious cricket had just narrowly escaped death, was still gleefully watching the drama unfold. Fortunately, Shi Yu'an stepped in to defuse the situation. Don't rush the engagement. You must first settle the previous betrothal. Haste makes waste. Su Qingyao added, besides the annulment, the Wuan Marquis mansion must also answer for Liang Shenan's kidnapping of Qingge. And we must investigate Zhao Huaner forcing Qingge to cut her heart's blood for medicine. Please have the imperial physician examine Zhao Huaner. If it's true she has committed an offense against a superior, a few lashes will suffice. If it's false. Su Qingyao's eyes turned cold. That would be intent to murder a princess, punishable by death, by beating. Seeing that he could not dissuade the 3 women, Su Yu'an hurriedly left. Little did he know that the moment he departed, Su Qingyao began to take action. Guards, follow father. Report every move he makes. Seeing that she was on guard against Su Yu'an, Shi Yu'an understood that previously she had been using the Chongping princess as a pretext. Those matters were all investigated by herself. Wishing to offer a few hints, she said to the Chongping princess, the consort doesn't seem very concerned about the 2 princesses. He doesn't even ask about their studies. Unlike other parents of our students, for instance the Duke of Gua, who is deeply invested in his children's education, isn't that right? Duke Pei immediately puffed up with pride. Naturally. As a parent, one's children are the most important. Pei Yan's words carried a hint. Some people might value other children more. Duke Pei's face stiffened slightly. He was wronged. After divorcing Madame Su, he had sent Pei Shang to the ancestral home to be disciplined. He truly wished to make amends to Pei Yan and his sister. Father, brother isn't referring to you, Pei Zhu said with a suppressed smile. Brother means that some people don't love their own children because they might have other children. Shi Yu'an followed up, exactly, especially the wild children outside. Why is that? I don't know. Maybe they prefer the mother of those outside children. The mother of outside children, that's a mistress. Indeed, a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a stolen one. Everyone began discussing among themselves, and the Chongping princess's expression grew increasingly grave. Su Qingyao knew everyone was helping her, so she decided to add fuel to the fire. With reddened eyes, she asked the Chongping princess, "Mother, does father dislike us sisters because he has children outside? How could that be?" The Chongping princess denied it, but her expression betrayed unease. In truth, she had noticed the overly intimate relationship between Su Yu'an and Du Rushuang for some time. Su Yu'an would bring up Du Rushuang casually and ask her to take care of Du Rushuang, speaking of how difficult her life was. But whenever she felt displeased, Su Yu'an told her not to overthink. She thought that after so many years of marriage they should trust each other, so she suppressed the unease in her heart. Su Yu'an always appeared aloof and distant before her. She assumed that was his nature. But how could he be so indifferent even to his daughters? Even if he didn't care, how could he force Qingge to continue the engagement knowing that Liang Shunan had harmed her? Could it be that Liang Shunan was actually his son? The Chongping princess immediately dismissed this possibility. The Wuan Marquis was not foolish enough to raise another man's son. Mother, don't make excuses for father yet. I have already sent people to follow him. If father is innocent, I will willingly apologize to him. Su Qingyao forced a smile. How about teacher Shi gives mother a tour of our academy and introduces the newly established curriculum? That sounds good, the Chongping princess agreed. Then I'll trouble teacher Shi. It's my pleasure, Shi Yu'an replied without objection, then asked, would the Duke of Guo like to join? Before Duke Pei could answer, Pei Yan said bluntly, he doesn't need to. He came here to pick a fight. Pei Zhu immediately defended her brother. Father, it was my own decision to come to school. Brother has nothing to do with it. I let her come to study and broaden her horizons. Is there a problem? Pei Yan demanded. Duke Pei wanted to say that he should have been consulted first, but seeing his son's cold expression and his daughter's guarded look, he swallowed his words and forced out, no problem. Well done. Seeing his children's expressions soften slightly, Duke Pei silently wept bitter tears in his heart. What father had to be like this? In the end, Duke Pei followed the Chongping princess and Shi Yu'an to tour the academy. After they left, Su Qingyao's face immediately turned serious. Sister, what do you want to do? Su Qingya asked directly. Du Rushuang cannot be kept. Let's have someone kill her. And Zhao Huaner and Liang Shunan. Let's just kill them all. Su Qingyao shook her head helplessly. Liang Shunan is the heir of the Wuan Marquis. Even this kidnapping only got him a few lashes. Who would dare touch him? And besides him, we can't touch Zhao Huaner or Du Rushuang either. Why, oi? Su Qingge was furious. Neither of those mother and daughter are good people. Of course I know. Teacher said that mother and you will be killed by the Wuan Marquis and father conspiring together. Those two must have a hand in it. Su Qingyao's head ached. In teacher's inner thoughts, she had staked everything on revenge. But teacher also said her own life was important, so, unless absolutely necessary, she didn't want to ruin her future. Teacher said that Du Rushuang killed her former husband. Shen Mingxiu's voice rang out. If the victim's remains are still there, I can help with the autopsy. I can handle the interrogation. Xiao Qing immediately caught on. With solid evidence, Du Rushuang can be sentenced. A wife who deliberately kills her husband shall be executed by law. But that would only deal with Du Rushuang. Who says so? Luo Xingzhou let out a light laugh, but his eyes held a hint of chill. Du Rushuang committed adultery with consort Su first, then killed her husband. Who can say whether consort Su was involved in the murder? At dawn the next day, the students were roused from their slumber for their usual morning run. After surviving that ordeal and having breakfast, they faced the dreaded recitation test. Unsurprisingly, most had completely forgotten about it, and were about to face the master's punishment. Yet to everyone's astonishment, aside from a few with solid foundations like Luo Xingzhou, Pei Yan actually managed to recite the text flawlessly. Pei Yan, you've been secretly studying behind our backs. Zhu Minglang and the others forced to stand as punishment were fuming. Just yesterday they had agreed not to study the text and to boycott the new curriculum together. Yet Pei Yan, who had claimed that only fools would bother memorizing lessons, had turned around and recited it more fluently than anyone. Pei Yan remained unusually composed, refusing to join Zhu Minglang and the others in their clamorous protest. Shi Yu'an felt a sense of relief and marveled inwardly yesterday. Although Pei Yan ignored Duke Pei, he must have noticed the fatherly affection in the Duke's gaze as he watched him from behind. Duke Pei may not know how to interact with his children, but his intentions toward them are sincere. When he left yesterday, he even asked me to look after Pei Yan and Pei Zhu. A duke of his stature would never lower himself so much unless it was for his children's sake. And Pei Yan, despite his stubbornness, has not disappointed his father's expectations. He is ultimately a filial child. Hearing the master's inner thoughts, Pei Yan felt a pang of bitterness. He had known nothing of this. Yesterday his father had asked if he wished to study at a more prestigious institution such as Songhua Academy or the Imperial Study Hall. His father had even said that if he wanted, he would swallow his pride and secure a place for him. But Pei Yan had only coldly refused without even bothering to explain why. Even when his father left, it was only at Pei Zhu's insistence that he grudgingly saw him off. Yet his father had been overjoyed stuffing silver notes into Pei Zhu's hands before turning away. It was in that moment that he suddenly caught sight of his father's retreating figure. In Pei Yan's memory, his father's back had always been tall and steady, but also cold and distant. But now he realized with a jolt that his father's silhouette had somehow acquired a touch of weariness. Even from afar, he could see the strands of white hair at his temples. It suddenly dawned on him that his father was no longer young. Moreover, he had sustained many wounds on the battlefield in his youth, many of which still troubled him, and with age his health had declined faster than ordinary men's. He recalled the master's inner voice mentioning that after his death on the battlefield his father had traveled far to search for him. Could it be that his father had dragged that broken body to the battlefield and perished there? At that moment regret welled up within him. He finally understood the meaning of the saying, "The tree yearns for stillness, but the wind never ceases. The child wishes to care for his parents, but they are already gone." Not bad. Lin Jinyu, who had also heard Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts and knew that Pei Yan's change of heart was due to his father, offered a rare word of praise. Shi Yu'an gave Pei Yan a thumbs up. Knowledge is power. Pei Yan may be skilled in martial arts, but without education, how could he ever understand military strategy and formations? If he applies himself diligently from now on, even if he still ends up on the battlefield, he might gain a sliver of hope for survival. Hearing this, Pei Yan felt as if a path had appeared amid his confusion, and his resolve hardened even further. After the recitation, Lin Jinyu began his formal lessons. Shi Yu'an took a seat at the very back of the lecture hall, following along with the students through 2 of Lin's classes. Ordinarily, the students lounged through lectures with utmost laziness, but with Shi Yu'an seated behind them, they felt a pricking sensation on their backs all morning. Especially since she kept silently criticizing them. Zhu Minglang is gnawing his nails again. Is he treating his own hand as a pig's trotter? Shen Fugui's head is bobbing like a chick pecking rice. Was he out thieving last night? Huang Tianli, your heart is in the wrong place, isn't it? It's barely been a lesson, and you've already stared all the bloom off the flowers outside the window. And Su Qingge, if you steal another glance at Shen Mingxiu, I'll have you 2 seated apart. One at the front, one at the back. Instantly, everyone stopped their fidgeting, and they appeared far more attentive than before. Shi Yu'an brought her notes to consult Lin Jinyu. After reading them, Lin raised an eyebrow in surprise. Her notes were clear and well organized, with annotations in the margins, key points marked, and questions noted where she was confused. Seeing her earnest attitude, Lin Jinyu patiently explained the difficult parts. Shi Yu'an didn't simply listen and forget. She drew analogies and posed deeper questions. As he explained, Lin Jinyu found himself enjoying the exchange. That's a good question. Everyone return to your seats and listen. I'll just say a few words. The other students looked utterly bewildered. What did this have to do with them? They hadn't asked anything. Reluctantly, they sat down, never expecting that Lin's few words would stretch on for a full half-hour. Thank you, Master Lin, for your meticulous explanation. I've learned a great deal. Shi Yu'an said gratefully. You are quite diligent yourself, Master Shi. Everyone should follow your example. Lin Jinyu added, but then his tone shifted. However, your calligraphy still needs practice. Shi Yu'an was well aware that her handwriting was mediocre, and this was only thanks to her basic brush skills, otherwise she'd be even more embarrassed. I'm practicing, still practicing. Time waits for no one. From today, you will write 20 pages of calligraphy daily, and I will check them. Shi Yu'an's face fell slightly. That would be too much trouble for you, Master Lin. It's not necessary. No trouble at all. It's decided. Lin Jinyu allowed no refusal, and then said sternly to the other students, you will all practice as well. 20 pages daily, not a single character less. A collective groan echoed through the hall. Lin Jinyu's face hardened as his stern gaze swept over everyone. I will check tomorrow morning. Anyone who fails to complete the task or submit slipshod or ghostwritten work will rewrite double the amount the next day and receive 30 lashes on the palms. Shi Yu'an trembled along with the students. How terrifying. Lin Jinyu just seemed possessed by a demon. So this is what a teacher looks like from a student's perspective. No, I would never act like this. No matter how unruly a student, I would remain patient and forgiving. With that, Shi Yu'an cleared her throat. Class, I will now teach you arithmetic. Master, I don't want to study arithmetic. Master, I'm hungry. It's time for snacks. Master, we're not going into business, so what use is arithmetic? Master, smack. Shi Yu'an's patience and tolerance instantly evaporated as she slammed her teaching rod onto the desk before her. Silence. Sit properly and listen. Don't tell me arithmetic is useless. If you can't even count money, aren't you afraid you'll be cheated when buying a roast chicken? Zhu Minglang raised his hand. Master, I know the answer to this one. Simply send a servant to buy it. And what if there are no servants? How could that be? Only the destitute would lack servants to attend to them. Shi Yu'an took a deep breath and asked with a smile. Even if you have servants, you cannot rely on others for everything. How many servants are in your household? What are their monthly wages? What are the revenues and expenditures of the estate? Surely you should know these things. We have an accountant for that. What if the accountant falsifies the books? The steward will conduct audits. And what if the steward and the accountant conspire together to embezzle funds, say? Then there's my mother. And in the future, I'll marry a wife who knows how to manage the household. Well said. Say no more. Shi Yu'an continued taking deep breaths. At this moment Shen Fugui spoke up as well. I hold a different view. The art of arithmetic concerns daily life, the livelihood of the people, and the very foundation of the state. To learn it brings nothing but benefit. Hearing this, Shi Yu'an nearly wished to embrace Shen Fugui as a kindred spirit. But then Shen Fugui continued, however, I have studied bookkeeping since childhood under the most capable accountant. I tally money, goods, revenues, and expenditures without a single error. What could you possibly teach me, master? You underestimate me. A fighting spirit kindled within Shi Yu'an, and she posed a classic mathematical problem, the famous chickens and rabbits in the same cage puzzle. In a cage there are pheasants and rabbits. Counting the heads there are 35. Counting the feet there are 94. How many pheasants and rabbits are there? That's not hard. Shen Fugui immediately took out paper and brushed to calculate. The other students, intrigued by the challenge, likewise began to work on it. In the end, Shen Fugui was the first to arrive at the answer, followed closely by Luo Xingzhou, and then the quick-witted students Shun Mingxiu Min Han and Xiao Qing. To everyone's surprise, Pei Yan and Shi Yu'an also managed to solve it. Your answers are all correct, but far too slow, Shi Yu'an remarked. Shen Fugui refused to accept this. Can master possibly calculate any faster? Naturally, Shi Yu'an replied, and using equations, she produced the solution in just a few strokes. What method is this? What is an equation? The crowd was astonished. No rush, let us try another problem. Shi Yu'an recited another classic. Now a group of people jointly purchase an item. If each contributes 8 coins, there are 3 coins left over. If each contributes 7 coins, they fall short by 4. How many people are there, and what is the price of the item? This time only Shen Fugui and Luo Xingzhou managed to solve it, and it took them considerably longer. Shi Yu'an again used equations to quickly present the full solution. The problems she posed grew increasingly difficult, until even Shen Fugui, after racking his brains, was forced to concede defeat. Shen Fugui capitulated with remarkable speed. I was arrogant beyond my station. I beg you, master, to teach me. The others chimed in as well, especially those who had never shown much enthusiasm for study, such as Pei Yan and Shi Yu'an, who now surprisingly displayed genuine interest in mathematics. That concludes today's lesson. From now on we will hold one arithmetic class each day. If there is anything you do not understand, feel free to visit my office at any time. As Shi Yu'an gathered her things and prepared to leave the lecture hall, a petition for an educational field trip was placed before her. A field trip? Shi Yu'an looked at her students with suspicion. Why would you want to go on a study trip all of a sudden? Has this ever been a tradition here? Or do you have some other motive? The students were taken aback. Their true intention was indeed to travel to the hometown of Du Rushuang's late husband to search for evidence. Don't try to hide it from me. I can see right through whatever schemes you're cooking up. Shi Yu'an's sharp gaze swept over the students, leaving no room for anyone to slip under the radar. Could it be they have objections to my new curriculum plan and are deliberately proposing a field trip to sabotage it? And why hasn't LuoXingzhou come to tip me off? Could my inside source have already defected? Seeing that Shi Yu'an had not discovered their true purpose, LuoXingzhou breathed a quiet sigh of relief. But immediately afterward, he noticed that everyone else was glaring at him with unmistakable fury. Pei Yan, seated beside him, shot him a look of utter contempt and tossed over a crumpled ball of paper. LuoXingzhou unfolded it and found only 2 large characters, traitor. Only then did he realize the misunderstanding, but he found himself unable to defend himself. After all, he had never actually agreed to serve as the master's spy. Master, I believe that a field trip would broaden our horizons. Spring plowing season is upon us now. If we could witness with our own eyes the farmers tending their fields in the south, we would surely gain a far more tangible understanding of agriculture and sericulture. LuoXingzhou declared. Shi Yu'an pondered in silence for a moment. It does sound rather appealing. Most of these students aren't incapable of learning. The problem lies in their mindset. If I want to transform their attitudes, merely having them listen to lectures won't suffice. They need to witness the hardships of the common people firsthand. And speaking of which, the hometown of Du Rushuang, that obsession of the consort's husband, her late husband's family lives in the south. What was the place called again? Ah yes, Xuzhou. Perhaps we might even find an opportunity to uncover evidence that she murdered her first husband. Then I can report it anonymously and expose her vicious true nature. The students' hearts leaped with joy. Their master's thoughts happened to align perfectly with their own plans. So for the field trip, where would be a good destination? Shi Yu'an probed casually. Heading south, we could go to Yuezhou Wuzhou Xuzhou. Xuzhou? Su Qingge raised her hand high. I think Xuzhou would be perfect. And why is that? Shi Yu'an's gaze turned wary once again. What a coincidence. Could the Su sisters have already traced the investigation in this direction? LuoXingzhou intervened to defuse the tension. Xuzhou boasts beautiful landscapes and abundant fertile farmland. It's an ideal place to study crops and understand local customs and traditions. I see. Shi Yu'an set aside her doubts and said, I will discuss this matter with the other masters. She promptly broached the subject of the field trip with her fellow instructors. But no sooner had she finished speaking than Lin Jinyu raised vehement opposition. I object. I already feel that I don't have enough class hours each day. How can we afford to waste time outside the academy? Lin Jinyu was certainly entitled to make that argument, for he bore the heaviest teaching load of any master. Bar none. I guarantee that classes will not be interrupted. Shi Yu'an said. Master Lin, I've largely mastered the foundational material over these past days, but some students have such weak foundations that it may impede the progress of the others. This trip will give me the chance to help them consolidate what they've learned. First, it spares you from wasting any more of your precious time, Master Lin. Second, reviewing the old while gaining new insights will benefit both me and the students. Master Lin hesitated for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. The field trip is fine, but the class hours lost must be compensated with archery and riding sessions upon our return. Why should my archery and riding classes be sacrificed? Shi Yu'an objected indignantly. If not those classes, then which? Lin Jinyu retorted. Master Qin teaches one session every 5 days, Master Fu every 3 days, and Master Li's labor class only once every 10 days. But you champion Shi. You fight me for class time every single day. It's you who keeps stealing my class time. Shi Yu'an shot back furiously. All right, Shi Yu'an stepped in to mediate. Upon our return, the archery and riding sessions will be halved, and a few of those periods will go to Master Lin. Moreover, given the nature of this trip, we cannot bring too many guards. For safety's sake, Master Qi, would you be willing to accompany us? It would also be a perfect opportunity for hands-on instruction, teaching the students the skills of long-distance travel and wilderness survival. That's right up my alley. Shi Yuan's mood brightened immediately. The prospect of practical field instruction sounded genuinely exciting. While Qingchuan Academy was preparing for the field trip, Xiao Jingyue also received letters from both Luo Xingzhou and Shi Yu'an. Both letters discussed the matter of the Chongping princess's residence, though Luo Xingzhou's focused primarily on the study trip. This endeavor served two purposes: first, to help Su Qingyao and Su Qingga find evidence; second, because the affairs entangled with the Chongping princess's household carried far-reaching implications, such as that concubine of imperial Uncle Xing, who was secretly an enemy spy. To avoid alarming the prey, they had to proceed with caution and patience. Shi Yu'an, meanwhile, devoted the bulk of her letter to the situation of Su Qingyao and Su Qingga. Clearly, she cared deeply for her students. Reading her descriptions of the two sisters' circumstances, Xiao Jingyue felt a pang of guilt. He knew remarkably little about his own cousins. Xiao Jingyue emerged from the study 2 hours later. During those 2 hours, he had earnestly reflected upon the 21 years of his life from past to present. Setting aside external trappings such as birth, appearance, and status, he was diligent and studious, caring for the people, free of vices. He could be considered a reliable man. Though he had once misunderstood his fiancée, and thus been rejected by her, he had now regained her favor under another identity, which served to atone for some of his past faults. Now he resolved to be fully honest and sincerely apologize for his former arrogance. If she could overlook past grievances, he would renew their betrothal and bind their lives together for 100 years. To demonstrate his sincerity, he personally drafted the betrothal gift list. Though as a prince his marriage would be arranged by the Ministry of Rites, he could still prepare his own gifts to show his esteem for his future princess. He held private assets granted by his father the emperor, the marriage fund his mother had reserved for him, and the fiefdom he had possessed since birth. Its accumulated tributes now amounted to a considerable fortune. Moreover, since he abstained from court affairs, he channeled his studies into cultivating his character. What began as a casual pursuit unexpectedly flourished. Scholars praised his noble tastes and disdain for wealth, and so paid handsomely for his calligraphy, paintings, and essays. Even a travelogue he had casually written during his study tour to the northern lands years ago sold at a high price. He truly cared little for money, for he had never lacked it. He recorded all these gold and silver artwork shops and lands into the betrothal gift list. As the guard shift was changing, Xiao Jingyue felt weary from prolonged sitting, and having just settled a major life decision, he stepped out for some air. He intended to find a reliable guard to deliver the letter and betrothal list to Shi Yu'an. Your Highness, the guard at the door saluted. Where is Xiao De? Xiao Jingyue asked. The guard replied, Did your Highness not send Commander Xiao on an important mission? Then what about Xiao Air? Xiao Jingyue, recalling that Xiao De had indeed been dispatched, changed his request to Xiao Air. Xiao Air would do as well. Though simple-minded, he was loyal and honest. At that moment, Xiao Air and a group of guards were watching a commotion. Xiao Jingyue approached discreetly and saw that the steward was beating his son. Steward Zhou was the manager of his estate and the fief, industrious and dutiful, but he had a son who was lazy, gluttonous, and addicted to gambling, so the steward wished he could beat him 3 times a day. Xiao Air stood nearby cracking melon seeds while chatting with the other guards. Old Zhou is so unlucky to have such a son. Soon he'll even lose his funeral savings to that boy. How pitiful. We must never spoil our sons like that. Spoiling a child is like killing him. Don't raise a curse that destroys the whole family. Hearing this from behind, Xiao Jingyue felt the words strangely familiar, yet somehow off. Xiao Air turned, spotted his master behind him, and in fright shoved the melon seeds into the hands of the young guard beside him. Your Highness, why are you here? The other guards also bowed. The young guard, holding the seeds with both hands, tried to give them back to Xiao Air, but Xiao Air refused, and the two ended up tugging back and forth. You just said, our sons. Xiao Jingyue's gaze fell on Xiao Er and the young guard beside him, his expression complex. How could the two of you produce a son? Xiao Er and the young guard were stunned, then realizing the implication, they immediately released each other's hands and jumped 3 steps apart. Your Highness, you misunderstand. Xiao Er hastily explained. Your subordinate likes women. The young guard also quickly said, your subordinate has a fiancée at home, and as soon as I save enough for the betrothal gift, I will marry her. The other guards cast envious glances at the young guard. They were all still bachelors, and this young lad already had a prospective wife. Panic seized Xiao Jingyue as he realized he might have misunderstood something. He could not help but ask again, Xiao Er, I distinctly heard you say our sons. Does that not mean a son born to both of you together? Of course not. Xiao Er answered truthfully, then pointed at the young guard, and then at himself. Our sons means my son and your son. But my son is mine, and your son is yours. Though it might also be my son, in any case, it is not the same son. The young guard glared at Xiao Er. Xiao Jingyue's face grew increasingly grim, yet he pressed on. We refers to us, me and you. Why can it not mean a child of yours and mine? Xiao Er shook his head firmly. Your Highness, it is like when I say, when our salaries are paid, let's go drink together. My salary and your salary, can they be the same salary? Or if I say we all have a bright future, can your future and my future be the same brightness? With every word Xiao Er spoke, Xiao Jingyue's face grew paler. But Xiao Er, seemingly oblivious, turned his attention to the letters in Xiao Jingyue's hand. Your Highness, do you need me to deliver a letter? Xiao Er eyed the thick stack of letters, thinking to himself that with Xiao De gone, this important task had finally fallen to him. Xiao Jingyue clutched the letters tightly, wishing he could dig a hole and hide. No need. Rest assured, Your Highness. I will ride without stopping faster and more desperately than Xiao De. The letter will live as long as I do. As long as I have a breath, I will deliver it to Miss Sure. Xiao Jingyue could no longer maintain his composure. He turned and fled back to the study like a startled hare. He had nearly made a colossal fool of himself. This letter must not be delivered. The betrothal gift list must not be delivered either. The very thought of that letter reaching Shi Yu'an made him burn with shame, wishing he could claw the ground with his toes. Xiao Jingyue. The girl merely expressed a passing sentiment, and you went and behaved so presumptuously. Luckily the letter had not yet been sent. Xiao Jingyue furtively hid the letter and betrothal list in a secret compartment under the desk, then calmly rewrote a reply and nonchalantly instructed Xiao Er to deliver it. Xiao Er took the letter and was about to leave when he could not resist asking, Your Highness, this letter is much thinner than the previous one. Did you write a new one? Xiao Jingyue's back stiffened. No. Xiao Er weighed the letter in his hand, utterly puzzled. But clearly it is thinner. Xiao Jingyue laughed in exasperation and asked, Do you really want to replace Xiao De? Xiao Er nodded vigorously, his eyes shining with hope. Could it be that His Highness had finally realized he was more useful and considerate than Xiao De? But Xiao Jingyue extinguished his hope at once. Stop dreaming. You will never surpass Xiao De. Watching Xiao Er slink away dejectedly, Xiao Jingyue felt somewhat relieved. On the third day without Xiao De, he missed him. Shi Yu'an soon received a letter from Mr. Xingzhou. The letter was somewhat short, with more hasty handwriting than before, as if written in a rush. The letter mainly expressed concern for the academy and its students, offered suggestions for the study tour, and said little else. Yet for some reason Shi Yu'an sensed a faint trace of guilt and apology in the letter. But Mr. Xingzhou had done nothing to wrong her, so why would he apologize? She must be overthinking. She recalled the travelogue Mr. Xingzhou had written, vivid and entertaining. When she returned from the study tour, she could write about her experiences and share them with him. 3 days later, Shi Yu'an and Shi Yu'an set out with the students towards Yuzhou. At the city gate, Shi Yu'an was astonished. A vast convoy stretched endlessly, every cart piled high with supplies drawing the stares of many onlookers. Shen Fugui, Shi Yu'an exclaimed in surprise. Is this what you've prepared? Didn't I say to travel light? We're on a study tour, not a pleasure trip. Shen Fugui remained calm. Teacher, this is after reduction. Originally there were more than 30 carts. Shi Yu'an felt a headache coming on. I told you not to bring servants. You're all grown up. Handle your own affairs. We didn't bring any. These are guards for our protection. And those maids, are they also for protection? Shi Yu'an asked. One maid answered, I am responsible for preparing snacks for the young master. Another answered, I am in charge of serving tea and water to the young master. The third maid answered, I am here to chat with the young master and relieve his boredom. The fourth, fifth, sixth. Massaging legs, pounding shoulders, tying hair, dressing, adding incense to the brazier. Every possible comfort was provided. Shi Yu'an shot a sharp glare at Shen Fugui. This fellow really knows how to enjoy himself. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a life. Attending Qingchuan Academy was the hardest life he's ever lived. Shen Fugui was also taken aback. Why are you all here? Didn't I say I wouldn't bring maids? But the madam said you've never endured hardship, young master. We're all worried about you. Several maids' eyes reddened with concern. Shi Yu'an, we're just going on a study tour, not into exile. Fortunately, the other students were not in such a situation, for apart from the Shen family, the Chongping princess's estate, In the Duke of Pei's mansion, no one else had come to see them off despite their letters home. The Chongping princess had sent gifts, but not as extravagantly as the Shin family. Moreover, the Chongping princess was simple-minded. She merely had her governess tell the Su sisters to have a good time. In contrast, Su Qingyao as a daughter worried about her mother and urged the governess to pay extra attention to her mother's diet. Last time at the academy, Min Han had taken the princess's pulse and found that her poisoning was not severe. Likely Du Rufong had not dared to act boldly. A few doses of antidote would suffice. The Duke of Pei, having been on battlefields, dismissed such a trivial matter as a study tour. I happened to be heading to the drill ground, so I just happened to pass by. As he spoke, he produced a specially crafted dagger and tossed it to Pei Yan, instructing, protect your sister. After instructing Pei Yan, he also tucked some money into Pei Zhu's hands. Then he walked away with feigned nonchalance, but after a few steps he climbed to the second floor of a tavern and watched the students leave the city. Brother, father is watching us. Pei Zhu called to Pei Yan, then waved happily toward the rear. Pei Yan looked back and indeed saw the Duke of Pei's concerned expression that he had not yet managed to hide. He rode a few steps, then imitating Pei Zhu raised his left hand high and waved vigorously. Witnessing this, the other students felt a mix of emotions. They had all seen how Pei Yan and his father had once been at daggers drawn, but now they witnessed the affection between father and son and could not help but feel a pang of envy. When the convoy reached the Tenli Pavilion outside the city, someone else came to see them off. It was a young woman, and she had come specifically for LuoXingzhou. Everyone looked at LuoXingzhou meaningfully, but LuoXingzhou seemed surprised. Miss Xiaoxiu, why have you come? The girl Xiaoxiu was simply dressed and plain in appearance, but her round face bore a radiant smile that immediately endeared her to others. You sly Luo Gongzi, hiding such a lovely little sister. Tell me, how did you trick this girl into traveling so far to see you off? Xiaoxiu hastily explained. No, I'm not Luo Gongzi's sister, and my home is nearby, not far at all. As she spoke, she handed the bundle in her hands to LuoXingzhou. Gongzi, I made some flatbreads myself. Take them to eat on the road. Thank you for always taking care of my brother. Seeing the two of them talking, the others, though teasing tactfully, moved a bit farther away. Shi Yu'an glanced back from a distance and saw that LuoXingzhou seemed to hesitate for a moment, but still reached out and accepted the flatbreads. Xiaoxiu continued to speak with a cheerful smile, but LuoXingzhou kept his eyes lowered, responding in silence. After finishing her words, Xiaoxiu turned and ran away. After a few steps, she looked back and gave everyone a brilliant smile, calling out loudly, "May you all have a smooth journey." What a lively little girl. The students, infected by her smile, also waved goodbye to her. Shi Yu'an remarked, look at her clothes. Worn and old, and she's wearing straw sandals. Yet she's still so optimistic. She must be a very resilient child. LuoXingzhou was silent for a moment as he gazed in the direction Xiaoxiu had disappeared, then said, she has no parents, only an elder brother. 3 years ago her brother was injured, and has been bettered ever since, leaving her to care for him alone. She is indeed very resilient. Hearing this, everyone was astonished. She doesn't look old enough to have come of age, does she? 3 years ago she would have been barely 10 or so. And she could take care of a paralyzed brother. And without parents, how do the siblings survive? Shen Fugui's eyes had already reddened. How pitiful. I want to send a cartload of things to her home. No 2 carts. No need. LuoXingzhou stopped him. Both siblings are very proud. They won't accept charity. Then how did they accept your help? Shen Fugui complained. Just now Xiaoxiu said you've been helping take care of her brother. You're not trying to hog all the good deeds, are you? I'm not doing good deeds. LuoXingzhou's voice deepened. I am. Atoning for my sins. With that, LuoXingzhou fell silent. The others sensed that something was amiss and dared not ask further, but their curiosity remained. What is Xiaoxiu's full name? Shi Yu'an suddenly asked, then added, just curious. LuoXingzhou's attitude is off. Atonement sounds too heavy. Could it be related to the shackle in his heart? And that girl Xiaoxiu is indeed pitiful, but for some reason I feel that LuoXingzhou seems afraid of her. Lu Su. Lu Su, as in willow catkins fluttering. Her brother's name is Lu Zhao. LuoXingzhou replied. Lu Su. She appears in the character records, but the description is very brief, only saying her parents died. She and her brother depended on each other, and after her brother became paralyzed, she took care of him tirelessly until. Seeing the rest, Shi Yu'an couldn't help but gasp, her face turning pale. Until 3 years after her brother's paralysis, she killed him with her own hands. Everyone was shocked. That little girl actually killed her own brother. LuoXingzhou's pupils contracted, and even his hands trembled. Pei Yan walked over to him, patted his shoulder, and calmed him down. But what Shi Yu'an revealed next made it impossible for anyone to stay calm. Lu Su killed her brother not because he was a burden, but to frame LuoXingzhou. After reading about Lu Su's life, Shi Yu'an's heart could not calm down for a long time. Even as everyone boarded the boat heading south, she was still brooding over it. In the original storyline, Lu Su killed her brother and tried to frame LuoXingzhou. But she didn't know that at that time LuoXingzhou had already died under old Mansher's fists. When she dragged her brother's corpse to accuse LuoXingzhou, she was immediately charged with false accusation. Believing the officials were protecting LuoXingzhou, she caused a scene in court and was dragged out and beaten to death. But in the character records, aside from accusing Luo Xingzhou, Lu Su had no significant dealings with him. So the only person linking her to Luo Xingzhou was her brother Lu Zhao. But she had never met Lu Zhao, and merely seeing his name did not reveal his life story or past, so naturally, she didn't know why Lu Su was so determined to frame Luo Xingzhou. The strangest thing was that in Luo Xingzhou's own biography, his interactions with Lu Zhao were also very few. Shi Yu'an looked at Luo Xingzhou's mission record again. Born into a noble family of upright officials, his grandfather and father were teachers to the emperor. He himself showed great talent for learning from a young age, exceptionally intelligent. He once studied at Songha Academy, highly regarded by all the masters. But for some unknown reason, he gradually became unable to write essays or answer exam papers, then left Songha Academy for Qingchuan Academy, and finally was beaten to death. Lu Zhao was once Luo Xingzhou's classmate. Luo Xingzhou once helped him when he was punished by the master. Later, Lu Zhao dropped out due to an accident, and Luo Xingzhou repeatedly sent medicine and money. Their interactions were limited to that. The others also fell into deep thought. Since their interactions were so few, why would Lu Su want to harm Luo Xingzhou? And to frame him, she would even kill her own brother. Everyone looked at Luo Xingzhou, who took a deep breath and said to Shi Yu'an, "Master, just now Xiaoxu said she wanted to study at Qingchuan Academy. Is that possible?" Although Qingchuan Academy currently only accepted children of the nobility, Shi Yu'an had discussed with Luo Xingzhou that they might later open enrollment to commoners. However, given the academy's conditions, the expenses for tuition, room, and board were considerable, so the plan had not yet been implemented. Does Lu Su herself want to come? Shi Yu'an grew anxious. Why would she come? What does she intend to do? Luo Xingzhou knew the master was worried for him and smiled slightly. I'm not sure. Perhaps she just wants to study. Originally, I would have welcomed such a girl. But her proposal to come to Qingchuan Academy now is clearly aimed at Luo Xingzhou. But Luo Xingzhou doesn't know that. He's usually gentle and principled, yet when faced with Lu Su, he can't refuse her requests. Just now he took the flatbreads, even though he didn't want them, and he patiently listened to her even when he didn't want to. This is too dangerous. But Shi Yu'an wanted to find an excuse to refuse. I think we should let her reconsider. Didn't you say she doesn't like charity? It's good to help her, but there should be limits. Or she could go to another academy. Isn't our academy notorious? And I'm such a useless master. Luo Xingzhou laughed, but then said seriously, "Master, let her enroll." After dinner, Luo Xingzhou walked alone to the bow of the boat to feel the breeze. Pei Yan approached. Why let her come to Qingchuan Academy? You know her intentions are ill. Why are you so sure she's the problem? Luo Xingzhou smiled indifferently. Perhaps in the future you'll find that I am indeed as despicable as you think. I don't care what kind of person you are. Pei Yan stared at the rushing river beneath the boat, his voice low. I just can't stand the way you bow your head and act submissive. Luo Xingzhou, you shouldn't be like that. No sooner had Pei Yan left than Shun Mingxiu, avoiding Su Qingge, walked over and said casually, You've known for a long time, haven't you, that I'm a woman disguised as a man? Luo Xingzhou glanced at her. I know now. Don't play dumb. Shun Mingxiu pouted. Anyway, you've covered for me many times, so I owe you one. If you're really in trouble, don't bear it alone. We'll all help you. Oi. Shun Mingxiu tilted her chin toward the cabin. The students of Qingchuan Academy were all crowded by the windows looking this way. When he looked back, they all pretended not to be watching. A warmth spread through Luo Xingzhou's heart. Just as a smile was about to form, he saw Shen Fuguwei charging toward him, then leaning over the side of the boat and vomiting violently. The other students who hadn't felt like vomiting before could no longer hold back and joined in clutching their stomachs and retching. The atmosphere was completely ruined. The waterway was unobstructed, and after several days of sailing they arrived directly at Suzhou. They had planned to travel incognito, but as soon as they disembarked, several groups were already waiting to receive them. The first group was from the Shen family. The Shen family's commercial houses were spread across the land. Hearing that the young Master Shun was coming, they had already sent people and sedan chairs to the dock. The second group was from Pei Guogong's old subordinates. Although Pei Guogong had said it was just a study tour, he had secretly sent people to smooth things along the way. As soon as they landed, former subordinates sent people to pick them up. The third group was even more extravagant. The county magistrate himself came. Originally, he hadn't planned to come, but after Chongping Princess sent word, Pei Guogong sent word, and finally Prince Jin also sent word. With so many layers of attention, he dared not be negligent. In the end, everyone decided to stay at the Shun residence. No other reason. The Shun residence was spacious with good lodging, good food, and convenient travel. Shi Yu'an thought the expenses should be covered by the academy, but Shen Fuguwei said it wasn't necessary. As the wealthiest merchant family in Qingwu, the Shen family often donated money and goods. Moreover, they valued their reputation and frequently sponsored events to invite scholars and students to participate. We spend the money, but those scholars still look down on us merchants. Every time they eat and drink, well then go home and write essays cursing us. Shen Fuguwei couldn't help complaining. Anyway, the money has to be spent. Might as well spend it on our study tour. At least you won't call me reeking of money. Of course not. We're not the kind of people who lift the bowl to eat, then put down the chopsticks and curse the cook. Just then a servant reported that a certain He Darren, hearing that young Master Shun was on a study tour in the area, wished to invite their party to the welcome pavilion for a banquet to welcome them. The He family, the one that wants to do cloth business with us? Shun Fuguei asked. The servant replied, exactly, the He family that runs the cloth shop. Shun Fuguei nodded and handed the invitation to Shi Yu'an. Master, they want to do business with our family. Shall we go take a look? Shi Yu'an agreed, nodding. Shun Fuguei secretly winked at Su Qingyao and the others. This was the He family they were looking for. Before their arrival, they had already gathered information. Du Rushuang's former husband's family was surnamed He, and they ran a cloth business. It was because the He family's cloth shop was thriving and her husband He Shuren was a capable head that she abandoned Su Yuan and married into the He family. Yet she had not anticipated that He Shuren's mother was a miser, unwilling to spend money even when they had it, and only enjoyed ordering her daughter-in-law about. Thus Du Rushuang never enjoyed a single day of good fortune. Later He Shuren died, and the He family cloth shop was inherited by his younger half-brother He Shiping. Moreover, in recent years the He family business had flourished even more, and now their cloth was being sold all the way to the capital. That was why they sought a partnership with the Shin family. After Shi Yu'an walked away, the group gathered to discuss. Just as we were about to seek them out, they delivered themselves to our doorstep. It can't be a mere coincidence. Luo Xingzhou had already regained his usual composed demeanor. No matter what their intentions, if they dare harbor ill will, we'll make sure they never return. Pei Yan spoke coldly. Oh, doing business isn't always about fighting and killing. Harmony brings wealth. Shun Fuguei interjected with a smile. Luo Xingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly. Was it harmony that made the Shun family as wealthy as a nation? A businessman has his own methods. Shun Fuguei's smile deepened. If he really has ill intentions, my Shin family will blacklist him in the industry, smash his rice bowl, cut off his financial path, and make him die poor. The crowd. So much for harmony. Making someone die poor. Truly the most vicious curse under heaven. Shin Mingxiu sighed. I wonder if the He family knows that Du Rushuang killed He Shuren. If they also want to seek justice for him, it would save us a lot of trouble. How would that save trouble? Would they come forward to sue Du Rushuang? Not exactly, said Shin Mingxiu. I was just thinking that if we need to exhume He Shuren for an autopsy, they might be more agreeable. The group fell silent again. More agreeable? You want to dig up their ancestors' grave and you expect them to say warmly welcome? Luo Xingzhou analyzed. He Shuren's parents have long passed away. There seems to be only a concubine and a young son left in the household, and the cloth shop has changed hands. I doubt many are willing to seek justice for him. Xiaoqing also agreed. Moreover, common folk believe in resting in peace. In the Ministry of Justice, I've seen many cases where no one could accept having their loved ones' bodies exhumed, let alone autopsied. Many coroners have faced obstacles at this step, leaving the truth buried. Minhan suddenly looked at Shun Mingxiu from the side. No one is willing to defy the world's conventions. Shun Mingxiu smiled, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. If no one is willing, then I'll be the first. At the welcome pavilion, goblets clinked, and the atmosphere was lively. The head of the He family, He Shiping, was of ordinary appearance, short and stout, but he had a glib personality. He greeted everyone with a smile and had honeyed words at the ready. Young Master Shun, I've been looking forward to meeting you. As soon as He Shiping saw Shin Fuguei, he lavished praise on him and everyone around him. Young Master Shin, you are truly outstanding, with a dragon-like grace and phoenix-like bearing. Your tutors and classmates are all extraordinary, so the academy you attend must be one of the finest in the capital. If our He family is fortunate enough to go to the capital in the future, I hope you can recommend my children to study there. Of course, I'm sure your children would be delighted. Shin Fuguei's smile remained unchanged. Our academy is truly the best. The others lowered their heads, eating and drinking, and even Shi Yu'an had to pretend to be busy to hide her guilt. It's not a lie. Last place is still first place, isn't it? Speaking of which, this He Shiping doesn't seem like an honest man. Brother Fuguei, don't fall into his trap. As expected, He Shiping soon turned the conversation to the cloth business. He had calculated well. Shin Fuguei, though exposed to business, was only 14 or 15 and must have little experience in trade. His classmates looked young as well. The two tutors were a martial artist and a woman. How much could they know about business? He had already tampered with the contract. If he could coax Shin Fuguei into signing, he would not only make a profit from the Shin family, but also use their name to gain a foothold in the capital. But just as he started to speak, Shin Fuguei bluntly said, "Didn't you invite us tonight for a meal? Let's just eat. No business talk." He Shiping quickly apologized and handed the contract to Shin Fuguei, saying with a smile, "Young Master Shin, just take a look at the contract, and you'll see the He family's sincerity." Shin Fuguei, indeed tasked with inspecting the business scene in Suzhou, took the contract and glanced at it. It seemed unproblematic, and the He family had offered huge concessions which would benefit the Shin family most if they cooperated. Just as he was thinking, Shin Fuguei heard his tutor's inner voice. "You must never cooperate with He Shiping. There are loopholes in his contract. He's used this trick to cheat many partners. Moreover, He Shiping was also involved in He Shuren's death, and he's actually Du Rushuang's lover. Du Rushuang got involved with her brother-in-law shortly after marrying into the He family, and the coroner who examined He Shuren was bribed by him." Let me see the contract, Luo Xingzhou said to Shen Fuguwei. He Shiping wanted to stop him, but Shen Fuguwei directly handed the contract to Luo Xingzhou. Luo Xingzhou was not a businessman, but because the academy's new curriculum included law after tutor Lin started teaching law, he had read all the relevant legal books. And he had a photographic memory. So after just one reading, he spotted the traps everywhere in the contract. This contract only stipulates the supply quantity, but does not specify the delivery deadline or penalty for breach. If you fail to deliver on time, does the Shun family have to accept whatever goods you provide at any time? He Shiping quickly explained, we guarantee we'll deliver as fast as possible. Verbal promises don't count and nothing is reliable unless it's written in the contract. Luo Xingzhou continued. Also, although the contract mentions profit distribution, the specifics are very vague. There is no clear statement on storage, transportation, or inventory backlog. Has the He family truly shown its sincerity? He Shiping broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected these young masters and ladies from out of town to understand such matters, and his face turned ashen. Aren't we here to eat? Why are we talking business? This braised pork shoulder won't taste good if it gets cold. Amid the clamor, He Shiping took the opportunity to reclaim the contract and made an excuse to leave. Shen Fuguwei ignored him and pulled Luo Xingzhou aside to ask, where did you learn all that? I didn't believe my father when he said I didn't understand, but now I know. Before my father was in charge, so no one dared to cheat. But once the Shun family business falls into my hands, countless people will swarm to take a bite out of me. I learned it in class. The new curriculum designed by Tutor Shi is very useful. I suggest you study it well, said Luo Xingzhou. Shen Fuguwei nodded, poured a cup of wine, stood up, and declared loudly, Tutor Shi, Tutor Chi, and all my classmates, I Xuanhaojing hereby promise to study hard from now on. I may not be good at poetry or essays, but for other subjects, arithmetic, law, I will excel. And you must take archery and riding seriously. Shi Yu'an immediately chimed in. Didn't Tutor Shi say that health is the most important asset? Yes, I will study hard. Shen Fuguwei quickly nodded. A promising student. Shi Yu'an also smiled and raised her cup, drinking it all in one go. Only when the spicy taste filled her mouth did she realize this is wine. You're all just kids, no drinking. Switch to tea, we'll toast with tea instead. Tutor, we're not kids anymore, the students protested. Not kids, but still students, and students are not allowed to drink. Shi Yu'an's face flushed red instantly, and she stood up in a panic, slapping the table. Luo Xingzhou quickly had the wine removed and replaced with tea for everyone. Luo Xingzhou, you did well. Shi Yu'an suddenly exclaimed loudly. I know you're not letting us drink for our own good. That's not what I meant. Shi Yu'an's head was spinning, and she felt her words were slurred. You just helped Shen Fuguwei point out the loopholes in the contract. Do you think that counts as an assessment? Luo Xingzhou was startled, but Shi Yu'an heavily patted his shoulder and gave him a gratified smile. Being able to integrate knowledge and apply it. I think that's more important than any assessment, and even more impressive. Student Luo, I declare that you have passed this assessment with full marks. When they returned, Shi Yu'an had already fallen asleep. Who would have thought the master could be toppled by a single cup? I must never let her drink again. Exactly. The master won't let us drink, but I'm nothing like her. I can down 1,000 cups and stay standing. Oh, come off it. Last time you got drunk and hugged a yellow dog calling it dad. Who was that? You're no better, you even ate shit when you were drunk. You're slandering me, Luo Xingzhou. What crime does slander carry under the law? Is it the death penalty? The crowd laughed and bickered as they climbed down from the carriage. I have a special hangover pill here. Eat it, and you'll be more energetic than a mountain gorilla. No. Minhan's pill hadn't even been produced when everyone rejected it in unison. Shun Mingxiu carried Shi Yu'an down from the carriage, oblivious to Su Qingga's fuming gaze behind him. Brother Mingxiu is so distant with me, yet so intimate with Master Shi. Could he have feelings for the master? Su Qingga complained to Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao shook her head. Don't worry. I think young Master Shin knows propriety. He wouldn't violate the ethical order. His concern for the master only shows that he respects teachers and values the way. Besides, he is very considerate toward Pei Yu and me. He is a kind and thoughtful person. This time you haven't chosen the wrong person. Su Qingga immediately brightened. Even her sister approved. Brother Mingxiu and she were surely a fated match. After Shin Mingxiu put Shi Yu'an down, Pei Zhu volunteered to stay and take care of her. Shin Mingxiu then realized that it was indeed inappropriate for him to remain, so he quickly left the room. As soon as he stepped out, he ran into Luo Xingzhou carrying a bowl of hangover soup. Is the master asleep? Luo Xingzhou handed the soup to Shin Mingxiu. This is hangover soup. Please take it in. Shin Mingxiu didn't refuse. After delivering the soup, he found Luo Xingzhou still waiting outside. You care so much about the master, it's worth the regard she has for you. Even drunk, she didn't forget to encourage you. Shin Mingxiu asked with a smile. Quite moved, aren't you? I can see the corners of your eyes are red. Luo Xingzhou nodded calmly. The master is different from any other teacher I've ever met. She is indeed special, said Shin Mingxiu. In any case, no matter who she is, she cares about the life of every ordinary person. In my book, that makes her a good person. Luo Xingzhou nodded slightly in agreement, and then said, the He family matter may require your help. You want to exhume the body for an autopsy? Shen Mingxiu looked at the moon hanging high in the night sky and asked uncertainly now. Right now, Luo Xingzhou replied, gathering the others and explaining his plan. Now that we know He Xian's death is also connected to He Shiping, we can't rely on the He family. Let's resolve the He matter before the master wakes up. Suddenly, everyone felt a chill down their spines. We'll follow your lead. Luo Xingzhou turned to Shi Yu'an. Master Qi, I'll leave the safety here to you. The rest is for the students to handle. All right, Shi Yu'an replied involuntarily. Only after walking into his own room did he realize, who is the real master here? I've already sent someone to scout the He family's graveyard. Xiaoda will ensure no one gets close, Luo Xingzhou said. Shen Mingxiu will handle the autopsy, Xiao Qing will record, and Pei Yan and Minhan will assist. We must uncover the true cause of He Xian's death. You sure know how to order people around, Pei Yan grumbled, but he was already wiping his dagger. The autopsy is no problem, Shen Mingxiu added, but if the procedures aren't complete, the autopsy report may not be admissible as evidence. Don't worry, Prince Jean will handle the procedural issues, Luo Xingzhou replied. Also, Xiao Qing, you record the autopsy report and send a copy to your father. This case involves the imperial son-in-law. The Ministry of Justice must take over. Xiao Qing broke out in a cold sweat. You drop a big case on my father just like that? He'll probably break my legs. Do you want to enter the Ministry of Justice on your own merit? Luo Xingzhou asked. Xiao Qing wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even a tiger doesn't eat its own cub. My father will understand. Su Qingge raised her hand. I want to go with Brother Mingxiu. Shen Mingxiu sighed helplessly. Exhuming a body in the middle of the night. Aren't you scared? Su Qingge shrank her neck, but her attitude remained firm. With Brother Mingxiu here, I'm not afraid. Shen Mingxiu. Luo Xingzhou continued to assign tasks. Gu Wu and Xue Mingguang go to the He residence. If possible, find evidence that He Shiping killed He Xian. If not, deliver Du Ruiying's letter to He Shiping before dawn, letting him know we're here to investigate He Xian's death. It will throw him into confusion. Where did the letter come from? Gu Wu asked in surprise. I wrote it, Su Qingyao answered. I've seen Du Ruiying's handwriting, I can imitate it. Gu Wu took the letter. Guaranteed to complete the mission. If you're discovered, let Mingguang scare them to death. Shen Fugui had been trying to get closer to Xue Mingguang, and Xue Mingguang's earlier hatred toward him had faded. He nodded and replied, okay. Then what do we do? Huang Tianlu and Zhu Minglang looked at Luo Xingzhou expectantly. Tonight I'll write the He family story in the form of a play script. Before dawn, take some guards and spread it throughout Suzhou. Let everyone know the tale of a wealthy young master who colluded with his sister-in-law to kill his elder brother and then offered her to the imperial son-in-law in exchange for money. I'll help make copies. Su Qingyao volunteered. Huang Tianlu was a bit dissatisfied. Spreading rumors, that's too easy. It's not as fun as digging graves with Pei Yan. Don't worry, you have other tasks. Luo Xingzhou said. He Shiping hasn't returned to the residence yet. You and Zhu Mingling go over there, put a sack over his head, and give him a beating. He's harmed many people with his contract traps. Consider it a lesson. Also, it will buy time for Shen Mingxiu and the others. No problem. We're experts at sneaky beatings. Huang Tianlu and Zhu Mingling rubbed their hands eagerly. Let's move out. The night passed quietly, and when Shi Yu'an woke up, dawn had already broken. Master, you're awake. Pei Zhu and Qi Ran entered together. Shi Yu'an got up and, hearing no noise outside, couldn't help asking, where is everyone? Did they all go out to play, eh? I just want to check. They're all still asleep. Still asleep at this hour. Could they have gone tomb raiding? Shi Yu'an said casually. Pei Zhu's heart skipped a beat. Her brother and the others really had dug up a grave. Shi Yu'an planned to go out for a stroll and buy some local specialty breakfast. As it happened, Luo Xingzhou, Pei Yan, Shen Mingxiu, and Minhan were also getting up, so they all went out together. As soon as they reached a flatbread stall, they heard a street storyteller vividly narrating a tale. A certain rich young master was infatuated with his sister-in-law. One night he knocked on her door and said, "Sister-in-law, open the door, it's me, your brother." Guess what happened? What happened? Of course she opened the door. Otherwise there'd be no story to tell. Exactly. The storyteller continued, the sister-in-law had long been unwilling to be lonely. Seeing that her brother-in-law had a few abdominal muscles, she half rejected, half yielded, and after that the two lived a shameless life behind the elder brother's back. The crowd showed disdain, especially the women who blushed. While cursing, shameless, they strongly urged the storyteller to elaborate. Well, this is paid content, the storyteller said with a grin. Just buy some flatbreads. I'll take 3. I'll take 6. Then the old storyteller began to boast, saying that the sister-in-law still possessed her alluring charm, and the younger brother-in-law was full of vigor, the two of them cavorting in passion oblivious to heaven and earth. The audience blushed and relished the tale. Did you write this? Shen Mingxiu asked with a smile, taking advantage of Shi Yu'an's absence to buy tofu pudding. Minhan munched on a sesame cake and remarked, young Master Luo seems quite knowledgeable. Only then did Luo Xingzhou notice that the others were eyeing him with knowing smirks. He angrily explained, I didn't write that part. They altered it recklessly, showing no respect for the original. Shi Yu'an had returned with her tofu pudding, barely managing to sit down as the storyteller finally got to the main plot. This feeling is like watching a romantic drama in my office, catching the intimate scene between the leads and being discovered by my students. Then those students would look at her with expressions of, so that's what the teacher is into, and she couldn't explain herself. Utterly mortifying. If only I hadn't come out with them. If I were alone, I could thoroughly enjoy the forbidden romance between the 8-pack abdomen brother-in-law and the rather attractive sister-in-law. The group fell silent. So the master really was into this sort of thing. The storyteller's voice resumed. But paper can never wrap fire. One day the rich young master's elder brother stumbled upon their affair, catching them in bed. The scene. Tisk explosive. Everyone forgot to chew their sesame cakes. The rich young master knelt and begged his brother to bless them, saying, "My sister-in-law and I are true love. You, the unloved brother, are the intruder. I will never part from her." "Good heavens," a woman exclaimed. "Shameless. I love it." Luo Xingzhou's face flushed red. "Nonsense. This storyteller must be making it all up." Shi Yu'an looked at him in confusion. "How do you know?" Luo Xingzhou stammered. "Because no scholar could write such vulgar and shameless words." "That's true, but adaptations always change things beyond recognition." Shi Yu'an continued to listen attentively to the storyteller's tale. The elder brother certainly couldn't tolerate it. A man can give up anything, but his wife is not negotiable. And guess what? The rich young master conspired with his sister-in-law to kill his brother. Everyone was shocked. That rich young master is truly inhuman. Stealing his brother's wife is bad enough, but to take a life. What happened then? Then, something extraordinary happened. The storyteller took a leisurely sip of tea. The rich young master buried his brother under the pretense of illness, expecting to fly off with his sister-in-law forever. But little did he know she had another lover, the imperial consort. What a twist today. "Boss, give me 3 more sesame cakes." Me too, me too." Luo Xingzhou breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully the main plot hadn't changed, and the intended message had been conveyed. What about afterwards? Did the sister-in-law end up with the consort or the rich young master? That's obvious. She'd be with the consort, of course. So much more honorable. Shi Yu'an couldn't help joining in. Is it the consort who's honorable? No, it's the princess. If she's with the consort, wouldn't the princess have the adulterers executed? Someone voiced approval. "I think the rich young master is better. He killed his brother for her. That kind of rather betray the world than you is true love." Shi Yu'an rolled her eyes. "Mayam, he's a murderer. If he can kill for you today, who's to say his blade won't turn on you tomorrow?" The woman asked indignantly, "Then who do you choose?" Shi Yu'an said, "They're all scum." "Why must I choose?" "No, you must pick one." Seeing the quarrel, the storyteller tried to mediate. "Stop arguing. Why make a choice? Can't she just have both?" That sister-in-law was quite a marvel. She enjoyed the consort's lavish lifestyle, while using his money to help the rich young master expand his family's cloth shop. She didn't shortchange either side. But who does she truly love? The woman persisted. The storyteller was stumped, thinking this wasn't exactly a pure love story. Shi Yu'an sneered. "Simple. She loves no one but money. And don't defile true love with these 3. True love isn't betrayal, interference, or base conduct. They are all shameless, selfish scoundrels." The woman was furious, spat at the storyteller, and cursed. What a rotten story. Luo Xingzhou's face turned ashen, unsure if the insult was aimed at him. Just then someone realized the rich young master in the story runs a cloth shop. And the elder brother died of illness, and the sister-in-law left. "This sounds familiar." "This isn't just familiar. It's practically naming the He family," someone whispered. "I heard back then that the He family's eldest died suspiciously. A healthy person gone just like that. And that wife of the He eldest, she never seemed like the faithful type. She even winked at me before." "You're exaggerating. Would she fancy you? Didn't you hear the story? She went off with the consort. No wonder she left soon after the He eldest's death." Hearing these murmurs, Shi Yu'an finally caught on. She had thought she was just casually enjoying some gossip, but it turned out she'd come across a tale she'd already known. But a thought struck her. She could use this as an excuse to tell Su Qingyao and her sister everything. So Shi Yu'an hurried back to the Shun residence and recounted the story to Su Qingyao. Of course, she told the tame version. "Let me tell you, I didn't take it seriously at first, but art comes from life. And I heard people discussing that they'd seen the He family's eldest daughter-in-law in the capital, and that the consort she was intimate with was the one from Princess Chongping's residence." Shi Yu'an took Su Qingyao's hand and comforted her. "I know it's hard to accept, but a short pain is better than a long one. A man who has changed his heart is not worth keeping. He'd do anything for his lover." Su Qingyao squeezed her hand back. "Master, don't worry. I can accept it." Just then Luo Xingzhou and the others arrived. "Master, something's happened with the He family. It turns out Shan was poisoned. A skilled coroner has confirmed it through the bone-boiling method." The skilled coroner was Shen Mingxiu, digging up a grave in the middle of the night and boiling bones in a cauldron before it had left Pei Yan and the others feeling rather spooked even now. Su Qingge in particular had uncharacteristically avoided Shen Mingxiu today. He Shiping was the one who bought the poison. He also tried to kill the seller to silence him, but was reported by a good Samaritan and caught red-handed. The good Samaritans were Huang Tianlu and Zhu Minglang. They had tailed He Shiping, stopped him from killing the witness, and quickly brought the constables. Furthermore, according to the investigation, this is connected to consort Su. In his letters to Du Rushuang, he explicitly wrote things like, "Once Shi Yu'an is eliminated, we can be together." Of course, those letters were forged by Su Qingyao. The case has now been taken over by the Ministry of Justice. Shi Yu'an has been arrested and will be sent to the capital. Du Rushuang and consort Su will also be detained and interrogated by the ministry. Although Xiao Qing might get his legs broken by his father. Anyway, they won't be causing trouble for long. So sudden. So swift. Shi Yu'an was taken aback, then asked in confusion, "Why isn't anyone surprised?" "I'm so surprised." Su Qingyao immediately covered her face, her voice choked with tears. How could father do such a thing? Su Qingga's face remained pale. Mother no longer has to be deceived by that scumbag and his mistress. It wasn't in vain that I last night. Ugh, I'm surprised too. Shen Fugui's lips couldn't hide his schadenfreude. Shi Yu'an tried to harm me. Now look, the He family is finished. Ha ha ha. After 2 days in Suzhou, the news from the Ministry of Justice arrived. Along with it came a letter for Xiao Qing, whose opening line read, "Unfilial son, always causing trouble out there. When you return, see if I don't break your legs." Xiao Qing's face grew even darker. Even Xiao Qing's close friends Huang Tianlu and Zhu Minglang dared not tease him. There was no help for it. The three had grown up together, and the one they feared most was Xiao Qing's father. They cowered before him, like mice before a cat. But as Xiao Qing read on the letter, seemed different from before. What's wrong? Could it be that uncle intends not only to break your legs, but ours as well, eh? Huang Tianlu asked tremulously. Maybe you should go back and kneel for 3 days and 3 nights straight begging Uncle Xiao for forgiveness. Zhu Minglang added, equally panicked. Why are you so afraid? Shi Yu'an asked, puzzled. You haven't done anything wrong. Lord Xiao, as Vice Minister of Justice, would not punish you without cause. Hearing this, Zhu Minglang and Huang Tianlu exchanged glances, their hearts ashen with despair. We might as well kneel together. Seeing their reaction, Shi Yu'an knew these three were no strangers to mischief. A thought struck her. You didn't tell your families about this study tour, did you, eh? Huang Tianlu's gaze drifted guiltily toward the outdoors. I wrote a family letter, but I copied Xiao Qing's. I copied Xiao Qing's too, said Zhu Minglang. Why did you all copy mine? Have you forgotten that our 3 families live next door? They always bring up anything to talk about. Our family letters are identical. The moment they compare them, we'll be exposed. Xiao Qing said, exasperated, then added, besides, I copied Luo Xingzhou's letter. Everyone turned to Luo Xingzhou, who couldn't help but laugh. I wrote in my letter that I was going to Suzhou for a study tour and would also visit Elder Zhou to discuss scholarly insights. Did you all write the same thing? Yes, isn't that normal? Just because we're not good at studying doesn't mean we can't discuss learning with others, right? Zhu Minglang said, then asked, but who is Elder Zhou? Elder Zhou was the teacher of my grandfather and father, a renowned Confucian scholar of great fame. I was also fortunate to receive his guidance as a child. Zhu Minglang fell silent. Huang Tianlu gave Xiao Qing a slap on the back. I told you not to copy Luo Xingzhou's homework. Still planning to copy. Shi Yu'an angrily tapped each of them with her fan. Let me make this clear, during the study tour you will write an essay, every 2 days, recording what you see, hear, think, and feel. No copying from others. The 3 groaned in unison. Xiao Qing, why did your father suddenly send a letter with the Ministry of Justice? Does it have to do with the He family case? Shi Yu'an asked abruptly. She had suspected yesterday that these students had done something behind her back. How else could the He family case have been solved so quickly? Master, it was I who asked him for help. Su Qingga broke in to defuse the situation. I was worried no one would dare handle my father's matter, so I asked Brother Xiao Qing to seek Lord Xiao's assistance. Well, that makes sense. But how did he become Brother Xiao Qing? This Su Qingga is truly a child at heart. Loves one, forgets another, and moves on in a flash. What about your brother Mingxiu? Shi Yu'an asked with amusement. Su Qingga hesitated for a moment, recalling last night, then threw herself onto Shun Mingxiu's arm. No, I still like Brother Mingxiu the most. For Brother Mingxiu, I can endure anything. Shin Mingxiu quietly withdrew his arm. You really don't have to try that hard. Xiao Qing handed the letter to Shi Yu'an. Master, my father wrote a lot about the cases. Shi Yu'an read the letter and said, I think Lord Xiao isn't angry this time. Really? Xiao Qing's expression was confused. Look at how long this letter is. If he were truly angry, would he say so much? Shi Yu'an countered. I think not only does he not blame you, he actually approves of you. A glimmer of light gradually kindled in Xiao Qing's eyes. Shi Yu'an then showed the letter to Su Qingyao. Lord Xiao said the case has both witnesses and material evidence, and the proof is clear. He Shiping and Du Rushuang conspired. One to murder his elder brother, the other to murder her husband. They will certainly be sentenced to death. But the complication lies in the involvement of consort Su. Luo Xingzhou looked at the Su sisters and continued, that depends on Princess Changping's decision. Consort Su did not directly act in Shi Yu'an's death. If the princess does not press charges, the Ministry of Justice will find it difficult to convict him. But if the princess is willing to abandon him, consort Su will be nothing in the capital. I understand, Su Qingyao said. I made arrangements before I left. I trust mother will not disappoint me. Su Qingga whispered, sister, I think we shouldn't expect too much from mother. Don't worry, I've also made arrangements for not trusting her. Meanwhile, at the Princess Changping's residence in the capital, the black dog Arya suddenly bit the hem of Princess Changping's skirt and tugged her in a direction. Though annoyed, the princess followed. After all, Arya was Qingyao's dog, and went to the back courtyard. In Du Rushuang's courtyard, Dahlia had already knocked out Du Rushuang's maid, ensuring the princess could enter without alerting those inside. As Princess Chongping reached the doorway, she heard the voices of the consort and Du Rushuang conversing. Shi Yu'an, what should I do? I heard Shi Yu'an was arrested. What if he implicates me? Du Rushuang asked anxiously. Shi Yu'an comforted her. Don't worry, Rushuang. I will never let anything happen to you. Shi Yu'an, I trust you, Du Rushuang said. Du Rushuang leaned into Shi Yu'an's embrace. Back then I sent away my daughter for you, and I abandoned my husband's family for you. You are my only support in this life. Rushuang, I will never betray you. But Shi Yu'an, I'm afraid the princess will use this opportunity to get rid of me. You know how she has always suppressed and bullied me. Even keeping me in the princess's residence is only to humiliate me. This time she will certainly not let me off. She wouldn't dare. Shi Yu'an was furious. It was she who stole the position of principal wife that was rightfully yours. It was she who prevented me, you, and our daughter from being together. If she dares to harm you again, I will never forgive her. Princess Chongping, standing at the door, heard Shi Yu'an and Du Rushuang's words with her own ears. Her entire body trembled with rage. Shi Yu'an truly had a child with Du Rushuang. Though Qingyao had told her before that Shi Yu'an and Du Rushuang were not innocent, hearing it with her own ears and seeing it with her own eyes still left her heart as if twisted by a knife. And when had she ever bullied Du Rushuang? Back then Du Rushuang wrote that her husband had died and she could no longer live in her in-laws' home, so she had taken her in. Seeing she had nowhere to go, she let her live permanently in the princess's residence, treated her with fine food and drink. How had she been unkind to her? With that thought, Princess Chongping kicked the door open and strode inside. Dahlia followed behind Princess Chongping, excitement stirring in her heart. Wonderful, Her Highness is finally going to lose her temper. But when Princess Chongping stormed in and saw Shi Yu'an still embracing Du Rushuang, both disheveled, she burst into tears before she could even utter a reproach. Her momentum collapsed instantly. Consort, how could you treat me like this? How could you have a child with someone else? What are you doing here? Shi Yu'an adjusted his clothes as if nothing had happened, displeased. Even if Rushuang is a guest, and you are the host, you should announce yourself before entering. Bursting in like this is utterly disrespectful. Princess Chongping was still crying. We have been married for so many years, and we have 2 wonderful daughters. Do you have no feelings for me at all? I said you will always be my wife, Shi Yu'an said, still holding Du Rushuang. But Rushuang has no husband, lonely and helpless. I take a little extra care of her. Don't be so petty. But, no buts. The He family of Rushuang's former husband has a case. It's a misunderstanding. Go to the Ministry of Justice immediately and have them release Rushuang's brother-in-law. Now that you know Rushuang and I have a daughter, I need not hide it any longer. Zhao Huaner, the cousin miss of the Marquis Wuan's mansion, is our daughter. Send someone to bring her back and register her under your name. She is older than Qingyao and Qingge. Henceforth, she shall be the legitimate eldest daughter of the princess's residence. You must petition for her to be granted the title of Commandery Princess without delay. Furthermore, Huaner is now carrying the heir of the Marquis Wuan's blood, but Qingge has also provoked the heir. Therefore, let the sisters marry together. Huaner as the wife, Qingge as the concubine. You must prepare a generous dowry for Huaner as compensation for the wrongs we have done her. As for Rushuang, she has yielded the position of principal wife, which is already a great injustice to her. So let her be my secondary wife, equal in status to you. Before Shi Yu'an could finish, Princess Chongping had already fainted from weeping. Dahlia smashed the table in the room with one punch, let out a long breath, and said to Arya, it's finally our turn to shine. Don't play such tricks with me. You're not Rushuang, your body isn't that delicate. Before Shi Yu'an could finish his words, Dahlia sent him flying with a single punch. The imperial son-in-law sure knows how to put on airs. A secondary wife, an eldest legitimate daughter, a shameless adulteress, and her bastard daughter. How dare they presume? Arya also pounced on Du Rushuang, who shrieked in terror. After all, Qingyao, the commandery princess, had said that if the princess didn't strike first, it was just as fine for her and Arya to do it. As long as they didn't kill anyone, they could beat them within an inch of their lives. Shi Yu'an was in so much pain, he could barely get up, pointing at Dahlia as he cursed, how dare you hit me? I am the imperial son-in-law. Do you believe I'll have you sold off immediately? Dahlia stepped forward and threw another punch. Imperial son-in-law. Only if the princess acknowledges you. Without her, you're less than nothing. Have you forgotten, after all these years of marrying into the family, what kind of standing the Su household originally had? By the time Shi Yu'an and Du Rushuang were taken away by the Ministry of Justice officials, they had been beaten nearly beyond recognition. The yamen runners intended to ask a few questions, but Dahlia stuffed a pouch of silver into their hands and said through tears, even our princess, so meek and honest, was driven to violence. She must have suffered an immense injustice. Please petition the emperor for our princess. Her Highness is truly pitiable. Meanwhile, in Suzhou City, Shi Yu'an felt that although the He family case had been resolved since they had come all this way, she decided to have the students observe the local customs and lifestyle of Suzhou firsthand. On the first day, they visited the docks and the market, taking careful note for the first time of the laborers hauling goods at the wharf and the vendors hawking their wares with boisterous energy. Huang Tianlu and a few others even challenged Pei Yan to a contest of carrying cargo. Yet none of them, despite their martial arts training, could match those laborers. Though they were fast at first, they quickly gave out after a few dozen trips. How long do they work every day? Pei Yan asked a foreman nearby. The foreman replied, from dawn to dusk, about 6 to 7 shurchen. Huang Tianlu and the others were stunned. Every single day. Of course, only when there's work at the dock do they get paid. The group fell into a long silence. Finally, they dug into their own pockets to treat the laborers to a few hearty meals. At the market, Luo Xingzhou and Shun Fuguei diligently inquired about the commodity prices in Suzhou. Meanwhile, Zhu Mingling and Qi Ran happily ate their way from one end of the street to the other, buying plenty of dried fruits and preserved treats to bring back for their old friend, Master Fu. The next day, they went to the outskirts to watch farmers tending the fields. The students volunteered to try their hand at transplanting rice seedlings. Those who didn't volunteer were promptly kicked into the paddies by Shi Yu'an. However, their clumsy efforts left the fields in a mess, and despite paying for the privilege, they earned nothing but the scorn of the village elders. After a day of futile labor, they all ended up covered in mud and jumped into the river. Wow, the water here is so clear. And there are fish. Let's catch a few and grill them at the village chief's house tonight. Come on, let's make it a contest. No fish, no dinner. They played in the river for hours until the setting sun painted the sky gold. How beautiful. Shi Yu'an couldn't help but sigh. Nearby, Qi Ran with Shun Mingxiu's help had caught 2 sizable fish and was showing them off with glee. Luo Xingzhou, under Pei Yan's guidance, finally managed to catch his first fish after great effort, only to open his palm and reveal a tiny fish no bigger than a palm. Everyone burst into laughter. So even Luo Xingzhou has his clumsy moments. With a helpless smile, Luo Xingzhou released the small fish back into the water. Looks like I won't be having fish tonight. As he turned around, he saw Pei Yan thrust his spear into the water and hoist up a large fish, tossing it straight into his arms. Luo Xingzhou caught it, his face splashed by the fishtail, but his eyes sparkling with radiant laughter. Showing off again. Huang Tianlu muttered with disdain, glancing at his own pitiful catch and feeling too embarrassed to show it. In the end, they returned with a plentiful haul. That evening they feasted. Shun Mingxiu handled the cleaning, Zhu Minglang did the grilling, and the rest simply enjoyed the meal. With full bellies and light hearts, they all sat in the village chief's courtyard chatting under the stars. The conversation flowed freely, and the chief's family joined in as well. The chief's son Li Qiao was not much older than the students, yet his life was far less carefree than theirs. Once spring plowing is done, I'll be heading off to study. This year I plan to take the imperial exam. And once I pass and become a shortstory, I'll go propose to Lan Xiao and marry her as soon as possible. Speaking of the girl he adored, Li Qiao's face flushed red. Everyone teased him, playfully asking what kind of girl she was. Once Li Qiao started talking about his sweetheart's virtues, he couldn't stop. How smart she was, how kind, how skilled with her hands, how her smile was the prettiest thing in the world. Su Qingge listened, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. This, she realized, was what it truly meant to love someone. Beside her, Shun Mingxiu noticed and handed her a handkerchief. Su Qingge took it, her voice choked with sobs. Am I really that terrible? No one has ever praised me like that. That's not true. Everyone has their strengths. You're beautiful and generous, naturally optimistic, and you handle your whip with flair. Su Qingge's tears turned to laughter. See, you praised me. You do like me after all. Shun Mingxiu, I shouldn't have bothered. Just then Shi Yu'an's inner voice suddenly resounded. Don't wait for the imperial exam. Your Lan Xiao is about to be sold off by her family to a wealthy merchant as a concubine. That girl only holds on to the promise she made with Li Qiao refusing to yield. Her family has actually invited the merchant right into their home, planning to force her tonight and ruin her purity. In the end, Lan Xiao is taken away by the merchant. When Li Qiao goes to find her, he's cruelly humiliated by her family, who say he's unworthy of her and that she's off to a better life. Li Qiao can only leave his hometown utterly heartbroken. Years later, on a battlefield, Li Qiao is seriously wounded. He discovers that the woman helping tend to the wounded in the military camp is none other than Lan Xiao. After marrying the merchant, she tried to escape many times, was eventually beaten lame in one leg, and horribly disfigured before being cast out. But she was too ashamed and afraid to reveal herself to Li Qiao. At the brink of life and death, they finally unburden their hearts to each other, realizing they have never stopped thinking of one another. And so under the moonlight, they bow to each other as husband and wife. Yet just days later, as the city falls, they both die beneath the blades of the enemy soldiers. Seeing this, Shi Yu'an had no time to sigh. The urgent matter now was to save Lan Xiao and prevent this pair of lovers from meeting such a tragic end. Li Qiao, take us to meet your Lan Xiao. Huang Tianlu blurted out the request abruptly. Li Qiao hesitated. But it's so late. The others, however, seemed intrigued and began to chime in. We want to see her too. Unable to refuse, Li Qiao led the group to Lan Xiao's house. As they arrived, they heard Lan Xiao screaming for help from inside. Without a second thought, Li Qiao grabbed a stone and charged in. The students all knew what was happening, and the ones who could fight surged forward. Shen Mingxiu flicked a pebble to extinguish the lamp inside, then under the cover of darkness escorted the bound Lan Xiao to safety. The merchant and Lan Xiao's family inside, however, were not so fortunate. Under the fists and kicks of Pei Yan and the others, their miserable wails echoed through the night sky. The matter of Lan Xiao's family eventually stirred the authorities. The reason was that the wealthy merchant Jia Dafu's attendant had filed a report. This man often engaged in such despicable acts, but he was also extremely fearful of death, so he always had protectors around him. Moreover, his attendants were vicious individuals who, upon seeing their master beaten, immediately raised a commotion. Jia Dafu had some family background and plenty of money, so the magistrate promptly had everyone brought to the county office. Before the magistrate came out, Jia Dafu's attendant slipped him a bag of gold. After a few perfunctory refusals, he accepted it. After all, he had heard that it was just a few country lads who had beaten someone, disturbing Jia Dafu's pleasure. At worst, he could give those lads a few strokes of the board to vent Jia Dafu's anger, and that would be the end of it. As for Jia Dafu's forcible seizure of a woman, that was nothing. Jia Dafu had paid money and the girl's parents had accepted it, so it was a matter of mutual consent. The authorities had no business meddling. But when he stepped into the courtroom, he saw that the people standing below were far too unruly. "Your Honor," the secretary hurried forward and whispered into the magistrate's ear. The magistrate's expression changed drastically. Forcing an air of authority, he asked, "Who are you people down there, and why did you start a fight?" Pei Yan and the others were about to speak when Luo Xingzhou stepped forward and said, "A fight? We didn't start a fight. We heard someone was forcibly seizing a woman, so we lent a hand. At most, it's a case of righteous intervention. Moreover, when we entered Jia Dafu and the Lan family struck first, we were merely defending ourselves." Defending? Who defends themselves by beating someone to such a state? The magistrate glanced at Jia Dafu and the Lan family, finding the sight utterly wretched. But he had no choice but to interrogate Jia Dafu. "Jia Dafu, who gave you permission to forcibly seize a woman? Drag him out and give him a beating." "What? You paid money. If the other party didn't agree, you can't force a sale." "What? Her parents agreed. Then, drag her parents out for a beating too." Before Jia Dafu could finish his defense, he was dragged out along with the Lan family to receive the board. Instantly, he dared not shout anymore. Shi Yu'an watched the outcome from outside the courtroom and was reasonably satisfied, but she couldn't help worrying about Lan Xiao. This time it's resolved, but Lan Xiao's father, having been beaten, will surely blame Lan Xiao when he returns. Moreover, they can sell their daughter once they can sell her a second time. I need to find a way to free Lan Xiao completely from her family. Wait. Luo Xingzhou stepped forward, pushed Shen Fuguei ahead, and said to the magistrate, "Young Master Shen is the son of the richest man, a body worth 1,000 gold. He received a punch. Don't you think your honor should give an account?" Shen Fuguei was dumbfounded. Hadn't that punch been from his own man in the dark? Who was the bastard that swung his fist wildly? When Shen Fuguei looked over, Pei Yan, Huang Tianlu, Jiang Mingguang, Zhu Minglang, and the others all suddenly became very busy with their gazes. It wasn't us who hit him. Lan Xiao's family, and Jia Dafu hurriedly denied it. At that time, a whole group had rushed in. They had no chance to fight back. Moreover, comparing the injuries, they were clearly the ones hurt worse. "If it wasn't you, then did my own brothers beat me, yeah? Ask them, are they that stupid?" Shen Fuguei spoke righteously on behalf of his classmates, but the classmates seemed ungrateful and glared at him angrily. "Young Master Shen, what would you like to do?" The magistrate knew the Shen family was no ordinary merchant, and his classmates were all of unusual status, not to be trifled with. How about letting them pay compensation? Compensation? Since this young master's body is worth 1,000 gold, let them pay 1,000 taels of gold. Shen Fuguei made an outrageous demand. The Lan family panicked immediately. They couldn't possibly come up with 1,000 taels of gold. At this point, Luo Xingzhou gave them two options. If you can't pay, either go to jail or use something else to settle the debt. Shen Fuguei also put on a greedy expression, raising his finger to point at Lan Xiao. "Hand her over to me as payment, or I'll make sure you rot in prison." Neither the Lan family nor Jia Dafu were willing. One side still hoped to get rich by selling their daughter, while the other still coveted Lan Xiao, whom they hadn't yet obtained. "Not willing. Fine," Luo Xingzhou said coldly. "According to the law, if a person who causes injury cannot pay compensation, they must serve 3 to 5 years in prison. Since you refuse to use your daughter to settle the debt, then the whole family can go to jail." "No. No." Lan Xiao's mother immediately shielded her son in her arms. "Baojin is still young, we can't go to jail." Helpless Lan Xiao's father had no choice but to agree. Jia Dafu, resentful, instructed his attendants as soon as he left the county office. "A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. These young men just have better backgrounds. Jia Dafu will teach them a lesson." But before he could do anything, his household servants and the tavern manager rushed in with urgent news. "Master, it's terrible. Thieves broke in and the storeroom was looted." "Master, it's terrible. The concubines have all fled in the chaos." "Master, it's terrible. Our tavern was trashed. The news that we used inferior ingredients has come out, and now the diners are all coming to cause trouble." "Did you all do this?" Shi Yu'an asked. Su Qingge said, "Miss Lan Xiao told me that Jia Dafu is heartless and rich, and he kidnapped many girls to be his concubines. So I just set a fire at his house." Shi Yu'an said, I took advantage of the chaos to rescue the girls imprisoned in the backyard and gave them their freedom. Gu Wu said, I took some money from Jia Dafu's storeroom and distributed it to those poor girls. Shi Yu'an. Well done. What about the tavern? Xin Fugui said proudly, I just used a little bit of money power. I hired people to cause a scene and then showed the spoiled ingredients from their kitchen to the common folk. Jia Dafu is truly black-hearted. He uses maggot-infested meat and moldy flour. He's thrown away his conscience just to make money. Don't worry, master, this is just ordinary business competition. It won't end up in court. And my Xin family won't give Jia Dafu a chance to recover. From now on, the biggest tavern in Xuzhou will belong to the Xin family. What a refreshingly simple business tactic. Shi Yu'an sighed, but was also somewhat troubled. Even so, we still can't make Jia Dafu receive the punishment he deserves. He has ruined so many girls, this can't just end here. Don't worry, master, I've already informed the prefectural office, said LuoXingzhou. Although it's hard to convict Jia Dafu of forcibly seizing women, his tavern's ingredients are of poor quality. As long as someone steps forward to testify that his food made them sick, he'll end up in prison for sure. If someone dies from eating, they're even better. LuoXingzhou. Shi Yu'an interrupted him, frowning. Human life is not a tool you can use. LuoXingzhou was taken aback for a moment, then realized what he had just said. A faint smile appeared on his face. Master, you worry too much. I wouldn't go so far as to take a life just to get a witness. With that, LuoXingzhou turned and left. Xin Fugui wanted to explain for him. He probably just said that to make Jia Dafu face just as quickly. Don't be angry, master. I'm not angry. She knew that LuoXingzhou's style was unconventional, even occasionally extreme, but if he strayed too far, he might cross the line. When you stare into the abyss stares back at you. As a teacher, she did not want her student to become someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Xin Fugui sought Lan Chao's consent and kept her in the Xin residence. Having gone through this ordeal, Lan Chao understood that her family did not care about her life or death. She would rather sell herself into servitude than return to that den of wolves. Thus, Xin Fugui simply had her work in the Shun household, telling outsiders that she was repaying a debt through labor to prevent her family from coming to find her. Min Han gave Lan Chao a medical book. Lan Chao was extremely excited. In her childhood, she had learned to identify medicinal herbs from the village barefoot doctor, but had no opportunity to learn more. Therefore, she treasured Min Han's medical book as if it were a priceless treasure and immediately knelt down to kowtow to him. No need to be polite, this book is of no use to me anymore anyway. If you master it, just remember one thing, do not do what you know is impossible. Having said that, Min Han walked away. At the corner, Shi Yu'an stopped him. The method for examining corpses that I mentioned earlier has been confirmed to be feasible. Are you ready? Min Han's breath caught, and a conflicted expression appeared on his face. After a long moment, he said, let's wait a little longer. Not long after, news came from the county office that Jia Dafu had been arrested. Because earlier a child from a certain family had eaten food from Jia's restaurant and suffered from vomiting and diarrhea, eventually dying from dehydration. The family came to seek redress, but were beaten up by Jia Dafu's men. Another family's elderly member also died after eating food from Jia's restaurant. Their condition worsened. The physician at the time confirmed it was related to food poisoning, but because Jia Dafu had bribed the county magistrate, this matter had not stirred up any trouble. LuoXingzhou gathered the evidence and directly submitted it to the prefectural office. That same day, Jia Dafu and the county magistrate were both taken away. Shi Yu'an breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt some regret. Perhaps she should have trusted LuoXingzhou more. Although he was somewhat scheming, he always did good deeds. Maybe she had indeed misunderstood him. Just as she was about to go find LuoXingzhou for a talk, she learned that he had gone out to visit Zhou Lao. Master, there's a temple fair outside the city today. Shall we go take a look? Pei Zhu seldom went out before, and now she was very interested in everything outside. Shi Yu'an thought that since they were leaving tomorrow, it might be nice to go out for a stroll. Su Qingyao and Su Qingge also came. Girls were always keen on shopping. The temple fair will be crowded. We'll go together too. Min Han suddenly spoke, his gaze sweeping over Shi Yu'an. Shi Yu'an smiled knowingly. I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well take Qi Ran to buy some snacks for the road. Qi Ran cheered with joy. In the end, everyone else also decided to go out. Qi Yuan and Xiaoda were responsible for the task of protecting them, so they went along as well. The fair was a sea of people bustling with noise and excitement. Shi Yu'an was about to call everyone to stay together when suddenly the crowd began to stir, pushing them apart. Fortunately, it had been agreed beforehand that if they got separated, they would return to the Shun residence to regroup. But soon a group of masked men appeared with knives, causing panic. Sensing something wrong, Shi Yu'an shouted for those nearby to flee quickly. Xiaoda stayed close to Shi Yu'an along with Su Qingyao, Su Qingge, Pei Zhu, and Pei Yan. Fortunately, they had 3 capable fighters among them, but unfortunately the assassins were clearly targeting them. Pei Yan, take them and go first. Xiaoda held his long sword in front of him, intending to stay behind and hold off the assassins. If they were ordinary assassins, he would be confident in defeating them all, but after just a few exchanges he realized these were not ordinary killers. They were from the military. Pei Yan also understood the gravity of the situation. Without further words, he and Su Qingge each grabbed one person and ran desperately toward the carriage. They boarded the carriage and galloped at full speed, but unfortunately not far from the city gate a group of assassins caught up and blocked their way. Capture Su Qingge and Su Qingyao alive. Kill the others. Shi Yu'an's heart sank. She said to the Su sisters, these must be sent by the imperial consort Su. They want to capture you to use as leverage against Princess Chongping. Su Qingyao shouted, it's me you want to capture. Let the others go. But the assassins showed no mercy, engaging in combat with Pei Yan. Pei Yan's sword slashed across a man's neck, splattering blood. He coldly retreated a few steps, always shielding those behind him. His master and his sister were behind him. He could not afford to lose. No, Shi Yu'an suddenly realized the problem. The imperial consort Su is not this powerful. These are people from the Marquis of Wuan's residence. They must not capture Qingyao and Qingge. Pei Yan also understood. These men's moves were fierce, bearing the valor of 10,000 soldiers. They were clearly from the military. Besieged by several experts, Pei Yan knew he could not hold out for long, but with his sister and master behind him, he absolutely could not give up. Su Qingge wielded a long whip to drive away those who tried to approach, but they were outnumbered. Soon someone found an opportunity and stabbed a knife toward the carriage. Shi Yu'an instinctively shielded Pei Zhu and Su Qingyao behind her. Just as the blade was about to pierce her body at the critical moment, with a clang, Pei Yan blocked the strike with his sword. But he did not have time to dodge the blade coming from behind him. He was too slow to evade, and his arm was cut open, blood splattering. Brother! Pei Zhu cried out in worry. Pei Yan, get out of the way. Shi Yu'an shouted, then stepped forward and threw a packet of powder. This was the poison powder Min Han had forced into her hands. Though its effects were unclear, it could at least blind the assassins. The situation turned out better than she had expected. The assassins covered their eyes and howled. Pei Yan and Su Qingge quickly dispatched the two nearest assassins, then immediately returned to the horses, cracked the whips, and galloped away. At the city gate, a squad of guards came to escort them. Shi Yu'an thought they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but she noticed that the guards looked unfamiliar. Something's wrong. Shi Yu'an stopped Su Qingge and the others who were about to alight, and suddenly shouted, Pei Yan, run. Pei Yan immediately turned the carriage around and sped off in another direction. Sure enough, the guards behind them changed their expressions at once and drew their swords to chase. Their pursuers were relentless. Pei Yan knew that if this continued, they would be caught sooner or later. Up ahead at the turn, you get off and find a place to hide. I'll lead them away. Brother. Pei Zhu was filled with worry, hating herself for being so useless and unable to help her brother. Pei Yan turned back to look at Pei Zhu, gritted his teeth, and said, be obedient and go with master. Shi Yu'an also knew this was the only way. She said to Pei Zhu, our presence will only hold him back. Listen to your brother. Let's go. At the turn, Pei Yan slowed down. Shi Yu'an and the other three took the chance to jump off the carriage and run into the woods by the roadside. Not long after, Pei Yan was caught up by the pursuers. They shot the horses and broke into the carriage only to find it empty. It's a trick. Turn back and chase. Think again. Pei Yan, despite his injuries, blocked the pursuer's path. Just a brat. Kill him. A group of them tangled together, but Pei Yan gripped his sword tightly, refusing to let a single one pass. After fighting for what seemed like an eternity, just as Pei Yan felt his strength failing, someone rode up on horseback. Pei Yan. LuoXingzhou's anxious voice came, and then Xiao Dao along with several guards joined the fight. Pei Yan's legs gave way and he nearly collapsed to the ground. He grabbed Luo with a blood-covered hand and said urgently, Master and the others are in danger. Save them quickly. Pei Yan's legs went weak and he nearly fell. With blood-stained hands, he grabbed Luo and said urgently, Master and the others are in danger. Save them quickly. Behind Luo Xingzhou, Shi Yu'an and the other students had also run over, all of them dusty and disheveled in a sorry state. Shen Mingxiu, Huang Tianlu, and the others who knew martial arts were all injured, though fortunately none of the wounds were severe. The worst off was Xiao Dao, who had single-handedly killed most of the pursuers and had been stabbed in the abdomen. Yet at that moment, he could not spare a thought for his own wound. His mission was to protect Shi Yu'an, but now she was missing without a trace. How could he face the prince? I'm going to find them now. I'll go too. Pei Yan's face was pale, but he forced himself to his feet using his sword. No one is to go. Luo Xingzhou blocked Pei Yan. Your wounds must be treated as soon as possible. I've sent someone to borrow men from the county office. They will surely find the master and the others. Luo Xingzhou, my sister, and the master are missing. Their lives hang in the balance. I can't wait any longer. Pei Yan could not help but roar. He was usually afraid of nothing, but now his eyes were filled with panic and fear. It was my failure to protect them. I could only let them flee into the mountains. I cannot guarantee that no one caught up to them. Luo Xingzhou is right. You are too badly injured. Shi Yu'an stepped forward. I am not hurt. Tell me the exact location, and I'll take some guards to search for them first. Luo Xingzhou nodded and asked Pei Yan to tell him the exact spot where Shi Yu'an and the others had gotten off the carriage. After Pei Yan finished speaking, everyone's hearts tightened. Among the four women, only Su Qingge knew martial arts. The other three were delicate and gentle. They dared not imagine what the four of them might be going through. We'll go search for the master too, the other student said. No. Luo Xingzhou looked at their exhausted faces and made a decision. We'll do as Master Qi says. The rest of you return to the Shun residence first. Pei Yan and Xiao De wanted to object, but they were already spent. At Luo Xingzhou's command, 2 guards knocked them unconscious and dragged them onto the carriage. When Pei Yan woke up, the sky was already dark. His wound had been dressed, and his fatigue had eased somewhat. Have they found the master? Pei Yan got up and was about to rush out, infuriating Min Han, who chased after him. I just bandaged you. Don't give me extra work. Pei Yan found Luo Xingzhou, who was still seated at the desk writing something. He rushed over. Luo Xingzhou, it's already dark. You haven't found them yet, have you? Luo Xingzhou lowered his gaze and replied yes. But at the entrance to the forest, there were no signs of a struggle. It seems no one discovered the 4 of them. For now, they are not in immediate danger. Even if there are no pursuers, the 4 of them have entered the forest. Now that it's dark, the woods are full of poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. Can you guarantee their safety? Luo Xingzhou was silent for a moment. I cannot guarantee it. I can only do my best and leave the rest to fate. Hearing this, Pei Yan grew even more furious and turned to leave. If you won't go, I will. I'll bring the master back right now. Tonight no one is leaving the Shun residence. Luo Xingzhou's voice came coldly from behind. Luo Xingzhou. Pei Yan walked back, angrily grabbing Luo Xingzhou's collar. That's my sister, and our master. The master has been so good to you, and this is how you repay her. Luo Xingzhou's eyes were deep, but his tone was firm. I have my own plans. Pei Yan was completely enraged by his nonchalant demeanor. Your plan is for us to wait here, doing nothing, letting them tremble in fear in the mountains, facing unknown dangers. I know you never care about others. Even the master. You only want to use her. A person like you would never truly value human life. Luo Xingzhou raised his eyes to meet Pei Yan's. Those eyes, always brimming with smiles, were now shrouded in a mist. Pei Yan, you and the master are both right. I am that kind of person. I don't care about anyone's life. Luo Xingzhou raised his eyes to meet Pei Yan's. Those eyes, always brimming with smiles, were now shrouded in a mist. Pei Yan, you and the master are both right. I am that kind of person. I don't care about anyone's life. He raised his hand and firmly grasped Pei Yan's wrist, his gaze resolute and commanding. So stop acting rashly. If you want to go throw your life away, I will not allow it. Hearing the commotion near Luo Xingzhou, the others hurried over. After what had happened today, they were all panicked and anxious, not knowing what to do. At such times they were accustomed to following Luo Xingzhou's arrangements. Yet the thought of the master and the others still missing their lives unknown filled them with unbearable worry. Though they were usually unruly after spending this time together, they had unknowingly come to regard Shi Yu'an as a true master and had developed genuine bonds with their classmates. I don't want anything to happen to the master, no matter who she is. Shin Fuguei spoke up. I also want to find the master as soon as possible. Our former masters looked down on us, but Master Shi has never despised us. Even if she were truly a fool, I would still want her as my master. Zhu Mingling added. I like the master too. Qi Ran's young eyes glistened with tears. And Sister Peizhu's sister Qingyao, and Sister Qingga. We must bring them all back safely. The others chimed in agreement. Everyone, don't panic. I believe Luo Xingzhou's worry for the master is no less than yours. With the master away, we should unite even more and trust each other. Shin Mingxiu walked in. There were several wounds of varying sizes on her arms left from the fight. Fortunately, the killer's true target was not them, so they had managed to escape unscathed. She looked at Luo Xingzhou and said, Don't be angry. Everyone is just overly worried about the master's safety. You must have everything arranged right. Luo Xingzhou's expression did not change, but he spoke seriously. I have already borrowed troops from the county office to search the forest. But there is still no result, which only means the master and the others may have moved to a different location. That forest is dense and the terrain is complex. Even if we go ourselves, we won't be faster than the government soldiers. Even if we're slower, at least we can contribute. Pei Yan said resentfully. Luo Xingzhou looked at him and sighed helplessly. You are injured and everyone is exhausted. Going now would only cause more chaos. Pei Yan lowered his head, his eyes reddening. Knowing they might be in danger, and I do nothing. Luo Xingzhou understood his guilt. He patted his shoulder and softened his voice. Pei Yan, I know you did your best to protect them. Trust me, I will bring them back. After calming Pei Yan, Luo Xingzhou continued. The Wuan Marquis mansion sent a considerable number of troops. They made such a commotion, yet the county office did nothing to stop them. That means they are in cahoots. The entire Zhuzhou region is probably no longer safe. Shin Mingxiu's eyes sharpened. What do you plan to do? Luo Xingzhou rubbed his aching temples and replied, I have studied the detailed map of the area around that forest. Although it will be difficult for the master and the others to find their way out, it will be equally hard for others to find them. As long as the Wuan Marquis men don't find them, they are safe for now. Moreover, the Wuan Marquis men have already been exposed. To silence witnesses, they will likely try to eliminate us. So our current situation is also dangerous. I have already sent letters to the county office, the Zhuzhou Defense Garrison, and Prince Jean, requesting aid. In the meantime, everyone must stay together and not act rashly. Will it be in time? Shin Mingxiu asked. Not sure. So we cannot sit back and wait. Luo Xingzhou's gaze swept over everyone. He spoke seriously and solemnly. Rest well tonight. If there is still no news of the master and the 4 by tomorrow morning, we will go search for them ourselves. Meanwhile, deep in the Xuzhou forest, Shi Yu'an and the other three had been walking for an unknown period of time. At first, they had entered the forest only to hide from the pursuers. But instead of finding a hiding place, they had disturbed a wild boar and were chased relentlessly. After that, the four of them fled, desperately tumbled down a slope, fell, and got injured, and completely lost their bearings. As the sky darkened, Shi Yu'an for safety Sake led them to find a place to spend the night. Fortunately, they soon discovered a cave. It was overgrown with weeds, but the interior was spacious enough. After clearing out the weeds, they finally had a shelter. I'm exhausted. Suqingga flopped onto the pile of cleared weeds. In the past decade or so, she had never done such hard labor. Shi Yu'an and Pei Zhu gathered some dead branches. The temperature dropped at night. Fortunately, it was already early summer, or else they might have died from hypothermia, even if the beasts didn't get them. Shi Yu'an looked at Suqingga's tired face and placed some wild fruit in front of her. Have something to eat first. What's this? Suqingga had never seen such fruits before. She looked curious. Can I eat it? Yes, Shi Yu'an said. I've already tried some. I trust the master. Suqingga picked up a fruit and took a bite. Her expression changed slightly, then she swallowed expressionlessly. Sis, what does it taste like? Is it good? The aftertaste is sweet. It's edible. Suqingga immediately took a big bite, then her face puckered from the sourness. Then she saw the other three all looking at her and laughing. Realizing she had been tricked, she scolded. Oh, you all tricked me. It is a bit sour, but this is all we have for now. Bear with it. Shi Yu'an said. Speaking of which, if Suqingga hadn't shifted her affections, she would have ended up living like this sooner or later in the Wuan Marquis mansion. The original Suqingga was tormented emotionally and physically by Liang Shinan. Zhao Huaner miscarried and framed Suqingga for pushing her, so Liang Shinan locked Suqingga in an abandoned courtyard and refused to give her food. For 3 whole months, Suqingga transformed from a pampered, love-struck fool who had never lifted a finger to one who could dig wild vegetables for herself. But soon the wild grass was all dug up. To survive, she went from eating wild vegetables and fruits to eating rat meat and snake meat, while Liang Shinan feasted and drank in the front courtyard, occasionally asking the servants, has the lady admitted her mistake after all these days? This idiot man kept asking every day whether Suqingga had come to apologize, never thinking that he had locked her up. How could she come? In the end, Suqingga fainted. A young maidservant she had once saved risked her life to find Liang Shinan and beg for help. When Liang Shinan saw Suqingga on the verge of death, he flew into a rage and demanded, "Who allowed you to treat her like this? Drag them all out and beat them." Hearing these thoughts from Shi Yu'an's mind, Suqingga felt a wave of nausea. She would actually stoop to eating rats and snakes. Disgusting. What's wrong? Shi Yu'an saw Suqingga heaving and asked anxiously, "Is it the wild fruit upsetting your stomach?" "Don't worry, master. Suqingga is probably just too tired." Suqingga's heart ached deeply. To hear that her sister had been driven to such extremes made her want to slice Liang Shinan into 1,000 pieces. So she immediately grabbed several more wild fruits and shoved them into Suqingga's hands. Eat them all. If she suffered enough hardship now, she wouldn't have to suffer more for a man later. Sis. Suqingga's face wrinkled like a bitter gourd, but Suqingga was cold and unmoved. Actually, I still have some food here. Pei Zhu, who had been standing nearby, opened the cloth pouch she carried and took out a wrapped packet of pastries. Pei Zhu, you have food. Shi Yu'an was astonished. There were 10 pieces of pastry, the dense pressed kind, that should be filling, though they looked terribly dry. Pei Zhu opened the pastries and then pulled out a delicate water flask. I have water too. Shi Yu'an's eyes lit up. Although they might find water in the forest, having a flask to carry it would be much more convenient. Great. Pei Zhu, you've saved the day. With food and water, Shi Yu'an felt a wave of relief. I'm glad I can help. Pei Zhu lowered her head guiltily. If I hadn't suggested going to the temple fair, none of us would have been in danger today. What does that have to do with you? Even if you hadn't said it, we were planning to go anyway. Suqingga also said, those men came after us, sisters. You were dragged into this. If anyone should feel guilty, it's us. Shi Yu'an scolded them sternly. Our danger comes from the villains, not from you. Don't go around taking blame yourselves. Suqingga chimed in, the master is right. It's all those scoundrels' fault. Once this princess returns to the capital, I'll make them pay. Let's talk about the future later. Shi Yu'an sighed. For now, the priority is to start a fire by friction and get a blaze going. She had once participated in a wilderness survival challenge during summer break, and fire by friction was her best skill. Master. Pei Zhu began, but Shi Yu'an had already rolled up her sleeves, assumed a confident stance, and declared, no need to say more. Just trust me. I can do it. I absolutely cannot lose face in front of my students. This is about my dignity as a master. O spirit of friction, fire, grant me power, burn. After her prayer, Shi Yu'an rubbed furiously, her hands nearly sparking, but the wooden piece beneath showed no sign of igniting. Just then Pei Zhu handed her an object, forcing herself to say, Master, what I meant to say was that I brought a tinderbox. Shi Yu'an paused for a moment, then threw the fire-starting materials far away. She asked Pei Zhu, Dora Zhu, what else do you have in that magic pouch of yours? Pei Zhu took down the pouch. That's all. Probably nothing useful, right? Shi Yu'an and the Su sisters looked over as Pei Zhu took out the items one by one. This is a dagger that can cut through iron. This is a pill that cures all poisons. This is a life-saving heart-protecting pill, and this is a luminous pearl. Shi Yu'an and the Su sisters exchanged glances, then all gave Pei Zhu a thumbs up. Pei Zhu blushed with embarrassment. My father secretly stuffed them into my bag before we left. Shi Yu'an was a bit surprised. She took out her own belongings. I didn't bring much, just a dagger I bought at the market and a map of the terrain. Su Qingyao and Su Qingge felt awkward. They had only brought money. Suddenly Su Qingge had a flash of inspiration. Banknotes are useful. We can use them to start a fire. With that, she stuffed a stack of banknotes into the pile of twigs and was about to light them with the tinderbox. Oh, my dear lady. Shi Yu'an lunged to stop her. We're not at that point yet. With the tinderbox, Shi Yu'an quickly got a fire going. The four of them each ate half a piece of pastry and a few wild fruits, then began to take turns resting. The fire radiated warmth, and beside it lay a luminous pearl glowing softly. The four girls huddled together, and miraculously their fear subsided. They took turns watching the fire. The next morning they emerged from the cave. Shi Yu'an looked up at the sky and said, "Lucky. Looks like a clear day. Master, should we head back today?" Su Qingyao asked. Su Qingge had already scrambled up the tallest tree, scanning around, but she jumped down disappointed. "I can't see the way back." Shi Yu'an pondered for a moment and said, "I think it might not be wise to rush back now. Think about it. The Wuhan Marquis's mansion sent so many men to capture you, even willing to kill everyone else to silence them. What does that tell us?" "It means they feel emboldened and have made thorough preparations," Su Qingyao replied. "Exactly. Xuzhou is no longer safe. And even if we return, the journey back to the capital is bound to be dangerous. Since they've already started, they will certainly attack along the way." Hearing Shi Yu'an's words, the three women's faces grew even heavier. "Then won't my brother and the others be in danger too?" Pei Zhu asked. "I can't give you a definite answer," Shi Yu'an said, gripping Pei Zhu's hand firmly. "But I believe they will protect themselves. So we must protect ourselves too, so that we can be reunited with them." Eventually Shi Yu'an and her three companions decided to head north. Shi Yu'an knew how to identify directions. She had studied the map from Xuzhou to the capital, and the mountain path was the shortest route. Since the people from Wuhan Marquis Manor wanted to capture them, they would climb over mountains and trek back to the capital, exhausting them completely. But what Shi Yu'an hadn't expected was that they would exhaust not only their pursuers, but also a group of students from Qingchuan Academy. The story begins from the morning. Without any news of Shi Yu'an, LuoXingzhou grew increasingly anxious. However, the scouts he sent out brought even worse news. Wuhan Marquis Manor had directly taken control of the Xuzhou government office last night and issued a wanted poster to arrest them. Before the wanted poster even arrived, Li Qiao came specially to report, "It's terrible. My cousin is a constable in the county office. I asked him to help find Master Shi, but he told me that the county office received orders claiming bandits were causing trouble and had captured 2 princesses, so troops were being sent to catch the bandits." "What bandits? Clearly they're using this as an excuse to capture us." LuoXingzhou snorted coldly. "We must leave Xuzhou immediately." Lan Xiao also hurried in. "Gentlemen, the dried provisions and water are ready. You must depart at once." LuoXingzhou had arranged everything last night, preparing portable tools and food for each person. Seeing that they were already well prepared, Li Qiao also breathed a sigh of relief. So everyone shouldered their packs and hurried out of the Shen mansion, directly entering the mountain forest. Unfortunately, because Shi Yu'an and her group were chased by a wild boar, they ran in a panicked direction and then rolled down a hillside, leaving no marks along the way. It wasn't until 3 days later that LuoXingzhou spotted a symbol on a tree trunk, an N. He was instantly overjoyed. "Master is safe." "They're safe. What symbol is this?" The others gathered around. "Master said this is a direction representing the north," LuoXingzhou explained. When Shi Yu'an wrote her travelogue, she had also drawn a topographic map. At that time, he was very curious about those special symbols, so she taught him the symbols for the 4 cardinal directions, east, southwest, and north. So this was the secret signal she left for him. So Master and the others indeed headed toward the capital. Shun Mingxiu asked incredulously, "How did you know Master's thoughts?" 3 days ago, after searching the forest for a whole day, without finding any trace of Master and the others, LuoXingzhou decided to head directly north and return to the capital. At first they worried that they might miss Shi Yu'an and the others, but LuoXingzhou gave 2 reasons. First, it's not safe outside now, though there will definitely be ambushes from the Wuhan Marquis Manor along the way. Only by returning to the capital can we find reinforcements. Second, my intuition tells me that Master won't wander aimlessly. If she can't wait for us, she will also head toward the capital. So they started walking north continuously, and finally on the 3rd day, they saw the mark left by Shi Yu'an that only he could understand. Pei Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were alive, that was good. Let's speed up and catch up to them. Yes, let's catch them. LuoXingzhou smiled and nodded heavily at him. This was the first time in days that Pei Yan had seen him wear such a relaxed expression. These past few days he had always appeared calm, thinking 2 steps ahead, planning everything, and also soothing everyone's emotions. In truth, he was more tired and more oppressed than anyone else. LuoXingzhou. Pei Yan walked over to him. Luo Xingzhou turned to look at him, but the words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. Finally, he reached out, took the pack from Luo Xingzhou's back, slung it over his own shoulder, and strode forward quickly. You're walking too slowly. Seeing this, Min Han shouted angrily, Pei Yan, what are you showing off? Do you know how much effort I spent on that damned wound of yours? Huang Tianlu jumped over and snatched both packs from Pei Yan. No one is competing with me today. Shen Mingxiu shook his head with a smile and turned to ask Xiao Da, how is your wound healing? Xiao Da's complexion was fairly good, and his wound was healing quite well. What surprised him was that these noble-born students were actually very considerate of him, not only not letting him carry anything, but also always taking his injury into account when moving. Weren't they supposed to be profligate sons? How were they so different from the snobbish noble youths he had encountered before? He replied, it's nothing serious thanks to Dr. Min. It's because your body recovers quickly, Min Han said, turning his head arrogantly. Don't imitate Pei Yan jumping around all day and causing worries. Just hold on a few more days, and the wound will fully heal. All right, Xiao Da responded. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shi Yu'an carefully carved a large N on a tree with her dagger. Master, will they really understand this symbol? Asked Pei Zhu. Of course. Shi Yu'an had thought it over. Writing words or drawing arrows would be understandable to others, and if pursuers came, they would be in danger. Although she had only explained the meaning of this English letter to Luo Xingzhou once, she believed that he would definitely recognize it. As long as he saw this mark, he would know what she was thinking, and sooner or later they would reunite in the capital. Shi Yu'an's guess was correct. Luo Xingzhou understood her meaning and followed their footsteps in the same direction. But what she hadn't expected was that they were separated by 3 days' distance. Thus Shi Yu'an and her 3 companions trudged miserably ahead, while the students chased after them with great difficulty. What had been a pleasant study tour had turned into a wilderness escape. Shi Yu'an's situation was even worse because they had no food. They had managed to survive so far thanks to Suqingga. Suqingga, thanks for the compliment, but I'd rather not have this kind of talent. Wait, there's something ahead. Suqingga's expression instantly turned serious. Shi Yu'an and the others immediately held their breath, listening intently to the sounds ahead. Soon a rustling came from the front, and a figure leaped out from the grass. Shi Yu'an and the figure locked eyes, then exclaimed in unison, It's you. Su Qingyao and Suqingga, upon recognizing the figure, cried out joyfully, Cousin, run! Xiao Jingyue shouted urgently. Only then did the Su sisters notice that their cousin, the Prince Jean, who was always impeccably dressed, was now in a mess. Something must have gone wrong. Before they could react, another figure burst out from behind Xiao Jingyue. The very culprit that had caused them to lose their way. That damned wild boar. Xiao Jingyue had never imagined that he would meet Shi Yu'an again so soon. Nor had he anticipated that their reunion would take place in such a moment of panic, right before his eyes while he was being chased by a wild boar. The last time Shi Yu'an had cornered him in the latrine, he thought that was the most embarrassing moment in the world. Now he realized he had spoken too soon. Many things are unpredictable. For instance, he couldn't tell what kind of image he presented in her eyes at this moment. How could you bring it along? You're a prince, yet you don't act like one. Shi Yu'an cursed as she ran. I didn't expect this pig to fixate on me. And he had come looking for them. Then don't run toward us. It's chasing you, not us. There's no other path here, and it seems quite familiar with you lot. As they ran, another figure emerged from the woods. Your Highness, I'm here to save you. Xiao Er brandished his blade like a heavenly warrior descending from the sky, igniting hope in everyone, only to be ruthlessly knocked over by the wild boar the next moment. Without a second word, they all turned and kept running. Is this your guard? He is my guard. Any problem? No problem. I can see that. Xiao Jingyue, I shouldn't have brought Xiao Er out. Xiao Er caught up. Your Highness, rest assured, I will protect your safety. Xiao Jingyue sneered. Then go deal with the boar behind us. Your Highness, I can't do it. Xiao Er didn't stop running. But I promise I won't run faster than you, Your Highness. Xiao Jingyue, then I must thank you for your thoughtfulness. You're welcome. It's my duty to protect you. Xiao Er will surely outperform Xiao Da. Xiao Er, what's his relationship with Xiao Da? Shi Yu'an wondered. Why does his name follow the same pattern as Xiao Da's? Wasn't he a guard sent by the academy through Mr. Xingzhou? Could the Prince of Jin and Mr. Xingzhou? Xiao Er is a guard issued by the palace, so he was granted the imperial surname. Xiao Jingyue had originally planned to directly admit that he was Mr. Xingzhou of Qingchuan Academy, but considering his recent entrance, he decided to postpone that revelation. So they were from the same batch. Shi Yu'an glanced at Xiao Er. How can they be so different? I can't run anymore. Su Qingyao, supported by Suqingga, gasped for breath as she caught up. Cousin, think of something. Xiao Jingyue looked around and spoke simultaneously with Shi Yu'an. There's a big tree ahead. Lure the boar over there. Quick, take Pei Zhu up the tree. Shi Yu'an pushed Pei Zhu toward Xiao Er. Miss Pei, forgive my impertinence. Xiao Er, disregarding propriety, grabbed Pei Zhu and leaped onto the tree as she was the slowest. Su Qingyao was also pulled up the tree by Suqingga. With the big tree ahead, Shi Yu'an closed her eyes and gritted her teeth, rolling to the side. But the expected pain never came. Opening her eyes, she found Xiao Jingyue had cushioned her fall. Though Xiao Jingyue looked lean, he was tall and long-limbed enough to shield her entirely. After several rolls, she was unharmed. But Xiao Jingyue, was even more disheveled. Why? Did you help me? Shi Yu'an was puzzled. Shouldn't he hate me? It's what I should do, Xiao Jinghua blurted out, then quickly explained, our engagement hasn't been annulled yet. Protecting you is my duty. And when had he ever said he hated her? Shi Yu'an nodded. I see. He means our engagement is a burden to him, and he's reminding me to annul it quickly. Xiao Jinghua grew anxious. He hadn't meant that at all. True, he had been dissatisfied with the betrothal before, but since it was set, he wouldn't casually break it off. Moreover, through recent interactions, he had discovered she was not the empty-headed person he had assumed. If possible, he wished they could have more opportunities to get to know each other. But Shi Yu'an had already made up her mind. The betrothal was requested by the Shi family. To annul it, I'll probably need the Shi family to step in. Looks like I need to return to the Shi residence soon. Xiao Jingyue's gaze darkened. Was she so eager to break off the engagement with him? Just then Su Qingga's voice came from ahead. The boar is dead. We have meat to eat. Boo-hoo, I don't have to catch mice anymore. Shi Yu'an jumped up excitedly, took a few steps, then turned back and extended her hand to Xiao Jinghua. Can you still walk? Xiao Jinghua sat on the ground covered in weeds, looked up, and met her gaze. He subconsciously reached out and took her hand. Her hand was warm to the touch. He came to his senses, a strange heat rising in his heart, and his ears burned as if on fire. He could have gotten up and walked on his own, but he chose a different answer. It hurts a bit. I might have internal injuries. Shi Yu'an studied him. Is he expecting me to carry him? Even though I'm responsible for his injury, he's so tall. I can't carry him. Xiao Jinghua coughed in panic. He wasn't that shameless. No. It's fine. I can walk by myself. No, you saved me after all. I won't abandon you. Shi Yu'an said, and Xiao Jinghua's heart secretly leaped with joy. Was she concerned about him? But the next moment, she unhesitatingly called out, Xiao Er, your prince is injured. Come carry him. Xiao Er appeared before Xiao Jinghua in a flash. Your Highness, I'm here. Where are you hurt? You look fine. In the end, Xiao Jinghua didn't let Xiao Er carry him and walked over casually as if nothing had happened. As dusk fell, they found a place to rest. Xiao Er cut off several pieces of wild boar meat to roast. Best of all, he had brought seasonings. Sprinkling them on the meat soon filled the air with a tantalizing aroma. Indeed, heaven never fails to give everyone a talent. This Xiao Er looks dull, but he's actually useful at critical moments. But still no match for Xiaoda. As the saying goes, like master, like servant. Look at Mr. Qingzhou's guard, and then at the Prince of Jin's. Tisk no comparison. Pei Zhu and the Su sisters, hearing Shi Yu'an's inner thoughts, dared not lift their heads and silently gnawed on the meat skewers. Xiao Er suddenly felt a chill down his back. Looking up, he met his prince's icy gaze and immediately understood. Your Highness, are you hungry? I'm not hungry. Xiao Jinghua replied curtly. How could that be? I saw your eyes turn green. Don't worry, I'll roast the biggest one for you. Xiao Jinghua. Great, now he had the added image of a glutton. He resignedly accepted the roasted meat Xiao Er shoved into his hand and began to talk about the situation outside. Prince Consort Su has been arrested. It's now confirmed that he was involved in Du Ruzhuang's attempted murder of her husband. He was the instigator. As for my aunt, the Chongping princess, Xiao Jinghua looked at Su Qingyao. I have followed your instructions and tricked her into going to the mountain to pray. I also arranged. He found it hard to say. 12 handsome men of different styles to meet her every day. By the time I left the capital, she had already forgotten about Prince Consort Su. Everyone looked at Su Qingyao in astonishment. Su Qingga asked directly, Sis, is this the untrustworthy method you mentioned? I didn't want to either, but mother is truly hopeless. She's been captivated by father's face for over a decade. Su Qingyao sighed. I had hoped to make mother see father's true nature and come to her senses, but I never expected to resort to this. Mother has truly disappointed me. But this is too. Su Qingga didn't know how to phrase it. Sending handsome men to her mother. Wasn't that like gifting her father a hat? A green one at that. A green one at that. Actually, I was quite torn. After all, our father isn't dead yet, she said, then quickly asked Xiao Jinghua, Cousin, did you manage to include someone who resembles my father in the selection, just in case mother has a preference for that type? Xiao Jinghua nodded. Su Qingyao pressed further. It's not enough to just look like him, he must be more handsome than my father and better at coaxing her. Otherwise, how can he replace father's place in mother's heart? Rest assured, the person I found is certainly superior to the imperial consort Su. Su Qingyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now it's foolproof. Su Qingga thought, I don't see a hint of reluctance in you. Impressive, Su Qingyao. Shi Yu'an praised. Different monkeys need different leashes. If you'd done this earlier, the princess wouldn't have been deceived by that scumbag for so many years. Master, you flatter me. It's all thanks to your excellent teaching. Su Qingyao had drawn inspiration from Shi Yu'an's method of dealing with Su Qingga. Shi Yu'an gave Su Qingyao an approving look, but couldn't help sighing inwardly. 12 handsome men of different styles. The Chongping princess is truly living the high life. If only I could. Master. Su Qingyao interrupted Shi Yu'an's wandering thoughts. My mother should be awake now. As long as she doesn't intervene, my father will definitely get his comeuppance. Exactly. Without the princess, the imperial consort is nothing. As Shi Yu'an spoke, she mused to herself, from now on the Chongping princess will have a harem of handsome men, while the scumbag loses everything and meets a miserable end. A true woman should live like this. Su Qingyao added. If father had treated mother well, she would certainly have stayed faithful to him. Shi Yu'an smiled and nodded in agreement, but her inner thoughts betrayed her. Why should women be expected to be faithful when men can't? And why hang yourself on one tree? At least try a few others first. Su Qingyao helplessly massaged her forehead and stole a glance at Xiao Jingyue's face. It was as black as ink. She decided to keep her mouth shut. Xiao Jingyue had grown accustomed to Shi Yu'an's eccentricity, and besides, what she said wasn't wrong. His aunt the Grand Princess could keep a few male consorts in the future. It wasn't a big deal. Back to the main topic. Perhaps because my aunt didn't intervene, the imperial consort Su approached the Wuan Marquis Manor. I don't know what benefits he promised, but they planned to kidnap you to threaten my aunt. That's why you were ambushed. With rage in his eyes, Xiao Jingyue continued. The Wuan Marquis Manor not only keeps private soldiers, but also dares to murder the masters and students of the Qingchuan Academy. Utterly audacious and lawless. When I return to the capital, I will report this to the emperor and demand severe punishment. Su Qingge suddenly felt guilty. It must be because of me. I was foolish to trust Liang Shunan, and now he's done something so crazy, because of me dragging everyone into this. Cousin, don't overthink it, Xiao Jingyue said. You're not that important. At least not important enough for the Wuan Marquis Manor to make such a big move. Su Qingge's guilt was left hanging awkwardly. Shi Yu'an glanced at Xiao Jingyue and comforted Su Qingge. The heir of the Wuan Marquis Manor is a useless romantic, but the Marquis himself is not. He wouldn't let his son's foolishness jeopardize the entire manor. There must be another goal. Exactly, Xiao Jingyue continued, oblivious to his own bluntness. See, Liang Shunan professes to love you, but in reality, he can give you nothing. A man who truly values you would lay everything at your feet for you to choose. Liang Shunan spent lavishly on his cousin in the manor, but what has he ever given you? Cousin, you should spend more time studying. You have a noble family and beauty, but without matching wisdom, you'll always be a target for scumbags. Su Qingge covered her face and ran off crying. Xiao Er immediately followed, but she didn't dare go far. She could only vent by plucking wild vegetables from the ground. Shi Yu'an quietly asked Su Qingyao, did you never think of having your cousin scold some sense into her before? Su Qingyao shook her head. Cousin usually seems so gentle. I never expected him to be so sharp-tongued. Pei Zhu also leaned in and whispered, I thought the Prince of Jin being a scholar would be more euphemistic. Turns out he's not much different from my brother. Shi Yu'an chuckled. In terms of harshness, he's definitely on par with Pei Yan. Xiao Jingyue couldn't help but cough. Couldn't they discuss people behind his back without doing it right in front of him? Suddenly a scream from Su Qingge drew everyone's attention. They rushed over and found her clutching her ankle in pain with 2 distinct bite marks. A snake. Xiao Er killed the snake. Shi Yu'an examined it and exclaimed, not good. This snake is venomous. Su Qingyao's face paled, and she immediately knelt down to suck out the venom. Don't suck it. Shi Yu'an stopped her. You might die from the poison before you can draw out the venom. But snake venom can kill. Su Qingyao was frantic. Don't panic. Su Qingge, don't move. Don't let the venom spread. Shi Yu'an said. Pei Zhu, get the 100 pox elixir quickly. Oh right, I have antidote pills. Pei Zhu immediately found the 100 pox elixir and fed it to Su Qingge. Shi Yu'an then found a thin vine tightly bound the wound near the heart and took out a dagger. Even though you've taken the elixir, I still need to treat the wound as a precaution. Otherwise, if the poison enters the bloodstream, it's over. Bear with it. Su Qingge extended her foot, resigned to her fate. Chop it off, Shi Yu'an. I just need to let the poison blood out. After squeezing out the poison blood and cleaning the wound with the wine, Xiao Er carried Shi Yu'an stood up and searched for herbs nearby. Xiao Jingyue followed closely with a torch. It was said that an antidote could be found within 3 steps. Sure enough, Shi Yu'an soon found an herb that could neutralize snake venom. She crushed the herb and applied it to Su Qingge's wound before resting. Xiao Jingyue, impressed by her calmness and systematic approach, looked at her with newfound respect. What was that method you just used? Why did you tie her leg? And what herb was that? How did you know there was an antidote nearby? That's a first aid method for snake bites in the wild. If bitten, don't move or panic, or the venom will spread faster through the blood. Shi Yu'an explained the mechanism of venom and then talked about human anatomy. The end near the heart is called the proximal end. I tied it to slow the venom's flow toward the heart. Although the 100 pox elixir is miraculous, if the venom reaches the heart, even the gods might not save you. In short, I'm preparing for the worst. Cleaning the wound and letting out the poisoned blood. If the elixir fails, where would we find a doctor in this wilderness? You've thought of everything. Xiao Jingyue was curious about the human anatomy she described and asked several more questions, which Shi Yu'an patiently answered in terms he could understand. Watching her speak earnestly, her voice clear and gentle, radiating confidence. A confidence born of knowledge. He was captivated. At that moment, he was certain she was no fool. Even if she couldn't write or compose essays, she was a woman of vast knowledge and wisdom. With her answering his questions, discoursing eloquently on unfamiliar topics, the starlight above seemed dim compared to the brilliance in her eyes. For a moment, he was stunned. How do you know so much? Xiao Jingyue was filled with curiosity. She truly was different from any other woman he had met. Shi Yu'an felt a twinge of guilt. I just dabble. I can't tell you that this is common knowledge where I come from. Everyone who's not a dropout learns it. I've studied hard for over a decade. If I didn't know this, my education would be wasted. Xiao Jingyue was taken aback. She had studied for over a decade, and from her tone it seemed that in her world everyone had access to education. For the first time he truly felt that the Shi Yu'an before him was not the original one. Strangely though, while this Shi Yu'an had become erudite, her lively personality was very similar to the old one. If not for the miraculous inner voice, he would never have guessed that a switch had occurred. He wondered if Shi Yu'an's family would notice. You are truly remarkable. Xiao Jingyue praised sincerely. Not at all, not compared to your highness's erudition. I mean it. So do I. I must thank your highness for the books you gave me. They have benefited me immensely, transformed me, and made me no longer willing to remain a simpleton. Xiao Jingyue thought, I feel like she's calling me out. But I have no proof. Shi Yu'an didn't notice Xiao Jingyue's chagrin. She kept checking on Su Qingge, getting up periodically to see how she was doing. It wasn't until late at night, when she saw no signs of fever, that she breathed a sigh of relief. She'll be fine. Don't worry, Shi Yu'an said to Su Qingyao. Get some sleep before dawn. Su Qingyao finally laid down beside her sister. You should rest too. We have to travel early tomorrow. Xiao Jingyue added more wood to the fire. Shi Yu'an didn't insist. She lay down on the hay and soon fell asleep. The next morning they continued north. Meanwhile, the students unexpectedly reunited with a squad of Xiao Jingyue's guards. They owed this to the red, yellow, and green trio. The three had gone off together to relieve themselves, spotted the prince's guards in the distance, and mistook them for pursuers. In a panic, they pulled up their pants and ran back screaming for help. Chaos ensued. Everyone thought they were under attack. But despite the confusion, no one retreated. The martial arts students shielded, the non-martial ones brandished their weapons and charged without hesitation. Fortunately, Xiao De recognized his colleagues and stopped the fight just in time. With the guards leading the way, their pace quickened. 2 days later, they reached the outskirts of the capital. After another day, they finally reunited with Shi Yu'an and her group at the city gate. Master! Everyone wept with joy and rushed towards Shi Yu'an. A mix of emotions stirred within her as she looked at the disheveled students, and her eyes reddened. How are you all? Anyone injured? Shi Yu'an had been worried about Pei Yan's earlier injury. Seeing him in good condition, the knot in her heart loosened. Pei Zhu rushed over and hugged Pei Yan. Brother, you're okay. What could happen to me? Pei Yan said, then noticed her reddened eyes. He softened and ruffled her messy hair. You're always so timid. This journey must have terrified you, right? Any injuries? No, master, and the others took good care of me, Pei Zhu said, rubbing her eyes. But on the way, Sister Qingge was bitten by a venomous snake. A really long snake. It was terrifying. What's so scary about a snake? It's a delicacy. Huang Tianlu and the others joined the conversation. Good thing we had the foresight to ask Chef Zhang to prepare seasonings before we left. You can't imagine how fragrant the roasted snake meat was with just a little bit. Zhu Minglang was still savoring the memory. We didn't get bitten by snakes, but we ran into bees. If it weren't for Minhan, we'd have been stung to death. It was all because Zhu Minglang tried to steal honey and accidentally knocked down the whole hive. We nearly got wiped out. Luckily, Minhan's medicine was potent enough to smoke the bees away. Minhan looked a bit smug. I told you my medicine works. But wasn't the poison you used to drive away the bees originally the dizzy dust that makes people disoriented? Minhan's expression stiffened slightly. That's not important. Su Qingge rushed over and hugged Shin Mingxiu, then looked him up and down to make sure he had no wounds. Brother Mingxiu, a day apart feels like 3 years. Did you miss me? Seeing her still thinking of him despite all the hardship, Shin Mingxiu was moved. You were bitten by a venomous snake. Are you okay now? Su Qingge immediately feigned weakness, holding her head. Of course I'm not okay. My foot hurts, my head hurts, I can't walk. Why don't you carry me? Su Qingyao couldn't bear to watch. You were bitten on your left leg. You're pointing to the wrong leg. The corner of Shin Mingxiu's mouth twitched, but he couldn't bring himself to push her away. He scooped Su Qingge up and said helplessly, I'll take you to the carriage. A pampered commandery princess like her chased, forced to walk miles through the mountains and bitten by a snake. This was probably the hardest ordeal she had ever endured. Luo Xingzhou walked up to Shi Yu'an. Master, all the students have returned safely, not a single one missing. Shi Yu'an looked at him. His clothes were still neat, but fatigue was evident in his eyes. The hardships of the journey were beyond words, but they exchanged a knowing smile. It's good that you're all back. It's good that you're all back. As the Qingchuan Academy procession appeared on the capital's main street, it unsurprisingly drew every gaze. Where did this group of refugees flee from? They look a bit familiar. They're not refugees. They're from Qingchuan Academy. Has Qingchuan Academy finally gone bankrupt and turned into a beggar's guild? Amid the murmuring crowd, the students of Qingchuan Academy walked with heads held high, marching in a grand procession into the courthouse. Xiao Jingyue first returned to his princely mansion, then reappeared in his usual elegant, noble, and aloof manner, tossing a pile of evidence before the Minister of Justice. The Marquis of Wuhan has raised private troops, colluded with officials in Suzhou, and sent assassins to murder 2 masters and all students of Qingchuan Academy. The evidence is conclusive. Why haven't you arrested him yet? The Minister of Justice was startled and immediately sent someone to the palace to petition the emperor. While waiting, the atmosphere in the hall was strange. The main seat was tense and oppressive, while below it was as chaotic as a vegetable market. Those refugee-like students had already casually taken their seats, ordering the court attendants to serve them tea and refreshments. The Minister of Justice, having weathered many storms, promptly asked the Vice Minister of Justice Xiao Sun, "Who exactly are these students from Qingchuan Academy? Go investigate at once." "No need to investigate. I happen to know. Do you have acquaintances among them?" "Quite familiar," Xiao Sun admitted reluctantly. "The one hiding in the back is my son." "Oh, so it's your son." The minister paused before realizing your son and his classmates are truly distinctive. "Your Excellency, I won't dwell on my son's suffering, but his classmates' identities are not ordinary." "How extraordinary." The minister was already getting a headache. One Prince Jean and one Marquis of Wuhan were troublesome enough. If more nobles were dragged in, could he still retire in peace? Those two identical young ladies are the two commandery princesses of Princess Chongping's mansion. That unruly lad is the son of Duke Pei, and his sister is beside him. Next to them is the young master of Grand Tutor Luo. That child is the young lord of Marquis Zhaoshan's mansion. And that one dressed in gold, he's the heir of the richest merchant family, the Shen clan. The silver used to renovate our courthouse last time came from his family. Enough. The minister interrupted him. Why would the Marquis of Wuhan go after innocent children? Isn't he poking a hornet's nest of the capital's elite? The emperor, upon receiving the news, was also shocked. Had the Marquis of Wuhan gone mad? Having offended so many influential families, it would be difficult for even the emperor to protect him. Meanwhile, the Marquis, who had stunned everyone, was himself stunned. His men hadn't returned yet, and these Qingchuan Academy people had already fled back to the capital. But before he could ponder further, Prince Jin's men burst in and dragged him directly to the court. "Prince Jin, on what grounds do you arrest me? I demand an audience with the emperor." "You want to see the emperor? Perfect. I, Duke Pei, also want to enter the palace to seek justice." Duke Pei strode in with a murderous aura. "Old villain Marquis of Wuhan, daring to harm my children. This is far from over." Following him was the richest merchant, Master Shun. He had just donated a huge sum to the court, and even the emperor smiled at him. He was at the peak of his glory. He pulled out Shun Fugui's money pouch and weighed it. "I also asked the emperor to do me justice. My son didn't even manage to spend all his money on the road, which shows he suffered greatly." Princess Chongping also arrived, and as soon as she entered, she embraced her two daughters in tearful wails. Su Qingge waited a moment, then couldn't help reminding, "Mother, say something too." Princess Chongping couldn't stop crying. Su Qingge sighed. "Forget it, don't press, Mother." Xiao Qing shrank in a corner, afraid to meet his father's eyes, while Huang Tianlu and Zhu Minglang remained uncharacteristically quiet and subdued. When Xiao Sun walked up to the three of them, they knelt directly and said in unison, "Father, I was wrong. Uncle, please don't tell my father, Mother." Xiao Sun looked at them coldly, finally fixing his gaze on Xiao Qing. "Your compilation of evidence last time was decent, but not fully standardized. Pay more attention next time." Xiao Qing looked up in surprise. He had expected his father to punish him, but instead, he only said this. Xiao Sun, seeing his son and the two nephews he had watched grow up looking so pathetic, gave a cold snort. "Since you're also victims of the pursuit, prepare your testimonies properly. If you can't make the criminal pay the due price, don't call yourself my son." As he spoke, a palace eunuch arrived from the palace. The eunuch first paid respects to Prince Jin, then conveyed the emperor's will. The gist was that although the Marquis of Wuhan was old and muddle-headed, he couldn't possibly have done something so absurd, so he should be placed under house arrest for the time being, pending further trial. Upon hearing this result, the hall erupted in clamor once more. Doesn't this mean they're shielding the Marquis of Wuhan? Does the Marquis hold some leverage over the emperor? Why is the emperor protecting him so much? Shi Yu'an was puzzled. Xiao Jingyue's expression darkened as well. He could not accept such a resolution. Even if it displeased his royal brother, he had to go to the palace. At that moment, Shi Yu'an's inner voice rang out again. "Marquis of Wuhan Liangzhen, let me see what cards you're really holding." Xiao Jingyue and Luo Xingzhou exchanged a glance. Finally, it was coming. Xiao Jingyue sat upright, pretending to think to buy time. The eunuch dared not urge him, and the Marquis had to wait, but his smugness was barely concealed. The Marquis's younger sister, Imperial Consort Liang, is the emperor's most favored concubine, and he holds military power. No wonder even the emperor treads carefully around him. Not only does the Marquis keep private troops, but he's also secretly mining iron ore in Suzhou and trafficking salt. My God, every one of these crimes warrants the death penalty. Hearing Shi Yu'an's thoughts, Xiao Jingyue grew solemn. The Marquis had committed so many treasonous acts. The emperor must know. But the next moment, Shi Yu'an's inner voice left him incredulous. The emperor actually knows about the Marquis's deeds, but one reason is Consort Liang's pillow talk, and the other is that the Marquis helped the emperor greatly during the struggle for the throne, so he can't afford to break with him. Xiao Jingyue was aware of this. His royal brother doted on Consort Liang, while neglecting the empress who had married him in their youth, causing her to languish in chronic illness and die of depression. After that, the emperor repeatedly tried to make Consort Liang his empress, but was blocked by the dowager empress and the court officials due to her arrogance and poor character. Yet as the princes grew older, if the second prince born of consort Liang were named heir, her elevation to empress would only be a matter of time. The Dowager Empress is still clear-headed. She knows the Marquis's ambition, so when she learned the Marquis wanted a marriage alliance with the general's mansion, she betrothed Su Qingge to Liang Shunan instead. Compared to the general's mansion, which holds real military power, the Princess Chongping mansion, without actual power, is clearly more reassuring. This is also why the Marquis let his son torment Su Qingge. He was never satisfied with this marriage. He wanted his son's marriage to secure an ally, so the best way was to wear Su Qingge down to death. Su Qingge felt a chill of fear. Thankfully, she hadn't married Liang Shunan this time, or it would have been like leaping straight into a fire pit. Wait, the general's mansion he wanted to ally with is actually my own family. Damn, I was gossiping and ended up in the story myself. I almost got paired with Liang Shunan. Yuck. Shi Yu'an was furious. But Prince Jin was even more furious. How dare such a thing contend with this prince for a woman? At the same time he realized, no wonder the Dowager Empress forced the betrothal against his wishes. It was to break the alliance between the Marquis of Wuhan and the general's mansion. Shi Yu'an thought of this too. I understand the Dowager not wanting the general's mansion to ally with the Marquis, but why are she and the Emperor so at ease with the general's mansion marrying into Prince Jin's household? After all, Prince Jin is also a son of the late Emperor. There's only one possibility. From the start, the Emperor and the Dowager never intended for this marriage to succeed. And in the original course, Shi Yu'an died, and the general's mansion was wiped out. The more I think about it, the more horrifying it is. Everyone who heard these thoughts couldn't help but shiver. All of them involuntarily thought of Shi Yu'an's death and the tragic fate of the Shi family. Xiao Jingyue felt a heavy weight in his heart. He had never imagined that behind his betrothal lay so much scheming. And the Marquis of Wuhan, what exactly did he intend to do? Rebellion? Shi Yu'an's inner voice soon gave him the answer. Shocking. Imperial consort Liang willingly sacrificed herself for love, entering the palace pregnant to gain favor, while the Marquis of Wuhan plots to corrupt the royal bloodline and rebel for his own son. Imperial consort Liang was actually a courtesan trained by the Marquis's household, originally meant to be sent to the palace to compete for favor. But the Marquis's ambition went further. He wanted power for his own flesh and blood. The own son doesn't refer to Liang Shunan. He was adopted. The Marquis's biological son is the second prince born of consort Liang. Xiao Jingyue's hand trembled, nearly spilling his teacup. He had expected to hear evidence of the Marquis's treason, but instead he heard about the Emperor being cuckolded. The student's eyes gleamed with a mix of fear and excitement. This was a royal secret. By now the Marquis had lost patience. Though he appeared respectful before Xiao Jingyue, his arrogant expression was barely concealed. Prince, His Majesty has already expressed trust in me. If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave. As the Marquis spoke, he turned to the students and taunted, "Count yourselves lucky. You little brats all made it back alive. You." Everyone was indignant, itching to tear the Marquis's face off. Seeing this, the Marquis grew even more smug, deliberately provoking them. "Tell you what, if anyone's injured, I'll cover the medical bills. If anyone's dead, I'll pay for the funeral. Generous enough for you. No need." Shi Yu'an could take no more and shot back. "Those who do evil will meet their own doom. You'd better keep your money for your own coffin. Who are you to dare curse me?" The Marquis glared at Shi Yu'an with dark eyes. "Guards, seize this ignorant. Don't you dare bully our master." The students all glared furiously at the Marquis. "Enough." Xiao Jingyue also rose to his feet. "She is my betrothed. Would the Marquis dare show disrespect to my princess?" "I wouldn't dare," the Marquis said through gritted teeth. Shi Yu'an was deeply moved by the student's defense, and her anger at the Marquis flared even more. This Marquis is truly despicable. He captured Su Qingyao and Su Qingge because consort Su promised that after the deed was done, he would give Princess Chongping's private property to Zhao Huaner as her dowry, all to the Marquis's mansion. And even more melodramatically, the second prince is also infatuated with Zhao Huaner. Oh ho! Zhao Huaner's child is actually the second prince's. The Marquis cuckolded the royal family, and the royal family cuckolded the Marquis's household in return. So they're even. It's just that Liang Shunan is pitiful. His father isn't his son isn't his wife isn't his concubine isn't his. Only he got hurt in this whole affair. Everyone was dizzy from the tangled web of relationships, especially those who disliked thinking, who for the first time, they regretted not reading more. Su Qingge, however, felt a sense of vindication. Since Liang Shunan hadn't lived well, she was at peace. The Marquis's pursuit of us was also deliberate. One purpose was to intimidate the influential families who refused to be won over, like the Pei Shun and Marquis Zhaoshan families. And the other was to make an example of us to force other nobles into submission. Once he gathered enough power, he would join forces with consort Liang from within, force the emperor to abdicate, and put the second prince on the throne. Then his own son would be emperor, he would be regent, and he could continue his romance with consort Liang. The students couldn't help opening their eyes wide. The Marquis certainly had grand ambitions. Was this what their parents meant by being ambitious? Xiao Jingyue was rapidly thinking about how to expose the Marquis's plot. Now that he knew the Marquis's goal, he still lacked evidence. If only he could find proof of the Marquis's illicit affair with consort Liang. He glanced at Luo Xingzhou, signaling that he would handle stalling the Marquis, while Luo worked on extracting information. Stop! Xiao Jingyue ordered his men to block the Marquis. Prince Jean, do you have further instructions? Marquis of Wuhan, though my royal brother spares you for consort Liang's sake, you put these children in danger. You owe their families some explanation. What kind of explanation? The Marquis dismissed the matter. In his view, although Duke Pei held a higher title, he had long surrendered his military power. The Shin family was wealthy, but in the end they were mere merchants. And Princess chomping a woman was hardly a threat. As for that young Marquis Zhaoxin, he was still at the border, unaware that his own wife and children had been driven out of the house. What could he possibly do? He had investigated everyone else as well, all within his control. As the Marquis thought this, he failed to notice he had overlooked two people. One was Gu Wu. He truly hadn't noticed such a person. The second was Shi Yu'an. The Shi family had no foundation, no connections, and counted for nothing. So when General Shi charged in and sent him flying with a single punch, he felt regret. This fellow surnamed Shi wasn't just a general, he was also a brute. A brute doesn't reason, doesn't care about pedigree, and doesn't know when to yield. That's what makes him the most unpredictable variable. General Shi's movements were so swift that before anyone could react, the Marquis of Wuhan was sent flying, tumbling to the ground amid a cloud of dust. Marquis. The first wail came from the old minister, though it was uncertain whether he was lamenting the beaten Marquis or the dignity he had lost before his retirement. Don't panic, Your Excellency, Xiao Sun consoled. Panicking is useless, we cannot afford to offend either of them. Then what should we do? Watch the show and wait, Xiao Sun said calmly. When someone dies, arrest the one still alive. The murderer is right before us, the witnesses are ourselves, the process is clear, the method is obvious. We can close the case directly. The old minister was speechless. Master Xiao is indeed capable. No wonder you could take over my post. You flatter me, Your Excellency. Wuhan Ho, you son of a bitch, you dare to touch my daughter. Today I'll take your miserable life. Seeing that General Shi was about to continue, Shi Yu'an rushed to stop him. You can't hit him anymore, you'll kill him. Xiao Si, don't be afraid. He bullied you, and I'll avenge you. Shi Yu'an looked at the tall, burly man with a stubbly beard. When his gaze fell on her, all his murderous intent instantly receded, leaving only eyes full of heartache. Father. The address slipped out naturally, and Shi Yu'an felt no awkwardness at all. Father, stop hitting him. If he dies, you'll have to pay with your life. I'm not afraid. If I have to pay, so be it. General Shi, thinking of how his daughter had been hunted down and had trekked through the mountains for half a month just to return to the capital, enduring wind and rain and countless hardships, felt a surge of rage that he could not suppress. I told you no one in our family will ever be bullied. Shi Yu'an was moved. This makeshift father, rough as he seemed, gave her an overwhelming sense of security. Thinking of how much he valued his family and that in the original timeline his wife and daughter had died tragically and his entire household had been executed and that he had fled to avenge them only to live for revenge, Shi Yu'an felt a suffocating tightness in her chest. What she had thought was merely a tragedy caused by the original body's accidental death now seemed like a web of schemes. Among the snakes the original had brought was a venomous one mixed in. How had Luo Xingzhou been killed so easily? Madame Shi's death was also riddled with coincidences, and the most baffling was the sudden massacre of the Shi family. Regardless, she had to uncover the truth behind it all. Father Shi was not good at such intricate matters. Then she would be the one to protect the general's mansion. Just as Shi Yu'an was racking her brain on how to persuade her father not to act rashly, another figure stormed in. Shi Qingfeng. The newcomer was her biological mother Wei Xiaoya. She strode in with fiery energy. For years, she had been stationed at the border alongside her husband, repelling the barbarians. A woman who truly outshone many men. As soon as she entered, she pulled Shi Yu'an into her arms, then took her hands and looked her over, her eyes instantly reddening. You've lost so much weight. It's all your father's fault for letting you become a teacher at that so-called academy. I told you we should have started our own school. You'd be the headmaster, not just a teacher. Shi Yu'an. Then I'd probably be the only student as well. Let's put that aside for now, Shi Yu'an said, grabbing her mother like a drowning person clutching a lifeline. Mother, please stop, father. I can't hold him back. Wei Xiaoya nodded, then strode up to General Shi and shouted, you step aside. General Shi immediately obeyed. Let me take over. Wei Xiaoya stepped forward and kicked the Marquis of Wuhan several times. This is for me, and for our eldest, second and third. Shi Yu'an felt even worse. Her mother was clearly going to beat him to death. Mother, please leave him a breath. Shi Yu'an hugged Wei Xiaoya tightly, refusing to let go. But I still haven't finished kicking for your 4 cousins, 3 aunts, and 2 big yellow dogs. Mother, father, do you want to throw away both your lives for a scumbag like him? If that's the case, then go ahead. After you're gone, I'll find a rope and hang myself, so I won't be beaten to death for lack of parents to protect me. General Shi and his wife were so frightened that they immediately stopped. Whoever dares to hit you, I'll crawl out of my grave to teach them a lesson. General Shi declared. I think our daughter is right, Wei Xiaoya said, already calmer. We're not afraid of jail or execution, but what about our daughter? The moment we weren't watching, she was hunted. If we're no longer here, who will protect her? General Shi mulled it over, then could only vent his fury by slamming the table in the Ministry of Justice Hall. The rosewood tables soon cracked under his blows. That wretch Wu Ho tried to force a marriage proposal and then tried to kill Xiao Si. This matter must be settled. General Shi declared, preparing to enter the palace to see the emperor. Shi Yu'an had no choice but to inform them of the emperor's decree. The couple's faces darkened even more. The Marquis of Wuhan was helped up. When he wiped his face, it was covered in blood. But he dared not shout at General Shi. He only wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Xiao Jingyue, however, would not let him go. Someone examine the Marquis's wounds first. No need, I can have it treated at my residence. The Marquis of Wuhan truly could not bear to stay any longer. Everyone had been afraid to act against him before, but now that Shi Qingfeng had started, he could feel several people itching to join in. The Marquis of Wuhan was beaten here in the Ministry of Justice. If we let him return, and something happens, can the ministry bear the responsibility? Xiao Jinghua looked at the minister. Minister Lu certainly could not bear that responsibility, so he immediately ordered a physician to be summoned and refused to let the Marquis leave. While waiting, Luo said to Shi Yu'an, teacher General Shi and Madam Shi are truly furious, but unfortunately we probably won't be able to do anything to the Marquis this time. Unless we have evidence to overthrow him, something that can't be overturned, ideally involving treason. Evidence? Shi Yu'an was also troubled. I know the evidence. But how can I tell them? The letters between the Marquis of Wuhan and concubine Liang are hidden in the secret chamber of Liang Shenan's study. Not only letters, but also concubine Liang's personal garments and the trinkets they exchanged in secret. He planned to pin everything on Liang Shenan if things ever came to light. Moreover, the Marquis of Wuhan has been secretly mining iron ore without reporting it, running illegal businesses for exorbitant profits, and his embezzlement ledgers are hidden in the secret compartment under Zhao Huaner's bed. But that compartment also contains second prince's letters to Zhao Huaner, so she would never let anyone find it. How can I get these things out? Maybe I should tell Xiao Jingyue and ask him to send a capable guard. No, that guard Xiao Air of his is obviously useless. Xiao Jingyue wanted to say that he had more than just Xiao Air. Such a task was best suited for his shadow guards. He summoned Xiao Air, told him the locations of the evidence, and ordered him to send 2 shadow guards to the Marquis's estate immediately. Xiao Air accepted the order and puffed out his chest as he passed by Xiaoda. Teacher, I think the Marquis of Wuhan is so ambitious that he must have done many evil deeds. If we search his mansion, we might find evidence of his crimes. LuoXingzhou suggested. That's a great idea. Shi Yu'an immediately agreed. But the Marquis isn't stupid. His mansion must be heavily guarded. Who can infiltrate, find the evidence quickly, and come and go without a trace, without alerting the guards? Everyone turned to look at Gu Wu. For the first time, Gu Wu felt such a strong presence. Facing everyone's eager gaze, he gave an awkward smile. I'll get it done. Shi Yu'an intended to give a few instructions, but before she could speak, Gu Wu's figure had already vanished. The others didn't even notice his departure. Who exactly is Gu Wu? Shi Yu'an asked curiously. Everyone shook their heads. Only Luo Xingzhou answered, according to my investigation, Gu Wu might come from some mysterious reclusive clan. That clan hides its tracks very well, and I can't find any trace of their activities. Then how do you know it's a reclusive clan? Gu Wu once told me about his family. They're wealthy, possess peerless techniques, but are not allowed to leave freely. Luo Xingzhou lowered his voice slightly. He sneaked out of his home for his beloved. His beloved? Everyone was incredulous. An elopement? Not exactly an elopement. He met a girl by chance while completing a family mission and they promised to marry. But the girl's father wanted to marry her off to a high official, so Gu Wu decided to enter the academy, study, take the imperial exams, become a high official, and then marry his beloved. Shi Yu'an, such a common story. Such a normal Gu Wu. But, take the imperial exams. At Qingchuan Academy. Theoretically possible. The head of our academy was a former #1 scholar. So Gu Wu came to our academy because of that. I think he got lost and was tricked here by the headmaster. No, Luo Xingzhou revealed. He's illiterate. No other academy would take him. Everyone, that was to be expected. Shi Yu'an was puzzled by something else. Why does he tell you everything? Are you two that close? Long story short, Gu Wu said he could tell me whatever he could, and he didn't ask me to keep it secret. Luo Xingzhou added, but his surname is fake. He said that must not be revealed. Hearing this, Shi Yu'an had no choice but to give up on investigating Gu Wu's identity. Meanwhile, Gu Wu and the 2 shadow guards sent by Xiao Jingyue entered the Marquis's estate one after another. The rear courtyard of the Marquis's mansion was heavily guarded with numerous patrolling guards who were extremely vigilant. Any slight disturbance would immediately draw their attention. The 2 shadow guards hid far away in a tree, unable to find a good opportunity to sneak in. Suddenly, they saw a young man in a blue scholar's robe land lightly on a tree beside them. He stood straight on the branches, his blue robe quite conspicuous. That's a student from Qingchuan Academy. He can't ruin our mission. The first shadow guard said. The second agreed, and was about to approach, when Gu Wu lightly tapped the branch with his toe and whisked past them like a ghost, leaving only one sentence. Don't get in the way. In the blink of an eye, both his words and figure vanished with the wind, and it was broad daylight. The 2 shadow guards were startled, but a spark of unwillingness flared in their hearts. They were rigorously trained professionals. How could they lose to a mere teenager? They finally found an opportunity and slipped into the study as well. The study was elegantly furnished with nothing seemingly out of the ordinary. The shadow guards searched for the mechanism to the secret chamber, but found nothing. When they turned around, they saw the Qingchuan Academy youth sitting cross-legged on the central desk, completely motionless. We've searched countless secret chambers and couldn't find it. He definitely can't either, said the first guard. The second guard continued groping along the wall. Don't move. Guwu jumped down from the desk and walked to a smooth wall. We've already touched every inch of this place. There's nothing. Guwu raised his hand and rapidly tapped the bricks in a complex sequence. To the guard's astonishment, the wall actually opened. What technique is that? The two guards asked in amazement. Guwu had already entered the secret chamber. He first found the evidence of adultery between the Marquis and concubine Liang, then searched through everything he could use, packed it all up, and took it away. The two shadow guards were dumbfounded. He strips the place cleaner than we ever could. What is he? Guwu then headed to Zhao Huaner's bedroom. He knew the location so precisely because before entering the mansion he had interrogated a stewardess who was out shopping, then knocked her out and hid her. Zhao Huaner's things were in the hidden compartment under the bed, but she had installed a trap. As soon as the three approached, several arrows shot out, their tips glinting darkly, obviously poisoned. Guwu dodged the attack with nimble movements. The two shadow guards behind him fared worse. The first guard barely avoided the arrows, but the second guard failed to dodge in time. An arrow flew straight toward his eye. It was extremely perilous. At the critical moment, Guwu flashed in front of the second guard. Expressionless, he raised his hand, and the incoming arrow simply vanished. No, it didn't vanish. The second guard saw clearly that Guwu had used an incredibly fast hand technique to snatch the arrow away. Before the guard's panting had subsided, Guwu had already walked away as if nothing had happened. Who are you really? This kid's identity was certainly not ordinary. His ghost-like movement, his peculiar and swift technique, those unusually long fingers on his hands. They had never seen anyone like him. No need to be nervous. I know you're Prince Jin's men. Our teacher is Prince Jin's fiancé, so we're all on the same side. It doesn't matter who gets the evidence first, Guwu said. But even if you wanted to snatch it, you couldn't outrun me. The two guards, that was true. Guwu ignored their thoughts and directly pulled out the wooden box from under the bed. Don't move. The second guard warned. That's a trap box. If you force it open, the contents will be destroyed immediately. Right, the first guard added. This is called a heavenly mechanism box. It requires a special method to open. Before he finished, they saw Guwu's incredibly nimble fingers dance over the box. Even with their sharp eyesight, they could only see afterimages of his fingers. Before they could make out what was happening, the box clicked open. Heavenly mechanism box. Guwu scoffed disdainfully. This is barely a counterfeit.